Introduction. Regarding the Vortex of Vengeance. Have you ever truly cared for me? Never. The protagonist's family is annihilated, and during her tumultuous adolescence, she endures unspeakable humiliation thus. She embarks on a dark path of retribution against her biological father. Mastering hypnosis, karate, and the art of poison, she employs the identity of a male lead detective to gather intelligence, only to find herself ensnared in a web of romantic entanglement. Their relationship oscillates between love and rivalry, a tumultuous dance of passion. With a wolfish younger brother, an adorable little sister, a refined rogue, and an overbearing yet indulgent CEO, each character possesses a richly woven narrative. Did your brother not warn you against provoking me? Are you not afraid of death? To die beneath the peony is to linger on as a spirit of allure. Chapter 1. The Case. The moat has revealed an unidentified female corpse responds swiftly. The piercing ring of a phone shattered the morning's stillness, jolting the man from his slumber. At the banks of the moat in Green City, throngs of people congregated beyond the cold police cordon, exchanging whispers of inquiry. The media, sensing a headline, gathered in a frenzy, leaving no room for passage. Within the cordon, officers worked methodically, revealing a grotesquely disfigured corpse, its body having succumbed to decay from prolonged immersion in water, exuding an unbearable stench. Post-mortem examination revealed that the victim had perished over a year ago, identified as female. Most of her organs had vanished, and preliminary investigations indicated that their disappearance was not of natural origin, suggesting potential involvement in the illicit trade of human organs. The man arrived at the scene in haste, his expression grave as he surveyed the moat despite his disheveled hair and unkempt stubble betraying his lack of rest. His keen intelligence shone through. His eyes appeared to pierce through the veil of deception, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Years of investigative experience imparted to him the suspicion that this matter was far from straightforward. He was Tai Jing, the captain of the Homicide Division at the Green City Public Security Bureau, having witnessed the most perplexing and brutal cases the city had to offer, yet today's scene bewildered even him. Suspecting foul play, Tai Jing ordered the continued recovery of bodies, and to no one's surprise, 5 additional corpses surfaced. All were female, with death dates ranging from 2 years to 6 months prior, and all had been stripped of their organs. The case garnered significant attention from the Green City authorities, prompting the swift establishment of a special task force with a deadline for resolution. As a highly skilled investigator, Tai Jing was appointed as the task force leader, burdened with immense pressure, the refinement of his once sophisticated visage now marred by the toll of relentless scrutiny. Immediately, Tai Jing initiated the investigation, focusing first on the victims. With so many individuals missing, it was inconceivable that no one had reported their disappearance. Moreover, a thorough autopsy was essential to uncover further valuable evidence. Brother Jing, of these 6 individuals, only one matches a missing person report, a certain Oh Shouting. Her family is en route to the precinct, Ding Ling reported. Ding Ling, one of Tai Jing's subordinates, was aptly named, possessing a penchant for chatter. What do you mean en route? Are they not residents of this city? Tai Jing inquired, perplexed. They're not locals, they hail from the surrounding rural areas. According to her parents, Oh Shouting came to Green City for work. She would usually contact her family almost every month, but she hasn't been in touch for the past 6 months. The elderly couple found this unusual and reported it to the village chief. Coincidentally, the chief, being a university student assigned to the area, sensed something amiss and accompanied the couple to report her disappearance, Ding Ling explained. Very well, continue the investigation. Look into the individuals Oh Shouting interacted with upon her arrival in Green City, and review her personal account transactions. The others should compare with the National Missing Persons Database. Since we cannot locate her within the city, we shall broaden our search. I will consult with the forensic expert to see if there are any additional clues, Tai Jing stated. Xiao Jing, please examine the surveillance footage, gather whatever information you can. Upon entering the forensic office, Tai Jing found forensic expert Liang engaged in facial reconstruction. Due to prolonged immersion in water, the victim's face had become entirely decomposed, rendering identification nearly impossible. Any new leads? Tai Jing inquired as he opened the door. Could not just knock? You could at least speak. After entering, you nearly scare me to death. Liang exclaimed, startled. Are you still afraid? There are plenty of people in this room, and you still feel fear? Enough joking, what new information do you have? Here, this is a recent skin sample from one of the victims. We discovered traces of a substance that should not be present, Liang responded. What substance? What does it indicate? Tai Jing asked. The specifics will require further testing, but based on my experience, it resembles an addictive substance, Liang replied. Could she have had a history of drug use? Tai Jing pondered. It's difficult to say. Furthermore, the other individuals involved are all around 20 years old, with 2 of them having given birth, indicating pelvic deformation, Liang elaborated. From what you're saying, this situation is quite complex. It's not merely a serial killer at play. If this is the work of an organization, there must be traces that reveal their involvement. I will return for now. Please expedite the facial reconstruction. We currently have only 1 victim, and the leads are scant, Tai Jing urged. Understood. Wait for my update. I'll contact you as soon as we have results. Liang continued with the reconstruction. Tai Jing lit a cigarette, sensing that everything was proceeding methodically. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered that this case could unfold into something monumental, potentially shocking all of Green City. He contemplated the difficulties that lay ahead, resolutely determined to pursue the investigation. Not only did he owe it to these young women for answers, but he also felt a profound responsibility to safeguard others from harm. Chapter 2. The Victim's Family. A weary elderly couple, accompanied by a young man, arrived at the police station and approached Ding Ling. Are you the family of Shouting? Ding Ling inquired. They are, the young man replied first. And who might you be? I am the village chief from their community. Concerned that the elderly couple might be overwhelmed by the situation, I accompanied them. The young man introduced himself. Very well, please come this way, Ding Ling said. Captain Tai, the family of the victim, Shouting, has arrived and is waiting in the conference room, he informed Tai Jing. Understood, I shall be there shortly, Tai Jing replied. As the conference room door swung open, the first sight that met their eyes was the anxious and hopeful expressions of Shouting's parents, seemingly yearning for news of a miraculous turn of events. Greetings, I am Captain Tai Jing, the head of the Special Investigation Team. You must be the parents of Shouting? Tai Jing introduced himself with caution. Yes, that's correct, we are. Here is a photograph of Shouting, her father said nervously, nodding as he produced a picture of a girl with a strikingly beautiful visage, vibrant and alive in the image. There's no need for such formalities. You may call me Officer Tai. Please, do not be too anxious. We are merely here to gather some information, so try to relax, Tai Jing reassured them. Officer Tai, what has happened to Shouting? Have you found her? Her mother asked in a flurry of distress. First, let's steady ourselves. It has been 6 months since you last heard from Shouting, correct? Yes, we searched the city several times, but found nothing. We informed our village chief, who then took us to the police station to report her missing, her father explained. Hay raced the situation. Last month, we discovered a female corpse in the city's moat. Upon further investigation, we found 5 bodies, and one of them belongs to your daughter, Shouting. What? What did you say? Are you telling me that Shouting is dead? Her mother gasped, trembling as she stood. Please repeat that. What has happened to Shouting? Shouting was murdered 6 months ago, Tai Jing stated firmly. Oh, my Shouting. Her mother collapsed into her chair, while her father wept, pounding his chest in despair. It's my fault for not being capable. If only I had earned more, she wouldn't have needed to work. It's my fault, he lamented. The couple's grief was heart-wrenching. Their blossoming daughter had been taken from them, and there was no sorrow greater than that of a parent mourning a child. Tai Jing and Ding Ling looked on at the grieving couple, unsure of how to proceed, while the village chief stood by, sensing that perhaps allowing them to express their anguish would be beneficial. After a considerable time, Tai Jing spoke gently. Uncle and Annie, please try to calm yourselves. What we need now is to swiftly apprehend the perpetrator in order to honor Ziding's memory. The elderly couple managed a slight nod in response. When did Shouting come to Green City for work? Do you know where she was employed? Ding Ling inquired. A year ago, after graduating from high school, Shouting decided to work to alleviate our financial burdens. She would send us her wages every month, keeping only a small portion for herself. Ziding's life was so difficult, her mother said, wiping her tears. I remember once she told me over the phone that she worked mostly at night, leaving her days free for studying, aspiring to self-study for university, wishing to become a learned person. Do you know the specific location of her workplace? Ding Ling pressed further. I do not know. I asked her, but she said she couldn't reveal it to us, fearing we might come from the countryside to see her and get lost, her father explained. During the last phone call, what did Shouting say? Tai Jing inquired promptly. The last call was answered by me. I could sense Shouting's anxiety. She mentioned that there was nothing to worry about and advised us not to come to Green City, insisting that she was doing well back home. Shouting's father recounted. Who would have imagined that would be the final conversation with her? Not long ago, I received a call from a girl who asked if I knew Shouting. When I inquired about her identity, she hurriedly urged me not to come to Green City before abruptly hanging up. The village chief interjected. This occurred roughly a month ago, though I did not pay much attention at the time. Investigate the call records of the Telecommunications Bureau, particularly the call from a month ago, Tai Jing instructed Ding Ling. Let us conclude our discussion for today. We have arranged accommodations for you, and you may return tomorrow. Can we see Xiaoting? Can we bring her home? We wish for her to return to her roots. Xiaoting's father trembled as he asked. Uncle, it is not possible to bring her home just yet. We will expedite arrangements, but given your current state, it is best not to see Xiaoting. I fear it may be too overwhelming for you. Tai Jing reassured him. She is our daughter, no matter her condition. We will accept her. Please, I implore you, Xiaoting's mother pleaded. Tai Jing pulled the village chief aside and remarked, Xiaoting's body has been submerged for 6 months. It is certain that her appearance is unrecognizable, and her internal organs are missing. Allowing them to see her now would only lead to further devastation. Very well, I will speak with them, the village chief said as he approached Xiaoting's parents. Let us return for now. There are procedures that need to be followed. It would be best not to hinder the investigation. We must ensure they catch the perpetrator before we can bring Xiaoting home. All right? All right, the elderly couple wept as they exited the police station. Disseminate a notice for assistance, requesting the local police station to help us investigate. Since that girl called Xiaoting's family, she must have been close to her and should surface eventually, Tai Jing stated. Chapter 3. The secret witness Tai Jing gazed at the photograph of Xiaoting, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, pondering the callousness required to harm such a blossoming young girl. In the image, Xiaoting's radiant smile suggested she was brimming with hope for her future, a hope that was tragically extinguished at the tender age of 20. Her picture circulated in the notice for assistance, distributed to every police precinct as they embarked on a daunting quest for any leads concerning this girl. The more clues they unearthed, the greater their chances of apprehending the criminal suspect. In a modest eatery, Zhang Mimi was tidying up when several police officers entered, inquiring if she had seen this girl. Startled, she lifted her gaze and recognized the familiar face, her body trembling uncontrollably as she dropped all the plates she was holding. The officers noticed her distress and approached her, asking if she knew the girl. Overwhelmed, Mimi struggled to compose herself and quietly murmured, "Oh, I thought she was someone I knew. I must have mistaken her. I'm sorry." Observing her abnormal behavior, the officers remained vigilant and discreetly inquired about Zhang Mimi with the restaurant owner, promptly relaying their findings to the special investigation team. Upon receiving feedback from the precinct, Tai Jing immediately dispatched Ding Ling to locate Zhang Mimi. However, upon arrival at the restaurant, the owner informed Ding Ling that Mimi had resigned that day, leaving in a hurry without collecting her wages, as if fleeing from an enemy. Ding Ling sensed something amiss and quickly reported back to Tai Jing. Tai Jing instructed to set up checkpoints at the bus and train stations, emphasizing the urgency to find her while also initiating an investigation into her family background. Requesting assistance from the local precinct in her hometown, the police could not afford to lose this fragile lead, for Zhang Mimi surely held vital information regarding Xiaoting's demise. After resigning from the restaurant, Zhang Mimi hastily packed her belongings and made her way to the bus station, yet a deep-seated fear of being discovered by the police gnawed at her. Consequently, she sought refuge in a small inn, isolating herself and avoiding the outside world, hoping that eventually she would fade from the memories of those around her. Her anxiety escalated at the thought of those men finding her, fearing that she would meet a fate akin to Xiaoting's, gruesome and tragic. She was terrified, paralyzed by fear that left her breathless. The men were inhuman, truly devoid of humanity. They were demons from the depths of hell, ruthless and merciless in their actions. The special investigation team, after a week of painstaking inquiries, finally discovered Zhang Mimi in a squalid room, surrounded by refuse and an unbearable stench. She cowered in a corner, disheveled and trembling. Tentatively, Ding Ling reached out to touch her. In an instant, Mimi erupted in panic, exclaiming, "I don't know anything. I know nothing. Please don't come for me. I don't know. I don't know." Faced with her distressed state, the team found themselves at a loss, unable to conduct a standard interrogation. They had no choice but to contact a psychiatric hospital and arrange for Zhang Mimi to be admitted. Tai Jing took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, Zhang Mimi undoubtedly possesses some knowledge, perhaps even the identity of the perpetrator. However, given her current state, it is challenging to inquire further. We must continue to investigate the social connections surrounding Zhang Mimi, and on the side of Shouting, further inquiries are necessary. Xiao Jing, you shall accompany her to the hospital, providing covert protection for Zhang Mimi. We cannot afford any missteps. Understood. The entire task force responded in unison. Chapter 4. The psychiatric hospital's sunlight poured into the ward, casting gentle rays upon Zhang Mimi's hair. She had shed her previous madness and flamboyance, yet her gaze held an emptiness that spoke only of desolation. How was the patient? May I ask a few questions? Xiao Jing inquired. The doctor glanced at Zhang Mimi and replied, given her current state, any inquiries you make would yield little. She cannot endure any form of stimulation. I do not wish to ask questions. I merely wish to observe her. Is that permissible? A soft voice resonated from afar. Upon closer inspection, a graceful young man stood in the sunlight. Though not tall, his youthful eyes were laden with stories that belied his age. This individual had undoubtedly experienced trials beyond what one would expect at his years. He was Ning Ziyu, a psychological expert specially appointed by the task force. Good day. If I refrain from posing direct questions and simply approach her to observe, ensuring not to provoke her, would that be acceptable? In principle, yes. We will remain at the doorway, as I fear she might react violently if startled. Ning Ziyu slowly pushed the door open, observing Zhang Mimi as she stared vacantly at the flowers before her, oblivious to his presence. He placed a sketchbook and a pen before her. Seemingly stirred, she gradually lifted her gaze to meet his, tremblingly grasping the pen and scribbling aimlessly on the pages, continuing until all the sheets were filled before coldly inquiring. Is there more? There is, but I require your assistance to obtain more paper. What can I help you with? I need you to create a drawing, one that only you can perceive. I cannot draw. You speak, I will draw. Once completed, you shall receive more paper. Very well. Now, you may attempt to close your eyes. If you prefer not to, simply gaze at that bouquet and respond to me. All right. Zhang Mimi gradually shut her eyes. What is your favorite color? My favorite color is blue, the hue of the ocean, pure and clean. And what color do you fear the most? I fear black. As a child, I was often left alone at home by my parents during the night, and it terrified me. Is Shouting black? Yes. She is entirely enshrouded in black, her heart as dark as her words. Then why do you still reside with this person cloaked in darkness? Initially, Shouting was blue. My beloved shade. We were both impoverished children from the countryside, seeking to carve out a better life in City A with our own hands, hoping to provide a better future for our parents. At first, we worked together in a restaurant, earning meager wages under strenuous conditions, but having endured hardship, we did not complain. Gradually, as we beheld the city's dazzling nightlife, we began to yearn for a more affluent existence. Have you resigned? Have you found new jobs? Yes, we have resigned, but Shouting and I did not end up at the same place. I went to work in a hotel doing cleaning and logistics, while she went to a different kind of establishment. What kind of place is that? A dark place? Yes, precisely that. It transformed her into something dark inside and out, like a lotus flower tainted by mud. Zhang Mimi slowly opened her eyes, a hint of anger flickering within her gaze. How did she become so dark? Shouting worked night shifts every day, often returning home in the early hours of the morning. Her attire grew increasingly revealing, and her makeup became more pronounced. The money she brought home increased as well, and gradually we lost touch. Within a month of starting her job, she moved away into an upscale neighborhood. When was the last time she contacted you? It was 6 months ago. Shouting called me in tears, saying she needed a hideout at my place. When I asked what was wrong, she simply mentioned a fervent admirer and that she needed to lay low to avoid complications. After moving in, did anything else happen with Shouting? She became afraid to go outside or answer calls. Every day, I would bring her meals. While I was at work, she would stay home, refusing to eat and starving herself. I asked her several times what had happened, but she insisted that the less I knew, the safer she would be. I knew what kind of work she had taken up later, but I was reluctant to shatter the illusion. So, do you know where she was working and who pressured her into this situation? Are you familiar with the popular Xiao Chang Story nightclub? At first, Shouting merely worked there as a waitress, But upon seeing how much the drink servers earned, she switched careers. She began dressing provocatively to attract men for consumption, gradually becoming immersed in a world of excess. Did she become involved in illicit activities? Shouting claimed no, insisting that their establishment was clean, and the drink servers were merely promoting beverages, only occasionally allowing customers to take advantage. However, she later revealed that she had ventured to the second floor, where an entirely different realm existed. Is there a second floor at Xiao Cheng's story? What is its purpose? The second floor caters exclusively to VIPs. Only those with a certain status can access it. One time, Shouting got drunk and inadvertently wandered up there, witnessing things she shouldn't have, and was unfortunately discovered. She found that the second floor was akin to a grand paradise, where clients could select girls online and arrange meetings offline, followed by transactions. Are you saying they were engaged in prostitution? Indeed. Did Shouting share all this with you? No. After Shouting's incident, I discovered a diary in her room containing these details, along with a letter urging me to warn her parents against coming to Green City. What about the diary? As per her wishes, I have burned the diary and the letter. That is all I know. Thank you. As Ning Ziyu rose to depart, he suddenly turned back to Zhang Mimi and remarked, "Your reasoning is quite logical. You are not unwell, are you?" Zhang Mimi abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes colliding with Ning Ziyu's, before shifting towards the surveillance camera nestled in the corner, falling into silence. Rest assured, I have instructed my colleague to turn off the camera. In an instant, tears streamed down Zhang Mimi's face. I'm not insane. I'm not sick. This is all an act, my only means of survival. I spent a week at the hotel, and this was the sole way I could escape, for the words of madmen cannot be trusted. Then why do you trust me and confide all this to me? Ning seyu inquiret postlet. Perhaps it is intuition. I sense that you're a person worthy of trust. The haunting memory of witnessing Shouting being dragged into a vehicle, the despair in her eyes, would forever be etched in my mind. Please, capture them, will you? At that moment, Zhang Mimi was reduced to tears, curled up on the sofa. Very well, I promise you, I will exert every effort to bring them to justice. Your matters will remain confidential. Rest assured and stay here. Chapter 5. The nightclub with the gathered clues in hand. Ning Ziyu returned to the task force, eager to share his findings with his colleagues. However, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Tai Jing. Who are you? A university intern? You don't belong here. I am not an intern. I am part of the task force. Under team leader Tai, Ning Ziyu asserted confidently. Yam Taiying. How can I not recognize you? You're just a fraud. Stop trying to deceive us. I'm truly with the task force. Director Zhao sent me here. Surely you must know that? I don't know anything. Get out. We don't need novices like you here. Tai Jing retorted, instructing Ding Ling to escort Ning Ziyu out. Just as they reached the corridor, they encountered Director Zhao. What's going on here? Why are you throwing people out? Director Zhao, this punk claims you sent him to report to the task force. Yet team leader Tai knows nothing of this. He is clearly lying, Tai Jing explained. He is not lying. In my haste, I forgot to inform Tai Jing directly. I thought it would be more formal to come in person, Ning Ziyu clarified. Director Zhao, what brings you here? Tai Jing asked, extinguishing his cigarette. Let me introduce you. This is Ning Ziyu, a doctoral student in criminal psychology from the Green City Police University. Not only is he skilled in psychological discussions, but he is also a highly proficient sketch artist. His assistance will surely expedite our case resolution. Director, this kid looks like a complete novice. We are on a tight deadline and cannot afford to babysit him, Tai Jing complained. Stop talking nonsense. He has assisted in solving many major cases. Last year, during the sensational snowman corpse case, it was Ning who provided key clues that led to the arrest of the suspect. After much persuasion with his mentor, I managed to borrow him for you, Director Zhao said, turning to Ning Ziyu. Do your best and leverage your strengths. Understood, Director Zhao. I will, Ning Ziyu replied earnestly. Tai Jing, with evident reluctance, accepted Ning Ziyu into the team. Confounded by the presence of this inexperienced youth, he sighed and instructed. You can start by reviewing the surveillance footage to identify any issues. Team leader Tai, may I share the clues I obtained from the mental hospital? Ning seyu inquiret. Everyone turned in astonishment. How could a mental patient have provided him with leads? Everyone, assemble in the conference room. Darkened. In the conference room, Ning Ziyu presented the clues he had gathered from the mental hospital, leaving everyone incredulous at the existence of such lawlessness in Green City. Based on these leads, Tai Jing promptly issued directives to investigate the background of the Little Town Story nightclub, including its management and patrons, while also coordinating with the citywide anti-vice campaign for further clandestine inquiries. Approaching Tai Jing, Ning Ziyu asked, "What should I do next?" "Oh, I almost forgot about you. Why don't you tidy up a bit? I'll take you out to unwind later," Tai Jing suggested with a mischievous grin, causing Ning Ziyu to feel uneasy. That evening, Tai Jing drove Ning Ziyu to the Little Town Story nightclub. "Have you ever been to a place like this? Let me show you the ropes." Ning Ziyu, blushing profusely, gazed at the large neon sign, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Before he could gather his thoughts, Tai Jing seized him and pulled him into the private room. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Sister Hua, 5 or 6 girls clad in alluring attire appeared in their room. "Brother, these lovely ladies are our representatives. They provide excellent service, possess charming attitudes, and most importantly, they are quite beautiful. What do you think? We should keep a few," Tai Jing remarked, surveying the girls. "Today's purpose is to indulge my brother here. He deserves 2. I'll take just 1, so let us go with you and you 3, he decided. "Great. You 3, be sure to treat my brother well. Now, I'll step out for a bit. Feel free to call me if you need anything," Tai Jing instructed. The 3 waitresses, with their faces aglow, settled onto the sofa and began pouring drinks for Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu. "Brother, let's have another drink. This one S on me. You have to down it all," one urged. "Brother, I'm not accustomed to this drink. Can we switch to something else? Is that all right?" As she spoke, the waitress clung to Ning Ziyu's arm, playfully rubbing her soft form against him. Startled, Ning Ziyu instinctively shifted away, only to find another waitress blocking him, who then flung herself into his embrace, causing him to leap from the sofa in shock. "Oh, so you're this shy? I find that quite endearing," she teased. "It's not just you who finds it charming. We all do," she continued, pulling him back onto the sofa and playfully insisting on more drinks. Tai Jing watched with a satisfied smirk, thinking if they requested drinks, he ought to oblige. "Stop with the sarcasm and help me out," Ning Ziyu pleaded. "I don't care if it gets too overwhelming. Just buy them drinks," Tai Jing retorted, turning to his waitress. "The drinks here aren't exactly cheap, are they? Brother, can't you treat them like gifts?" she suggested. "Gifts are fine, but I don't want my generosity to go to waste. Do you understand my point? Brother, I'll drink a few more with you as a form of repayment. How does that sound? Any drink will suffice. See my little brother here? He is from a wealthy family, albeit a bit innocent. Buying drinks shouldn't be a problem. We could easily cover your sales for the whole month. But just a couple of extra drinks seems a bit excessive. Brother, I believe I understand your intentions now. We are a legitimate establishment, so please, let us not venture into any other matters." She straightened herself and added, "Bring your manager to me. Let her see what is going on here." Moments later, Sister Hua entered their private room with a bright smile. "What is the matter? Did the girls not attend to you properly?" "Ta Ying, visilu onid, replete. I suggested that I would fulfill this month's sales quota, and in return, I expected a little sincerity, just a few extra drinks. This is utterly unacceptable, brother. The girls are just a bit inexperienced. I apologize for any misunderstanding. I comprehend your perspective. We are all part of this industry, and while I understand your frustrations, this is truly beyond our control. We are a reputable establishment. Let us go. It's quite unsatisfactory, and I shan't return here again. My apologies, dear brother. Do remember to visit often. For next time, I shall prepare a conciliatory drink for you." As they reached the entrance, Tai Jing suddenly turned back. "You still have the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor serves as our office area, which is not open to the public. Please take care, and do remember to drop by often." With a shared glance between Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu, they departed from the Little City Story nightclub. Chapter 6. Undercover. Upon arriving at work the next day, Tai Jing noticed Ning Ziyu glaring at him with great intensity, likely bearing the emotional scars from the previous night's events. Ding Ling rushed back from outside, exclaiming to Tai Jing that he had made a significant discovery. In the conference room, everyone gathered to listen to Ding Ling's revelations. The Xiaoqing Story nightclub had managed to evade numerous crackdowns on illicit activities, primarily because they did not conduct transactions within the premises. Even if the second floor were to be raided, only scant images and videos could be uncovered, nothing substantial. They arranged for clients and hostesses to meet and transact in nearby hotels. Even in the event of being caught in the act, it would merely be a matter of two consenting adults. How do you know all this? Da Ying included. After you assigned the tasks yesterday, I had several informants investigate. One of them has connections to this nightclub and has facilitated a few meetings. Do you recall Wang Dajuan, also known as General Jun? Wang Dajuan? Yes, I remember him. He was a major target in the anti-crime operations over a decade ago. He received a 15-year sentence. Indeed, it was 15 years. Due to good behavior in prison, he was released 5 years ago. It is said that he left a substantial sum of money for this nightclub before his incarceration. His loyal subordinate, Zhang Meng, utilized these funds to establish Xiaoqing Story, and after Wang Dajuan's release, he entrusted the management entirely to Zhang Meng. This indicates a high level of trust Wang Dajuan has in Zhang Meng to leave such a sum in his care without fear of betrayal, Tai Jing remarked. According to the informant, Zhang Meng is regarded as Wang Dajuan's adopted son and has always been treated as family. On several occasions, when Zhang Meng found himself in perilous situations, Wang Dajuan intervened to save him, forging a bond of profound loyalty. How can we access the second floor to conduct transactions? Tai Jing asked. The informant stated that without a solid insider connection, even if one managed to ascend to the second floor, only superficial details would be visible. The actual dealings would remain concealed. Many clients had specific hostesses they preferred, conducting transactions at predetermined times and locations, regularly transferring funds to their bank accounts. Even if discovered, it could merely be dismissed as a case of a client maintaining a mistress. This means we cannot infiltrate from the outside. If we cannot access it externally, we must find a way in from within. Ning Ziyu looked at Tai Jing, perplexed, and asked, "Are you suggesting we embed ourselves close to Wang Dajuan?" Indeed. If we cannot pose as clients, we shall assume the role of sales personnel. These individuals are ruthless and possess an extensive network of information. Infiltration will not be simple. I must discuss this with Director Zhao and further investigate Wang Dajuan's background, ensuring we gather as much detail as possible. In Director Zhao's office, he exclaimed, "What did you just say? You wish to go undercover? This is unacceptable." What is unacceptable about it? I possess the most experience in our task force, and I have previously gone undercover without issue. Tai Jing, it is not a matter of your experience. The very nature of this undertaking is problematic. With your current identity, even a slight inquiry would expose you. It is simply not feasible. What should we do? With such a robust background, who would be willing to risk exposure to make recommendations? At this point, we can only infiltrate from within. Zhao remarked. Take a look at this information on Wang Dajuan. It is said that he has been looking to expand his scale and recruit from various avenues over the past few years. Zhao scrutinized Wang Dajuan's profile, suddenly pausing. I know whom to approach. Follow me. I will take you to a certain place. Green City Public Security University? Why have you brought me here? Da Ying Inkurit. You will understand once you enter, Zhao replied, leading Tai Jing into a concealed training room where 10 individuals were engaged in physical training. Both men and women were present, their appearances resembling that of street delinquents rather than university students. Who are they? Tai Jing asked, perplexed as he glanced at them. They are secretly recruited into the public security system. Some lack sufficient educational qualifications, while others have checkered pasts. In short, they cannot enter the public security university through conventional channels, yet they all harbor dreams of serving in public security. Thus they undergo this clandestine training. Look at that boy. What do you think? Tai Jing raised his gaze to observe a boy boxing in the ring, then glanced at the profile in his hand, swiftly grasping Zhao's intention. Are you suggesting that their backgrounds are clean? Some tasks would be more suitable for them, and given his appearance, doesn't this seem fortuitous? Zhao exchanged a few words with the coach. Yuping, come here. The coach called the boy over. These two are leaders from the Public Security Bureau. Here to see you. Not bad, young man. Your physical fitness is commendable, Zhao remarked, nodding and smiling at him. However, Yuping responded somewhat dismissively. Do you have business with me? If not, I'll return to training. The coach quickly intervened. This kid is like that. Don't take it personally. Yu Ping, there's a task for you. Haven't you always been eager for a mission? What task? Upon hearing about the mission, Yu Ping's eyes lit up, fixating intently on Zhao and Tai Jing. This isn't the best place to talk. Let us head to the office, Zhao said, leading Tai Jing and Yu Ping away from the training room. You're still young, and all you think about is tasks and showing off, huh? Tai Ying said Yu Ping. Once I complete the mission, I can formalize my student status and become a real police officer. This is what I've always dreamed of. Indeed, Yu Ping, this matter is somewhat tricky and carries risks, but you're the only one suited for it. Zhao's gaze turned serious, causing Yu Ping to feel a surge of tension. Tai Jing will provide you with the specifics. Have you heard about the recent case of the female corpse found in a moat? I have heard there was more than one body. Correct, 6 in total. However, we have only managed to uncover the identity of one. As we continue our investigation, we have encountered obstacles. We need someone to go undercover and infiltrate the enemy's ranks at the fastest pace possible. Here is the profile of their leader. Take a look. Once you've reviewed it, you will understand why you were chosen for this task. Yu Ping swiftly skimmed through the information, pausing on a photograph that revealed his mission to him. I will go undercover. I can do this. Despite the dangers, I am determined to proceed. Little Yu, you must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Should you truly arrive at a decision, all specific details shall be managed by Captain Tai, and you must trust no one. Do you understand? I comprehend, Captain Tai. I shall rely on your guidance. Captain Tai called for Ning Ziyu to instruct Yu Ping in some psychological suggestion techniques and the art of verbal psychology. Growing up on the streets, Yu Ping absorbed these lessons rapidly, exhibiting keen observational skills. After 3 consecutive days of intensive training, both Captain Tai and Ning Ziyu were quite pleased with Yu Ping's performance. He appeared both natural and professional. The following day, Captain Tai was poised to place him within the territory of Wang Dajuan, having arranged for a suitable informant to introduce Yu Ping. He reiterated multiple times, "Your life is paramount. Should anything seem amiss, cease all actions immediately. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I shall, rest assured, Captain Tai, Brother Ning." On the next day, based on the informant's intel, Wang Dajuan was to arrive at Wu Gang to inspect the harvest. Yu Ping seized this opportunity to present himself before Wang Dajuan, intentionally provoking a conflict, challenging dozens of adversaries single-handedly. From a distance, Wang Dajuan observed the fray, instantly intrigued by the spectacle. Witnessing the boy emerge unscathed, he couldn't help but marvel at his prowess. When their gazes met, Wang Dajuan was momentarily taken aback. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Jing. Enough of this fighting. Zhang Ming called to halt the skirmish. "What is your name?" Wang Dajuan inquired of Yu Ping. "I am Yu Ping. Is there something you need? If not, I can continue." At that moment, the informant rushed over, saying, "Commander, my apologies. This child just returned not long ago and has a penchant for causing trouble and brawling. I apologize for the inconvenience. No matter. I quite appreciate the vitality of youth. Will you work with me? What benefits would that entail? Can I fight? Ha. One cannot spend all day merely fighting. We must also engage in other endeavors." "That sounds dull," Yu Ping began to respond, but the informant struck him on the head, urging, "Hurry up and thank the commander." "Thank you, Commander." With that, Wang Dajuan took Yu Ping and departed from Wu Gang. "Fish have entered the pond. Retract the team." Captain Tai commanded, observing the entire scene through binoculars and signaling to close the net. Chapter 7. The Art of Division. As Yu Ping arrived at Wang Dajuan's side, he found himself bereft of any information, unclear about the nature of his enterprises, and could only silently follow along. However, Wang Dajuan harbored a peculiar obsession with this newcomer, treating Yu Ping exceptionally well, often bringing him along to social engagements, which incited envy among many. "This is our new recruit, Yu Ping. I hope everyone will extend their kindness to him," Wang Dajuan announced at the dining table, raising his glass to the assembled guests. "Naturally, when the general speaks, we shall take good care of him. This young man is quite talented. He has a promising future ahead. Don't you think he resembles Wang Jing? You notice too. It seems the general cannot forget the past. No wonder upon this newcomer's arrival, the general appears transformed, notably more cheerful." The two conversed in hushed tones during the banquet. Wang Dajuan indulged in considerable drink, and Yu Ping assisted him into the car. Yu Ping followed diligently, and in time, "You shall savor the fruits of success. Wealth shall only multiply," he murmured before succumbing to a deep slumber, softly uttering "jing jing." Yu Ping cast a knowing glance at him through the rearview mirror, revealing a smile laden with meaning. What does he think he is? He has only just arrived and already dares to accompany the general to grand feasts, said Biaozi, his dissatisfaction evident as he spoke to his subordinates. Biaozi was Wang Dajuan's trusted aide, known for his ruthlessness and adeptness in business. Wang Dajuan intended to entrust a lucrative piece of land to him, yet he felt a pang of envy at Yu Ping's swift ascent. An impudent young upstart wishes to usurp my position. How naive. A lesson is in order. Biaozi, what do you suggest we do? We shall follow your lead. After ensuring Wang Dajuan was settled, Yu Ping found himself encircled by Biaozi's men in Xiaoqing, each wielding a stick, their demeanor menacing. Having witnessed many a spectacle, Yu Ping felt no fear, merely coldly inquired, "Is this it? Are there no more of you?" Provoked by his words, they charged at him collectively. Yu Ping's lips curled into a mischievous smile. This was precisely the brawl he had anticipated. It had been too long since he had engaged in combat. He feared becoming rusty. With a swift stride, he advanced toward the nearest thug, deftly seizing him and hurling him aside, toppling several others in the process. The sight of this emboldened the remaining assailants, who surged forward. Yet they were no match for Yu Ping. He skillfully deflected their assaults, and before long, they were all sprawled on the ground. He was astute, ensuring none were severely harmed, yet all remained incapacitated. What a bunch of useless fools, consuming so much without merit. Biaozi observed disdainfully at his subordinates before turning to Yu Ping. Contemplating this individual was no ordinary opponent and could not be dealt with through conventional means. Brother Yu Ping, this is rather pointless. They merely wish to gauge your abilities. It is said you're favored by the general for your skills, so we had to test that, didn't we? Biaozi placed his hand on Yu Ping's shoulder. Biaozi, let's speak plainly. I understand that you disapprove of my rapid ascent, but there is little I can do. The general values me, as I am indeed exceptional. Young man, do not be too arrogant. When the day comes that you fall into my hands, I shall make you rue the day, but that day must indeed come first. With that, Yu Ping lightly patted Biaozi on the shoulder before departing. Yu Ping's intention was to provoke Biaozi. He had observed everyone around him and noted that Biaozi acted most recklessly. He could only take advantage of him, hoping to elicit a flaw that might allow him to create a small opening in this place. Yu Ping had been by Wang Dajuan's side for a month, yet he still had not disclosed the nature of their business. Each day was filled with indulgence, and not a single clue emerged. He contemplated that in the coming days, he must seize the opportunity to involve Wang Dajuan in the operations. After an afternoon of slumber, Wang Dajuan's head still felt heavy. Perhaps it was the toll of age. He had barely drunk a few cups before succumbing to inebriation. Zhang Meng. Sir, you are awake? Oh, how long have I slept? Ah, since Yu Ping brought you back, you have slept for about 4 hours. Here, have a cup of sobering tea. It was brought by Yu Ping. That lad is considerate. Wang Dajuan downed the sobering tea in one gulp, and then turned to Zhang Meng. What do you think of this young man? Can he be trusted? When you brought him out, I understood your intentions. But do you not find it a bit too coincidental? I am aware, yet I could not help myself. Perhaps it is my advancing years that lead me to reminisce about the past, and thus I paid it little mind. I wish to take a gamble. After all, he resembles Jingjing so closely. If you wish to gamble, I shall accompany you. Regardless of what transpires, I am here for you. Zhang Meng thumped his chest resolutely, and Wang Dajuan looked at him with satisfaction, smiling. Then inform Yu Ping to meet me tonight in the office on the second floor of the Small Town Stories. Understood. Chapter 8. The second floor. Early in the day, Yu Ping was already waiting in the office on the second floor for Wang Dajuan, knowing full well that a business discussion was imminent. The office door swung open, and Wang Dajuan entered, accompanied by Zhang Meng, both wearing serious expressions. Commander, Brother Meng, you have arrived, Yu Ping greeted them. Today, Commander wishes to broaden your horizons. Yu Ping, you must cherish this opportunity. If your thoughts stray elsewhere, I will take immediate action, Wang Dajuan warned. Rest assured, Brother Meng, Commander has treated me well, I could never betray him, Yu Ping replied. Zhang Ming opened a hidden door at the back, revealing a vast film studio with a large screen facing them. Approaching the computer, Zhang Ming operated it, and a video featuring a young woman began to play. Hello. My name is Lily. I am 18 years old, a university student, and my specialty is dance. As she spoke, the girl began to dance. But unlike any conventional performance, she simultaneously disrobed, soon appearing completely naked on screen. Yu Ping's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively lowered his gaze. Look at that, Zhang Ming. Our Yu Ping is still quite innocent. Wang Dajun teased, and Zhang Ming chuckled along. Commander, what is this? Yu Ping inquired, bewildered. This represents our business venture. This video is of the lowest tier, if you react this way now. How can you possibly manage when it's your turn to film? Wang Dajun remarked, as Yu Ping's embarrassment deepened. Clients select girls based on these videos, and we facilitate their offline meetings. What happens thereafter is beyond our purview, but one can easily imagine. Then we simply await payment. If clients wish to offer tips, we do not object. The more the ladies earn, the more inclined they are to work with us. Everyone profits based on their own merits, Wang Dajun explained, taking a drag from his cigarette. But these are university students. How can they engage in such activities? Aren't they supposed to be studying? Yu Ping questioned. Study? Does that earn a living? Once they enter university, they become seduced by money. If you lack funds and your family is in a similar predicament, would you not seek assistance? Wang Dajun replied. What do you mean, Commander? Yu Ping asked, puzzled. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some, but I will require collateral. If you have no material guarantees, we can use personal assurances instead, Wang Dajun stated. Are you suggesting something akin to naked loans? Yu Ping asked, his eyes widening. Precisely. Naked loans are quite popular and favored by these university students. Moreover, my clients prefer university students due to their higher standards and quality of service. Wang Dajun affirmed. In that moment, Yu Ping comprehended the insidious nature of the operation, luring university students into online loans, only to entice them into prostitution under the guise of interest. The clandestine nature of this endeavor was alarming. Had he not ventured into the hidden room, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. Commander, where do we find clients? I will see if my connections can help, Yu Ping offered. You won't be able to reach them. Individuals from your social class cannot afford such services. Your primary focus now should be on filming these girls and editing the videos. Young people adapt quickly to these technological skills, Wang Dajun replied. Understood, Commander. I will handle it well. It seems that the clientele here are all affluent individuals. Yu Ping concluded. Wealth does not necessarily equate to utility. One must possess not only riches but also power, for the paths are manifold. Do your utmost. Thank you, Commander. As night fell, Yu Ping transmitted the clues he had gathered that day to Tai Jing via email, employing the code they had established between them. The information amassed that day was substantial, and as Yu Ping reclined upon his bed, he found it difficult to fathom that such a small nightclub concealed such a vast realm. The wealth and power spoken of by Wang Dajun could not exclude certain officials who might indulge in such establishments. Potentially even high-ranking officials who wield significant influence. There undoubtedly lurked a dense fog of mystery behind it all. Upon receiving Yu Ping's clandestine email, Tai Jing summoned Ning Ziyu to share in the revelations. The two exchanged glances, aware of the sordid tales surrounding the illicit trade in their small town. However, they were taken aback to discover the involvement of nude loans. The circulation of university students' nude photos linked to online lending groups had become all too familiar. Despite extensive efforts to raise awareness from educational institutions to society at large, it still failed to prevent these students from engaging in regrettable actions for the sake of monetary gain. This warranted a report to Director Zhao, and the economic team would need to assist us. Ning Ziyu interjected before Tai Jing could speak. You rascal, you're now assigning me tasks. Tai Jing shot Ning Ziyu a fierce glare while casually reaching for his phone to inform Director Zhao. In Director Zhao's office, he pondered aloud. This case appears to be more complex than anticipated. The deeper we delve, the more tremors it could send throughout the city. Director Zhao, the current situation dictates that we must continue our investigation. We are sure to encounter various challenges ahead, which will require your expertise. I knew you would use me as a shield. We must certainly investigate, but let us begin with the nude loans and eradicate the issue at its roots. You can focus on the investigation. I will provide support from behind the scenes. Rest assured, with your assurance, we are free to pursue our inquiries without hesitation. Chapter 9. The Real Business Nude Loans, a controversial practice, involve borrowers substituting promissory notes with nude photographs of themselves holding their identification cards. This form of borrowing has garnered attention, particularly among female university students, who resort to such measures to secure loans. In instances of default, lenders threaten to publicly disseminate these nude images and contact the borrower's parents as a means of coercion to ensure repayment. Despite the significant risks involved, the expediency and simplicity of the process have made it particularly appealing to students. Zhang Meng accompanied Yu Ping to a modest dwelling in a suburban area, which starkly contrasted with the opulence of its interiors, adorned with exquisite decor and complete with modern amenities. This appeared to be the venue for the nude loan transactions. Biaozi emerged, exuding a broad smile. Menggu, what brings you to this humble place? It truly feels like an honor. Biaozi, you remember Yu Ping, right? He'll be working under you from now on. Biaozi cast a skeptical glance at Yu Ping. What is this gentleman planning to do here? Do we need to provide for him? Biaozi refrained from jesting. This matter has been personally entrusted to me by Junyi. Let him familiarize himself with the process and record videos. If you dare to mistreat him, don't say I didn't warn you. Menggu, rest assured. Please convey to Junyi that I will take good care of him. Yu Ping, focus on your studies. Junyi is anticipating good news from you. Meng Yi, I promise I will not disappoint Junyi. Zhang Meng patted Yu Ping on the shoulder and departed. Kid, you've finally fallen into my hands. Just wait and see what I'll do to you. Go ahead. But do you not fear what I might reveal to Junyi? The two exchanged fierce glares. Suddenly, Yu Ping recollected his mission. Without currying favor with Biaozi, he would not obtain any substantial evidence. Biaozi, regarding the previous incident, I was young and foolish. I owe you an apology. An apology? Shouldn't you be kneeling for it? A henchman tugged at Biaozi, suggesting, come on, Biaozi. This is an opportunity for Yu Ping to maintain face with Junyi. There is no need to escalate the situation. He is extending an olive branch. So let us not make it awkward. After deliberation, Biaozi recognized that offending Yu Ping was of no benefit, especially since Yu Ping was now under his employ. He could simply create subtle obstacles for him. Fine, I shall let bygones be bygones. We can earn money together in the future. Thank you, Biaozi. Everyone gathered in the room as Biaozi began assigning tasks. You two remain here and await clients. You all continue with the collections. Yu Ping, I have a challenging case for you. This girl isn't answering her phone, and her address is incorrect. Following our principle of prioritizing the client, it's your responsibility to locate her. If she doesn't repay within 3 days, her video will be the headline across major websites. Yu Ping, holding an information registration form, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Where would he even begin to find this person? It was evident that Biaozi was setting him up for failure. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and replied, no problem, Biaozi. I guarantee I will complete the task. As Yu Ping held the registration form, he stole a glance at the video of the girl involved in the nude loan, a young woman named Wu Jingjing, who appeared to be quite demure and not the type to sell herself for material gain. With a few hastily scribbled words, seemingly laced with an overwhelming sense of fear, Yu Ping gazed at the school filled in by the girl, Green City Media University. He resolved to venture to the institution in search of fortune. Renowned across the nation, Green City Media University is a cradle of talent, where students not only excel academically, but also exhibit fashionable appearances and charming visages. Girls like Wu Jingjing, within such an institution, are certainly among the most inconspicuous. Wandering aimlessly through the university, Yu Ping, who had never before experienced the vibrancy of campus life, began to feel the unique atmosphere of youthful exuberance. As he strolled, hunger began to gnaw at him, prompting him to seek out a small eatery within the campus for a meal. He arrived promptly, greeted with a warm welcome. Please hold on a moment. What would you like to eat? Our specialty is braised pork rice. How many servings would you like? Despite its modest fade, the little shop buzzed with activity. After a considerable effort, Yu Ping finally secured a seat and ordered a serving of the signature dish, observing the waitress bustling about. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the server. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Wu Jingjing, drenched in sweat, clad in grease-stained clothing. Hardly resembling the vibrant college student she was, Yu Ping paid closer attention to her, ordering several more dishes, hoping to seize the opportunity to converse with her before the eatery closed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the landscape, Wu Jingjing emerged from the small diner, her weary body betraying her exhaustion. Startled by a voice, she turned. "You're off work now, Wu Jingjing? Who are you? Do you need something? You borrowed money, are you aware? It's time to repay, or your video will be leaked. Is that what you desire? Let us change the venue for this discussion. It's not suitable here." Wu Jingjing hastily pulled Yu Ping away. They arrived at her current residence, a disheveled communal dormitory where men and women cohabited without reservation. "Wait here a moment. Let me drop off my things, and I will take you somewhere quieter." Wu Jingjing led Yu Ping to an underpass, where the atmosphere was serene. Apologetically, she began, "I'm sorry. It's quite chaotic in there, not conducive for conversation." "No worries, but why are you living here?" "I vacated my dormitory and received a substantial refund on the accommodation fees. The costs here are minimal. It's merely a place to rest, and I don't require anything more. I will repay the money in a few days. I'm doing all I can earn it." "I see you're not the type to borrow money for material gain. What led you to it?" "My father is ill and requires funds for treatment. I heard from my roommate that this place offers quick loans with minimal paperwork. I truly had no other options." "Do you realize the exorbitant interest rates associated with such loans? They clearly intend for you to remain in debt." "I understand, and I am striving to earn as much as possible. I work multiple jobs daily and even craft items at night. I have sold my phone. I am genuinely doing my utmost." As Wu Jingjing spoke, her sorrow deepened, tears streaming down her cheeks. With gentlemanly grace, Yu Ping offered her a tissue, and as she accepted it, her spirits found a measure of solace. "You are unlike them. They would not afford me such dignity. Nor would they wait for me to finish my shift. They would immediately demolish the restaurant. I am new here and uncertain of my course of action. Yet I am acutely aware of the detrimental effects of such loans. You have 3 days remaining. Otherwise, they will indeed upload your video online. What will your classmates and parents think upon seeing it?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Jingjing could no longer restrain her tears, her heart engulfed in despair. She had exerted all her efforts, yet the accumulating interest loomed over her like an insurmountable snowball. Yu Ping observed Wu Jingjing in her distress, at a loss for how to assist her. If he were to involve the police, it would undoubtedly expose the situation, provoking a premature alarm. Thus, he resolved to provide her with financial assistance. "How much do you still require? I will help you." Wu Jingjing was taken aback by this statement. Was he not there to demand repayment? Why was he offering her money instead? "Oh, I borrowed 50,000, and the interest is 30,000. I have repaid the principal entirely, but I still owe the interest. Are you willing to help me settle it? I do not have that much money. I will seek a solution. Surely there must be a way, right? If you can truly assist me, I am profoundly grateful. I will ensure that I repay you." Wu Jingjing gazed at Yu Ping, recognizing him as her sole savior. "Ninggu, do you have any funds available?" Yu Ping chose to contact Ning Ziyu between Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu to borrow money. He seemed to place more trust in him and recounted the day's events to Ning Ziyu. Without hesitation, Ning Ziyu lent the money to Yu Ping, who then sought out Wu Jingjing, instructing her to ensure that the repayment was made by tomorrow. Chapter 10. Why the next day? Yu Ping reported to Biaozi that Wu Jingjing would definitely come to repay the money that day. Biaozi looked at him, somewhat surprised. This kid had some skills. Such a difficult person to handle, and yet he had managed to track her down. "Yu Ping, come here. I'll teach you how to film a video." Biaozi opened the door and called Yu Ping out to shoot. He knew another girl must have come to borrow money, but the moment Yu Ping stepped out, he froze. The girl to be filmed was none other than Wu Jingjing. He stared at her blankly, unable to comprehend what she was doing. He had already gathered the money for her. Why was she here for a video? Couldn't she just repay the debt and be done with it? "Yu Ping, you should recognize her. Starting today, she's one of the hostesses at our little town story nightclub. Hurry up and record her introduction video. Jingjing, welcome to the team. Let's make money together. Biaozi grinned lewdly, wrapping an arm around Wu Jingjing, who stood there like a lifeless puppet, her eyes hollow and expression blank. I already gave you the money. Why are you doing this? Yu Ping whispered. I need more. What you gave me isn't enough. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. All right. Jingjing, you've seen the senior girls' videos. You know the basics, right? Let's do a quick run-through. Yu Ping, set up the camera. Biaozi bustled around the filming room, the only one enjoying himself. My name is Jingjing. I'm 19 years old, a university student. I don't have any special talents. My measurements are 88, 60, 90. After speaking, Wu Jingjing removed her clothes, presenting herself fully to the camera. Yu Ping turned away, embarrassed. Jingjing, this one tea do. Smile, and you need to strike those poses you saw in the other videos. If this footage is bad, no clients will pick you. You won't team make any money. Most importantly, you didn't team mention it. You're a virgin. That needs emphasis. And you, stop looking away. How are you supposed to film properly if you're not watching? Biaozi barked at Yu Ping. My name is Jingjing. I'm 19 years old, a university student. My measurements are 88, 60, 90. I'm a virgin. Wu Jingjing blushed and lowered her head. Fine, that LL do. Some clients like this type. Now, let us get a few poses in. As he spoke, Biaozi approached Wu Jingjing, his rough hands roaming over her pale skin. What he called teaching poses was nothing more than groping. Humiliated, Wu Jingjing let out a sharp cry. Biaozi's interest flared instantly, and he lunged at her. Seeing the situation escalate, Yu Ping quickly pulled him away. Biaozi, this virgin is worth a fortune. If you ruin her, military boss will have your head. Panting heavily, Biaozi reluctantly stood up. Wu Jingjing curled into a ball, sobbing uncontrollably. Shut up, you bitch. Finish the shoot and get out. Once you're broken in, just wait. I'll have my way with you. Biaozi yanked Wu Jingjing up, forcing her into whatever degrading pose he desired. 10 minutes later, the video was completed. Biaozi asked Yu Ping to edit it and send it to Zhang Ming. Wu Jingjing, having dressed, stood there in a daze. Here, this is the phone provided by the company for you. It must remain on 24 hours a day, ready to respond to calls at any moment. Prepare strictly according to the client's requirements. If there is even one instance of subpar performance, beware. I will send you to hell. Trembling, Wu Jingjing accepted the phone and left in a daze. Yu Ping watched her depart, his gaze lingering long after she had gone. Looks like you've taken a liking to her. No worries, you might get your share later, Biaozi remarked as he returned inside. Yu Ping hastily edited the video of Wu Jingjing and sent it to Zhang Ming. He could not fathom why Wu Jingjing would act this way. The reasons eluded him entirely. He donned his coat and went to wait for her at her residence, remaining there until evening when she finally appeared. Upon seeing the scattered cigarette butts, she realized Yu Ping had waited for her for quite some time. As Yu Ping saw her, he pulled her towards the bridge tunnel from their last encounter, questioning her with growing perplexity. Why did you do this? I've already secured the money for you. You only need to repay it. Why engage in such actions? I need money. Why do they stroll around in designer brands while I'm forced to wear clothes from years ago and work in a rundown eatery? Why do they enjoy clean, tidy university dormitories while I must live in a filthy pigsty? It's utterly unfair. Wu Jingjing shouted in fury. You aren't the kind of person. You don't care so much about material wealth, nor are you one to compare yourself to others. Why am I not? I've had enough of this life that's worse than that of pigs and dogs, of scraping by for money. I am not unattractive. Why don't I deserve a better life? While I'm still young, I have the capital. Why not seize the opportunity? Wu Jingjing, please calm down. Have you encountered some trouble? There is nothing to worry about. I will help you through this. Stop pretending to be a saint in front of me. I will repay you. They say that people like me, entering business for the first time, can earn a lot. You will be the first to be repaid. Are you out of your mind? You know that that's not what I mean. Who has fed you this nonsense? Are you beyond saving? I don't wish to awaken. I truly hope this is all a dream. Tears welled in Wu Jingjing's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Her life, indeed, felt like a nightmare. I will ask you one last time. If you persist in this belief, then so be it. I will not intervene. Leave. This is the path I desire to take, the one I long to walk. Seeing Wu Jingjing in such a state of self-destruction, Yu Ping turned and departed without looking back. Wu Jingjing watched him go, bursting into tears. She felt heartbroken for hurting the one person who genuinely cared for her, the only one who had ever shown her concern. Yuping returned to his place, furiously striking the punching bag. He could not believe that Wu Jingjing could change so drastically in a single night. Something must have influenced her. He blamed himself for his inadequacy, feeling he could only assist her in small measures. He truly wished to transform into a police officer at that very moment, sweeping everything away so that no girl like her would ever suffer harm again. Chapter 11. Waiting for you, rest assured, Brother Biao. I will take care of it immediately to ensure client satisfaction. Biao hung up the phone and promptly reached out to Wu Jingjing. Jingjing, you truly are a stroke of luck. We have a prestigious client who is exceedingly pleased with you. I will send the pertinent client information and requirements to your mobile phone. All right. I will send someone to escort you to the hotel this afternoon. Is the person who filmed that day suitable? You're being picky, but fine. Considering it's your first client, I will make an exception. Thank you, Brother Biao. Yuping, come here for a moment. Here, take my car keys and pick up Wu Jingjing for her appointment at Fenghua Hotel. She has secured a deal. Yuping stood there, momentarily at a loss, and hurriedly took the car keys before departing. He drove to Wu Jingjing's residence, waiting for her in the car. Wu Jingjing appeared at the car front, adorned in a graceful dress, devoid of any makeup, radiating purity and beauty. Throughout the journey, neither spoke a word. Yuping drove absent-mindedly, nearly causing several accidents. At precisely 3:50 p.m., he delivered Wu Jingjing to the hotel entrance. She swiftly exited the vehicle, not glancing back as she entered the hotel. Yuping gazed at her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. Was this truly the life she desired? At Fenghua Hotel, Wu Jingjing nervously knocked on room 888. The door opened to reveal a man, entirely different from what she had envisioned. She had anticipated an unkempt older gentleman, yet before her stood a polite and handsome man, around 40 years of age, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a refined stature. You must be Jingjing. Please, come in. I have been waiting for you. The man's voice was magnetic and deep, captivating in its resonance. Jingjing lowered her head as she entered. The man closed the door, a satisfied smile creeping upon his lips, which only heightened her unease. The man lifted a wine glass and inquired, "Do you drink?" Jingjing blushed and shook her head. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Don't be nervous. If you can't drink, perhaps some freshly squeezed juice? Would orange juice be acceptable?" "Thank you." Wu Jingjing accepted the glass and nervously took a few sips, seemingly recognizing her discomfort. The man refrained from further conversation, sitting at a distance with his wine glass in hand, intently focused on his computer as though Jingjing were invisible. The silence in the room was palpable, each passing second echoing in her mind. She recalled the client dossier, stating that this man was known for his cruelty and cold-heartedness. Yet, thus far, his demeanor bore no resemblance to those descriptors. As time slipped away, Wu Jingjing realized that matters could not simply conclude in this manner. She approached the man cautiously and asked, "Hello, this is my first time. What should I do next?" The man drew his attention away from the computer, his deep-set eyes locking onto Wu Jingjing's innocent gaze. Apologetically, he replied, "I'm afraid I have some urgent work to attend to. You may feel free to move about for the time being." Wu Jingjing's eyes sparkled as she spotted the book on the table, and she eagerly inquired, "Are you researching the development of anime?" The man, taken aback by her question, responded, "How so? Are you knowledgeable about it as well?" "Indeed. My choice to pursue a career in media was driven by my desire to promote the Chinese anime industry. It began with such promise, yet due to various issues, it has stagnated, leading to its current state of decline, a pity indeed." Wu Jingjing passionately articulated her views, which fueled her motivation to continue her studies. The world within anime is perfect, offering an escape from the injustices of reality, especially from parental control. The man watched her with a fond smile, clearly delighted by her articulate discourse. He found the exchange refreshing, appreciating the ease of communication with someone of her academic caliber. It seemed Wu Jingjing sensed the intensity of his gaze, abruptly reminded of her purpose for being there. "I apologize, I couldn't help myself," she said. The man, displaying gentlemanly grace, gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It's quite all right. It has been a while since I've encountered such insightful contributions. To her surprise, Wu Jingjing did not resist his unexpected gesture. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement and anticipation for what might unfold next. The man tenderly placed a silk eye mask over her eyes, whispering softly in her ear, "Wait for me." With a flushed face, she nodded, eagerly kneeling on the bed in anticipation. "You may remove it now," his magnetic voice commanded. With hopeful expectation, Wu Jingjing lifted the mask, only to be met with a chilling sight that sent a shiver down her spine. The man stood before her, impeccably dressed, with gloved hands gripping a black briefcase. The dark red reflection from its surface provoked unsettling thoughts, and as he removed his glasses, his eyes turned cold and bloodthirsty, exuding an aura of dread. Wu Jingjing's scream pierced through the hotel room, echoing down the corridor, where the staff appeared unfazed by the commotion. After what felt like an eternity, she struggled to rise, her body marred by ghastly wounds. Regardless of her exhaustion, she yearned to escape the confines of that room, quickly changing her clothes in preparation to leave. "Your tip." She noticed a stack of red bills on the table, at least 10,000 yuan. "Thank you. May I take this bottle of wine with me? You have a good eye. That bottle is worth more than the tip." "Take it," he replied. Stumbling out of the hotel, Wu Jingjing nearly fainted at the entrance. Yu Ping caught her, lifting her into the car. Surprised to see him, she asked, You didn't go back?" "I waited for you. I'll take you home." "I don't want to go home. I want to see the sea. Is that all right?" "Very well. I shall take you there." Before long, they arrived at the coastline. "Would you like to step out and see the ocean?" "Yes, I'll go to the beach and look at the sea." Left alone in the car, Wu Jingjing broke down, crying out in despair. Hearing her cries, Yu Ping turned to return, but then hesitated, pausing in his tracks. Wu Jingjing burst into tears, striking herself in a frenzy, wishing she could inflict mortal harm upon herself. She seized a bottle of liquor and took several hearty swigs. It was her first encounter with alcohol. Under the influence of the intoxicating elixir, the pain that had plagued her began to dissipate. Indeed, alcohol proved to be a wondrous remedy. With a bottle in hand, she stumbled over to Yu Ping, who, upon witnessing her state, inquired, "Why have you taken to drinking?" "What of it?" She retorted, "Drinking is splendid. It allows one to forget everything, to erase all memories. Had I known it was this delightful, I would have begun drinking long ago. Yet, why are there so many wounds upon you? Allow me to take you to the hospital." "No need for that. What is this little pain in comparison? Please, do not move. Let me rest against you for a moment. Why have you never inquired about my feelings? Am I still your daughter?" Jingjing murmured, her voice so faint that Yu Ping could scarcely hear her. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sea breeze turned cool, Yu Ping gently asked, "Have you fallen asleep?" Wu Jingjing? Jingjing? Leaning against Yu Ping's shoulder, she succumbed to slumber, with no choice but to carry her to his modest rented apartment. Yu Ping tended to her visible wounds, tucked her under the covers, and then took to the sofa himself, wrapping himself in another blanket to rest. Chapter 12. What does it truly mean? The following morning, the blinding sunlight roused Yu Ping from his slumber on the sofa. Glancing around the bedroom, he noted the silence that enveloped the space. Rising to refresh himself, he meandered into the kitchen, feeling somewhat perplexed. His culinary skills were lacking, and he pondered what to do about breakfast. Wu Jingjing awoke to the clattering sounds outside, her head pounding from the previous night's revelry. As she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of confusion washed over her. After adjusting her attire, she stepped out and spotted Yu Ping bustling in the kitchen. Realization dawning that she was indeed staying at his home. "What are you doing? Are you trying to blow up the kitchen?" she exclaimed. "You're awake. Is your head hurting? You drank quite a bit yesterday. You fell asleep on the beach, and there was no choice but to have you stay here." "Don't worry. I slept on the sofa," he replied. "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't mean to trouble you. Where you sleep is inconsequential," Wu Jingjing responded nonchalantly. "Here, have something to eat. I can only make noodles, so please bear with me," he offered. Well, as long as there is food, she accepted. The two sat at the dining table, silently consuming their noodles. Yu Ping observed Wu Jingjing's expressionless face, unsure of what to say. If you don't want to go back, it's perfectly fine to stay here. I can manage at the office," he ventured. "Please, there is no need for that." After I finish eating, I'll head back, she reassured him. I didn't mean to push you away. It's just I struggle with words sometimes. Please don't be upset, he stammered. It's all right. I've troubled you enough. After our meal, could you give me a ride home? She requested. In the car, silence lingered between them. Yu Ping yearned to shatter the awkwardness, but found himself at a loss for words. It was Wu Jingjing who broke the silence first. Thank you for yesterday. In the future, let us avoid unnecessary contact, she stated. As those words left her lips, Yu Ping instantly regretted his previous agreement. Why did I acquiesce to that? What was wrong with me? Before he could collect his thoughts, they arrived at her destination. Wu Jingjing bid him farewell and exited the vehicle. As Yu Ping drove back, his mind was consumed with images of her in her dress and the moment she had drifted off to sleep on his shoulder. Each recollection brought him a sense of joy, yet the memory of her distress from the previous day tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Brother Biao, I have something to ask you, he began. What is it? Came the reply. Who was that client from yesterday? Why were they so ruthless? Do you understand the rules? You shouldn't pry into a client's privacy. Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. I know, but I'm simply curious. Ah, you're still young. Girls like that aren't worth it, Yu Ping. After spending time with you, I feel compelled to advise you as an older brother. Steer clear of Wu Jingjing. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking. All right, I don't know much either. Rumor has it. He is a powerful individual who has a penchant for young women. He spare no expense to win them over, but he has a violent streak. There was an incident where he hospitalized a girl, breaking 3 of her ribs. Yet his lavish spending still attracts many to his side. It is said that he is quite satisfied with Wu Jingjing. This young girl must have endured considerable hardship and is indeed a pitiable soul. After listening to this, Yu Ping left in a huff, struggling to fathom the tribulations this girl must have faced within the hotel and pondering what assistance he could possibly offer her. In the public bathhouse, Wu Jingjing frantically scrubbed her body, hoping to wash away the filth with shower gel. But was that truly feasible? It was impossible. The wounds upon her skin and in her heart would never heal in a lifetime. She curled up, weeping loudly. A friend who had come with her approached and inquired, Jingjing, what's wrong? Are you all right? Yet, Wu Jingjing seemed oblivious to her presence, continuing to cry, lost in her sorrow. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, her gaze icy and penetrating, as if she had come to a profound realization in that fleeting moment. Yu Ping, clutching his phone, contemplated inquiring about Wu Jingjing's condition, but was at a loss for words. His hand, betraying him, dialed her number. Hello, is there something you need? A cold voice responded from the other end. It's nothing really. I just wanted to ask if your injuries have improved. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. Please refrain from contacting me unless necessary. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Yu Ping in a state of bewilderment, pondering where he had gone wrong to evoke such animosity from her. Time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed without any communication between them. Yu Ping found himself incessantly revolving his phone in hand each day, wishing to call Wu Jingjing, but lacking the courage, yet yearning to reach out and ascertain how she had been faring. Sales champion is out. I want to bet, come on, pay up. The raucous voices from outside jolted Yu Ping from his reverie, prompting him to peek outside in curiosity. What is all this commotion about? Oh, just a little wager. Making some pocket money. What did you wager? The sales champion. I guessed correctly. It's Wu Jingjing, who successfully completed 10 transactions in half a month. That girl has struck it rich. Yu Ping stood there, stunned. 10 transactions in half a month? Was she out of her mind? Was she truly willing to go to such lengths for money? Ding, ding, ding. This number. Yu Ping swiftly answered the phone, and the voice he had been longing to hear resonated on the other end. Do you have time this Sunday? Yes. I'm free all day. Let us go to the amusement park. I've never been before. Is that all right? Sure, no problem. How can I pick you up early? All right, I'll be waiting. Yu Ping could hardly contain his joy, but as thoughts of Wu Jingjing's recent experiences crept into his mind, he found himself questioning what her true intentions might be. Chapter 13. The amusement park. Early on Sunday morning, Yu Ping had prepared himself and was waiting downstairs for Wu Jingjing. He had even made a special effort to dress up, resembling a young boy in love. Wu Jingjing bounced down the stairs, clad in a sporty outfit. Though it lacked the allure of a dress, it was undeniably charming. The pink sports attire beautifully complemented her fair skin, and the small white bag slung over her shoulder added a playful touch. Yu Ping was momentarily captivated by her. She was simply delightful and exceptionally beautiful. "Have you been waiting long? Let us set off," Wu Jingjing said, her face beaming with joy as she gazed at Yu Ping. "Let us go," he replied eagerly. In stark contrast to their previous interactions, the two were now engaged in lively conversation in the car, discussing the latest gossip and sharing childhood anecdotes, their hearts wide open to one another. As Yu Ping looked at the girl beside him, he realized she was just a simple girl with beautiful dreams and innocent happiness. Amidst their laughter, they arrived at the amusement park. Wu Jingjing pulled out her phone and exclaimed, "Let us go. I've already bought the tickets." "You got them so quickly," Yu Ping responded, astonished. The amusement park was bustling with visitors on a Sunday. Without prior reservations, acquiring tickets was nearly impossible. "You are so meticulous," he complimented. "Come on, just stick with me today. I've planned everything out. We can't miss any attraction," she declared, and together they joyfully dashed into the amusement park. Both were first-time visitors, and as they immersed themselves in the carefree laughter surrounding them, all thoughts of responsibilities and transactions faded away. They simply wished to relax and revel in the whimsy and joy of the moment. "Let us go take a photo with Mickey. There aren't too many people around now." "Hurry," Wu Jingjing said, pulling Yu Ping's hand as she sprinted ahead. Yu Ping felt a jolt of surprise, quickly followed by an uncontrollable happiness. Indeed, having a plan made a difference. The lines were short, and they waited less than 5 minutes before it was their turn. They joyfully posed with Mickey, appearing as a blissful young couple. As they moved on to the next attractions, their hands remained intertwined. They experienced the thrilling pirate ship ride, the enchanting carousel, and the joyous parade together. Yet for Yu Ping, the highlight was undoubtedly the eerie haunted house. Wu Jingjing screamed while burying herself into his embrace, and he soothed her with calm reassurances, his heart brimming with joy. Time flew by swiftly in their happiness, and soon they found themselves waiting in front of the fairy tale castle for the final entertainment, the fireworks display. Wu Jingjing turned to Yu Ping, smiling as she asked, "Did you enjoy today?" "Absolutely. I had an amazing time," he replied. "Will you remember today? Will you remember me?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling. "Of course. I will remember for a lifetime," Yu Ping exclaimed. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt he might have gone too far and quickly added, "I didn't mean a lifetime. I just meant I will always remember. I don't know how to express it, but I want to forget." Wu Jingjing looked at him, her laughter bubbling forth at his earnestness. 3, 2, 1. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating the night with a kaleidoscope of colors. Wu Jingjing observed the shifting hues on Yu Ping's face, tiptoeing gracefully towards him, and gently pressed a kiss upon his cheek. Yu Ping was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning of this gesture, questioning his whereabouts, and recalling the events that had just transpired. In astonishment, he turned to gaze at Wu Jingjing, who, with her head tilted back, regarded him with her twinkling eyes. Once more, she rose on her toes, and her delicate lips met his, before she leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "I want you to remember me for a lifetime." Yu Ping stood there, dazed, as he touched his lips, still warmed by the lingering essence and fragrance of Wu Jingjing. Everything had come so suddenly. It was as if happiness had arrived in an unexpected rush. On the way home, Yu Ping found himself grinning foolishly, observing his demeanor. Wu Jingjing felt a tumult of emotions within her. She was uncertain whether her actions were appropriate or if they would impact Yu Ping's future. However, Yu Ping was elated, akin to a boy who had aced an exam, unable to contain his laughter. Upon reaching Wu Jingjing's residence, she gifted him a charming keychain, a souvenir from the amusement park. "What did you buy this?" "I didn't get you anything," he remarked. "It's nothing, just for you. Please take good care of it," she replied. "Of course, I will cherish it. Next time, I'll get you something," he promised. As she watched Yu Ping drive away, Wu Jingjing silently reflected, there will be no next time. Once home, Yu Ping held the keychain, repeatedly replaying the day's events in his mind. He was unaware of the moment when Wu Jingjing had woven herself into the fabric of his heart. Was it the first time she had shed tears in front of him? The first time she had smiled through her tears? Or perhaps the first time she had fallen asleep on his shoulder? In any case, she had firmly entered his life. and Yu Ping had no intention of letting her go. Clutching the keychain, he drifted into a blissful slumber, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 14, her story early the next morning. Yu Ping eagerly awaited at the entrance of the amusement park. As soon as the doors opened, he dashed into the souvenir shop. Hello, do you have this keychain in a couple's design? Ah, yes, we do. Here it is. Yes, that's the one. Please. I would like to pay. Clutching the couple's keychain, Yu Ping could hardly contain his excitement as he called Wu Jingjing. Jingjing, where are you? I have a gift for you. Is this Yu Ping? A strange woman's voice answered from the other end of the line. I am Yu Ping. Who are you? Where is Jingjing? I am a good friend of Jingjing. Hello, could you please let Jingjing take the call? The voice hesitated, then gathered the courage to speak. Jingjing. She has passed away. What are you saying? We were just at the amusement park yesterday. She was so happy. You must be joking. Jingjing took sleeping pills last night and committed suicide. This morning, her roommate found her. Her body was already cold. What? What? The keychain slipped from Yu Ping's grasp, falling to the ground, akin to his heart plunging into the abyss, descending into despair. Yu Ping, are you still there? This is impossible, impossible. I refuse to believe it. You must be lying. I am at the funeral home. If you come now, you can see Jingjing one last time. Yu Ping hung up and drove with fervent urgency towards the funeral home. He stumbled inside, gazing at Wu Jingjing, still clad in the sportswear from the previous day. The only difference was that her once rosy cheeks now bore the pallor of death. The events of the past 2 days felt overwhelming, too rapid for him to process, invading both his mind and heart with a frenzy. You must be Yu Ping. I am Jingjing's fellow villager. My name is Wu Yu. What on earth happened? Here. This is a letter Jingjing left for you. It likely contains all your unanswered questions. Trembling, Yu Ping accepted the letter but hesitated to open it. Unwilling to confront the harsh reality, he sank to the ground, watching as the staff wheeled Jingjing away. Jingjing was a pitiful girl, Wu Yu continued. She once told me you were the only light in her life. Hearing those words deepened Yu Ping's anguish. Everything had transpired too swiftly for him to bear. Wu Yu slowly sat beside him and asked, would you like to hear Jingjing's story? Yu Ping nodded vigorously. Jingjing and I were childhood friends, growing up together. Her birth was, in essence, a tragedy. Her life has been a continuous nightmare. My parents told me that Jingjing's brother was frail and sickly from a young age. One year, a barefoot doctor visited the village and predicted he would not survive past 5, urging them to have another child, assuring them it would be a healthy boy. In defiance of the risk of fines, Jingjing's parents hastily conceived her, but upon discovering she was a girl, they nearly abandoned her at the hospital. It was only due to the village chief's pressure that they brought Jingjing home. However, 5 years later, his brother remained in good health, even thriving, and it became evident to them that the barefoot doctor was nothing more than a charlatan. Their resentment shifted towards Jingjing. Upon hearing these revelations, Yu Ping clenched his fists tightly, realizing the tumultuous upbringing Jingjing had endured and questioning why she had to face such hardships in adulthood. When it came time for schooling, it was only through the assistance of her homeroom teacher that Jingjing was able to continue her education. Otherwise, she would have long been forced to drop out and toil in the fields. She excelled academically, becoming the first person from their village to gain admission to university. Conversely, her brother, due to his health issues in childhood, was pampered by their parents, leading him to a life of idleness and a gambling addiction. Jingjing's attendance at the Media University was contingent upon her promise to her parents that she would secure the highest scholarships annually and contribute 1,000 yuan monthly to the household. This concession was reluctantly granted. When her father fell ill, why did they turn to him for financial assistance? Where could she possibly find such sums each month? In truth, when her father became ill, the money had already been gathered, but on the eve of their hospital visit, it was stolen by her brother, who used it to settle his gambling debts. Her parents, fearing he would refuse to help, exaggerated her father's condition when contacting him. Jingjing, naive as she was, resorted to borrowing money through exploitative means. Listening to this, Yu Ping's anger surged within him. How could such a family exist, one that was so indifferent to life and death? Do you recall the 30,000 yuan you helped raise for him? I remember I borrowed it from someone, fearing she might stray onto a dark path. Yet in the span of a night, everything changed. That 30,000 was seized by her brother, who had come with those who demanded gambling debts. He informed that group that Jingjing would be responsible for repaying his debts. Her parents even contacted him, insisting that he must assist in clearing her brother's debts, lest he perish. Jingjing spent an entire night in turmoil, ultimately resolving to venture into business. Yuping suddenly sprang to his feet, furiously pounding the wall. "I will wait for them. I refuse to believe they will not show up after their daughter, his sister, has died. I will make them pay. They will not come." She replied, "I spoke with them over the phone. Their father claimed Jingjing's death was a suicide, preventing her from being buried in the ancestral grave, as it would disturb the peace of their ancestors. He told me to find any place to bury her." Are these the words of father? No. Are these the words of a human being? This is not all. They primarily inquired if Jingjing had left any money behind, insisting that it be given to them, for they are her biological parents. Money, money, money. They are fixated on money. Even in death, they only think of money. No, I must confront them. I must avenge Jingjing. With that, he moved to storm out. Wu Yu seized him. "You cannot go. This is not what Jingjing would have wanted. Let her depart in peace." Yuping sank to the ground, biting his lip to stifle his tears, unwilling for Jingjing to witness his sorrow in her final moments. He cradled Jingjing's ashes, and he and Wu Yu resolved to grant her happiness, choosing the seaside where they had last been together. Facing the ocean, Jingjing was finally free, no longer bound by constraints or limitations. She had achieved her freedom at last. Upon returning home, Yuping opened the letter left for him by Wu Jingjing. "Yuping, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed from this world. My existence has always been a mistake, so let us hasten to conclude this error. I know I should not have entangled myself with you. I should have quietly slipped away, but I could not bring myself to do so. The day I accompanied you to the amusement park was the happiest moment of my life, yet also filled me with profound guilt. In our next life, may you find me sooner, so I can offer my apologies. Yuping, I love you." Yuping gazed at the words on the page, overwhelmed with tears. Chapter 15. The Walking Dead at the Green City Public Security Bureau. Tai Jing wrapped his arm around Ning Ziyu's shoulder. "Has Yuping been in touch with you recently?" "No. Hasn't he been reporting to you about his matters?" "This scoundrel. It's been a week without news. It's inconvenient to call him. Could something have happened?" "That seems unlikely. We've been keeping a close watch from the outside. Perhaps we should pay him a visit." "All right, let's go there shortly." In Yuping's rented apartment. "Hello. Is anyone home? We are from the property management, and someone has complained about a leak. We're here to take a look." Tai Jing pushed the door, which swung open on its own, revealing a stench that filled the air, reeking of alcohol. They slowly closed the door and drew back the curtains, searching through a pile of empty bottles for Yuping. "Yuping, where are you? Who is it? So noisy." A voice of irritation emanated from the fridge. Upon peering around, they discovered Yuping sitting inside, bleary-eyed, clearly awakened by the noise. "Oh, Captain Tai, Brother Ning has come. Come on in. Make yourselves comfortable." Tai Jing surveyed the room and asked, "Where should we sit?" They hastily pulled Yuping from the fridge and tossed him onto the sofa. "What on earth happened to you? Why have you drunk so much?" "It's nothing. Have you two noticed? Alcohol is truly a good thing. After drinking, everything can be forgotten. You're just sitting here drinking. What about the mission?" "What mission?" "I don't remember." Tai Jing raised his hand to strike Yuping, but Ning Ziyu intervened, pulling him aside. "Calm down. Let me talk to him." Ning Ziyu sat beside Yuping and gently spoke. "I don't know what you're going through, but if you wish to share, we are here to listen. If you prefer not to, that is fine too. However, one thing to remember is that we are police officers and must learn to self-regulate. Not just for ourselves, but for the public." "What police? I haven't graduated. I haven't even attended school. I'm not a police officer, nor do I intend to be one. That is a heavy burden I cannot bear." "Cannot bear it? Then why did you accept the task? You were so confident back then, insisting you would complete it." "Brother Ning, have you noticed? It's easy to talk big. The weight of responsibility is something else." Tai Jing couldn't hold back any longer. "You little scoundrel. I saw you as a man back then, willing to take on any risk for the sake of becoming a police officer, full of your own ideas. We placed all our hopes on you. Now you say all this. Tell me, are you still a police officer? Do you still wish to be one? Police? What is that? What use is it if I can't even protect the woman I love?" He burst into tears. Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu exchanged glances. Seeing Yuping in such despair reminded Ning Ziyu of himself 3 years ago, when he helplessly watched his girlfriend perish before his eyes. The pain and helplessness were beyond description. Yu Ping recounted the events of the past few days in detail, and it seemed as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. After the sorrow came a surge of anger. Captain Tai, I am determined to apprehend them. I wish for Jingjing to feel secure. We shall undoubtedly capture them. Yet given the current circumstances, we must exercise patience, lurking in their vicinity to ensnare the larger prey that lies ahead. I cannot afford to wait any longer. The sooner, the better. My desire is to take them into custody immediately. Yipping, I empathize with your urgency. I too am anxious. However, we must refrain from hasty actions, as they may lead to peril. Captain Tai, I have a strategy to detain Biaozi first. I concur with Yipping's perspective. After such an extended period without leads, perhaps a calculated disturbance might provoke a reaction. Ning Ziyu chimed in agreement, and after some contemplation, Captain Tai deemed this course of action feasible. Chapter 16. Preparation. What assistance do you require? We shall coordinate it for you. Tai, I need comprehensive information on Wang Jing, as detailed as possible. Also, Ning, I wish to learn some techniques of hypnotic suggestion from you. Time is of the essence, and I must resort to unconventional methods. For the sake of Jingjing, I have no choice but to take risks. Very well. 3 days later, Tai Jing presented the intricate dossier on Wang Jing to Yu Ping. Wang Jing had met with an untimely demise during a gang conflict a decade ago, though the police had long harbored suspicions of foul play. His death had ultimately led to the apprehension of Wang Dajuan. Wang Jing was known for his impulsive nature, lacking subtlety, and was deeply loyal to his comrades. He had intended to leave this life behind, but return for the sake of a brother, only to face this tragic end. Or his habits and characteristics. How might I sway Wang Dajuan? Let me think. I recall having captured a subordinate of Wang Jing's, who mentioned some details about him. One moment. I shall call Ding Ling Ning. If I wish to create a swift illusion that I am Wang Jing, what should I do? First, your actions must not be overt. Being too conspicuous may lead to exposure, and the impact will be minimal. Subtly incorporate your unique traits rather than displaying them overtly. Furthermore, employ the Rosenthal effect. Wait, Ning, what is that? What does Rosenthal effect mean? The Rosenthal effect posits that the power of expectation can be harnessed through behavior and language to create anticipatory responses. By uttering certain key phrases paired with specific actions, one can elicit the desired reaction from the subject, leading them to perceive you as the reincarnation of Wang Jing. However, this remains mere theory unless put into practice. Otherwise, one will never grasp its true essence. Tai Jing approached slowly, holding his phone, and said, Here, this is the inquiry transcript from Ding Ling. Take a look and see if there's anything useful. Yu Ping took the phone and scrutinized it intently. Observe. He repeatedly mentioned locations such as hot pot restaurants, mahjong parlors, and bathing centers. I surmise Wang Jing had a penchant for spicy food and enjoyed playing mahjong. As for the bathing center, it likely served as a venue for illicit encounters. Perhaps he frequented a particular establishment where he had an acquaintance. You are correct. I share the same sentiment. However, given the passage of time, tracing that woman may prove futile. Tai Jing nodded in agreement. In truth, these few distinctive traits are sufficient. Being overly comprehensive may seem contrived, Ning Ziyu remarked. Ning I Gonkur. Fortunately, I possess similar characteristics, which I can amplify to capture Wang Dajuan's attention. In the coming days, Wang Dajuan has instructed me to visit several long-standing clients. I shall see what further information I can uncover. Agreed. I have one condition. If anything seems amiss, cease all actions immediately and retreat. That is an order, Tai Jing stated sternly. Rest assured, Tai Ning. Observing Yu Ping, Tai Jing, and Ning Ziyu. An overwhelming sense of unease enveloped them. This was not merely due to Yu Ping's inexperience and impulsive nature. More critically, it was his intense desire for vengeance against Wang Dajuan that raised their concerns. They could not afford to lose even a single member. Thus, they repeatedly urged Yu Ping to prioritize his safety and adhere to commands. Chapter 17. Invitation to the Trap. Yu Ping learned from Wang Dajuan's old clients that Wang Jing had been a troublemaker since childhood, known for his brawling tendencies. Whenever his name was mentioned in the streets, parents would hurriedly usher their children home. He had few friends, but was fiercely loyal to those he did have, willing to go to great lengths for them. Wang Jing's demise was a devastating blow to Wang Dajun, who had cherished him as a late-life son. Although he had devoted much care to Wang Jing since childhood, his overindulgence had led to a lack of discipline. After Yu Ping departed, he had inquired extensively about Wang Jing. Upon receiving the information, Zhang Ming hung up the phone and sent a text message to inform Yu Ping that he had been investigating Wang Jing and asked whether they should inform the military chief. The response was a firm no. Yu Ping should not be hindered in his endeavors. In Wang Dajun's office, Yu Ping knocked before entering and addressed him, "Military chief. Everything is in order. The price remains the same, though there may be a chance for an increase. Is that so? Well done. What reward would you like?" "I seek no rewards, merely an outlet for my pent-up energy. It has been a while since I last fought, and I feel restless," Yu Ping replied, rubbing his hands together. Wang Dajun paused, momentarily taken aback by the familiar smile on Yu Ping's face, feeling a fleeting sense of nostalgia. Quickly regaining his composure, he responded, "No problem. I will arrange that for you. That works for me. It's been quite some time, and I've made few friends here, which only intensifies my desire to fight. Alas, I must acknowledge my own temper. I struggle to integrate into the group," Yu Ping lamented, absent-mindedly touching his head. Wang Dajun observed Yu Ping, feeling an odd blend of familiarity and strangeness. "You need a change. How will you establish yourself in society like this?" "As long as I follow the military chief, I am certain of a prosperous life," Yu Ping said, touching his nose, utilizing his gestures to capture Wang Dajun's attention and evoke different sentiments. "Yu Ping, for the next few days, do not return to Biaozi. Handle some matters here for me, and I will have Zhang Ming inform him," Wang Dajun instructed. "Understood, military chief," Yu Ping replied. In the following days, Yu Ping inadvertently revealed similarities to Wang Jing, causing Wang Dajun to often gaze at him, feeling as though Wang Jing had never left his side. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Yu Ping decided to discuss certain matters with Wang Dajun. "Military chief, upon recent observations, I have noticed that Biaozi's clientele is rather singular. Our city boasts numerous universities and a plethora of female students, particularly from the Green City Film Academy, where beauty abounds and spending is lavish. Why have they not become our clients? The Film Academy is under different management. Their interest rates are lower than ours, and they offer higher commissions to intermediaries, making it challenging for us to penetrate their ranks. Military chief, if we can facilitate their entry, the intermediaries would struggle to find a market, thus redirecting their business to us. Please take a look at this." Yu Ping handed Wang Dajun a stack of photographs, revealing Zhang Feng, the head of the Film Academy's predatory lending operation, depicted amidst a violent clash, reduced to a mere shadow of a person hastily buried by the roadside. "What is this? I have been tracking him for some time, and, by chance, I stumbled upon this matter and captured it with a photograph. Zhang Feng will surely face a sentence of at least 10 years, or I could leverage the photo to coerce him into relinquishing his territory. You possess quite the audacity. It seems you have managed to dig up such information. Primarily, I feel there is no future to be found with Biaozi, and thus, I must seek opportunities for myself. I have also established contact with an intermediary from the Film Academy, who is exceedingly eager about our collaboration." "Ha ha!" Wang Dajun laughed heartily, joyfully patting Yu Ping on the shoulder. "This task shall be entrusted to you. If you succeed, you will directly oversee the matters pertaining to the naked loans henceforth." Zhang Ming overheard everything clearly and discreetly slipped away to a secluded spot to report back to the person on the other end of the line. A woman's voice responded, assuring him that it was fine and instructing Yu Ping to continue, while subtly advising him to inform Biaozi to turn against them. Chapter 18. The schemes of a beauty. Upon learning of Yu Ping and Wang Dajun's intentions from Zhang Ming, Biaozi was consumed with rage. He felt an urgent need to confront Yu Ping and deliver a thorough beating to relieve his frustration. Having considered him a brother, he was deeply hurt by Yu Ping's betrayal. However, addressing the issue at hand was paramount. Biaozi was acquainted with the intermediary at the Film Academy. Yet out of respect for Zhang Feng, he had refrained from making contact. Given that Yu Ping had managed to reach out, he resolved to do the same and arranged a meeting with the intermediary. The two agreed to meet at room 501 the 7 Sierra Leonean Lyons Hotel. Biaozi pondered why they would choose a hotel for their rendezvous, wondering if he would be at a disadvantage. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that the intermediary was an enchanting female instructor. If anything were to transpire, he believed he would not come out empty-handed, so he readily agreed to the meeting. The intermediary, known as Sister Wan, was an alluring, mature woman. Prior to Biaozi's outreach, Tai Jing had already sought her assistance under the pretext of aiding her in court to mitigate her punishment. In room 501 of the 7 Sierra Leonean Leone's Hotel, Biaozi awaited Sister Wan with a face full of anticipation, unaware that a covert police operation was being orchestrated against him. With a beaming smile, Sister Wan knocked on the door. "Sorry for the wait," she said in a sweet, melodious tone. Biaozi instantly lost himself, rendered speechless, and only able to respond with silly laughter. "I tidied up a bit. After all, I am meeting a client, and I couldn't appear too careless. I wonder what brings Brother Biaozi to me this time. It's about the loan issue. I heard Yu Ping contacted you, and you agreed to provide him with resources, correct?" "Indeed, he offered a price and a kickback that I couldn't refuse," Biaozi replied. "Sister Wan, what Yu Ping promised you, I can offer as well, and I'm willing to increase your commission by 10%. What do you think? 10% increase? Would the military lord agree to that? Be careful with your promises. A man's words can be deceptive." As she spoke, her hands roamed restlessly over Biaozi's chest, igniting a fervor within him as he gasped for breath. "Sister Wan, the kickback is indeed controlled by the military lord, but I am my own master in this regard. I am quite adept in that area," he declared as he began to explore her figure with his hands. Taking his hand, Sister Wan whispered softly in his ear, "Why don't you freshen up first? I'll be waiting for you. If you serve me well, everything can be negotiated." Like a man electrified, Biaozi rushed into the bathroom, eager to prepare himself. However, the moment he stepped out, he was apprehended by the police. Bewildered, he shouted, "What are you doing?" "You're arresting the wrong person. You are being arrested for attempted rape." Biaozi was taken to the police station, where he saw Sister Wan sobbing, leaving him utterly confused about the unfolding situation. In the Special Investigation Unit, he protested, "Officers, I am innocent. She was the one who invited me. She seduced me. I am not at fault. We did not bring you in for that reason." "Reflect on your actions," an officer replied. "I have always abided by the law and have done nothing wrong. You must have made a mistake. You are wrongly accusing an innocent person." The officer then presented evidence against him, displaying footage of Biaozi inappropriately touching Wu Jingjing and images of her in compromising situations. Biaozi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Yu Ping had laid a trap for him, enticing him to leap into it. He could only blame his own foolishness and impatience for not thoroughly investigating before plunging in. "Go ahead, say what you need to say. You must have figured it out by now. There was nothing of consequence to discuss. It was merely the matter depicted in the photographs. Whatever judgment is to be made, let be. I am indifferent." Biaozi adopted a nonchalant demeanor, dismissing the situation with an air of bravado. "You think you can remain silent and endure this? We possess far more information than what those photographs reveal. If you confess now, it would be considered leniency, so contemplate this. If you divulge the mastermind behind this, it would work to your advantage," Ding Ling urged. "Since you already know everything, why question me further? Will a confession really lessen my sentence? If I remain silent, will my punishment increase? I am unconcerned. In this world, loyalty is paramount, and if you truly had so many leads, you wouldn't be interrogating me here," Biaozi retorted, a smug smile creeping onto his face as he regarded Ding Ling. Ding Ling observed Biaozi, a quintessential example of a defiant individual unperturbed by the heat of the moment. Biaozi was acutely aware that as long as he held his tongue, Wang Dajuan would find a way to extricate him and ensure the well-being of his family. However, should he speak, his family would face dire consequences. Ding Ling relayed Biaozi's situation to Tai Jing, who instructed that personnel be assigned to conduct continuous interrogations without any relaxation. Chapter 19. Return. What is happening? Has he given up? It has been a week. This person is truly obstinate, refusing to speak. Two policemen stood outside, smoking and discussing. With the time spent here, they could have searched for more clues or investigated his family, shouted Tai Jing of the Special Investigation Team. The team found themselves in a predicament. Although they had captured an important suspect, they had yet to obtain any substantial evidence. They could only watch helplessly as the true villain roamed free. Biaozi had been detained for a week, maintaining an unyielding demeanor, repeatedly uttering the same few phrases. One person does the crime. One person bears the consequences. If you have the ability, convict me. When I get out, I will still be a man. He made no mention of Wang Dajuan, firmly believing that Wang would rescue him, and despite any potential abandonment, he would not forsake his family. However, outside, Wang Dajuan was in a state of disarray. Upon learning of Biaozi's arrest, he panicked but felt relieved when he discovered it was for attempted rape. It seemed the business of usury would have to be entrusted entirely to Yuping. Yet, Biaozi remained imprisoned, and the police department was exceedingly tight-lipped, leaving Wang increasingly anxious. He quickly reported to his associates, ensuring that nothing was left to chance, and summoned that woman back from abroad. "I have always wanted only you," a distorted, lecherous man proclaimed, scrutinizing the woman before him. Terrified, she trembled, glancing at the precarious position of her brothers suspended in midair. With no other choice, she resigned herself to the man as whims. Like a marionette, she followed him into a dimly lit room, where he greedily began to strip her of her clothing. Tears streamed down her face as she closed her eyes in despair. When she opened them, she was met with the man's lascivious grin. Suddenly, the woman awoke in first class, drenched in sweat and trembling, frozen in place. The flight attendant hurried over, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" The woman glanced around, realizing she was on a plane. It had all been a nightmare, one that continued to haunt her despite the passage of time. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to steady her thoughts. "Me fine. Could you please bring me a glass of water?" "Thank you." The spring breeze flowed gently, the sun shining brightly as the CH-469 flight from the United States arrived at Green City International Airport. A young woman emerged from the aircraft, her exquisite features, perfect figure, and sleek black ponytail accentuated by a fitted black professional outfit, exuding confidence. Following closely behind her were strikingly handsome assistants. Without a glance aside, she made her way to the underground parking garage and entered an Alfa Romeo. This woman was Lin Ziqing, the newly appointed financial director and legal advisor of the Sihai Group. The Sihai Group stands as the largest international trade conglomerate in Lavayuan City, boasting a market value in the hundreds of billions. Positions such as chief financial officer and legal advisor have always been fiercely contested by shareholders. This time, Liang Sihai, wielding a decisive vote, ensured Lin Ziqing's election, which inevitably aroused suspicions regarding the nature of their relationship. Lin Ziqing's presence undoubtedly introduces greater possibilities to this case. Despite her youth, she possesses a profound depth of character. The murky waters surrounding this case will only become increasingly muddied, and as for the truth, it is likely to become more elusive. Chapter 20. High profile, she is Lin Ziqing, truly youthful, possessing a face reminiscent of a fox. How else could she have captured the admiration of President Liang? The company's tea room has always been a hub for employees to indulge in gossip, and Lin Ziqing's remarkable presence certainly has become the topic of conversation lately. Many speculate that Lin Ziqing is the mistress of Liang Sihai, having returned to seize control of the company's vital operations, with the intention of displacing the legitimate spouse and ascending to prominence. Indeed, it is rather astonishing that at such a tender age, Lin Ziqing has been entrusted with two significant positions, prompting skepticism. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, it invites a plethora of fanciful notions. Lin Ziqing is not merely an ordinary beauty. She's a paragon of stunning allure, her beauty unforgettable at first glance. Particularly those captivating fox-like eyes that entice at first sight, mesmerize at second, and ensnare at third. Men are enchanted, while women harbor resentment. Throughout her life, any achievement she attained was often attributed to her beauty. Initially troubled by this perception, Lin Ziqing eventually grew accustomed to it, realizing that beauty is not a fault. She cherishes her own allure, while others can voice their opinions. Upon her arrival at Sihai Group, Lin Ziqing's first act was to report to the chairman's office. Upon seeing her enter, Liang Sihai instructed his secretary, "No one is to enter my office without my consent," and with that, he slammed the door shut. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Liang Sihai even locked the door. Once inside the office, Lin Ziqing shed her coat and languidly reclined on the sofa. "Why did you lock the door?" she inquired, puzzled. "I wish to keep our relationship private. It could reflect poorly on us." "Did you enjoy your time abroad?" Liang Sihai explained. "It was fine. I might have stayed longer had you not rushed me," Lin Ziqing replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. "But something came up. Binbin is unable to handle the situation, hence my urgency to find you," Liang Sihai said with a smile. "Binbin is your cherished son. What could he possibly not manage? Besides, isn't it merely a matter of auditing? That should be easy to resolve," Lin Ziqing remarked. "There is also an issue over there that requires your intervention," Liang Sihai whispered confidentially in her ear. "I've heard about the sensational case of the unidentified female corpse while on the plane. However, our established protocols over the years would not be so hasty as to implicate us," Lin Ziqing stated confidently. "It is always prudent to exercise caution," Liang Sihai advised. "Very well, I shall handle it," Lin Ziqing affirmed. "President Liang Zhang, the head of the sales department, is waiting for you outside with several contracts that require your signature," the secretary announced via phone. "Let him in," Liang Sihai instructed. "Then I shall take my leave. I will address the matters over there. Rest assured, my President Liang," Lin Ziqing teased. At that moment, Zhang entered, noticing Lin Ziqing donning her coat, seemingly grasping the situation. He hastily approached Liang Sihai. "President Liang, here are the receipts for several contracts from last week. Kindly sign them." "All right, signed. Take them away," Liang Sihai replied nonchalantly. Zhang and Lin Ziqing exited Liang Sihai's office, and Zhang felt as though he had stumbled upon a juicy tidbit, eager to return and share the news with his subordinates. "I recently visited the chairman's office to affix my signature, and you wouldn't believe what I witnessed." Zhang, in a hushed tone, inquired about my discovery. The spirit of gossip ignited within the room. I observed Lin Ziqing rising from the chairman's sofa, meticulously adjusting her attire. Zhang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I told you, their relationship is far from ordinary, truly extraordinary. My heart aches for the chairman's wife. This is a formidable rival who cannot be easily dismissed." "Indeed," echoed the others. "With her appearance, she clearly does not seem to be of good character." Upon returning to her office, Lin Ziqing was joined by her assistant, Lin Tian, who brought in a year's worth of financial and legal documents. "Lin Zong, please take a look at these documents. I just retrieved them from the department manager," Lin Tian quietly remarked. "You managed to get them? They were willing to comply? The department manager is a woman, isn't she?" "No wonder," Lin Ziqing chuckled with delight. "Lin Zong, please refrain from teasing me. This is work. Who would intentionally create obstacles?" Lin Tian replied, slightly bashful. Lin Tian's rewards extended beyond mere documents. He garnered dozens of WeChat contacts from single women. His tall stature, handsome visage, and penetrating gaze far surpassed those of the average office male. All the women, whether married or single, were utterly captivated by him. "Let us set this aside. I shall examine it tomorrow. For now, let us return home and rest," Lin Ziqing declared, linking her arm with Lin Tian as they confidently strode out of the office. On their way home, Lin Ziqing succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly fatigued in both body and spirit. In her dreams, she was transported back to her past. Lin Ziqing, an orphan at the Sunshine Welfare Institute in Green City, had been abandoned at the doorstep shortly after birth. Director Wang had always regarded her as his own, providing her with an excellent education and teaching her self-defense skills. From a young age, Lin Ziqing's striking beauty attracted various unwelcome advances. Fearing for her safety, Director Wang devoted himself to training her in karate. "Director, do you think my parents regret abandoning me because of my looks?" the 14-year-old Lin Ziqing asked, perplexed. "Without a doubt. Our Ziqing is so exceptional and beautiful. They must certainly regret it," Director Wang consoled her, as they embraced on the swing, swaying gently in the autumn sun. "Wake up, sister," Lin Tian urged with concern. In the absence of outsiders, he typically addressed Lin Ziqing as sister, and she genuinely regarded him as her younger brother. At last, Wei arrived home. "I'm utterly exhausted," Lin Ziqing remarked as she stretched. "Sister, why don't you rest a bit more in your room? I'll prepare dinner. It won't take long, Lin Tian offered kindly. Very well. I shall eagerly await your culinary masterpiece, Lin Ziqing replied cheerfully. Before long, Lin Tian had prepared an elaborate feast, featuring delicious dishes such as spicy blood pot, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised chicken wings, and stir-fried greens, all of which were Lin Ziqing's favorites. Thank goodness I had you with me abroad. Otherwise, my stomach would have suffered greatly, Lin Ziqing said as she began to savor her meal. Slow down, sister, Lin Tian said with concern, noticing that food had nearly reached the corners of Lin Ziqing's mouth. He gently wiped away the sauce with a tissue. When we were young, I took care of you. Now it is your turn to look after me, Lin Ziqing replied with a smile. Indeed, Lin Tian was Lin Ziqing's sworn brother from the orphanage, and she had always taken great care of him since childhood. Lin Tian admired his sister immensely, even adopting her surname, Lin. Under the careful guidance of director Wang, Lin Tian excelled in karate, having once secured the runner-up position in a national karate competition. After graduating from university, he continued to follow Lin Ziqing, meticulously attending to her every need in both work and life. While it seemed that Lin Ziqing was looking after Lin Tian, in truth, it was Lin Tian who had been the one providing her with shelter. After their meal, Lin Tian began to clear the dishes while Lin Ziqing settled comfortably on the sofa, picking up her phone to prepare for a gaming session. Come on, where are you all? I'm forming a team, she shouted. Lin Tian quietly continued his chores in the kitchen and, observing her impatience, said softly, Sister, I'll help you unback your game soon. Just enjoy yourself. With his reassuring words, Lin Ziqing felt at ease and immersed herself in the game. Once he finished tidying up, Lin Tian took Lin Ziqing's phone and began to play the game on her behalf, his slender fingers deftly maneuvering through each skill. Lin Ziqing watched him in silence, but soon succumbed to slumber. With tenderness, Lin Tian lifted her and placed her gently onto the bed, tucking her in before softly closing the door behind him as he returned to his own room to rest. Chapter 21. Behind the fluctuations, the gentle morning sun bathed Lin Ziqing's face, revealing the flaws of anyone who stood beneath its rays. Yet, Lin Ziqing was different. The sunlight seemed to serve as her halo, enhancing her beauty. Lazily, she arose. What shall we have for breakfast? Lin Ziqing inquired, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Your favorite century egg and lean pork congee, Lin Tian replied tenderly. Wonderful. Let us eat, Lin Ziqing exclaimed, hurrying to the dining table. After breakfast, while Lin Tian cleared the dishes, Lin Ziqing retreated to her room to prepare herself. With a meticulous makeup application and a sharp outfit, she transformed into a figure of icy elegance, presenting an entirely different persona. Lin Tian, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuded charisma, making it a delight for the young lady to behold. As Lin Tian drove, Lin Ziqing sat quietly in the passenger seat, gazing at the scenery outside. It had been years since her last visit, and the transformations in Green City were remarkable. She lamented not taking the time to truly appreciate the city when she had the chance. Upon arriving at the office, Lin Ziqing instructed Lin Tian to convene a meeting with the finance and legal departments. Who would have thought that she could peruse those thick documents in just 2 hours, memorizing even minutest details? Manager Wu, there are 2 ambiguous entries from last April and June. What is the explanation? Lin Ziqing inquired. President Lin, it's like this. Every now and then, President Liang instructs us to process a certain entry. I'm not sure of the specifics. I just followed orders, Manager Wu responded, a hint of guilt in his voice. As a finance professional, you process entries without questioning? Does that mean if President Liang tells you to make an entry, you will comply without hesitation? When the auditors come knocking, will you merely say it was all at President Liang's behest? Lin Ziqing retorted, her anger palpable. President Liang's instructions left me no choice. What could I do? Manager Wu replied, his dissatisfaction evident. Very well. It appears your role is not that of a financial officer, but rather that of a mere recorder, documenting without understanding basic financial principles. Furthermore, your accounts from the past year contain far more than just these 2 discrepancies. The records are a complete mess. How is it that your department's claims for fuel and dining expenses exceed even that of the sales department? Were all those social engagements responsible for our performance? I must express my gratitude to you for drawing a salary while performing the duties of two roles. Lin Ziqing pressed relentlessly. Manager Wu was rendered speechless, realizing that Lin Ziqing was far from being a mere decorative figure. She had effortlessly uncovered discrepancies in an entire year's worth of accounts, and her ability to expose the hidden fuel and dining expenses was nothing short of remarkable. He had underestimated her capabilities. I will grant you 1 week. Gather your team and thoroughly consolidate last year's accounts. As for those fuel and dining expenses, return them as they should be, or you will bear the consequences. Lin Ziqing declared with fierce determination. Then there was the legal department. I reviewed the legal disputes of the past year, and you have performed admirably. However, there is one aspect I would like you to pay attention to. Consider augmenting the contract clauses and tailoring the drafting of contracts to suit different clients. Aside from that, there are no issues. Keep up the good work. Lin Ziqing smiled at the legal department. Everyone observed the rapid shifts in Lin Ziqing's demeanor, uncertain of how to respond. What kind of person is she? It is truly impressive that a mistress can act so boldly. Sigh, I am utterly exhausted. Work is indeed draining. Lin Ziqing remarked to Lin Tian. We cannot define Mr. Liang's intentions, so since we are back, we must dedicate ourselves to our tasks. Lin Tian gently reassured her. By the way, how is your investigation into that matter progressing? Lin Ziqing inquired anxiously. Chapter 22, another identity. Long before returning to the country, investigations had commenced, as it was rumored that one individual had been ensnared in a scheme designed to yield greater profits. This person had yet to surface, leaving uncertainty regarding the extent of their knowledge. Lin Tian replied, I have always asserted that I only engage in business with loyal clients. Those who exhibit excessive extravagance are rarely trustworthy. Yet no one listens. Let us continue to follow this matter. Come, let us visit the training camp and ascertain its status. Lin Ziqing remarked. The training camp had been one of Lin Ziqing's long-standing ventures, meticulously planned since she was 16, and now, after a decade, it had achieved operational stability. Ostensibly, the camp functioned as a psychological therapy clinic, yet in reality, it served as a hypnosis manipulation training facility, employing hypnotic techniques to alter memories and control behaviors. Director Lin, you have returned to the country? Lin Xingxing joyfully approached and embraced Lin Ziqing. Mr. Lin, it has been too long, she exclaimed. Lin Ziqing responded with delight. Lin Xingxing was the esteemed physician and director of the Anshin Psychological Clinic, yet he was, in truth, the devilish mentor of the hypnosis manipulation training camp. The students, who had previously perceived this cunning instructor as ruthless, were taken aback to discover his gentler side, leaving them with goosebumps. Lin Xingxing possessed a refined handsomeness. Distinct from Lin Tian's charisma, he embodied the archetype of a cultured rogue. Sister, come inside. I hope this office meets your expectations. Lin Xingxing awaited her praise. The office, though simply decorated, exuded an air of elegance. Each painting on the wall held significance, and the placement, shape, and color of the clock were all meticulously chosen. It was a common black silent clock, yet remarkably, the moment anyone entered the office, they felt an immediate sense of relaxation, which deepened over time, leading to complete surrender and trust in others. Lin Tian, what do you think? I find it impressive. My little Xingxing has grown up, Lin Ziqing expressed with joy. Indeed, this rascal has genuinely dedicated himself to his studies. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Brother Tian, you remain as cool as ever. Come, give us a smile, Lin Xingxing teased. Like Lin Tian and Lin Ziqing, Lin Xingxing had grown up in an orphanage. Due to Lin Ziqing, he had changed his surname, placing unwavering trust in her. In the absence of outsiders, he, like Lin Tian, addressed Lin Ziqing as sister. What is the current situation? How is the team configured? Lin Ziqing inquired with seriousness. Sister, after 10 years of training and practical experience, these 7 individuals are trustworthy in terms of both skill and character. The quickest at altering memories is a boy named Jiang Jing, who can execute memory modification actions in merely 10 minutes, and he is currently maintaining this state. Lin Xingxing relayed. What is his profession? Lin Ziqing asked. He is a lawyer. Due to the nature of his work, he possesses an exceptional memory and is eloquent, adept at navigating the realm of hypnosis. What do you think, sister? Lin Xingxing remarked. Arrange for him to come out tomorrow at this time. I will meet him in your office. There are a few matters I need him to attend to, Lin Ziqing said. No problem, sister. I will make the arrangements right away, Lin Xingxing replied cheerfully. Sister, come take a look at my place. See if there are any issues that require rectification. All right, let's go. It's a perfect opportunity to see if you have any superior hypnotists here. Chapter 23. The hypnosis training camp. Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian followed Lin Xingxing's lead to the hypnosis training camp, where the participants were all recruited through the clandestine efforts of the Shadow Vine, individuals whom Lin Ziqing had meticulously cultivated over a decade. Initially, each participant was required to pay a substantial registration fee, which, when juxtaposed with the subsequent monetary rewards, seemed almost trivial. Yet, driven by the allure of greater wealth, they flocked to the camp. However, becoming a true hypnotist was far from a simple endeavor. The challenges were structured in a game-like format. The first challenge, the Maze Challenge, spanned 7 days. During this period, participants were tasked with navigating to the deepest part of the maze using their own methods to obtain a stamp and exit through a different passage. Unlike typical mazes, the walls here were composed of high-tech mirrors, and specific mirrors were manipulated by hypnotists to create interference. The trainees had to overcome the hypnosis and independently find the exit. Throughout the 7 days, drones would deliver essential supplies. Failure to emerge within the allotted time would result in the unfortunate fate of having their memories altered by a professional hypnotist and being expelled from the training camp. The second challenge was the Lie Challenge, comprising 7 attempts. All contestants were strapped to a lie detector, with 7 opportunities to deceive, of which half must remain undetected. This phase primarily tested the psychological resilience of the hypnotists, as they may need to practice hypnosis in public settings without drawing suspicion. Remaining unflappable in the face of adversity was paramount. Those who failed would face the same dire consequences as in the previous challenge: memory modification and expulsion from the camp. The third challenge, the Hypnosis Challenge, afforded each individual a singular opportunity. Each participant would undergo 7 minutes of training from a professional hypnotist before attempting to hypnotize one another. Success would result in victory. Unlike the previous failures, those who did not succeed here would endure a different fate. Their memories would be relentlessly altered by the hypnotist, transforming them into lab rats until they reached the brink of madness. Sister, how do you find my method? Lin Xingxing eagerly awaited praise. Quite commendable. By the way, Shadow Vine hasn't been causing you any trouble lately, has it? Lin Ziqing inquired with concern. Not at all. Captain Inge has treated me well, and the individuals he sent are all trustworthy, Lin Xingxing replied. That's a relief, but do remain vigilant, Lin Ziqing advised. Lin Tian, are you interested in joining? I wish to partake in the challenge, Lin Ziqing expressed with enthusiasm. Sister, go ahead. We shall watch you from here, Lin Tian replied gently. Sister, if you are participating, I must elevate my challenge level to the maximum, Lin Xingxing declared. Very well, let the games commence, Lin Ziqing responded joyfully. It had been some time since Lin Ziqing had encountered such an exhilarating atmosphere, filling her with genuine happiness. On one hand, it had been a while since she had engaged in such an entertaining challenge, and on the other, she was impressed by how well Lin Xingxing, despite his tender age, managed the camp with remarkable organization, evidence that she had indeed underestimated him in the past. As a master hypnotist, Lin Ziqing could effortlessly control others and swiftly alter their memories. This time, she aimed to assess the caliber of the hypnotists present and gauge their proficiency, which would be beneficial for future activities. Lin Xingxing was confident in his arrangements. Although the chief hypnotist was absent, the abilities of his subordinates were commendable and would surely leave a lasting impression on Lin Ziqing. He began to envision Lin Ziqing emerging, undoubtedly filled with joy as she lavished praise upon him. Since childhood, Lin Xingxing's greatest desire had been to receive affirmation from Lin Ziqing. For him, it held immense significance, being both crucial and a driving force in his pursuit of progress. Chapter 24. The hypnotist Lin Ziqing gracefully entered the first barrier, where mirrors began to flip haphazardly, inducing a sense of dizziness. Yet, she navigated effortlessly through the disorienting reflections. Suddenly, a voice emanated from one of the mirrors, beckoning her closer. "Little girl, you must be feeling quite dizzy and uncomfortable in here, am I right? If you jump, you won't feel so dizzy anymore," the mirror enticed. Compelled by the voice, Lin Ziqing leapt into the air, laughing joyfully as she found herself no longer dizzy. "Now you can stop. Lie down here and rest. Don't leave," the mirror urged once more. Lin Ziqing reclined on the ground, peacefully closing her eyes. "Huh, I thought you were formidable, yet you were so easily manipulated." A mocking voice resonated from the mirror. Abruptly, Lin Ziqing screamed and vanished from before the mirror. Where did she go? How could she suddenly disappear? The individuals within the mirror began to panic. "What is her name?" Lin Ziqing slowly approached the mirror, her gaze piercing the eyes reflected back at her. The figure in the mirror felt a chill run down their spine, trembling as Lin Ziqing exerted her control, their minds slipping from their grasp. "I am Huinghua," they stammered. "Is that so? From now on, you shall be called Huzi for all eternity," she declared. "Oh, understood. I am Huzi, forever known as Huzi," the figure responded, akin to an automaton. "Now, begin to slap yourself until you lose consciousness," Lin Ziqing commanded coldly. Smack! 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 The sound of slapping echoed from within the mirror, followed by concerned voices from other hypnotists, urging, "Stop! Don't continue." Huzi, now bloodied at the corner of his mouth, persisted without halting his hand. "Who will stop him?" He pushed one person aside, leaving everyone to silently witness Huzi's self-infliction. "I warned you to be cautious. Lin is my mentor," Lin Xingxing said nervously, fearing that Lin Ziqing's obsession would lead to their collective downfall. Lin Ziqing, however, paid no heed to the events unfolding within the mirror, confident in her hypnotic prowess. The other mirrors, upon witnessing her, discreetly shut down, allowing her to stroll deeper into the maze. "I refuse to believe that I cannot surpass him after a decade of training," a young man exclaimed angrily. This was Yangya, a close comrade of Huzi, who had relied on him throughout their training. Observing his friend's torment, he found it intolerable. "Azure skies await the misty rain, while I await you," Yangya began to hum, drawing Lin Ziqing's attention, prompting her to applaud in encouragement. "Lin, you are the master of hypnosis, and we dare not provoke you. However, we too are professionally trained and cannot be toyed with so easily," Yangya expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet he secretly hoped Lin Ziqing would indulge his words, thus increasing the likelihood of successful control. "That is merely a reflection of your lack of skill. Indeed, you cannot control me, but to succumb so readily is unacceptable," Lin Ziqing replied with a chilling demeanor. "I acknowledge our lack of proficiency," yet Yangya abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Ziqing like a hawk's gaze. Undeterred by his intense stare, Lin Ziqing felt a genuine admiration for the audacity of this student. She retaliated with a pair of chilling eyes, so frigid that they could make even the underworld tremble. Their gazes clashed fiercely, neither dared to relent for an instant, as all eyes were upon them. Whose victory would it ultimately be? Suddenly, Lin Ziqing spoke. "I greatly admire your courage, but I perceive fear lurking in your eyes. You have managed to hold on through your anger, which is commendable, yet I urge you to withdraw. If we continue, I shall erase every memory you possess. Come on, I'm not afraid of you," Yangya shouted nervously. "Lin Xingxing, he is a promising talent, and I would prefer not to squander him." "Handle the situation," Lin Ziqing commanded. "Understood, President Lin," Lin Xingxing replied as he switched off the mirror's display. Yangya began to weep uncontrollably, unable to contain her tears, pounding her chest in despair. "She is a devil, a demon from hell, a devil," she cried out in a frenzy. "Go fetch the hallucinogenic powder and incapacitate her," Lin Xingxing urged anxiously. All present fell into a hushed silence, observing the woman still slapping her own face and the stunned Yangya. It was evident that this woman was far from ordinary, far more complex than she appeared. Lin Ziqing effortlessly advanced through the first challenge and approached the second, where no hypnotist dared to question her anymore. Lin Xingxing had no choice but to plead with Lin Tian. "I implore you, sister, I cannot endure this blow to my reputation. Very well. I shall take on the next challenge. Lin Tian reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 25. Do you love me? Where is everyone? Lin Ziqing called out in confusion. President Lin, the machine is over there. You should know how to operate it, so please handle it yourself. We will use the central control to ask questions later, Lin Xingxing replied. Fine, I shall spare you, Lin Ziqing remarked. With remarkable speed, Lin Ziqing organized the connections and declared, Bring it on. Excuse me, President Lin, are you Lin Ziqing? Lin Tian inquired. Why are you here? Are there no other hypnotists? This is rather dull, Lin Ziqing scoffed. President Lin, please spare me. I do not wish to return to the initial position, Lin Xingxing pleaded earnestly. Very well, Lin Tian, you may proceed, Lin Ziqing said with dissatisfaction. President Lin, is your name Lin Ziqing? Lin Tian asked again. I am not Lin Ziqing. I am Lin Tian. Lin Ziqing answered cheerfully, observing the polygraph. There was not a single fluctuation in her heartbeat. She maintained excellent control. Then may I ask, President Lin, are you a woman? Lin Tian continued. I am indeed a woman, Lin Ziqing confidently replied. However, at that moment, the polygraph began to tremble wildly, indicating her deceit. Lin Ziqing handled the matter of the lie detector with such finesse that the machine failed to detect any discrepancies. Seeing Lin Ziqing having fun, Lin Tian gently asked, Do you love me? Taken aback by the question, Lin Ziqing paused momentarily before responding, Of course I love you. I have always regarded you as my dear brother. The lie detector showed no signs of fluctuation. Then do you love me? Lin Ziqing inquired, staring at the monitor. At that moment, Lin Tian was at a loss. The woman he had loved for over a decade was asking him if he loved her. Of course, he loved her deeply, but the word love lingered on his tongue. Hesitant to escape. Beside them, Lin Xingxing observed Lin Tian, noticing a rare look of difficulty on his handsome face. He instinctively nudged Lin Tian, saying, I have always seen you as my dear brother too. That's good. We shall always be the best siblings, Lin Ziqing urged. This is rather mundane. Let's move on to the next round. As Lin Ziqing approached the third stage, no hypnotist dared to face her alone. They devised a strategy. 3 of them would form a group and take turns hypnotizing her, determined to prove that one person could not prevail against the 3 of them. Just the 3 of you? Come, let us sit down and converse, Lin Ziqing smiled as the trio settled firmly across from her. Lin Ziqing poured herself a glass of water and said, I shall have a sip. Is there any objection? The 3 shook their heads in response. Lin Ziqing slowly lifted the glass, took a sip, and then wobbled the glass before her. Suddenly, she slammed the glass down on the table, startling the 3. You 3 are a loving family. You're the father, you're the mother, and you are their youngest son. You are dining together, joyfully enjoying your meal. As soon as the words left her lips, they transformed into puppets, animatedly chatting and laughing as they feasted at the table. The male student playing the role of the mother embodied an alluring maternal figure, reminiscent of a mother who might indeed be just like that. Suddenly, 3 individuals burst in, escorting the trio out, while we 3 humbly seek your guidance. Please, have a seat, Lin Ziqing remarked nonchalantly. In less than 10 minutes, all the hypnotists under Lin Xingxing's supervision fell into a trance. He found himself truly fighting alone. How about you join us, Xingxing? Lin Ziqing suggested. Please, spare us. Lin Xingxing pleaded earnestly. Lin Ziqing rose and proceeded to the training camp, surveying all the hypnotists he had put under hypnosis, expressing his discontent. This is rather dull. With a snap of his fingers, everyone was awakened from their trance, except for Huzi, as Lin Ziqing believed the name suited him better. She turned to leave. Conversing with Lin Xingxing, the quality of this batch of trainees is rather poor. Have you truly trained them adequately? Those lacking potential should be promptly eliminated. There is no need to sustain such incompetence. Lin Ziqing reprimanded fiercely. Rest assured, General Lin, I shall rectify this, Lin Xingxing replied with a forced smile. Do not forget to bring Jiang Jing tomorrow. If this fails, I shall not hesitate to break your legs, Lin Ziqing declared, leaving hastily. Lin Xingxing remained behind, anxiously observing. Deeply concerned that the trainees he had diligently cultivated might face elimination at the hands of Lin Ziqing, for such an outcome would be irretrievable for them. Chapter 26. The Hongmen banquet informed Shadow to expedite the investigation into that individual. Tomorrow, if the hypnotist here poses no issues, we shall proceed with the necessary actions. Lin Ziqing instructed Lin Tian. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately, Lin Tian replied. Shadow is the master of the Shadow Vine, commanding a total of 12 individuals. These 12 operatives conceal themselves across various professions, ever ready to heed Shadow summons for undertakings that dwell in the shadows. They execute their tasks with unwavering precision and an absence of sentiment, where commands reign supreme. Shadow was selected by Lin Ziqing from the Welfare Institution. He had always been a misfit, yet exhibited a profound fascination with computers, emerging as a skilled hacker. Lin Ziqing recognized his talents, nurturing him in secrecy until he became an asset, aiding her in endeavors that were inconvenient for her to undertake personally. Where shall we proceed next? Lin Tian inquired, just as the phone rang. Hello, this is Lin Ziqing speaking, she answered. Greetings, I am Mrs. Liang Sihai. You must be Lin Ziqing? Mrs. Liang stated with a hint of detachment. Indeed, how may I assist you? Lin Ziqing responded. Do you have time for lunch today? We could discuss matters over a meal. Mrs. Liang suggested. Certainly, I wouldn't mind bringing my assistant along, Lin Ziqing replied. That is perfectly fine. I have a few friends who wish to meet you as well. I will send you the address. Let us not miss this opportunity, Mrs. Liang affirmed. Agreed, we shall not miss it. Let us go. Someone is hosting a Hongmen banquet, and we are to indulge in fine dining. What is a Hongmen banquet? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. It is hosted by Mrs. Liang Sihai, along with some of her acquaintances. We are to join them, Lin Ziqing explained. Upon arrival at a private club, one would find it exclusive, devoid of memberships, and no one was permitted entry for dining or even for mere observation. The decor was understated yet elegant, illuminated by bright lights. Unless one possessed a discerning eye, the extravagant nature of the club's furnishings would remain unnoticed. Tang Dynasty's Sankai pottery, Song Dynasty's blue and white porcelain. Each antique vase was a treasure, indeed, a rarity meant for emperors or high-ranking officials of that era. Welcome, esteemed guests of Mrs. Liang. The beaming server ushered them in. Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian followed the server into a private room, where Mrs. Liang sat regally at the center, though time had etched its marks upon her visage. These lines only served to enhance her charm and elegance. The other two affluent ladies, while commendable in their own right, paled in comparison beside her. Upon their entrance, the eyes of the gathered women bore a fierce intensity towards Lin Ziqing, as if wishing to consume her whole. Yet their expressions softened considerably upon noticing the handsome Lin Tian behind her. My sincerest apologies for the delay, Mrs. Liang, Lin Ziqing said with a warm smile. Not at all. And who might this be? Oh, this is my assistant, Lin Tian. Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Liang. I am Lin Tian, the assistant to Lin Ziqing. Lin Tian said politely. Mrs. Liang beamed and gestured for the server to begin serving the dishes. One of the affluent ladies leaned forward. Miss Lin, you appear quite youthful. May I inquire, how old are you? Indeed, I'm not yet 30 this year. It is quite remarkable to attain such a prominent position within the Sihai group at such a young age. Surely, there must be something extraordinary about you. Thank you for your kind words. I merely have the privilege of being favored by Mr. Liang, who graciously provided me with this opportunity. Have you never considered that Mr. Liang might have other plans? What plans could there possibly be? I am not privy to such matters. Lin Ziqing smiled brightly at Mrs. Liang. Miss Lin, do you have a boyfriend? Mrs. Liang finally spoke. No, I do not have a boyfriend. Perhaps your standards are too high. With such an outstanding and handsome assistant by your side, it is likely that others would not measure up. Mrs. Liang gazed tenderly at Lin Tian, her eyes unwavering. I do not fancy youth. I prefer maturity. The more mature, the better. Just like fine wine, it is most delightful when aged. Lin Ziqing remarked, taking a sip of her red wine. What do you think of Mr. Liang? One of the esteemed ladies inquired cautiously. Mr. Liang? Indeed, he possesses all the charms of a mature man. I truly envy you, Mrs. Liang, for being able to share your life with such a remarkable man. You must keep a close watch on him. Do not let anyone steal him away. What do you mean by that? Mrs. Liang retorted angrily. I mean no offense. Any woman would be captivated by such an exceptional man, and every woman would wish to marry him. Lin Ziqing provocatively stated, "You are nothing but a seductress. At your tender age, why not pursue something better rather than enticing a married man? It seems you are merely after his wealth." One of the esteemed ladies interjected, "How much would it take for you to leave the Sihai group?" Mrs. Liang asked, "What do you think is a fair amount?" 5 million. Huh? Lin Ziqing laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe I cannot earn 5 million at the Sihai group? If you cannot keep the chairman in the future, how much do you think I would be able to earn?" Lin Ziqing laughed joyfully. "Mrs. Liang, this seductress deserves a good beating. Give her a thrashing. Then post it online to ruin her reputation." "Ruin my reputation? I am but a small fry. Mr. Liang is a titan of industry. In the end, who would suffer greater loss? You must surely understand." A hush fell over the room. This young woman was quite impressive, eloquent, and articulate, unafraid in the face of the primary wife's accusations, turning the threat back upon her. "Mrs. Liang, we have had our fill. Thank you for your hospitality." Lin Ziqing departed, leaving the three of them in a stunned silence. Chapter 27. The film queen having just finished their meal, Lin Ziqing knew she would certainly be reporting back home, so she prepared herself. She spoke to the person on the other end of the line, assuring them that she would not, that she dared not. A voice came from the other end. It was Liang Sihai, inquiring about the progress of the investigation. "It's nearly complete. I'll be meeting the hypnotist tomorrow. If all goes well, we should have a resolution this week. I will keep a close watch, so don't worry." Lin Ziqing replied. "Very well. I leave it in your capable hands," Liang Sihai said, relieved. "Let us head back to the office first and take care of business." Lin Ziqing instructed Lin Tian. After hanging up, Liang Sihai tidied himself before hastily making his way home. He was anxious to avoid a scene at the office with his wife, which would be quite embarrassing. "Why are you back so soon?" Mrs. Liang exclaimed joyfully, rushing to greet him. "If I didn't hurry back, you would have caused a ruckus at the office, wouldn't you?" He retorted, "Am I that kind of person?" "So, how did Ziqing praise me?" Mrs. Liang inquired. "What praise?" "She commended you for setting a trap for her, for putting her on the spot in front of others." Liang Sihai chastised. "What could I do? Ever since she joined the company, my friends have been urging me to show her who's in charge. If I didn't act, wouldn't others grow suspicious? And you agreed to this as well?" Mrs. Liang lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Enough. You truly are a queen of the screen. Those tears flow effortlessly. Your performance is unparalleled," Liang Sihai consoled. "Thanks to your little act, things are proceeding more smoothly now." Ziqing's performance was indeed excellent. "She has the makings of a true actress," Mrs. Liang remarked. "You both are remarkable, true queens of the screen," Liang Sihai said, embracing his wife, as they shared a hearty laugh on the sofa. Upon returning to the office, Lin Ziqing immersed herself in a mountain of documents awaiting her approval, laboring diligently until dusk. Once finished, she stretched luxuriously. "By the way, send those formulas to Shadow and have him forward them to the laboratory. These formulas are highly effective and difficult to detect," Lin Ziqing instructed Lin Tian. "Certainly, I will take care of it immediately," Lin Tian responded. These formulas were meticulously developed by Lin Ziqing while abroad. They were potent and addictive, creating lasting dependencies. Moreover, as they were her own invention, she intended to reap the benefits exclusively, as it constituted part of her enterprise, the laboratory. "It's done. Shadow has located the individual information and has sent it to your computer, Lin Zong. Please take a look," Lin Tian informed her. "All right, I will review it at home. It's not convenient here," Lin Ziqing replied. "Rest assured, your computer has been secured with the highest level of protection by Shadow and is under constant surveillance," Lin Tian assured her. "He truly is remarkable. Thanks to him, I have managed to avoid being caught in compromising situations all these years. It's time to head home. I'm quite fatigued," Lin Ziqing sighed. "Agreed," Lin Tian replied. Upon arriving home, Lin Tian immediately dove into the kitchen to prepare a delectable meal for Lin Ziqing. While she meticulously studied the information Shadow had sent regarding the individual in question, the individual possesses a considerable amount of knowledge. Why has he suddenly severed ties with long-standing clients? Has he encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Lin Ziqing pondered aloud. Let us dine first. We shall deliberate further afterward. Lin Tian suggested, as a sumptuous feast lay before them, making Lin Ziqing salivate with anticipation. Your culinary skills have truly flourished. Dining out pales in comparison to your creations. She complimented. If the food is exquisite, indulge yourself, Lin Tian affectionately replied. The man known as Biaozi had consistently conducted his affairs with commendable prudence for over 3 years. According to Junyi, there were plans to promote him, allowing him to independently oversee a district which promised a bright future. What could have prompted such a grave misstep? Lin Ziqing inquired, perplexed. It seems there exists a rival for the management rights of that district, compelling Biaozi to act recklessly, Lin Tian elucidated. Who is this competitor? Surely, he is not an ordinary adversary, Lin Ziqing mused. The individual appears to be named Yuping. He has only been here for less than 3 months, yet has demonstrated remarkable efficiency and has successfully engaged numerous unfamiliar clients, Lin Tian responded. Have Shadow investigate Yuping as well. Something feels amiss. Lin Ziqing expressed her concerns. Is Biaozi's family secure? She continued. Yes, they're under our vigilant surveillance. Lin Tian assured her. That is reassuring. We must ensure they're shielded from outsiders. The pressing concern now is whether Biaozi can divulge any valuable information. Shadow is currently infiltrating the rival's computer to retrieve records, though this process is rather time-consuming. Very well, let him expedite his efforts. We shall reconvene tomorrow after viewing the river scenery to devise our strategy, Lin Ziqing concluded. Now, let us retire for the night. We have a multitude of tasks awaiting us tomorrow. You two should rest early. Good night, sister. Good night. Chapter 28. The Art of Seduction in the Morning. Lin Ziqing was roused by the enticing aroma of breakfast. With sleepy eyes, she inquired about the delicious meal prepared, playfully remarking that with such delightful dishes every day, she might be fed into plumpness. Perhaps a little extra weight would suit you. You're rather slender, Lin Tian responded gently. This morning, I made your favorite rice rolls. Do indulge, he encouraged. After breakfast, as was customary, Lin Tian began to tidy up while Lin Ziqing prepared herself. Today, she was to meet the chief hypnotist of the hypnosis training camp and needed to dress more extravagantly to command the room. She meticulously selected a black gown that accentuated her figure beautifully, elevating her overall aura significantly. Upon seeing Lin Ziqing, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He seldom witnessed her in a dress, as she typically donned professional attire. Yet, in this gown, she appeared dazzlingly beautiful. What's the matter? Shall we set off? Lin Ziqing urged. Yes, let us go, Lin Tian replied, shaking off his astonishment. We'll swing by the company first, then head to Xingxing, Lin Ziqing stated. Have you heard? Yesterday, President Lin dined with the chairman's wife, and it seems Mrs. Liang was threatened and quite frightened. One of the gossiping women in the break room remarked. Indeed, the chairman rushed home in quite a hurry. He hasn't shown up since. Another chimed in. Is it so brazen to be a mistress these days? Certainly, they've no shame left. What is there to fear? The women continued their chatter, revealing that the previous day's meeting had already been disseminated among the staff. Observing these gossip mongers, Lin Ziqing thought to herself that it was a case of sour grapes. Those who could not achieve success often disparaged others. Could you visit the finance department and see how their revisions are progressing? Perhaps you could charm them a bit. Fostering a connection with our own people, Lin Ziqing proposed cheerfully. Is that necessary? They should already be aligned with you. Why complicate matters? Lin Tian questioned, perplexed. As an outsider, I've noticed significant discrepancies in their accounts that went unnoticed. This manager Wu is not to be underestimated, Lin Ziqing elucidated. Moreover, the finance department is predominantly female. Your charm could certainly shine. Very well, I shall proceed. If it works out, President Lin, you shall be responsible, Lin Tian acquiesced reluctantly. Knock knock. Manager Wu, President Lin asked me to inquire about the status of the account consolidation. When can we expect it to be completed? Lin Tian asked. It won't be long. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, Manager Wu replied, her face lighting up at the sight of the handsome Lin Tian. That is excellent. May I stay here for a bit to rest before heading back? He inquired. Of course. Here, let me pour you a glass of water, she offered. I'll do it, exclaimed a group of eager young women, vying to serve Lin Tian. Assistant Lin, here's your water, one girl said, her face flushed with infatuation. Do you have a girlfriend? All the girls perked up, listening intently. Not at the moment, Lin Tian answered with his magnetic voice, igniting a wave of delight among the girls, each secretly convinced they had a chance, exchanging glances filled with determination. Lin Tian rose to take a stroll, and upon his return, he discovered that his WeChat had accumulated the contact information of over 10 young ladies. He conducted a thorough analysis on each individual, designating 3 of them for special consideration, as they were destined to become his allies in financial matters. Subsequently, Lin Tian exchanged pleasantries with Manager Wu before departing. How'd it go? Any fruitful outcomes? Inquired Lin Ziqing with curiosity. Quite satisfactory. There are 3 promising candidates. I will refine my selection shortly, Lin Tian replied. Excellent. Do so promptly. Let us proceed to Star S Place to meet that esteemed hypnotist, Lin Ziqing said, rising from her seat and exiting the office. Chapter 29. The chief hypnotist Lin Tian drove Lin Ziqing to the Anshin Psychological Clinic, where they took a private elevator car to access the subterranean level, home to Lin Xingxing's hypnotic training camp. The hypnotist guided them to Lin Xingxing's office, where another gentleman of refined yet disheveled elegance awaited them. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xingxing's. It was no wonder that she held him in such high regard. Perhaps it was a reflection of her own self-admiration. Lin Zong, this is Jiang Jing, our chief hypnotist, Lin Xingxing introduced politely. Hello, hello. They greeted each other, shaking hands before settling onto the sofa. Greetings. I am Jiang Jing. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Lin Zong. I consider you a beacon of inspiration. You are a master of hypnosis, Jiang Jing remarked. Oh, it's nothing remarkable, merely that I've had a few more years of study than you, Lin Ziqing humbly replied. I understand you are an attorney. What is your specialization? I am well versed in all areas, but I excel in criminal law, Jiang Jing answered. What a fortunate coincidence. Your expertise is precisely what we require, Lin Ziqing said with a smile, before a silence enveloped the room. The only sound was that of the pendulum clock, where even the slightest disturbance felt like it would disrupt the tension between the two. Lin Tian and Lin Xingxing observed from a corner, acutely aware that Lin Ziqing was rigorously testing Jiang Jing, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Xingxing couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Jing, as the outcome was directly tied to her own fortunes. From Jiang Jing's memories, Lin Ziqing glimpsed a multitude of gruesome scenes, vivid courtroom debates, and, notably, the memories he had altered in his relentless pursuit to win cases. It became evident that Jiang Jing was no ordinary man. To describe him as ruthless would be a gentle understatement. He was willing to sacrifice everything, including his own life, for the sake of victory. In his quest to master the art of hypnosis, he practiced daily by hypnotizing himself before the mirror, knowing that a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. A person capable of such cruelty towards themselves would undoubtedly be even harsher towards others. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing endeavored to delve into Lin Ziqing's memories, but found it exceedingly difficult to glean any substantial insights. He perceived a dark corner within her memories and attempted to explore it. Each foray into that abyss seemed to draw his own memories along, and he hesitated to delve deeper, aware that for Lin Ziqing, that particular recollection was too painful to revisit. I concede, Lin Zong, please spare me, Jiang Jing admitted, yielding first in this battle of wills. Very well, you have impressed me. You compelled me to exert my full strength inadvertently, Lin Ziqing praised. What a remarkable exchange. You both have truly opened my eyes, Lin Xingxing applauded, her enthusiasm palpable. I entrust this matter to you. I have complete faith in your capabilities, Lin Ziqing stated. This individual is the client you must defend. Utilize your position and exhaust every avenue to meet him. Without leaving any trace, erase all of his memories, and later, you will also be responsible for his defense. However, I require you to lose. What is this? Jiang Jing asked, bewildered. This is a person we recently apprehended, nicknamed Biaozi. I am uncertain how much insider information he possesses, so for safety's sake, everything must be eliminated. Lin Ziqing inquired if you could manage this, promising that the reward would be thrice that of your previous task upon successful completion. Very well, I accept. I will need 2 days to prepare, Jiang Jing replied. All right, I trust in your capabilities. For further details, you may communicate directly with Xingxing. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Lin Ziqing assured him. Understood. I shall take my leave now to make preparations, Jiang Jing concluded before departing. Suddenly, he turned back sharply. Lin Zong, there exists a significant shadow in your memory that I have attempted to touch upon several times without success. Should the opportunity arise again, I would like to try once more. No, you should not attempt it. Despite her smile, Lin Ziqing's gaze bore a deadly intensity, as if she could inflict 1,000 wounds upon Jiang Jing. He nodded in acknowledgement and left, somewhat disheartened. Lin Tian and Lin Xingxing exchanged knowing glances. They were acutely aware of that memory. It marked the turning point in Lin Ziqing's life, her sole blemish, and was not to be trifled with lightly. Otherwise, Lin Ziqing would indeed take lethal action. Sister, is my position safe? And what about my leg? Lin Xingxing tentatively inquired. It remains intact. If he performs well in this matter, your reward shall be considerable, Lin Ziqing replied. By the way, I will be sending someone to you soon. Extract all his memories for me. It must only be handled by you, with no one else involved. Understood. Rest assured, sister, Lin Xingxing assured her, patting her chest. No worries, we shall return now, Lin Ziqing said as she led Lin Tian out of the training camp. Are we sending Yu Ping over? Lin Tian asked. Yes. I will speak directly with Yingzi. After investigating Yu Ping, I will have Junyi arrange for him to be brought to the training camp. I cannot shake the feeling that he is a police officer. A person does not suddenly acquire such a volume of business without reason. Nor would he force Biaozi into a corner. You should hasten to select your little lover from the finance department in the coming days. Lin Ziqing teased Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded reluctantly, refocusing on driving towards the C-High group. Chapter 30. Exposure since taking over the affairs of illicit loans. Yu Ping has quietly gathered incriminating evidence against Wang Dajuan. He seeks to avenge Wu Jingjing in his own manner. However, he suspects that Wang Dajuan is backed by a more formidable force, prompting him to delve deeper to uncover the puppeteer behind the scenes. Lin Ziqing meticulously studies the files provided by Yu Ping, noting the alarming cleanliness of the records, as if they were meticulously prepared. This observation raises her suspicions about Yu Ping, compelling her to conduct a thorough interrogation. Hypnosis training camp. Wang Dajuan escorts Yu Ping to this location. Yu Ping inquires, Master Wang, what is this place? Why have you brought me here? Nothing much, Wang Dajuan replies. Just accompany me for a checkup. After losing my son, I've been experiencing some psychological issues. The duo descends through a secret elevator to Lin Xingxing's office, where Wang Dajuan is taken aback upon first seeing Lin Xingxing, who is an uncanny replica of Wang Jing. Having only heard her name before, he is astonished to finally meet her. Mr. Wang, welcome. I have arranged a treatment room for you. This way, please. And this is my assistant, Yu Ping, Wang Dajuan interjects. Very well. Nice to meet you. I prepared a lounge for you to wait in, Lin Xingxing says, leading them to separate rooms. In the lounge, Yu Ping sits alone on the sofa, while outside, the surveillance monitors display Wang Dajuan, Lin Ziqing, Lin Tian, and Lin Xingxing observing. Lin Xingxing remarks, Mr. Lin, I will go in now, to which Lin Ziqing nods in agreement. Lin Xingxing enters and engages Yu Ping in conversation. Brother Yu, please bear with me a moment, Mr. Wang's condition is rather complex, and he is undergoing hypnosis. That's fine, Yu Ping replies. Brother Yu, I heard from Mr. Wang that you've recently received a promotion. Considering your short time here, it seems your capabilities are commendable, Lin Xingxing continues. It's nothing. Mr. Wang simply appreciates my work, Yu Ping modestly responds. From what I know, Mr. Wang is quite cautious regarding his professional judgments, and Wu Ti hastily promotes someone. You must possess exceptional qualities. Share your experiences with me. It could be beneficial for Mr. Wang's condition. Lin Xingxing attempts to extract information from Yu Ping through conversation. Although Yu Ping remains cautious, He is also eager to glean insights from Lin Xingxing. Their dialogue flows back and forth, with Lin Xingxing initially intending to subtly hypnotize Yu Ping during their exchange. However, due to Yu Ping's prior training under Ning Ziyu, he proves resistant to manipulation, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Lin Ziqing, observing the situation with a furrowed brow, instructs Lin Tian to summon Yangya to replace Lin Xingxing. Upon receiving the command, Yangya swiftly enters the room. Lin Xingxing, feeling the weight of Lin Ziqing's furious gaze, is consumed by fear. My apologies, Mr. Yu. The situation with Mr. Wang is quite complicated, and the director must attend to it. Yangya speaks with a tone filled with subservience and anxiety. There's no need to be so formal. I'm merely an assistant, not a superior, Yu Ping reassures him. Yes, I just started and know little. Being amiable can never hurt. I'm currently performing the most basic tasks, but I believe I will become a competent psychologist in time. Yu Ping gazed et Yangya's innocent demeanor, chuckling softly. After spending such a lengthy period undercover, he had never encountered someone so unassuming, and he gradually lowered his guard. You will surely succeed. Look at me. I have risen from the depths, little by little. You must have confidence in yourself. Brother Yu Ping, may I address you as such? You are truly remarkable. You are my role model, and I aspire to work diligently. Could you share your promotion story with me? Yangya's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Yu Ping. Yu Ping began to narrate his tale with great enthusiasm. But suddenly Yangya interrupted him. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose beside Wang Dajuan? Yu Ping found himself unable to rein his thoughts, perceiving only an emptiness before him. I am a police officer, working undercover beside Wang Dajuan to gather evidence of his criminal activities. Yangya glanced up at the surveillance camera, while Lin Ziqing turned her head, casting a piercing glance at Lin Xingxing. Chapter 31. Punishment Military Chief. How about we have a serious discussion now? Lin Ziqing addressed Wang Dajuan. I understand he bears a striking resemblance to Wang Jing at that moment. I never considered his true identity. Such a simplistic matter eludes your grasp, which is not in keeping with your character. Alas, perhaps it is age that renders me nostalgic for the past. The matter of Jingjing has always been a knot in my heart. Had I allowed him to leave first, he would not have met his demise. Military Chief, I comprehend your sentiments, yet you cannot ascertain anything. Accepting a newcomer who is privy to such deep secrets is perilous. What shall we do now? Should we eliminate him or send him away? Neither option is viable. He is a police officer. If anything were to go awry, we could hardly withstand the scrutiny. As for Biaozi, there is no need for concern. I have already arranged for Yangya to erase his memories of being here. Once he returns, we shall see to it that he is pushed out. Wang Dajuan composed himself and departed the training camp with Yu Ping, intending to discuss the specific methods in detail with Zhang Ming. After Lin Xingxing saw Wang Dajuan and Yu Ping off, she treaded heavily towards the office where Lin Ziqing awaited her. Sister, Lin Xingxing began, but before she could finish, Lin Ziqing struck her face, sending her sprawling over a meter away, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. What more do you wish to say about today's events? If you cannot endure in this position, I can arrange a more suitable role for you. Sister, I was wrong. It is my laziness and lack of diligence in training. Please forgive me this once. I beg you. Lin Xingxing wept, kneeling before Lin Ziqing, terrified that Lin Ziqing might abandon her, leaving her to become merely a test subject. Sister, Xingxing is still young and does not understand. Perhaps we could let this one slide, Lin Tian interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. Lin Ziqing sighed deeply. How long do you train each day? Half an hour. Lin Xingxing replied meekly. Speak up. Say it louder. Be more confident. With that, Lin Ziqing delivered another slap to the other side of her face, rendering Lin Xingxing's countenance symmetrical. Half an hour? I have previously stated that at your age, you must train at least 4 hours daily to hone your skills. As a mentor, you cannot rely solely on your abilities. What do you depend on? Your connections? Sister, I shall not dare again. I was wrong. I implore you, spare me. From this day forth, I will train for 6 hours daily. I will strive for improvement. Grant me another chance. Strive? What I need is for you to give your all. In the future, I shall be counting on you, sister. Does it still hurt? Lin Ziqing gently caressed Lin Xingxing's face, who dared not move, trembling and drenched in sweat, forcing out a faint smile. Sister's admonitions are indeed warranted. It is my fault. Very well. Train diligently. If I witness you in this state again, I shall personally send you aboard. With that, Lin Ziqing resolutely stood and departed, followed closely by Lin Tian, leaving Lin Xingxing alone in the office, wandering like a lost soul. That vessel is far more terrifying than the laboratory of this training camp. Both psychological torment and physical suffering reach their zenith aboard. Once one boards the ship, no individual can disembark unscathed. Lin Xingxing must seize the moment to train diligently, uncertain of when Lin Ziqing might arrive to conduct her inspection. Failure would signify an irretrievable descent into despair. Chapter 32. Reflecting on events in the quaint nightclub, Sister Hua greeted Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian with a beaming smile. Mr. Lin, Brother Tian, your presence is truly an honor. Sister Hua, we are here to see Commander Jun. Please, this way. Commander Jun is already awaiting you in the private room. Commander Jun, I apologize for the delay. Company matters have kept me occupied. Not at all. Please take a seat. You may leave now, he remarked, gesturing to Sister Hua, who smiled and exited. What about you, Ping? I've sent him on an errand. We need to meet swiftly. His identity is rather sensitive, and we cannot afford any missteps. Indeed, it would be prudent for him to withdraw quietly or secure some evidence he mistakenly believes to be substantial. As for the police, we must remain cautious. Future operations will be hindered otherwise. I shall contemplate this further, and I would appreciate your insights as well. Certainly, but the sooner, the better. There is another matter I am unsure if you are aware of. What is it? Lin Ziqing approached Zhang Meng, who shivered under her gaze. Do you know how we were exposed? It was due to a girl named Oh Shouting. She left behind a diary that, while lacking in detail, nonetheless revealed a significant portion of our affairs. Why was she not thoroughly interrogated before she was killed? Moreover, her organs were removed, Zhang Meng. Wang Dajun looked at Zhang Meng, perplexed. Zhang Meng had always been meticulous in his tasks. What Lin Ziqing spoke of seemed out of character for him. Furthermore, he had only briefly mentioned Oh Shouting's demise, without any reference to the organs. Under their intense scrutiny, Zhang Meng trembled as he knelt and confessed. When I captured Oh Shouting, she leapt from the vehicle mid-journey, and she was lifeless by then. Fearing exposure, I hastily disposed of her body. To maximize the benefit from her remains, I entrusted her organs to Madame Tang, believing it would be inconsequential. I had no idea. With a sharp crack, Wang Dajun struck Zhang Meng across the face. Ziqing, do not worry. I shall administer a fitting punishment. Commander, you have grown older. Your strikes lack the ferocity of your youth, Lin Ziqing remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Tian, who strode purposefully to Zhang Meng's side. Zhang Meng cried out as Lin Tian effortlessly broke his left arm, leaving no room for hesitation. Wang Dajun stood in shock. I am no longer one to tolerate bloodshed. Yet some transgressions must be punished. Otherwise, one fails to learn, he stated. Commander, I shall take my leave now. You need not worry about Biaozi. Yu Ping has granted you 7 days. If it remains unresolved, I shall take over. With a chilling smile, Lin Ziqing departed with Lin Tian. Wang Dajun suddenly comprehended. His former reign of terror was but a fleeting memory in the eyes of this young woman. He had now become merely an elder bearing the burdens of his past. Upon exiting, Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian encountered Sister Hua. Sister Hua, in a few days. I will bring a newcomer. I hope you can guide them well. Absolutely. However, I wish for you to be the only one to meet them. Let others remain in the dark. How mysterious. I like it. All right. I shall bring her over tomorrow. Once in the car, Lin Tian inquired whether we should bring Xintong along. Yes, she always insists on accompanying us, so let us indulge her. This place is soon to be sealed by the police, making it relatively safe, and the documents in hand require someone to take over. Xintong indeed proves to be an excellent choice. Tomorrow, you shall go and fetch her. Good. And what is the status of the progress at Jiangjing? It is proceeding adequately, following the established steps. It should be completed in the next few days. Urge him to expedite the process. Chapter 33. The Defense Attorney greetings. I am Jiangjing. the legal representative for Lu Biao. Jiang Jing approached Tai Jing, presenting his business card. Tai Jing studied Jiang Jing closely, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had encountered him before. At that moment, Ding Ling approached and whispered, "Captain Tai, he is a renowned criminal defense attorney in Lavayuan City, reputed for an impeccable record of victories." Tai Jing commented, "Such a distinguished lawyer, yet he is defending a mere thug. It seems a waste of talent." "There is no such thing as a waste of talent. When a client requires assistance, it is my duty to respond. That is my professional ethic. When can I meet my client?" "It will take at least 3 days. Some matters remain unclear," came the reply. "Attempted rape, as far as I know, lacks solid evidence." "Are you suggesting coercion? How can you speak so? Our inquiries are recorded. You may verify the footage. Moreover, without evidence, we would not detain him." "Then what have you uncovered in this extensive time? Surely, you have not elicited nothing? Perhaps my meeting with the client could yield some insights. After all, he should place greater trust in me." Dai Yin pondered. Biao had been silent for days, likely harboring reservations. Allowing him to meet someone from the outside world could provide him with information that might encourage him to speak. "Very well, Ding Ling, arrange it." 15 minutes later, Jiang Jing met with Biao. Biao was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Jing, unable to recall having sought legal counsel. With a warm smile, Jiang Jing initiated the conversation. "Mr. Wang sent me. You need not worry. Is it Junyi? He still believes in me, does he not?" "Indeed, otherwise I would not be here meeting you. I did not commit rape. She seduced me. She invited me in for a shower, and when I emerged, she accused me of assault. I find myself here without understanding how. I am aware, yet your arrest is not solely due to that incident, is it?" "Yes, it pertains to my foolish actions." Jiang Jing opened his notebook, adjusted his glasses, and began to methodically tap the table. Biao's gaze involuntarily followed the rhythmic motions, but soon his eyes glazed over, his demeanor resembling that of a soulless automaton. Jiang Jing spoke calmly. "Mr. Wang has great faith in you, as does your family. You may rest assured. However, you must also accept responsibility for your actions, correct?" Biao nodded. "There is a saying, confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. It has been a week. Let's not delay the officers over the weekend. You might consider adopting a more measured approach. It could lead to a different outcome." Jiang Jing fixed his gaze firmly on Biao, attempting to rekindle his memories. Upon finishing, Jiang Jing abruptly closed his notebook, and Biao instantly regained his composure. As if a veil had been lifted, he swallowed hard and asked, "Are you certain? Does Junyi truly mean this?" "Yes, that is indeed Mr. Wang's intention. But it requires time, does it not?" "How much time?" "You have been with Mr. Wang for quite a while." As Jiang Jing spoke, he rapped his fingers upon the table 3 times, prompting Biaozi to comprehend the unspoken directive from the commander. He was to divulge all pertinent information. However, it was imperative to delay, ensuring that the revelations were completed within 3 days. The specifics of what needed to be disclosed had already been implanted in Jiang Jing's mind through the method of hypnosis. Exiting the interrogation room, Jiang Jing addressed Officer Tai Jing, stating, "I have conveyed all that needed to be said and inquired about everything that required questioning. The subsequent matters can be handled in due course. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed from the special investigation team. Tai Jing observed Jiang Jing's retreating figure, pondering their conversation, perplexed by the nature of their communication, which appeared devoid of substantial dialogue. Yet, an unsettling atmosphere lingered. When Ning Ziyu returned, he would review the recordings. Perhaps they would unveil some clue. Upon leaving the police station and returning to his vehicle, Jiang Jing dialed Lin Tian's number. "This is Jiang Jing. The matter has been resolved, so please rest assured, Mr. Lin." After Lin Tian ended the call, he reported to Lin Ziqing, who indicated that she would accompany Yao Xintong to the quaint town story the following day, as preparations for certain matters were indeed in order. Chapter 34. All set the following day, Lin Ziqing entered the story nightclub with a young girl. The girl, clad in a tank top and denim shorts, radiated youthful exuberance, contrasting sharply with Lin Ziqing's mature demeanor. Together, they formed a picturesque sight. Sister Hua approached them, and Lin Ziqing introduced, "This is Yao Xintong." You can call her Tong Tong. From today onward, she will take over all your resources. The girl was undeniably attractive, with an impressive figure. Her legs must have measured nearly 1 meter 80. Wasn't her presence here a waste of talent? As I mentioned, she is not here to work for you, but to replace you. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Ziqing's words, Sister Hua's expression darkened, and she impatiently retorted, Lin, those resources are vital for my survival. I can't just hand them over. Lin Ziqing smiled faintly, her words laced with meaning. Vital resources must be entrusted to the right person. Wang Dajuan's downfall is merely a matter of time. Are you planning to wait until after his fall to hand over these resources to the police, hoping it won't lead to your own conviction? Besides, you are well aware of Wang Dajuan's illicit activities. Do you truly believe you can claim ignorance if he is apprehended? Sister Hua's complexion changed as the truth dawned upon her. Indeed, Wang Dajuan had been involved in illegal dealings, and after spending so long with him, it was impossible to emerge unscathed. Yet, once the list was handed over, she would be left with nothing. Observing the turmoil in Sister Hua's expression, Lin Ziqing continued, Sister Hua, you are an intelligent person. I genuinely wish to protect you. After all these years by my side, although Wang Dajuan may be beyond saving, your safety is still within my grasp. Sister Lin, having followed the general for so many years, I cannot abandon him now that he is in trouble. Loyalty means sharing both joy and hardship. Very well, Lin Ziqing replied. Since you value loyalty, I shall say no more. Within half a month, Wang Dajuan will surely fall. At that time, you can take your vital list and accompany him to spend the rest of your life in prison. Xintong, let us depart. Sister Lin, wait. Sister Hua called out, blocking Lin Ziqing's path. Although she was not in her prime, she did not wish to spend her remaining years behind bars. I will give you the list, but you must promise to rescue me. Rest assured, I have never broken a promise. Xintong will accompany you from today, but publicly, she is merely the new beer girl. No one must learn of her true identity, not even Wang Dajuan. Understood. I will ensure it remains confidential. By the way, do not inform Director Wang. If he finds out, he will certainly prevent me from following you. All right, I shall return now. I will pick you up before any trouble arises. Upon returning to the car, Lin Tian awaited her and asked, Sister, have you made all the arrangements? The arrangements have been made. By the way, Director Wang has consented to my bringing anyone along for official matters, except for Xingtong. Please having Z investigate. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps it is due to Xingtong having followed Director Wang since childhood, coinciding with the director's recent miscarriage. It seems rather fortuitous, does it not? Nonetheless, it would be prudent to conduct an inquiry for peace of mind. The special investigation team is currently interrogating Biaozi, who sits there, his face a mask of confusion. Suddenly, he speaks up, expressing his desire to meet Captain Tai, claiming that what he is about to divulge is of great significance. Captain Tai Jing enters the interrogation room and regards Biaozi, urging him to proceed as he listens attentively. Captain Tai, you wish to know who is behind me, do you not? I can reveal this, but the tale is lengthy. Do you possess the patience to hear it all? Enough with the preamble. Swiftly disclose your information, Tai commands. A sinister smile creeps across Biaozi's face, deep and foreboding, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor. I'm aware of the reason for my capture. At the time of the recording, only Yu Ping and I were present, which implies he is the mole. Since I am aware of this, my chances of escape are non-existent, correct? Cut the nonsense. Be forthcoming, and we will advocate for a reduced sentence. Should you remain obstinate, we will uncover the truth, but your opportunity for redemption will vanish. I'm fully cognizant that the individual in the recording is me. The girl's name is Wu Jingjing. She has likely committed suicide. She borrowed money from me and, naturally, was obliged to repay it. Repay? How did she borrow money, and how is she to repay you? Naturally, she intended to repay using the most valuable asset she possessed, her body. Moreover, it was entirely voluntary and had no bearing on me. How did Wu Jingjing contact you? And how did you cultivate your clientele? You should be more informed than I. Did you not apprehend Sister Wan? Her methods exceed mine, and all clients were channeled through her. Continue your account without the tedious delays. Clarify everything at once. Very well, do not rush. Girls like Wu Jingjing were introduced through sister Wan as intermediaries seeking loans. However, students have no collateral and thus resort to their bodies as guarantees. If they fail to repay, we have no recourse but to suggest other avenues for them to earn money and settle their debts. What avenues? Speak. What avenues? I cannot recall. Perhaps I will remember by tomorrow. For now, my tale concludes here. In exasperation, Ding Ling yanks Biaozi from his seat, ready to strike him. Ding Ling, cease at once. Tai Jing barks, halting her. Officer Tai, if you harm me, you will miss out on the entirety of the story. Let us reconvene tomorrow. To discover what transpires next, stay tuned for the next installment. Biaozi bursts into laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt and exhilaration. Chapter 35. A hint of discovery upon exiting the interrogation room. Ding Ling, in a fit of anger, hurled the documents in her hands. What purpose does this serve? Hurry, and finally Wan to verify Biaozi's testimony. With a huff, Ding Ling turned and strode away. Ning Ziyu approached Tai Jing, his expression grave, as he remarked, I have viewed the video of Biaozi's meeting with his attorney. This lawyer is quite formidable. What do you mean? At first glance, it appeared to be a mere meeting. Yet the lawyer's gestures and language contained elements of hypnosis. Hypnosis? Indeed, although I cannot be certain since I was not present. If it truly is hypnosis, then Biaozi's testimony and behavior today would make sense. Certainly, Biaozi's demeanor today is drastically different from before, as if someone is guiding him. However, without concrete evidence, we cannot interrogate Jiang Jing, the lawyer. Yes, and doing so might alert the snake in the grass. If Biaozi divulges everything he knows, then this lawyer would be assisting us. Why would that be? Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu remained perplexed, unable to discern who was orchestrating the case, as if someone were subtly directing their investigation. Though Biaozi was currently cooperative, the extent of his cooperation remained uncertain. The following day, Tai Jing and Ding Ling arrived punctually at the interrogation room, while Ning Ziyu observed Biaozi from outside, deliberating whether to employ his own methods to liberate Biaozi from the state of hypnosis. Yet, if he were to be freed only to revert to his previous uncooperative stance, it would be a futile endeavor. You officers are remarkably punctual. It seems my storytelling skills are quite commendable, Biaozi remarked. Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point. Ding Ling urged impatiently. Don't rush. A calm demeanor is essential for a good story. Today's tale is particularly riveting, and I find myself eagerly anticipating it. Last time, we discussed my operation of a nude loan scheme, introducing others to alternative avenues of income. This avenue, of course, involves prostitution. These girls possess some value, which must be maximized for profit. How did you connect the girls with clients, and what arrangements did you make? Each girl prepares an introduction, detailing her physique and talents, which is then sent to designated clients for selection. As for how these clients are acquired, I'm not privy to those channels. What I do know is that without substantial connections and backing, one would not gain access to the girls' videos. My role is merely to facilitate the nude loans, film the girls, and escort them to clients. Beyond that, I am unaware. Who do you serve? Speak quickly. I have shared quite a bit today and am feeling fatigued. However, in a good mood, I can point you in the right direction. The financial transactions are fixed by determining who ultimately pockets the money. You will uncover who is behind it all. Biaozi's statement struck a chord with Tai Jing and Ding Ling. They had indeed overlooked the financial records. From the girls repaying their debts to the fees for client meetings, they had never investigated where the money had gone. In their singular focus on capturing Biaozi, they had disregarded this crucial aspect. Lin Tian of the Sihai Group received a call from Zhang Meng, during which the details of Wang Dajuan's plan to eliminate Yu Ping were divulged, including the specific timeline and procedures. Lin Tian instructed Zhang Meng to facilitate the plan while ensuring that Yu Ping emerged unscathed, armed with a complete chain of evidence. From the outset, Zhang Meng had been covertly monitoring Yu Ping and maintaining contact with Lin Ziqing. Even while Lin Ziqing was abroad, Zhang Meng acted according to directives. Lin Ziqing understood that this situation needed to reach its conclusion. It was time to deliver a resolution to Wang Dajuan. However, she was acutely aware that Liang Sihai would undoubtedly be enraged, necessitating a fabricated rationale to ensure his acceptance of Wang Dajuan's downfall. Jiang Jing informed Lin Ziqing about the progress of Biaozi's testimony, noting that there was approximately 1 day left before Biaozi would lose his utility. Lin Ziqing recognized that it was time to reel in their target. Merely hinting to Wang Dajun about drawing Yu Ping out with financial records was indicative of the man's age. He was evidently reluctant to engage in strategic thinking. Nevertheless, Zhang Meng's capabilities were limited, and rescuing Yu Ping from Wang Dajun's grasp was no trivial matter. Lin Ziqing deemed it necessary to personally intervene, orchestrating a seamless operation to extricate Yu Ping. Chapter 36. The revelation of accounts. The task force, led by Ding Ling, discovered that a portion of the funds received by Biaozi from the girls had been retained on the books, while the remainder was transferred to Zhang Meng's personal account, from which cash was withdrawn monthly. It appeared evident that Biaozi's dealings were linked to Zhang Meng, yet had no connection whatsoever to Wang Dajun. The flow of cash lacked specific accounting guidance, making it impossible to assert Zhang Meng's involvement. Tai Jing scrutinized the evidence before him. Without an insider's revelation, it would be nearly impossible to pin down Wang Dajun, potentially allowing him to overturn the situation and retaliate. Should the chain of evidence be severed and a warning given, Wang Dajun would likely destroy any incriminating evidence, complicating any future attempts to apprehend him. Tai Jing considered Yu Ping. If only Yu Ping could illicitly procure the internal accounts, it might suffice. However, such an endeavor was fraught with peril. One misstep could cost him his life, and Tai Jing was reluctant to take such a risk. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Yu Ping. Captain Tai, Wang Dajun wants me to take over all of Biaozi's operations. He not only provided me with a list, but also intends to hand over the accounts. Accounts? Did he approach you about this? Tai Jing inquired, his mind racing at the coincidence. Just as Biaozi had divulged details regarding the accounts, Wang Dajun was now entrusting them to Yu Ping. The trap seemed all too apparent. Yu Ping, this is a setup. You must decline. Cite a lack of capability or insufficient time. Whatever it takes, do not accept. Captain Tai, is this account crucial? If we have it, can we apprehend Wang Dajun and secure conviction? In principle, yes, but the timing is exceedingly suspicious. You must not act impulsively. I fear that if I let this opportunity slip, it may not arise again. I cannot allow Jingjing's death to remain unexplained. Yu Ping, adhere to the organization's directives. Our priority is not only to apprehend the suspect, but also to ensure our own safety. On the other end of the line, Yu Ping listened, yet his mind was clouded by a thirst for vengeance. He was determined to capture Wang Dajun and bring all implicated parties to justice. Every moment they remained at large meant another potential victim, like Jingjing, could be harmed or worse. Regardless of whether it was a trap, Yu Ping felt compelled to take the risk, even if it meant his own demise. He feigned compliance with Tai Jing's counsel while secretly preparing for action. Meanwhile, Tai Jing hurriedly investigated the whereabouts of the funds. Even the cash withdrawn by Zhang Meng should have some form of accountability. At the Little Town Story nightclub, Zhang Meng remarked, "Brother Jun, everything is in place. The fabricated accounts are stored on the computer. We are merely waiting for Yu Ping to take over. At which point, we shall find a pretext to eliminate him. Even if he manages to extract the accounts, they are counterfeit, and the police will lack any authentic evidence. Indeed, the method proposed by Ziqing is rather commendable. It is a strategy more typical of the youth. By the way, has Yu Ping agreed to take over Biaozi's business? He has, and he is quite pleased about it. Most importantly, he is eager to review the accounts and is keen to demonstrate his capabilities. This lad is either blissfully naive or has been blinded by animosity. We must remain thoroughly prepared, as he is backed by the police and should not be underestimated. Rest assured, my friend, with me around, there shall be no issues. Furthermore, General Lin will be coming by in the next few days to offer assistance, both overtly and covertly, to give Yu Ping a little nudge. It is imperative that we expedite this matter. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Yu Ping is a ticking time bomb. He will either explode or depart. His presence is discomforting to behold." Chapter 37. Taking risks today marks the third day. According to Jiang Jing's arrangement, Biaozi is set to unveil all that he knows, thereby completing his final task. Once this task is fulfilled, he shall be able to exit the stage. Ding Ling and Tai Jing entered the interrogation room. Observing Biaozi's demeanor, he He was no longer as composed as before, instead exhibiting signs of considerable fatigue, his voice hoarse. "Officer, today my story reaches its conclusion. Ask me anything, and I shall divulge all. Please do so swiftly, for my time is limited." "What do you mean by limited time? What are you implying?" Biaozi smiled faintly. "It is nothing, merely that my time for speaking is fleeting. We have scrutinized your financial transactions. The funds you received were deposited into Zhang Meng's personal account, for which he regularly withdrew cash. After that, we lost track. Is Zhang Meng your sole contact, or is there a more significant figure behind this?" "My liaison was indeed Zhang Meng. All the funds I retrieved were for him. I followed his directives regarding client meetings and other arrangements. The specifics of the subsequent financial operations are beyond my knowledge, but there are indeed more powerful figures involved." "Is it Wang Dajuan?" "Yes, it is Wang Dajuan, but he too has someone behind him, of whom I am unaware. You were responsible for client approvals, arranging video viewings, and scheduling meetings, correct?" "The details elude me," Biaozi admitted, "but I know that the list is not trivial. It includes individuals from both the political and business spheres. We have operated discreetly for many years, shielded by those in higher positions." Ding Ling and Tai Jing exchanged glances, realizing that matters were far more complex than they appeared. The retrieval of bodies from the moat was no trivial issue. They now needed to gather evidence, apprehend Wang Dajuan, and trace the connections back to the root. "What else do you know? Please continue your confession." "What I know is rather limited. I tend to be reckless, often rushing through matters without involvement in many internal affairs. To be frank, I am merely a pawn in this game, lacking any substantial influence." With that, Biaozi cast his gaze downward, then added, "These are all I can share. The rest is up to you." Yu Ping arrived at Wang Dajuan's office, acutely aware that the situation was dire. Yet, his desire for vengeance against Wu Jingjing was overwhelming. He felt compelled to proceed, even if it led him into the depths of hell. Wang Dajuan entered, accompanied by Zhang Meng, and remarked, "Yu Ping, although you have been with us for a short time, your business acumen is commendable. I highly value talent." "Thank you, Commander. I will not disappoint your expectations." "Good. It is essential to express gratitude." "Zhang Meng, shortly, you will provide Yu Ping with a list. The financial records will take some time to organize before I can deliver them." Upon hearing that the accounts would require further time, Yu Ping felt a flicker of displeasure. But he masked it well. The situation was already abnormal, and pressing further would only betray his anxiety. "Very well, I will heed the Commander's instructions." At that moment, Wang Dajuan's phone rang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hung up. "I have a matter to attend to. Zhang Meng, accompany me outside." "Yu Ping, please come back tomorrow," Wang Dajuan instructed before departing with Zhang Meng. After watching Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng leave, Yu Ping concocted a plan, although he had not yet obtained the accounts. The videos stored on the computer served as compelling evidence. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily infiltrated Wang Dajuan's office, relying on his memory to unlock the door to the hidden room, where he quickly located the computer. At that moment, Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng re-entered the nightclub through the back door, observing Yu Ping's every move on the monitor in an adjacent room. The moment he acquired the documents, they intended to apprehend him, ensuring a complete capture. As Yu Ping accessed the computer, he discovered it was indeed password protected. Should he fail to enter the correct password thrice, the data would be erased and an alarm triggered. Driven to desperation, he attempted the first password, Wang Dajuan's birthday. Incorrect. The second attempt was the date of Wang Dajuan's release from prison. Still wrong. He was left with one final opportunity. Suddenly, Yu Ping recalled that the most significant person to Wang Dajuan was Wang Jing. However, he could not remember Wang Jing's birthday at this crucial moment. Meanwhile, the shadow on the other side of the computer mused, "This fool is truly dim-witted. He cannot even crack such a simple password. I have so much more to attend to." Left with no other choice, Yu Ping entered the last password, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and dampening the keyboard. With the press of the enter key, his fate hung in the balance. Unable to bear the suspense, the shadow intervened, pressing enter for him and effortlessly breaching the computer's defenses. From the shadows, the figure liberated the deeply concealed accounts and evidence belonging to Wang Dajuan. discreetly transferring them onto Yu Ping's USB drive. Meanwhile, Wang Dajuan observed as Yu Ping completed the data transfer and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Meng, who then signaled his subordinates to prepare. A throng of individuals awaited at the entrance, ready to subdue Yu Ping in one decisive sweep. Chapter 38. Can one escape? Yu Ping, filled with anxiety, hurriedly transferred the contents onto a USB drive, carefully tucking it into his inner pocket. Within it lay not merely evidence, but a quiet requiem for his soul. Unbeknownst to him, a hellish ordeal awaited outside. Upon opening the door, he was met with a throng of individuals tightly encircling the entrance, brandishing long knives and stout clubs. Their intention was not merely to apprehend him. It was to take his life. Zhang Meng emerged from the crowd, his face radiating provocation. Yu Ping, you finally graced us with your presence. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. You seem rather sluggish. Mengge, I appreciate your patience. Might I inquire about the nature of your business with me? Is such a grand spectacle truly necessary? You stealthily infiltrated the military officer's office. Surely that indicates you have a purpose here. Have you found what you were seeking? What are you implying? I merely left a few belongings behind and returned to retrieve them. I have done nothing wrong, Yu Ping replied with an air of calm, though turmoil churned within him. Yu Ping, we shan't simply stand idly by. In the absence of evidence, is such a grandiose display warranted? Officer Yu? Hearing Zhang Meng address him by his title sent a jolt of unease through Yu Ping. Yet, aware that Zhang Meng knew his identity, he reasoned that the man would not act recklessly, harboring at least a modicum of respect for his position and the leverage it provided in negotiations. Since you are aware of my identity, why do you restrain me? Are you contemplating the murder of a police officer? Do you believe you can bear the weight of such a crime? Zhang Meng smiled faintly, exhaling deeply. We certainly wouldn't dare to kill a police officer, but we lack evidence to affirm your status. More importantly, what we are about to do is not the murder of a policeman. It is merely the unfortunate demise of a petty thief. A thief? Yu Ping pondered, grasping that the ledger and the list were mere facades. He had been overly eager, and Wang Dajuan had deftly exploited his impetuous nature to orchestrate this scenario. This trap was far from impenetrable. Tai Jing had recognized it long ago. Yet Yu Ping's thirst for vengeance rendered him impervious to reason. With a scoff, Yu Ping declared, "Then let them come." The crowd, eager and restless, understood Yu Ping's prowess well. Without absolute focus, they stood no chance against him. As blades glinted ominously, the assailants surged forward. Yu Ping evaded their strikes, devoid of any suitable weapon, relying solely on his agility. One assailant lunged with a blade, and unable to dodge entirely, it struck his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Ping grasped the weapon and, with a bloodshot gaze, exclaimed, "Thank you for your knife. Now we are on equal footing. Come at me." Chaos ensued as blades and clubs rained down upon him, each attacker intent on delivering a lethal blow. With the long knife in hand, Yu Ping felt no fear. His spirit could not falter. The cacophony of cries and the sounds of weapons clashing echoed around him as he fought like a vengeful spirit, consumed by rage. He unleashed the pent-up fury of his desire for vengeance against Wu Jingjing, watching as his adversaries fell one by one, their courage waning. Covered in blood and gravely injured, Yu Ping noticed the hesitation among his foes, who began to retreat timidly. Seizing the moment, he leapt from the second floor to the ground below, recognizing that even if the evidence were indeed false, he must preserve his own life. Everyone was momentarily stunned, watching as Yu Ping leaped down from the building. Zhang Meng shouted, urging them to chase after him. Today, under no circumstances could they allow him to leave alive. The henchman rushed out in a frenzy. Yu Ping, dragging his severely injured body, found himself at a loss for escape, needing to evade his pursuers while securing a safe exit. Given his current condition, it was an arduous task. He ran desperately forward, oblivious to Lin Ziqing approaching him, and they collided. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and upon hearing the shouts behind him, Yu Ping sprang to his feet, ready to flee, only to be seized by Lin Ziqing. She gestured toward a nearby wine barrel, indicating he should hide inside. With no other option, Yu Ping concealed himself within, knowing that whether fortune or misfortune awaited him, he could not escape his fate. Lin Zong, Did you see that bloodied figure who just rushed past? Lin Ziqing asked, rubbing her shoulder. I did. He bumped into me. It hurt. He ran in that direction. Catch him and give him a few more punches for me. Understood, Lin Zong. This way. The henchman swiftly followed the direction pointed out by Lin Ziqing. Come out. They've already left. Lin Ziqing tapped on the wine barrel. Thank you, but I must take my leave now. Are you really going to leave like this? You 1T escape. Do you need help? Why are you helping me? Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Why not lend assistance? Just tell me, do you trust me? Yu Ping gazed at Lin Ziqing, realizing that his aimless flight would lead to nowhere. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble. What if he won? My car is at the back entrance. You can hide in the trunk. They 1T dare search my vehicle. Following Lin Ziqing to the rear, Yu Ping concealed himself in the trunk. Just as they were about to exit, a henchman blocked their path. Lin Zong, I'm afraid I must inspect your vehicle. We are in pursuit of a thief, and we cannot let him escape. Very well. Were you sure you want to inspect my car? Do you have the courage for that? Under these circumstances, I hope Lin Zong can understand, he said, advancing towards the trunk to open it. Inside, hearing the commotion outside, Yu Ping thought that rather than passively waiting to be captured, it would be better to take the initiative. Gripping the knife in hand, he prepared himself for confrontation. Chapter 39. Why save me? In the fleeting moment of opening the trunk, Zhang Meng appeared, and Lin Ziqing exchanged a knowing glance with him. He scolded. You dare to search President Lin's car? You must be courting death. Do not be so harsh. It is a special circumstance, and I must show understanding, Lin Ziqing replied. Walking past the thug, locking eyes with him, she stated, You have searched my vehicle, yet found nothing, correct? The thug, momentarily immobilized, stammered, Yes, nothing at all. My apologies, President Lin. It is of no consequence, she replied. Zhang Meng, I will take my leave now. Should anything arise, I will inform you. With that, Zhang Meng turned and continued his search for Yu Ping, knowing full well that Yu Ping had already escaped, yet he needed to maintain appearances for Wang Dajuan. Lin Tian drove to the green safety dike, parked, and opened the trunk to help Yu Ping out. After expressing his gratitude, Yu Ping attempted to leave but collapsed to the ground, weak and unsteady. Enough, do not push yourself, Lin Tian insisted. I have a first aid kit. Let me bandage you up before we take you to the hospital. Lin Tian skillfully began to tend to Yu Ping's wounds. Though not extensive, they were sufficient to cause significant blood loss if left untreated. Why do you save me? Yu Ping asked, suspicion lacing his tone. For no particular reason. Lin Ziqing replied with a slight smile. Wang Dajuan is hardly a virtuous man. If he is pursuing you, you must be a good person. Yu Ping, reassured by Lin Ziqing's demeanor, chuckled. What if I am his adversary? What if I escape and bring harm to you? Then that would be his fate, not mine, she retorted, gazing thoughtfully at the distant sky. Yu Ping, upon hearing her response, refrained from further contemplation. The priority was to swiftly deliver the USB drive to Tai Jing, procure evidence, and ensure justice against these villains for Wu Jingjing and the other girls. After Lin Tian completed the urgent bandaging, Lin Ziqing intended to take Yu Ping to the hospital for a thorough examination. However, he declined, requesting to be taken to the police station instead. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yu Ping sincerely expressed his gratitude once more to Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian. After their departure, Lin Ziqing, with a look of disdain, remarked regarding the car. Let us find a car wash to thoroughly cleanse the interior and exterior. It is far too ominous. Wounded and unsteady, Yu Ping stumbled into the police station, colliding with Ding Ling. He quickly produced the USB drive, stating, for Captain Tai, evidence against Wang Dajuan. Before he could finish, Yu Ping, having lost too much blood, fainted. When the ambulance arrived, chaos ensued as everyone hurriedly placed Yu Ping onto the stretcher, with the team member Xiao Jing accompanying him to the hospital. Ding Ling relayed the entire account to Tai Jing, presenting the bloodstained USB drive as evidence. Tai Jing instantly comprehended that this was the evidence Yu Ping had risked his life to reclaim. Without a moment's hesitation, he urged the technical department to decrypt the evidence. The instant the device was connected to the computer, the worm virus previously downloaded onto the USB by the Shadow swiftly infiltrated every corner of the police station's computer. Elusive and difficult to detect. Now, The police station's computer lay exposed before the shadow, who, on the other side of the screen, smiled with triumph and declared at last, "I have awaited your arrival." Chapter 40. A hasty escape upon acquiring the USB drive. The technical department immediately commenced efforts to decrypt its contents, which were undoubtedly filled with encrypted files containing crucial evidence. Tai Jing gazed at Yu Ping, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, gravely injured. His moment of hesitation nearly cost a young life. Ning Ziyu offered words of comfort, stating that certain matters were beyond one's control. Who could have anticipated that Yu Ping would take such significant risks in pursuit of evidence? Fortunately, Yu Ping had emerged from danger, and now they awaited his awakening. Tai Jing remained silent, vowing to apprehend the mastermind behind this ordeal. The shadow informed Lin Ziqing that, given the technical department's pace of decryption, it would require at least 3 days. Lin Ziqing understood that the time had come. She composed herself and, with a tone of urgency, called Wang Dajuan. "Commander, I just received intelligence that Yu Ping has fled with the accounts and has handed them over to the police. They are currently decrypting the information. You and Zhang Meng should lay low for a while. Rest assured, what he took was the false account." "There is no evidence," Wang Dajuan replied, exhaling smoke without a hint of concern. "Commander, regardless of its authenticity, the fact remains that your group assaulted Yu Ping. If any of your subordinates cannot withstand interrogation, you will be exposed. It is merely a precaution to hide for a time. I have already arranged a safe place for you. You should leave promptly." Upon hearing this, Wang Dajuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, one must exercise caution in all matters. Zhang Meng inadvertently noticed someone watching him and the commander. Wang Dajuan decided to swiftly take his wife and Zhang Meng to the refuge prepared by Lin Ziqing. Following her instructions, they turned off their phones and all forms of communication, isolating themselves from the world. Through the relentless efforts of the technical department, they successfully decrypted the account details first, revealing that after Zhang Meng withdrew the funds, he deposited them into Wang Dajuan's account, with a significant portion subsequently transferred to the Sihai Group. What was the relationship between the Sihai Group and Wang Dajuan? Ding Ling presented the technical department's report to Tai Jing, who was ready to lead a team to the Sihai Group to inquire for information and seek any leads. "President Lin, the police have arrived to consult regarding the accounts," Lin Tian announced. "Very well, please bring them in." "Hello, this is Lin Ziqing, the financial director of Sihai Group," Lin Tian introduced. "This is Captain Tai Jing from the Special Investigation Team." In the sunlight, Lin Ziqing appeared even more radiant, her professional attire exuding confidence and allure. Tai Jing couldn't help but steal additional glances at her. Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing exchanged polite handshakes, and upon locking eyes, they felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. "Captain Tai, how may I assist you?" "It is regarding some accounts associated with Wang Dajuan, the owner of the Xiaoqing Story nightclub. We require your cooperation in the investigation. We have discovered that he regularly transfers a substantial amount of money to your company. Do you have any business dealings with him?" "The Xiaoqing Story nightclub? Oh, I am aware. The ownership of that property belongs to our company. He is merely a tenant. That sum should be the rent," Lin Tian responded. "Lin, please have Manager Wu retrieve the contract. Are you suggesting that the funds Wang Dajuan transferred to you are for rent, correct?" "Indeed. I have just returned to the country and have recently taken on financial responsibilities. However, during a recent review of documents, I came across a leasing contract. Shortly thereafter, Manager Wu arrived at Lin Ziqing's office with the lease agreement in hand. Tai Jing glanced at the contract and noted that it was signed by Zhang Meng, not Wang Dajuan. Moreover, the annual rent has been steadily increasing at a significant rate, yet the contract was still executed. This raises questions. If the revenue fails to meet the rental standards, why not consider relocating? The escalation in rent seems considerable. What compels him to continue leasing? I am uncertain about this matter. Previously, I had a client who valued the small town stories establishment and even offered double the rent. Yet for some reason, Wang Dajuan favored this location and proposed 3 times the amount. When I inquired about his motivations, he mentioned that he is getting older and has a sentimental attachment to the place. Have you interacted with Wang Dajuan or visited the small town stories nightclub? Did you observe anything amiss? I found nothing out of the ordinary. Wang Dajuan is quite loyal and treats his subordinates well. As for small-town stories, it is merely a straightforward nightclub. What else could there be? Have you been to the second floor? I have not. I have only sung and socialized in the private rooms on the first floor. Well, could you provide me with a copy of that contract? Certainly. Lin Tian and the others departed from the office, having not acquired any substantive evidence at this juncture, and now they must await further decryption from the technical department. Chapter 41. A resounding slap. Tai Jing arrived at the Sihai group to investigate matters, which did not go unnoticed by Liang Sihai. In a fit of rage, he summoned Lin Ziqing to his office. Upon entering the chairman's office, Lin Ziqing instantly sensed a stifling atmosphere. She beheld Liang Sihai seated in his executive chair, puffing on a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Although his back was to the light, obscuring his expression, his fury was palpable, radiating an intense anger. As Lin Ziqing stepped inside, the oppressive air hung heavy as he queried, "Were the police investigating? They uncovered discrepancies in Wang Dajuan's accounts that are tied to the group. Hence, they are conducting an inquiry," she replied, her voice trembling slightly. "Oh, do you recall why I summoned you back from abroad?" Liang Sihai rose, slowly approaching Lin Ziqing. "Yes, to resolve the issues concerning Wang Dajuan, allowing us to continue our business safely," she uttered, fully aware that there was no room left for evasion, only silent acceptance. And now, not only have the police delved into Wang Dajuan, but they are also probing the group? Before Lin Ziqing could finish her sentence, Liang Sihai struck her sharply across the face. Though she was skilled in martial arts, the unexpected blow caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily unsteady. Seemingly unsatisfied, Liang Sihai seized Lin Ziqing by her hair and whispered menacingly in her ear, "If you cannot manage such trivial matters, what purpose do I have in keeping you? After all these years, how much effort have you consumed of mine? Mr. Liang, Wang Dajuan is certainly beyond saving, but I have already legitimized my ties with the company. Rest assured, I have arranged for someone to take over his business. Once this storm passes, we can resume our operations," Lin Ziqing replied, her voice quavering. Hearing this, Liang Sihai's fury seemed to diminish slightly. "Really? Are you certain you can handle it?" Lin Ziqing regarded him cautiously, her trepidation evident. "Please trust me. I will ensure everything is managed properly." As Liang Sihai observed Lin Ziqing's trembling form, he instinctively reached out to comfort her, but she recoiled. Noticing her apprehension, Lin Ziqing leaned in, and he gently massaged her face, asking softly, "Does it still hurt?" "It no longer pains me. The failure is mine to bear," she confessed. "Very well. I do this for our future together. Let us tidy things up and avoid drawing any suspicion," he said, stroking her long hair tenderly. Lin Ziqing quickly gathered herself and, taking advantage of the sparse crowd, made her way to the underground parking lot to brief Lin Tian as they prepared to return home. Lin Tian hurried to the car, inquiring, "Heading home so early? Are you feeling unwell?" He then turned to Lin Ziqing, noticing the swollen mark on her cheek. Fury ignited within him. "Sister, who did this to you?" It was Liang Sihai. Lin Ziqing's silence confirmed the truth. "Scoundrel! How dare he? I'm going to confront him," Lin Tian exclaimed, his temper flaring as he attempted to storm off to find Liang Sihai. Lin Ziqing grasped Lin Tian firmly, preventing him from leaving. "Do not go. Is this not what we anticipated? Since the game has commenced, one must bear certain burdens." A single slap has dispelled his doubts, which is rather fortuitous. "However, sister, enough. I understand what you wish to convey. Such occurrences will only multiply in the future. We must learn to endure, for otherwise it serves no purpose for greater matters. Let's expedite our return home. I yearn for rest." Lin Ziqing, both physically and mentally exhausted, fell into a deep slumber in the car. In her dreams, she found herself back in that shadowy place, a vast factory echoing with emptiness. 3 little boys hung suspended in the air, calling out for their sister. A man stood in the distance, laughing heartily, leisurely approaching Lin Ziqing, whispering a few words into her ear. Tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken necklace, one by one, until a pair of large hands reached out to her. Lin Ziqing awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. "Sister, are you all right?" Lin Tian grasped her hands, offering comfort. After a considerable time, Lin Ziqing regained her composure and, devoid of strength, uttered, "I am fine. I merely recalled some past events. It is nothing, really. Let's go home." On the surface, Lin Ziqing appeared unaffected, yet within, her heart remained tumultuous and restless. Chapter 42. The implementation of the arrest in the hospital room. Yu Ping had been in a coma for an entire week and finally regained consciousness, allowing everyone's anxious hearts to settle. Upon seeing Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu at his bedside, he urgently inquired about the evidence. Is it genuine? Can be utilized? Will it lead to a conviction? Do not fret just yet, Tai Jing replied. The technical department is still in the process of deciphering it. First, please recount what transpired. Yu Ping recounted his perilous endeavor to gather evidence and the traps set by Wang Dajuan, also mentioning the enigmatic benefactor who had come to his aid. All present were struck by Wang Dajuan's ruthless nature, and speculation arose regarding the mysterious individual, with some suggesting that they could potentially be Wang Dajuan's adversary, deliberately rescuing Yu Ping under his very nose. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the technical department, all files on the USB drive were finally decrypted, revealing not only comprehensive accounts, but also videos of prostitutes, including some quite graphic in nature. As the group beheld these disturbing images, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The content was not only explicit, but also depicted numerous clients' peculiar fetishes, subjecting the young women to unspeakable torment, leaving them barely alive. In the videos, Yu Ping spotted Wu Jingjing, capturing her first encounter. Clenching his fists, he felt his nails dig painfully into his palms, drawing blood without his awareness. Upon further examination, they discovered the most crucial footage, a conversation between Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng, discussing how to select girls from the videos and arrange meetings, as well as how to provide information for exploitative loans. These revelations alone were sufficient to incriminate both Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng. Tai Jing promptly reported this evidence to Director Zhao, who immediately approved the arrests. Yu Ping implored Tai Jing to allow him to participate in the operation. However, due to Yu Ping's incomplete recovery, Tai Jing declined, suggesting instead that he remain at the precinct to assist with the interrogation. The police swiftly sealed off the small town stories nightclub, apprehending dozens, including Sister Hua and the beer girl. In the days prior, officers trailing Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng discovered their disappearance, and a manhunt was initiated across the city. Yu Ping anxiously awaited news at the precinct, disheartened to see that Tai Jing had not yet captured Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng. "Where are they, Captain Tai? What happened to them?" He pressed. "It seems they caught wind of something and fled," came the reply. "You promised me," Yu Ping insisted. "Rest assured, we are conducting a city-wide search. It is only a matter of time before they are apprehended." After Sister Hua was taken into custody, she faced the interrogation with an unyielding composure, deflecting all responsibility for the events on the second floor onto Wang Dajuan. "I am merely a worker," she claimed, "and have no authority to question my superiors or to take matters into my own hands." Indeed, Tai Jing lacked unequivocal evidence linking Sister Hua to the exploitative loans and prostitution. The only charge that could be levied was for exorbitant drink prices, disrupting market order. Upon learning of the closure of the small town stories nightclub and a manhunt for Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng, Lin Ziqing felt the time had come to confront Wang Dajuan and resolve matters of the past. On a chilly autumn night, the rain fell incessantly, penetrating to the bone with its coldness. Lin Ziqing accompanied Lin Tian as they traversed the silent streets. For this evening, they were to undertake a significant endeavor to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Dajuan and, most crucially, to uncover the truth behind events that transpired over 30 years ago. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves standing at the threshold of Wang Dajuan's concealed abode. The moment they knocked on the door, everything was set to unfold. Chapter 43. The truth unveiled outside. The autumn rain fell incessantly, while inside, Wang Dajuan and Zhang Meng leisurely sipped their drinks, completely oblivious to the world outside and the fact that the nightclub had been shut down. They were being hunted, naively believing that a few days of hiding would bring clearer skies. Lin Tian knocked on the door, and Wang Dajuan's wife opened it, warmly welcoming Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian inside, inviting them to dinner. Lin Ziqing smiled and replied, "There is no need for you to fuss. Please take a moment to rest. I have something to discuss with them." "All right, you two chat. Call me if you need anything," she said. Upon seeing Lin Ziqing, Wang Dajun felt reassured that the situation had been resolved, anticipating an invitation for him and Zhang Meng to emerge from their concealment. However, Lin Ziqing's first words sent a jolt of panic through him. "The nightclub has been shut down, and both of you are wanted by the police." Wang Dajun was incredulous. The materials and accounts taken by Yu Ping were clearly fabricated and could not be considered evidence for a conviction. What on earth was happening? "The documents Yu Ping took are fake. I am certain they cannot be used as evidence." "Then it's unclear how this has transpired. The police have obtained the accounts and traced them back to the organization. Fortunately, I had someone forge a lease agreement, which allowed us to slip through the cracks. Moreover, the police have video footage from various angles." Wang Dajun was utterly bewildered. Those videos were encrypted and, more crucially, not on that computer, but had long existed on a hard drive he always carried with him, leaving Yu Ping no opportunity to access them. Observing Wang Dajun's expression, Lin Ziqing felt a sense of glee. The once formidable figure had now been reduced to an ignorant old man. "Do you know? As long as it has appeared on the computer, the shadows can find it." Wang Dajun suddenly comprehended that this entire scheme was not crafted for Yu Ping, but rather laid out for him. He sighed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Liang Sihai cannot stand me this much, wanting to eliminate me so fervently. No, this time he genuinely intends to protect you. The one who truly wishes to see you gone is me," Lin Ziqing coldly stated, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "You, Ziqing, I have never wronged you or caused you harm. Why do you treat me this way?" Wang Dajun questioned in confusion. Ziqing, such an endearing call. Have you forgotten my surname? I know perfectly well. You are not just Lin Ziqing. You are the daughter of Lin Mei, the granddaughter of Lin Guojun." Wang Dajun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Ziqing. "It seems you have not succumbed to senility. Some things are still etched in your memory. Now everything makes sense. Since you have returned, why not seek direct revenge instead of orchestrating such a convoluted plan?" Wang Dajun sighed in relief, as everything fell into place. Without showcasing a facade of benevolence, how could Liang Sihai ever trust me? He has never believed in me. My house is filled with listening devices. If I do not bait the hook, how could a fish ever bite? Lin Ziqing stood up, gently patting Wang Dajun's shoulder, and whispered in his ear. "Oh, shouting was dissected at my command. The ropes binding her were intentionally loosened, and even Yu Ping's arrival was tacitly approved by me." Wang Dajun listened in astonishment, suddenly realizing he was surrounded by traitors. With reddened eyes, he turned to Zhang Meng, stammering, "Is this information you leaked? Have you been betraying me from the very beginning?" Zhang Meng, filled with shame, lowered his head in silent acknowledgement. "You need not blame Zhang Meng. A wise bird chooses its tree wisely, and that is quite natural." "Zhang Meng, does it still hurt?" Lin Ziqing inquired, gently touching Zhang Meng's arm. "It no longer hurts. This is my burden to bear. Otherwise, this performance would lack authenticity." Wang Dajun, noticing the fruit knife on the table, seized the moment when Zhang Meng was distracted and lunged at him with the knife. However, Lin Tian, quick-witted and agile, executed a hold that restrained Wang Dajun, and as the knife clattered to the ground, Wang Dajun's heart plummeted. "Commander, do not act impulsively. You are unaware of the full picture. If you kill him, you will regret it," Lin Ziqing said coldly, gazing at Wang Dajun, who lay fallen on the ground. "Do you know that Wang Jing's death was not an accident, but a calculated murder? Moreover, the murderer is both far and near." As her words faded, the sound of a teacup shattering resonated through the room. Wang Dajun's wife, tears streaming down her face, looked at Zhang Meng with disbelief and trembled as she asked, "Is what she said true?" With a clang, Zhang Meng knelt before Wang Dajun and his wife, weeping uncontrollably, and deeply bowed his head in apology. Chapter 44. Despair. In that moment of despair, the couple came to a profound realization. Mrs. Wang fainted, while Wang Dajun, in a fit of madness, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Meng, who stood there, unyielding and silent, enduring the onslaught. "Have I not treated you well? I have always regarded you as my own son, and Wang Jing has seen you as a brother. Why would you do this to us? Lin Ziqing remarked, noting that while an adopted son could never truly replace a biological one, the absence of a true heir would make the adopted one all the more valuable in times of need, erasing any barriers that might exist. Wang Dajuan, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Zhang Ming, unable to reconcile the thought of betrayal after so many years together. Regaining his composure, he turned and questioned, "Humph, is this your treachery? I refuse to believe that Zhang Ming could commit such an act. Though not my flesh and blood, he has been raised under my watchful eye." With a swift motion, Lin Tian tossed the autopsy report before Wang Dajuan. Trembling, Wang Dajuan grasped the report, panic-stricken as he began to peruse its contents. The findings revealed multiple stab wounds on Wang Jing, all superficial, but the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the forehead. In the chaos of that fateful day, when Wang Dajuan found Wang Jing, he had been too preoccupied with the injuries to notice the truth. The report clearly stated that someone had taken advantage of a disorder to assassinate Wang Jing. Zhang Ming was implicated, while the mastermind behind it all was Liang Sihai. These revelations plunged Wang Dajuan into an abyss of despair. It dawned on him that Zhang Ming had betrayed him from the very beginning. Every display of paternal affection had been mere pretense. In a moment of bitter realization, he laughed despondently. How foolish I was to believe in the existence of loyalty in this world. Observing the almost deranged state of Wang Dajuan, Zhang Ming could only bow his head in remorse, rendered speechless. "Military lord, I understand that the death of Wang Jing has haunted you for years. He was righteous and impulsive, easily manipulated. Had you not gone back to find him, you would not have been imprisoned. Liang Sihai exploited Zhang Ming's ambition to ascend, orchestrating your downfall. This has been the case for over 30 years. Lin Ziqing spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Wang Dajuan experienced a moment of clarity. He realized that he had been coerced into submission, and that Liang Sihai had never trusted him. During his time in prison, he had narrowly escaped multiple assassination attempts. And now, the exposure of these events only underscored Liang Sihai's ruthless ambitions. "What is your purpose in revealing all this to me?" Wang Dajuan asked coolly, lifting his gaze to Lin Ziqing. "I have perused my mother's diary and gleaned some knowledge about events from over 30 years ago. However, as a principal witness, I seek to uncover more details and truths. Otherwise, my quest for vengeance would be devoid of purpose." I see. Thus, you chose me as your first avenger." Lin Ziqing replied. "Indeed, without your insights, I cannot ascertain whether my retribution holds any significance. Most importantly, I wish to minimize harm to the innocent." With a sardonic chuckle, Wang Dajuan retorted, "Humph, I have no desire to discuss this further. Proceed with your initial intentions. There are no innocents here. All are deserving of damnation." "Very well. I anticipated your demeanor. Hence I have made some preparations. Here, take a look at this." Lin Tian presented a document to Wang Dajuan. It was a paternity test indicating a biological connection between Wang Jing and another individual. "What is this?" Wang Dajuan exclaimed, astonished as he held the report. The police had always maintained a blood record for Wang Jing. "I employed certain methods to conduct a paternity test between him and a specific person, and the results indeed confirmed their biological relationship. This implies that you have a grandson living in this world." In a fit of frenzy, Wang Dajuan seized Lin Ziqing and shouted, "You are not deceiving me. So where's my grandson? I can reveal his whereabouts, but I have conditions. I demand to know the truth from 30 years ago and the identities of those involved, who was responsible for my grandfather's demise." Chapter 45. The truth from 30 years ago. Let us journey back 3 decades, to the decade preceding the millennium, a time devoid of pandemics, nucleic acid tests, travel codes, or health passes. The mobile phones of that era were rudimentary communication devices, far less advanced than those we possess today. Lin Ziqing's maternal grandfather, Lin Guojun, was a notorious figure, a powerful leader of the underworld, whose enterprises encompassed drug trafficking and the abhorrent trade of human trafficking. As time progressed, he even delved into the sinister realm of organ trafficking. In essence, the organization led by Lin Guojun was an undeniable malignant tumor. Despite numerous investigations and arrests by the police, The peculiarities of the management system allowed only the capture of lower-tier operatives, perpetually eluding direct confrontation with Lin Guojun himself. Known for his loyalty and generosity, Lin Guojun treated his brothers with utmost kindness, ensuring that they never lost a penny, even at his own expense. Moreover, the families of his subordinates were well taken care of, though the methods of punishment were chillingly severe, leading many to willingly devote themselves to Lin Guojun's cause. Each business venture had its own independent overseer. The drug operations were managed by Song Yue, affectionately dubbed the pharmaceutical king, a true chemist madman. He would seclude himself for research, refusing to emerge until his goals were met, producing drugs that reached the pinnacle of purity within the industry. The organ trafficking was overseen by the enigmatic Madame Tang, a woman shrouded in mystery regarding her age and identity, yet achieving remarkable success that commanded respect. The trafficking of women was handled by Granny Shah, a seemingly benevolent figure with a heart of stone, possessing a unique method of brainwashing that ensured her girls were entirely subservient. Logistics were managed by Ding Tian, a composed and dignified gentleman, exuding the aura of a consummate businessman with exceptionally high emotional and intellectual intelligence. In those days, Wang Dajuan was merely a subordinate of Granny Shah. As the management primarily consisted of women, many men struggled to maintain their composure, often leading to blunders. However, Wang Dajuan was an exception. He remained steadfastly devoted to his wife, never straying, which earned him significant regard from Granny Shah, who frequently entrusted him with important responsibilities. Lin Guojun had only one daughter, whom he cherished as his most precious gem, resolutely shielding her from any involvement in his illicit enterprises, allowing her to grow up free from worry. Nevertheless, no one is without blemish, and living amid corruption inevitably leaves its mark. Lin Mei held her father's businesses in contempt, believing that everything associated with her was tainted. Consequently, the relationship between Lin Guojun and Lin Mei was fraught with tension, until the arrival of a man altered this dynamic. This man was Liang Si-hai, a strikingly handsome young man, distinguished and charismatic, excelling academically and showcasing a multitude of talents. He was a prominent figure in school, admired by countless admirers, including Lin Mei. Despite her sweet features, Lin Mei, burdened with thick glasses and braces during her awkward teenage years, was an ordinary girl, perhaps even somewhat unattractive. Yet, she could not suppress her affection for Liang Si-hai, secretly penning a confession letter. Unbeknownst to her, someone betrayed her secret, and the school's queen bee learned of it, leading to her daily harassment and bullying of Lin Mei in the alleyways. In the face of bullying, Lin Mei could have easily confided in Lin Guojun, as resolving such matters was a trivial endeavor. However, she chose silence, enduring the torment in solitude. On this particular day, Lin Mei found herself cornered in an alley, where three girls ruthlessly emptied her pockets, coercing her to bark like a dog and even striking her with a whip. Overwhelmed by humiliation and pain, she longed for nothing more than to vanish. "What are you doing?" A stern voice interrupted the farce. The three girls turned to see Liang Si-hai approaching, and they quickly encircled him. One of the girls attempted to defuse the situation, claiming, "We are merely rehearsing." Liang Si-hai bypassed them effortlessly and approached Lin Mei, extending his hand to help her up. "Do not presume. I am unaware of your actions. I detest those who bully others under the guise of authority. Now leave." Lin Mei, drenched and disheveled, felt the water trickle down her face, making her appear unkempt. She broke free from Liang Si-hai's grasp and fled without a backward glance. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon her bed, yet she tossed and turned throughout the night. Plagued by uncertainty, she pondered whether Liang Si-hai recognized her and feared that he might look down upon her. Lin Mei was consumed by anguish, loathing her ordinariness and despising her cowardice. Chapter 46. The Gentle Trap. The following day, Lin Mei found herself devoid of any motivation to engage in her usual activities. Holding a book, she sat quietly on the playground, observing the ebb and flow of people, her heart enveloped in a profound silence. "What are you looking at?" A familiar voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. You." Lin Mei stammered nervously. Leaning against the setting sun, Liang Si-hai's smile was truly enchanting, pure and radiant. After returning home yesterday, did you take a hot shower? You didn't catch a cold, did you? You recognized me. I must have looked quite disheveled yesterday, Lin Mei said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What is there to laugh at? It's not your fault. They bullied you. That's their issue, not yours. By the way, why were they targeting you? Lin Mei inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Don't you know? It's because of the letter I sent you. Letter? I lost the key to my mailbox ages ago and have never used it. What did you write to me? It's nothing. By the way, how did you know my name is Lin Mei? Liang Sihai smiled faintly. Have you forgotten? We participated in the provincial math competition together and won first prize. You were the only girl on the team. Lin Mei blushed and nodded gently, surprised that he remembered her. Liang Sihai noticed the book Lin Mei was holding and asked excitedly, You also aspire to attend Qing University? Is that your dream school? Yes, it is. Me too. Shall we promise to meet at Qing University? Liang Sihai extended his hand, and they exchanged a pact with a high five, committing to their shared future at the university. A year later, during the college entrance examination, both Lin Mei and Liang Sihai achieved outstanding results and were admitted to Qing University. Lin Mei's mind was filled with memories of their encounters at Qing University. During the summer vacation, she underwent corrective eye surgery, lost weight, and learned skincare, makeup, and fashion. When the school year commenced, Lin Mei transformed from a studious girl into an exceptionally beautiful young woman, captivating with her extraordinary presence. As she entered the campus, she attracted the attention of all the boys who vied for her affection. But in Lin Mei's heart, there was only Liang Sihai, her Prince Charming. Liang Sihai felt immense pride when he saw Lin Mei had indeed applied to Qing University, confident in his ability to win her heart. From the very beginning, he had skillfully leveraged Lin Mei's affections to orchestrate their relationship. Yet, when Liang Sihai first laid eyes on the transformed Lin Mei, he experienced a fleeting thrill. The unremarkable ugly duckling had blossomed into a graceful swan. As Lin Mei reveled in Liang Sihai's fervent pursuit, she happily accepted his affections. Their relationship was the envy of many, and they were affectionately referred to as a couple blessed by the heavens. After graduating from university, they naturally began preparations for marriage. Their only elder was Lin Guojun, who, upon first meeting Liang Sihai, sensed a depth to his character that suggested he was not someone easily managed by his daughter. However, faced with Lin Mei's insistence, Lin Guojun reluctantly acquiesced. Post-marriage, Liang Sihai treated both Lin Mei and Lin Guojun with great kindness. Gradually, Lin Guojun introduced Liang Sihai to various social clubs, where people recognized his competence and management skills, noting that he adeptly resolved any challenges the clubs faced. Lin Guojun gazed contemplatively, torn within, for he envisioned entrusting the management of the organization to his daughter. However, Lin Mei held the enterprise in disdain. The prospect of handing over the society to Liang Sihai filled him with trepidation. Should Liang turn against them, Lin Mei would be plunged into an abyss of despair. Yet, this notion soon dissipated, as Lin Mei tragically experienced 3 pregnancies, each culminating in sorrowful miscarriages. She attributed these misfortunes to Lin Guojun, believing that his disregard for human life had drawn divine retribution, preventing her from carrying a child to term. Each time Lin Guojun beheld Lin Mei's sorrowful countenance, his heart ached in sympathy. After a night of profound contemplation, he resolved to disband the organization. Chapter 47 Betrayal. Lin Guojun confided this thought to Liang Sihai and Lin Mei, intending to accumulate virtue for their children. For the first time, Lin Mei perceived Lin Guojun as a responsible father. Although outwardly composed, her internal perception of him began to shift positively. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Sihai spoke, Father, first and foremost, I appreciate your efforts. However, disbanding the organization is no trivial matter and requires careful deliberation. Please grant me some time to gauge the sentiments of each leader. Lin Guojun realized that Liang Sihai was correct. The situation was indeed more complex than it appeared. Liang Sihai approached each project leader, engaging in brief discussions to ascertain their thoughts. However, he subsequently covertly contacted other subordinates. Fully aware of the unwavering loyalty these leaders held towards Lin Guojun, The dissolution of the organization would inevitably jeopardize the interests of some. By uniting with them, the control over the organization would soon be within reach. On that day, Lin Mei exited the hospital, gently caressing her belly, expressing gratitude to the heavens for their continued favor as she was once again pregnant. This time, she vowed to exert every effort to protect this child, ensuring a safe arrival into the world. The annual organization meeting was held as scheduled. According to Liang Sihai's instructions, Lin Guojun prepared to announce the disbandment of the organization, intending to retire and retreat into the mountains, relinquishing all business affairs. Little did Lin Guojun anticipate that Liang Sihai had also devised a plan to act against him and the other leaders during the meeting, aiming to seize control of the organization. Everyone sat at the table with ulterior motives, aware that this confrontation could lead to either death or severe injury, and thus must not be taken lightly. Lin Guojun and several leaders, oblivious to the brewing conflict, engaged in jovial conversation, most of whom, like Lin Guojun, were of advancing age and contemplating retirement, but had refrained from expressing their intentions due to Lin Guojun's influence. Everyone, please quiet down. I would like to invite my father, Mr. Lin Guojun, to the stage for a speech. Liang Sihai took the stage, and applause erupted from the audience. Thank you for your warm welcome. Today, we gather to ensure our organization thrives in the coming year. In the past year, each of you has poured your heart and soul into your work, which has deeply moved me. As I have grown older, I find myself struggling to keep pace with the changing times. It is thanks to your hard work that our organization has flourished. However, the winds of change are growing more turbulent, and the police's investigative capabilities are becoming increasingly formidable. Just last year, many of our ventures were intercepted, resulting not only in financial losses, but, more critically, in injuries to our personnel. Therefore, I have decided suddenly. Liang Sihai interrupted Lin Guojun's speech with a loud proclamation from the audience. Lin Guojun turned in astonishment to Liang Sihai, realizing that the microphone in his hand had been silenced. Liang Sihai confidently stepped to the center of the stage, expressing gratitude for his father's trust. From this moment forth, I shall endeavor to elevate the organization to new heights. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, as Lin Guojun had previously mentioned the possibility of disbanding the organization. However, the current turn of events was entirely unexpected. An irate Lin Guojun grabbed Liang Sihai by the collar, demanding, "What exactly are you trying to achieve? What words remain unspoken?" Lin Guojun felt an overwhelming fatigue and subsequently collapsed onto the ground. Liang Sihai, disdainfully gazing down at Lin Guojun, slowly uttered, "Father, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Did you truly believe you would always remain untouchable?" The other officials in attendance slumped against the table, devoid of any strength. Yaoang took a deep breath and remarked, "It is Baihuaxiang, a renowned aromatic incense. When it encounters mushrooms, it reacts. But the concentration within the body must reach a certain level. When did our concentration become so high? No wonder you are revered as the king of medicine. Your reflexes are indeed remarkable. Over the past month, you have been consuming mushrooms daily. I arranged for them to be added to your meals. You would not suspect anything by merely eating." Liang Sihai stood upon the stage, surveying everyone, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. "It seems you have long been plotting to usurp my position. Yet, why would you resort to such treachery? Although I have treated you with indifference, Amei holds you dear, and we have never caused you harm. Is that so? Do you recall Yang Zhao? He is my father," Liang Sihai retorted with venomous intensity. "You are the son of Yang Zhao, and you have grown so much. Yang Zhao was my personal bodyguard. I mourned his sacrifice deeply. I have always sought an opportunity to compensate for the loss to you and your mother. However, after Yang Zhao's death, your mother vanished with you. For years, I have dispatched people to find you, yet to no avail." Lin Guojun's eyes reflected genuine sorrow, a heartfelt display rather than a mere facade. "You are the one who betrayed my father. Otherwise, he would not have perished. Your pursuit of us, mother and son, is merely to silence us, isn't it?" Liang Sihai coldly replied, "No, Yang Zhao sacrificed himself willingly. Everyone present can attest to this. He died protecting me. Had it not been for my need for protection, he would have survived. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Liang Sihai hurriedly descended from the stage and seized Yao Wang by the collar, demanding, "You must say that Lin Guojun's words are false. Correct? Child, what Lin said is indeed true. We fell into an enemy trap, and it was Yang Zhao's selfless act that allowed us to escape," Yao Wang affirmed. Impossible, impossible. Liang Sihai observed the others nodding in agreement, and his heart crumbled under the weight of despair. Chapter 48. The true reason. Liang Sihai reflected upon the first half of his life, during which he was incessantly indoctrinated by his mother with the notion that Lin Guojun was the murderer of his father. Having fallen into destitution alongside his mother from a young age, he was burdened daily by concerns for their survival. In her desperate attempt to provide for Liang Sihai, his mother resorted to selling herself. Tragically, the harsh conditions of her labor led to her contracting a virus, leaving her in a pitiful state. With no funds for medical treatment, she succumbed to her illness at home, a most sorrowful demise. At merely 10 years of age, Liang Sihai held the lifeless body of his mother in his arms, his heart shattered with rage. It was then that he vowed to exact revenge upon Lin Guojun. Fortuitously, Liang Sihai encountered an exceptionally kind homeroom teacher who took him in following his mother's death, providing substantial support in both his daily life and education. As he pursued his studies, he diligently sought information regarding Lin Guojun. On one occasion, through a serendipitous opportunity during a work-study program, he uncovered Lin Mei's identity, which sparked a cunning plan in his mind. Liang Sihai orchestrated a chance encounter between them, playing the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Naive and trusting, Lin Mei quickly fell under Liang Sihai's influence. However, Lin Guojun was not so easily deceived. From their very first meeting until now, he had never placed his trust in Liang Sihai. Determined to create an opportunity, Liang Sihai went so far as to sacrifice his own child, arranging for a Taoist to meet Lin Mei, misleading her into pressuring Lin Guojun to disband his organization. Presently, it seemed that Lin Guojun had not deceived him after all. As Liang Sihai pondered the futility of his life dedicated to vengeance, he wrestled with the question of whose fault it truly was: his mother's death, his child's demise. The more he contemplated, the more his fury swelled. All of this was Lin Guojun's fault. "You are deceiving me, trying to persuade me to let you go, aren't you?" Liang Sihai provocatively inquired as he crouched down. Lin Guojun let out a deep sigh, responding earnestly, "At this juncture, do you truly believe I would still have reason to deceive you?" Liang Sihai stood frozen, realizing that Lin Guojun's current state left him no option but to acknowledge the truth. Doing so would only serve to highlight his own magnanimity. Seizing the moment of Liang Sihai's bewilderment, Lin Guojun swiftly captured him, executing a shoulder throw that sent Liang Sihai crashing to the ground. With one foot pressing firmly against Liang Sihai's chest, he gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Over the past month, he had witnessed Lin Guojun consume mushrooms. This was inconceivable. "Boy," Lin Guojun proclaimed, "I have founded and managed this organization for years. Do you think I would lack guile and insight? From the very beginning, I never placed my trust in you, and my instincts were correct. Your ambition is as ravenous as a wolfess." The apothecary then rose, declaring, as the esteemed apothecary, who deals with drugs daily, "Your meager skills are unworthy to even lace my shoes. Truly, you are the son of Yang Zhao, perpetually thoughtless in your actions, forever treating others as fools." "What do you mean?" Liang Sihai queried in confusion. "Yang Zhao was our design," Lin Guojun revealed. "He has always fancied himself our savior. But how naive he is. Am I unaware of his dealings with the police? After his marriage, he yearned for a mundane life. Yet his hands are stained with blood. He will never find success. In desperation, he allied with the authorities, intending to capture us all in one fell swoop." "Umph. Do you think I am so easily apprehended?" Lin Guojun spoke condescendingly, his gaze fixed upon the now subdued Liang Sihai, filled with contempt. As the truth unraveled, Liang Sihai struggled frantically against the grip of his assailants, his body battered and bruised, ultimately collapsing in a weakened state. Lin Guojun, brandishing a pistol, aimed it at Liang Sihai, stating, "To end your life now would be as effortless as crushing an ant." Your gravest error lies not in orchestrating this plot, but in deceiving my daughter, and for that, your demise is certain." A cryptic smile curled at the corner of Liang Sihai's mouth as he replied, "Lin Mei is a fool. She believes every word I say and obeys my every command. How convenient for me. Regardless of my fate, at least your cherished daughter has endured my torment." Upon hearing this, Lin Guojun's fury ignited, and he prepared to pull the trigger. Liang Sihai closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. "Dad, stop!" Lin Mei cried, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to stand before Liang Sihai. "I beg of you, spare him. This is the only time in my life I will ever plead with you. I promise we will leave this place and never appear before you again." "Ao Mei, do you not see? His affections are but a facade. He is using you. Wake up. A man of his nature is not worthy of your devotion." Lin Guojun shouted in exasperation. "Dad, no matter what he truly is, he is my husband, the one I wish to spend my life with. Even if he does not love me, I will show him my love over time, and he will change. Please let us go." Liang Sihai looked at Lin Mei in astonishment. She had witnessed the events unfold with clarity, yet she still chose him. A sigh escaped him, recognizing Lin Mei as a foolish girl, blinded by love. Over the years, regardless of how he had treated her, she had accepted him and even shown him kindness. Such a remarkable woman, and he felt unworthy. A gunshot rang out, and in an instant, Lin Mei's face was splattered with blood as someone fell before her. Chapter 49. Have you ever been sincere? Lin Mei gazed at Liang Sihai in disbelief, trembling all over. The man she loved most had truly struck with lethal intent. Liang Sihai brandished a handgun, aiming it at Lin Guojun, who collapsed to the ground in response. It turned out that Liang Sihai had concealed the weapon all along. Seizing the moment when Lin Guojun was unprepared to strike decisively, Lin Mei clutched her blood-soaked father, weeping uncontrollably, calling out, "Dad, Dad!" Lin Guojun, gazing at his tearful daughter, managed a faint smile, attempting to comfort her. "Father must depart now. I can no longer protect you. You are too kind-hearted, too innocent. You must learn to safeguard yourself and ponder more in difficult times. Amen. I have not been a good father. Forgive me, forgive me." Tears streamed uncontrollably from Lin Guojun's eyes as he faced his beloved daughter, filled with reluctance and concern. "Dad, you're the best father in the world. I have not been a good daughter. I have always caused you trouble, and I have never allowed you to rest easy. It is all my fault." Lin Mei held her father tightly, unwilling to let him go. Ultimately, Lin Guojun succumbed to his grievous wounds, leaving Lin Mei in a state of shock as she clung to him, oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. Liang Sihai, dragging his injured body, approached Lin Mei. She stirred slightly, weakly asking, "Did you come into my life solely for revenge? Did you ever love me? Did you ever possess genuine feelings for me?" Liang Sihai lit a cigarette, unable to meet Lin Mei's gaze, looking into the distance as he coldly replied, "Never." The last vestige of support for Lin Mei was shattered, and she slumped to the ground like a soulless being. A sudden wail of police sirens pierced through the turmoil. Liang Sihai was indeed formidable. He had not only prepared a sedative, but had also colluded with the police, intending to bring the syndicate to justice in a deadly confrontation. Upon hearing the sirens, the members of the syndicate hastily fled. Lin Mei's close friend, Wang Yali, the director of the Welfare Institute, managed to rescue Lin Mei amidst the chaos. The police apprehended several individuals at the scene, where Lin Guojun's lifeless body was discovered. The syndicate, led by Lin Guojun, suffered a devastating blow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Liang Sihai narrowly escaped and returned home, preparing to flee. Upon seeing the emptiness of his abode, a wave of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on the moments shared with Lin Mei. If only their relationship had been devoid of animosity, perhaps they could have enjoyed a blissful life together. By chance, Liang Sihai noticed a pregnancy report on the coffee table, and his expression darkened instantly. It was a prenatal examination report revealing that Lin Mei was pregnant. Staring at the document, he fell into a deep contemplation. Over the years, Lin Mei had always been ecstatic about her pregnancies, dreaming of a joyful life as a family of 3 with Liang Sihai. However, he never anticipated that the 3 miscarriages were orchestrated by the children's biological father himself, who had callously extinguished their lives in pursuit of vengeance. Despite having exacted his revenge, Liang Sihai felt no exhilaration. Instead, he was engulfed in profound disappointment. Burdened with guilt for the deep love Lin Mei had shown him and the unconditional trust she had placed in him, Liang Sihai yearned to find Lin Mei and was willing to go to any lengths to make amends. But would she be willing to accept him? A sworn enemy who murdered her father, and a heartless rogue who trifles with emotions. Will Lin Mei still grant him an opportunity? In the welfare institution, Lin Mei caresses her gradually swelling belly, torn between choices. Within her lies the child she has longed for, yet she is unwilling to bear a child for her enemy. Each day, Lin Mei exists in a state of conflict and anguish, ultimately succumbing to misfortune and passing away during a difficult labor. Chapter 50. Willingly accepting time returns to the present as Wang Dajun slowly recounts the past. I have gathered the essence of his words. In pursuit of your mother. Liang Sihai restructured the gang after many years. Those from the previous generation of leaders who refused to submit to him were swiftly eliminated. My agreement stemmed from Wang Jing's situation. I had originally wished to retreat and live a quiet life with the children. However, Liang Sihai threatened me with Wang Jing's life, leaving me no choice. Lin Ziqing interjects, thus Liang Sihai sought to eliminate you. You do not genuinely wish to surrender. Untrustworthy individuals are a liability. I have already shared with you the events of the past. Now, can you tell me where Wang Jing's child is? Wang Dajun implores. Years ago, Wang Jing frequented various bathing establishments. On the surface, he appeared to be a man of loose morals. Yet he consistently stayed at one particular venue where a massage attendant named Fong Fong caught his eye. Wang Jing fell deeply in love with her. Fong Fong, burdened with substantial debt, was compelled to work as a massage attendant. Wang Jing nearly spent every night with her. A week after Wang Jing's incident, Fong Fong discovered she was 2 months pregnant. Struggling to give birth, she ultimately left the child at an orphanage, and you have encountered each other. Yes, I have met her. In my memory, only Lin Xingxing from the hypnosis training camp resembles Wang Jing, but the age does not match. Wang Dajun is filled with confusion, momentarily believing he is hallucinating, seeing everyone as Jingjing. Indeed, Lin Xingxing is Wang Jing's child, and the age discrepancy has its reasons. To better assist me, she irresponsibly administered growth hormones, which was not my intention. Xingxing is a pure-hearted child, warm and kind to others. Wang Dajun gently awakens his wife, his voice trembling with emotion. My dear, wake up. Look, Jingjing has a child. We have a grandchild. His wife, holding the paternity test report, weeps uncontrollably, calling out, Jingjing, Jingjing. You did not come merely to share this news with us, did you? Truly, you are a military man. Lin Ziqing replies, I am here on Liang Sihai's orders. The police have traced your location, and he wishes for this to end. With that, Lin Ziqing gestures for Lin Tian to place a vial of poison on the table. This is a newly developed toxin by the professor, swift in action and with minimal suffering. I hope you and your wife will leave a farewell letter and take the poison. I refuse. Liang Sihai has murdered my child. I seek revenge and shall not easily let him go. Enough. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Wang Dajun's beloved interrupts. Knowing Jingjing has descendants brings me fulfillment. Witnessing his wife's relief, Wang Dajun's heart aches. Throughout their lives, his wife has endured constant fear, never enjoying a moment of peace. He feels deep remorse for her. As for Xingxing, I entrust her to you. Rest assured, though this path leads to no return, he is my brother, and I will do everything in my power to protect him. Lin Ziqing assures, gazing into Wang Dajun's eyes. I have one more matter. I want Zhang Meng to die alongside us. Zhang Meng swiftly concealed himself behind Lin Tian. This cannot be. I have promised him that I would ensure his survival, and I cannot go back on my word. Lin Ziqing lowered herself, whispering in Wang Dajun's ear, I assure you, I will preserve Zhang Meng's life. But living can be more tormenting than death. Wang Dajun, gazing into Lin Ziqing's resolute eyes, willingly accepted the fate that awaited him. Lin Ziqing departed from Wang Dajun's refuge, with Zhang Meng trailing closely behind. Lin, you must save me. Both the underworld and the law are undoubtedly searching for me. I cannot be seen in Green City. Do not worry. I've already made arrangements for you. Come with us, and you will be safely escorted away by tomorrow morning. Chapter 51. Lighting the lamp at the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Meng was escorted to the seaside of Green City, where a small boat awaited him at the shore. Eagerly, he stepped aboard, while Lin Ziqing observed his impatience with disdain. Nevertheless, the destination to which he was being taken was indeed fitting for him. Ultimately, Zhang Meng was transported to a cruise ship, where everyone donned gas masks. As soon as he boarded, he was rendered unconscious by a sedative. At that moment, a tall man emerged clad in a white lab coat, his deep-set eyes bearing dark circles, and his disheveled hair presenting a rather unkempt appearance. In his arms, he clutched an assortment of high-calorie confections, a piece of chocolate already melting in his mouth. "Who is this?" he inquired. "He was sent by General Lin, who instructed us to treat him well, but not to kill him." "Very well. His robust physique makes him an ideal subject for experimentation. Ensure he is thoroughly cleaned and sanitized. Then transport him to the laboratory." Lin Tan gazed at Lin Ziqing, who was standing by the seaside, and gently draped a windbreaker over her shoulders. "Sister, do you believe what Wang Dajuan has said? According to the diary left by our mother, Wang Dajuan's claims hold some truth, though we must verify certain details with others. Indeed, why not eliminate someone like Zhang Meng? True, a person of his caliber is hardly worthy of lament. He betrayed Wang Dajuan for Liang Sihai and forsook Liang Sihai for me. Such a fickle character is of little value. However, I made him a promise to spare his life. As for how he survives, I did not specify. Fortunately, his strong constitution renders him perfectly suitable as an experimental subject. Now, let us return to report." Thus, Lin Tian drove Lin Ziqing to the Sihai group to relay their report to Liang Sihai. Standing before Liang Sihai's desk, Lin Ziqing spoke with utmost respect. "General Liang, the matter has been taken care of. You need not worry. Wang Dajuan will dutifully take his own life, accepting full responsibility for the events that transpired. Based on my understanding of him, that may not come to pass. What method did you employ? His advanced age and indecisiveness render him unfit to bear this burden. I shall not delve into the specifics, but suffice it to say, the issue has been resolved, and that is the end of it." Liang Sihai nodded in satisfaction. "You have worked hard these past few days. Take some time to rest before returning." He gestured for Lin Ziqing to leave. Afterward, Lin Tian and Lin Ziqing drove to a small, dimly lit house, which exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. Once Lin Tian illuminated the room, it became apparent that it was a memorial hall, adorned with the tablets of Lin Guojun and Lin Mei, complete with incense burners and offerings. Both Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian knelt before the tablets. While burning paper money, Lin Ziqing spoke, "Grandfather, mother, the first of our enemies will soon arrive." Though his betrayal was coerced, he still aided the oppressors and must not be spared. As for his fate, it shall depend on your sentiments. Rising, Lin Ziqing approached a nearby lampstand, which held 6 oil lamps. With a calm demeanor, she ignited one of them. "Grandfather, mother, the remaining 5 will be delivered in due time. Please be patient and await my return." The flame within the oil lamp blazed brighter, seemingly responding to Lin Ziqing's resolve. She cast a fierce glance at the other lamps, determined that all who had wronged her family would meet their just deserts. That night, Wang Dajuan penned a farewell letter, taking upon himself the weight of all their troubles. The elderly couple, for the sake of their grandson, willingly sacrificed their lives, resolutely consuming the poison. "Dajuan, I do not regret following you. I have truly been happy in this life. In the next life, let us be together once more as an ordinary couple." Wang Dajuan, tears streaming down his face, embraced his suffering wife tightly. Chapter 52. Closing the case a week later, the investigative team received a report of a foul odor emanating from a residence in Huashi community. Upon arrival, the police discovered a corpse, presumed to be that of the suspect, Wang Dajuan. Tai Jing and his team hastened to the scene, and after the forensic examination confirmed the identity as Wang Dajuan. They found a confession letter beside the body. The letter detailed the events surrounding the business on the 2nd floor and the death of O Shouting, with all blame being attributed to himself, suggesting a scene of suicide born out of guilt. However, Tai Jing sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The most glaring detail was the disappearance of Zhang Ming. Given their relationship, it was unlikely that Zhang would allow Wang Dajun to take his own life so easily. Following a thorough investigation, the possibility of homicide involving the two was ruled out. Indeed, Wang Dajun and his wife had taken their own lives. The handwriting in the confession letter was verified to be Wang Dajun's. Director Zhao summoned Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu to his office, inquiring about their perspectives on the case. Isn't it obvious? Zhang Ming is missing, and Wang Dajun was coerced into suicide, Tai Jing asserted. What are your thoughts, Ning? I share a similar sentiment with Captain Tai. There is undoubtedly more to this matter than meets the eye. However, the pressing issue is that Wang Dajun has confessed to all the crimes in detail. We can only conclude the case as it stands. We cannot simply close the case. The lives of so many innocent girls cannot be dismissed so readily, Tai Jing said, his voice rising as he slammed his hand on the table. Captain Tai, given the current circumstances, we have no choice but to close the case. What other options do we have? Director Zhao observed the tension between the two and interjected diplomatically. Tai Jing, please remain calm. Ning Ziyu does have a valid point. If we were to continue the investigation, what direction would you take? After a moment of contemplation, Tai Jing replied, I understand the pressure from above. I know you are under significant strain as well. Perhaps we can officially close the case. But we must continue our internal investigation into Zhang Ming's whereabouts and the fate of those girls' organs. Ning Ziyu added, if we publicly announce the closure of the case, the true mastermind will likely lower their guard, and, eventually, their true nature will be revealed. There is one more thing to discuss. Although Yu Ping acted independently and did not follow orders this time, he has shown promise overall. The higher-ups have specially approved his internship within the investigative team. Understood. Director Zhao, Tai Jing acknowledged. Upon returning to the office, Tai Jing instructed Ding Ling to prepare the case closure documents, transferring the series of files and personnel to the procuratorate. Ding Ling stood frozen, unable to comprehend Tai Jing's decision. With a stern expression, Tai Jing commanded, follow orders. Yu Ping, upon learning of Wang Dajun's death, disregarded his injuries and made his way to the seaside where he had shared moments with Wu Jingjing. Gazing into the vast ocean, he felt the gentle sea breeze brushing through his hair, as if Wu Jingjing were by his side. Jingjing, this chapter has reached a conclusion. Though I know Wang Dajun was not the true puppet master, his death and confession may provide you with some solace. I will be interning in the investigative team from now on, and I will strive tirelessly until I catch the biggest fish. Jingjing, our time together was short, yet for some inexplicable reason, you linger in my heart, an indelible presence. You are truly remarkable. Yu Ping's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Love, that enigmatic force, defies explanation. It arrives silently, imprints itself indelibly upon our hearts during its presence, and when lost, it engenders profound heartache. For someone like Yu Ping, it can only be described as a state of utter desolation. Chapter 53. Serendipity. The day following Yu Ping's discharge from the hospital, he reported to the task force. Tai Jing and the others warmly welcomed his arrival. Unlike his previous disheveled appearance, drenched in blood at the police station, Yu Ping now exuded vitality and enthusiasm. He approached Tai Jing, saying, Captain Tai, it's my first day back. If everyone is free this evening, I would like to treat you all to dinner, as a way to avenge Jing Jing. What do you mean by avenging? You're a police officer. Capturing criminal suspects is your duty. Have you even earned any money yet? You're already inviting us out for a meal? Well, considering everyone's hard work lately, it is indeed time to unwind. I will treat tonight as a gesture to welcome you back. You are too generous, Captain Tai. At the Sihai Group, the day's work concluded smoothly. Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian, wishing to relax, headed to a barbecue stall they had long desired to visit. They ordered a few beers and some skewered delicacies. Just as Lin Tian raised his glass, his phone rang. Assistant Lin, there are discrepancies in several data reports. Do you have time to return to the office? It's quite urgent. After hanging up, Lin Tian turned to Lin Ziqing and said a few words. You should head back. Work takes precedence. Sis, I'm worried about leaving you here alone. Me? You're concerned about me? You should rather worry about those who might provoke trouble. She laughed. Lin Tian nodded and hurriedly drove off, to the Sea group, leaving Lin Ziqing to enjoy her drink and barbecue alone. The evening breeze tousled her hair, and her simple gestures captivated onlookers, evoking a sense of longing and intrigue with their delicate beauty and coolness. Such stalls often attract unruly patrons after a few drinks, and upon seeing the stunning Lin Ziqing, one rotund man could hardly contain himself. He swaggered over to her table, leering and speaking in a flirtatious tone. "Hey there, beautiful. Drinking alone can lead to a tipsy state. Why not join us for some fun?" Lin Ziqing ignored him and continued to drink. "What's the matter? I have some fine liquor you would surely enjoy," he persisted, taking a seat across from her. With an icy tone, Lin Ziqing replied, "I'm not interested. I suggest you keep your distance. Interest can be cultivated. Don't dismiss me so quickly," he retorted, as a fierce glare ignited in Lin Ziqing's eyes. She clenched her fists. Just as the man attempted to reach out and touch her face, another figure intervened, seizing his hand. Lin Ziqing looked up to see a familiar face. "Officer Tai, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the word officer, the man instantly sobered, feigning innocence. "Sir, I was just joking with this beautiful lady. No harm intended." "No harm intended? Yet you were getting handsy. Would you care to visit the station for a chat?" "That won't be necessary. Thank you." "Miss, please forgive my drunken antics. I assure you it was a mistake," he stammered, backing away. "Get lost." Lin Ziqing scoffed. "Why would the esteemed general manager dine at such an establishment? It hardly suits your status." Tai Jing jokingly remarked, "What status do I hold? Am I not just a worker? This restaurant is delightful. Who says I can't come here?" He continued with a playful tone, "Why are you alone?" "It's quite unsafe." "I was initially accompanied by my assistant," she replied, "but he had to leave for urgent work. Besides, in this law-abiding society, security is assured. You saw that rogue earlier. How perilous it was." Tai Jing continued. Yet even he was reprimanded by Officer Tai, so there's truly nothing to fear. At that moment, Yu Ping emerged from the crowd, catching sight of Lin Ziqing. Overcome with excitement, he rushed over and grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Benefactor, I've finally found you." Everyone stared in bewilderment, and Ning Ziyu inquired, "What is happening here?" Yu Ping composed himself and enthusiastically explained, "It was this beautiful lady who rescued me from Wang Dajuan, treated my injuries, and brought me to the police station." "Oh, so it's you. I hardly recognized you. You were in such disarray that day. Are you a police officer as well, since you were with Officer Tai?" "Indeed, I am now a police officer, currently interning at the station." "Good to know I didn't save the wrong person. That puts my mind at ease." Yu Ping invited Lin Ziqing to dine with him as a gesture of gratitude for her life-saving assistance. "But I haven't asked your name yet." "My name is Lin Ziqing, and I work at Sea Group," she replied. Tai Jing interjected, "Lin is quite remarkable. She is the chief financial officer of Sea Group." "How impressive." Yu Ping gazed at Lin Ziqing with admiration. "How did you manage to rescue Yu Ping from Wang Dajuan?" "I'm the landlord, which grants me a certain degree of influence. Now that the Xiaoqing Story nightclub has been shut down, I truly hope it reopens soon so I can lease out the space again. It's South Prime real estate and could yield substantial profits." Tai Jing observed Lin Ziqing interacting effortlessly with everyone, devoid of the formality she exhibited in the office, resembling more a friendly neighbor than a director. Easygoing, humorous, and in harmony with the group. Lin Ziqing seemed to sense Tai Jing's different gaze and smiled, asking Officer Tai, "Do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Forgive me. I merely think you seem different from when I saw you at the company." "I was in the office. With so many employees around, one must maintain a fade. Here, it's different. Among friends, there's no need for such restraint." With a smile, Tai Jing raised his glass, clinking it with Lin Ziqing's in a toast. Chapter 54. Centenary celebration having concluded his affairs, Lin Tian hurried over to the celebration, where he found Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing reveling in merriment, a twinge of discomfort stirring within him. "President Lin, it seems you've had one too many. Perhaps we should head back, as tomorrow holds a plethora of tasks." "Ah, Lin Tian, you've arrived. Allow me to formally introduce my finest assistant, Lin Tian, capable of accomplishing any feat." With that proclamation, Lin Ziqing collapsed into Lin Tian's embrace. "My apologies, President Lin has a low tolerance for alcohol. We shall take our leave now and extend our apologies on another occasion. Lin Tian gently cradled Lin Ziqing and placed her in the car before driving home. Tai Jing watched as Lin Ziqing departed, a sense of emptiness creeping into his heart. Ning Ziyu seemed to sense the shift in Tai Jing's demeanor, whispering, "This assistant poses a formidable challenge. You stand no chance. What are you saying? Stop with the nonsense and just drink." On the weekend, Luan Middle School held its centenary celebration, and Lin Ziqing, an exemplary alumnus, received an invitation to attend. "Teacher Wu, I hope I'm not late." "Ah, Ziqing, I had assumed your work would keep you away. You've transformed remarkably. You are more beautiful than ever," Teacher Wu remarked kindly, her gaze warm upon Lin Ziqing. "Since you personally called me, how could I not come? I left Lin Tian to work overtime. I simply slipped away. Quite clever, wouldn't you say? Apologies for my tardiness," came a familiar voice as Tai Jing hurried over. "Not at all. You've arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you both." "There's no need, Teacher Wu. We are already acquainted, are we not? Officer Tai?" "What a coincidence." Tai Jing was also one of my proud students. Though he transferred before graduation, I still take pride in his achievements. The ceremony will commence shortly. Why not explore the school and see what has changed? I must attend to other matters. Once Teacher Wu departed, Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing exchanged awkward glances. Tai Jing broke the silence first, suggesting, "Shall we take a stroll?" "Certainly." Luan Middle School had withstood the test of a century, its renovations and maintenance enhancing its solemnity rather than rendering it dilapidated. An ancient tree in the rear playground bore witness to the school's 100-year legacy, its expansive shade sheltering a sacred space for learning. The centenary ceremony commenced promptly at 10, welcoming distinguished individuals from various fields, including provincial and municipal leaders. Speeches were delivered by the Education Bureau officials, school leaders, and representatives of outstanding alumni and faculty. Each address overflowed with praise for Luan and Middle School, a beacon of excellence that continuously nurtures remarkable students. Vibrant fireworks, pure white doves, and resounding salutes elevated the celebration to its zenith. Many attendees finding their eyes glistening with tears of pride as they witnessed their alma mater entering its centenary. Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing were among them. After the ceremony concluded, the two bid farewell to Teacher Wu and prepared to depart. "Did not drive here?" they both inquired simultaneously. "The traffic here is quite congested." "I took a taxi." "Did you, Officer Tai?" "Yes, let us slip away to the intersection ahead. It is more convenient to hail a cab there." Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing passed through a dead-end alley. Lin Ziqing stood at the entrance, lost in thought and engulfed in memories. Observing her, Tai Jing could not help but inquire, "Lin, what is it? Is there something different about this place?" "Nothing at all," she replied. "It remains exactly as it was before. It is precisely this unchanging nature that deepens my melancholy." Chapter 55. It was Lin Ziqing slowly recounted her childhood experiences. In her youth, she was slender and petite, often bullied by others who would demand pocket money from her. Whenever she had none to give, they would corner her in narrow alleys, damaging her stationery and homework. With no assignments to submit, she faced the wrath of her teacher the following day, who reprimanded her and made her stand in punishment. One day, unable to endure any longer, she fought back, but was no match for them and ended up suffering even more. At that moment, an older brother intervened. Although he too received blows, his presence intimidated her tormentors, who thereafter became considerably more subdued. As Lin Ziqing spoke, a sweet smile graced her lips. She recalled how she had used her handkerchief to tend to his wounds, and in gratitude, he had given her his fountain pen, promising to meet her the next day. However, she waited until nightfall, yet he never appeared. Disappointment tinged her voice as she recounted this. Tai Jing gazed at Lin Ziqing in astonishment, his expression softening as he suggested, "Perhaps he had to transfer schools due to family reasons?" Lin Ziqing looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. "How do you know that?" "Of course I do. That fountain pen was my favorite," he replied. "It was you," Lin Ziqing exclaimed, her face lighting up as she took Tai Jing's hand joyfully. "My father was transferred for work, and fearing I would be left without care, he hastily arranged for my transfer, leaving me no time to explain." "That's all right. I'm still delighted to have found you. Is my handkerchief still in good condition? Indeed, I carry it with me always, preserved well. Do not worry. And one my fountain pen. Surely you have not discarded it? Guess what? While keeping such an antique can be troublesome, I was just teasing you. Huh. Observing Lin Ziqing's beaming smile, Tai Jing released a sigh of relief. He hesitantly inquired, "Do you have time tomorrow evening? What's the matter? Is there something going on? Tomorrow night. Let us exchange our tokens here, fulfilling our childhood promise." With a blush, Lin Ziqing shyly nodded. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Lin Ziqing's hair. Although the room was unlit, the gentle glow of the moon enhanced its tranquility. Lin Ziqing approached the vanity, opened a drawer, and retrieved a beautiful box containing Tai Jing's fountain pen. Years had passed, yet the fountain pen remained as pristine as ever, continuously replenished with ink, each component intact. Tai Jing was the first hero Lin Ziqing had ever encountered. He had ventured into her heart and settled there, occupying every nook, leaving no room for anyone else. Despite Lin Tian's efforts over the years, he had not succeeded. Holding the fountain pen, Lin Ziqing fell into contemplation. Did she, in her current status, truly deserve Tai Jing? Were her actions and the clandestine dealings behind her capable of redemption? Meanwhile, Tai Jing sat at his desk, opening an exquisite box that contained Lin Ziqing's handkerchief. Exuding a faint, delicate fragrance, Tai Jing reminisced about those years when that small, adorable girl blossomed into a graceful beauty, achieving remarkable success in her career. He recalled how he was instantly captivated by Lin Ziqing's innocent, large eyes, which were the most beautiful he had ever seen. All these years, he had never forgotten those eyes, pure, lovely, and brimming with stories. As Tai Jing contemplated his own financial situation in contrast to Lin Ziqing's, he realized they belonged to entirely different worlds, mingling with dissimilar circles. Would she ever accept him? Chapter 56. Childhood Companions. On the following evening, Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing arrived at the entrance of the alley, bearing tokens of their affection. Lin Ziqing donned a delicate light blue floral dress, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, having been let loose from its previous confinement. In this moment, she exuded an aura of gentleness and innocence, a stark contrast to her usual commanding presence. Tai Jing, captivated by this enchanting sight, couldn't help but feel somewhat disheveled in comparison, despite this being his finest attire. The two, in unison, produced exquisite boxes and exchanged them. As they opened the boxes simultaneously, an understanding passed between them. The care with which the gifts had been preserved spoke volumes of their significance. You kept this handkerchief in such pristine condition, and it even carries a delightful fragrance. Who would have thought that beneath your rugged exterior lies such sensitivity? Lin Ziqing remarked, gently inhaling the scent of the handkerchief. Tai Jing, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, revealed a well-maintained fountain pen, marveling at its condition and functionality. As they stood amidst the autumn breeze, Lin Ziqing shivered slightly. Noticing her discomfort, Tai Jing suggested, "Shall we find a place to warm up with a drink? It's rather chilly here." The pair made their way to a quaint CF at the end of the street, adorned in a charmingly vintage style, with walls covered in patrons' wishes. The male proprietor, clad in casual attire, sported a small braid and a scruffy beard, radiating an artistic vibe. Tai Jing ordered 2 cups of coffee, only to be met with the proprietor's admonition, "Drinking coffee at night disrupts sleep. Your boyfriend is truly remiss. How about 2 cups of hot milk tea instead?" Lin Ziqing chuckled at Tai Jing's awkwardness. "Officer Tai, it appears you are not accustomed to such places." "Indeed, I'm not as well-versed as you, Ms. Lin," he replied. "But enough jesting. Please, no more mess. Lin, it feels too formal. Just call me Ziqing." "Very well, Ziqing. You may call me Jingge, as I am a few years your senior." "All right, Jingge. I recall our first meeting when I asked your name, and you requested to be called Jingge, claiming it felt heroic, akin to Guijing. Who would have thought all these years later, you remain unchanged? To me, Guijing is a figure of reverence, sacrificing personal peace for the greater good, defending his homeland," Lin Ziqing mused. "And also," Tai Jing added with a gentle smile, "he was very devoted to Huangrong, a love that spanned a lifetime." The atmosphere brimmed with a subtle tension, causing Lin Ziqing to blush and lower her gaze. "Excuse me, but I couldn't help but overhear," the proprietor interjected. "I am currently penning a romance novel and would love for you to share your story to inspire me. Consider these 2 cups of milk tea my treat." He produced a thick notebook filled with various love tales. "We're not," Tai Jing began, interrupting Lin Ziqing. "Let me write." "What will you write?" "We are not a couple. There is no love story here," she replied. "The present may not reflect the future, yet a simple gesture of goodwill, such as presenting 2 cups of milk tea, can be quite delightful." Tai Jing retrieved the pen that Lin Ziqing had just returned. Remarkably, it remained in excellent condition. With a deft hand, Tai Jing penned a captivating tale of heroism and romance that soon unfolded upon the page. Upon completion, the shopkeeper handed him a rose, which Tai Jing graciously offered to Lin Ziqing. "This is for you. Thank you for taking such good care of my pen. I have not given you a gift in return," she replied, "so allow me to extend my gratitude." Chapter 57. The blind date conference the following morning at the Sea Group. Lin Ziqing was lost in thought, gazing at the roses on her desk, when Lin Tian abruptly interrupted her reverie, presenting her with an invitation. "What's this?" she inquired. "The Public Relations Department just delivered it. They want us to send someone to participate," he explained. Lin Ziqing picked up the invitation and examined it. "An 8-minute blind date? Is this not an event organized by the Public Relations Department? Why do they need someone from the Finance Department?" "The number of registrants is rather disappointing," Lin Tian replied. "They wish for support from all departments, and even General Manager Liang has given his approval." It was evident that the Public Relations Department had once again persuaded General Manager Liang. "Fine, just find a single person to participate," she conceded. "Well, they want you to join." Lin Tian hesitated. "They believe your appearance and status would serve as a draw, attracting more high-quality gentlemen to sign up." "What? I refuse to go," Lin Ziqing exclaimed, her anger palpable. "This is clearly a task for the group. Why should I bear the burden?" "General Manager Liang has agreed," Lin Tian softly reminded her. With a resigned nod, she complied. On Sunday afternoon, at the atrium of Wanbo Plaza, romantic roses adorned the venue. Snow-white reception chairs were arranged in the center, perfectly complementing the red roses, while the stage played clips of love stories, creating an ambience both romantic and warm. Dressed in a fitted black suit, Lin Ziqing's curvaceous figure was accentuated, and her casually styled hair exuded a relaxed yet refined elegance. As she entered the venue, the eyes of all the male guests instinctively followed her, unable to look away. Wandering aimlessly around the venue, she inadvertently collided with someone behind her. Turning, she apologized. "I'm sorry, how is it you?" To her astonishment, it was Tai Jing, a busy individual she never expected to encounter at such an event. "Tai Ying, equally surprised," responded, "My sister is a co-organizer of this event. She insisted I diversify the types of male participants. After a week of persuasion, I had no choice but to join." "What brings you here?" "Well, it's quite similar for me. Our company is the main organizer. The Public Relations Department specifically requested my attendance by name. I came for work," she replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the blind date event commenced. The host took the stage to deliver the opening remarks and introduce the event. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 8-minute blind date conference hosted by the Sea Group and co-organized by Guokao Media. Love is a fateful encounter, and the most classic line states, among millions, you meet the person you meet. In a vast wilderness of countless years, not a moment too early, nor a moment too late, you encounter them just right. Today, we have prepared a platform for you to meet one another. Although the spark of love may ignite in 30 seconds, as you take the time to understand one another, you may discover that the person before you is even more suitable than the one you fell for at first sight. Each male and female participant will have 8 minutes to interact. When the time is up, the male guests will rise and move on. I hereby declare the 8-minute blind date conference officially commenced." The atmosphere at the venue quickly intensified as both male and female participants seized the fleeting 8 minutes to glean as much insight about each other as possible. The pampered son spoke first. "Greetings, I hail from Beijing, holding a local residency. At the age of 28, my career is just beginning to blossom. However, I possess great potential. I own a house and a car, but the mortgage must be shared, and I cannot add your name to the deed, lest my mother disapproves. By the way, is your makeup a tad heavy? My mother has a preference for a more natural look. The gold digger replied, Hello, I am from Shandong, but I pursued my studies in Beijing. I aspire to find a partner with local residency, who owns a house and a car. After marriage, I wish to focus on homemaking and child-rearing without engaging in work. Yet I expect a monthly allowance of 20,000, as my standard of living must not diminish post-marriage. The average Joe introduced himself. Hi, I am from another province. I currently have neither a house nor a car, yet I possess striking good looks and a passionate heart. Being with me guarantees unparalleled joy and happiness. So what do you think? Are you captivated by my presence? The younger brother's keeper chimed in. Hello, I am from Hebei, and I have a younger brother. If we were to marry, you would be responsible for everything concerning him. Among these archetypal contestants were also distinguished professionals seeking genuine connections within the limited time frame. Lin Ziqing, with her striking appearance, became the center of attention. Hello, I am the sales director at a reputable company, earning a 7-figure income annually. I own a house and a car, and I am willing to add your name to my property deed, one suitor declared. Lin Ziqing found herself in an awkward position, clearly uncomfortable in such a setting. Thank you, but I already own a house and do not require yours. The suitor persisted. What is it that you desire? I will procure anything you wish, as long as it brings you joy. I do not require anything. There is no need for extravagance, she replied. As time dwindled, he pressed. You must at least tell me your name. Apologies, my name is Lin Ziqing, and I work in finance at Sihai Group. Each male contestant reluctantly vacated their position opposite Lin Ziqing, carefully memorizing her number and name, while the remaining female participants faded into the background. This elicited discontent among many of the other women, leading to disruptions during Lin Ziqing's conversations. After several rounds, Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing found themselves together, both relieved to escape the superficial exchanges with strangers. Though their dialogue was sparse, they felt a sense of relaxation and happiness in each other's presence. As the morning progressed, the 8-minute matchmaking event concluded. The male and female participants lined up facing one another, with the men holding roses to present to their chosen partners. As the ladies accepted the blooms, couples formed. In a synchronized motion, 29 male contestants placed their roses before Lin Ziqing. In that moment, Lin Ziqing was taken aback, as she had merely come to observe. Some female contestants, witnessing the unfolding scenario, turned and exited the venue. Lin Ziqing stood frozen, at a loss for what to do next. Chapter 58. She is my girlfriend. All eyes were focused on Lin Ziqing, eagerly anticipating her choice, wondering which fortunate soul would capture the goddess's favor. Lin Ziqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. As the host urged her on, she resolved to randomly select someone, planning to explain the situation afterward. With her eyes closed, she extended her hand. Accept this flower from me. A familiar voice echoed in her ear. Lin Ziqing slowly opened her eyes to find Tai Jing smiling as he presented a rose. A sense of relief washed over her as she calmly accepted the flower from Tai Jing. The remaining male contestants were visibly displeased, yet, given the public setting, they refrained from any overtly aggressive behavior. May I invite the two fortunate souls to the center of the stage to capture this moment of happiness? Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing stood in the spotlight, awkwardly posing for photographs. After descending from stage, Lin Ziqing expressed her gratitude to Tai Jing. Thank you so much for alleviating my distress. I was completely flustered. Without you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Do you have time later? I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of my appreciation. I have time. It would be my pleasure, he replied. Let me just inform my sister. All right, Lin Ziqing replied, standing by the stage as she awaited Tai Jing. At that moment, one of the male contestants approached her. Miss Lin, do you know each other already? Oh, you mean Tai Jing? We are schoolmates. We know each other, she explained. Now I understand why you chose him. You must be concerned about his pride. Judging by his attire, he likely has little money. Being with him may lead to hardships. Here, that's my business card. I assure you a life free of worries. Please remember to call me. With a sigh, Lin Ziqing accepted the card. Before long, another male contestant presented his business card, and within 5 minutes, she found herself surrounded by a throng of suitors. "Brother, I'm quite satisfied with his sister-in-law. You need to act fast. Children should not speak recklessly. We are merely friends." Their gazes swept over Lin Ziqing, and Tai Jing's sister, Tai Ning, chimed in, "Brother, look quickly. If you don't seize the moment, there are plenty of others eyeing her." Before Tai Ning could finish her thought, Tai Jing surged forward, parting the crowd, and swiftly pulled Lin Ziqing close. She felt herself lean back, teetering on the brink of falling. Unexpectedly, she found herself nestled in Tai Jing's sturdy embrace. Hearing the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a melody resonating within her own heart, Tai Jing, with a hint of irritation, declared, "Everyone, since Miss Lin has chosen me, I am now her boyfriend, and she is my girlfriend. I hope you will refrain from bothering us. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action." His fierce gaze effectively deterred the others, who departed with a sense of discontent. Lin Ziqing, captivated by Tai Jing's assertiveness, smiled shyly. In that fleeting moment, Tai Ning captured the scene, inadvertently interrupting the burgeoning tension. "Apologies for the intrusion, but the moment was too beautiful. My hand itched to capture it." "What are you talking about, you little rascal?" Lin Ziqing, observing the playful banter, inquired curiously. "And who might you be?" "Hello, amte ying with Ning meaning tranquility. "Greetings. Both of your names bear the monikers of legendary heroes, indicating that your parents possess a fondness for Jin Yong, and even more so for the chivalrous spirit. Indeed, dear sister-in-law, may I inquire your name? Please refrain from calling me recklessly." Tai Jing playfully struck Tai Ning on the head, prompting her to swiftly retreat behind Lin Ziqing for protection. "Enough, do not bully her. After all, Tai Ning is a girl. And what if your heavy-handedness caused her harm? Ah, it is reassuring to have you, sister-in-law, to safeguard me henceforth. I am not your sister-in-law. I am merely a friend of Tai Jing. Please do not misinterpret our relationship. Let us proceed to dine together." "No, you two go ahead. I must tidy the venue. Perhaps next time we can gather as a whole." Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing departed for the restaurant, where Tai Jing expressed his apologies, saying, "I am terribly sorry. My sister has been spoiled and speaks without restraint. It is quite all right. I find her rather endearing. We should arrange a proper gathering when the opportunity arises." Chapter 59. The most powerful assistance appears that evening. Upon returning home, Tai Jing was immediately confronted by his grandmother, who rushed into his room and inquired, "Did Jing, with whom did you dine this evening? Do tell your grandmother." "Grandmother, how did you know I was out dining with someone else? Did Tai Ning tell you?" "Little Ning knows as well. Why keep it from me?" "It wasn't little Ning. It was our neighbor, Aunt Zhang, who sent me a picture of you having dinner." As she spoke, Tai's grandmother pulled out her phone, revealing a photo of Tai Jing joyfully dining with Lin Ziqing. The two appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, radiating happiness. In the image, Lin Ziqing's smile illuminated her beauty, and Tai Jing found himself momentarily entranced, thinking to himself, "This girl is truly lovely. I should bring her home to meet grandmother someday." "Grandmother, we are merely friends, not in a romantic relationship. Bringing her home unannounced would surely make her uncomfortable." At that moment, Tai Ning burst into the room. "Grandmother, do not listen to his nonsense. She is my sister-in-law. Look, here are photos from our matchmaking event." Tai Ning produced pictures from the event, showcasing moments where roses were exchanged, group photos were taken, and Tai Jing heroically came to the rescue. He embellished the day's happenings as he recounted them to their grandmother. Tai's grandmother, gazing at the photos and listening to Tai Ning's tales, was unable to contain her delight. "If it weren't for little Ning telling me all this, how long were you planning to deceive me?" Tai Jing realized that he was in a predicament. Although he harbored feelings for Lin Ziqing, he had not yet broached the subject with her. He did not wish to impose upon her the burden of expectation. The commotion in Tai Jing's room attracted the attention of his parents, who joined the revelry. Despite Tai Jing's persistent explanations, his grandmother took the lead, further escalating the excitement. Ultimately, Tai's father stated gravely, "Tai Jing, bring her home for dinner next weekend. Since you've confirmed your relationship, you must take responsibility." With that, he turned and retreated to his room. Tai's grandmother and mother exited, brimming with joy as they discussed what to wear to meet the prospective daughter-in-law. Tai Ning, leaning against the doorframe, mischievously remarked, "Brother, make sure to express your gratitude to me, and remember to take your sister-in-law out for a grand meal." Tai Jing stood frozen in his room, pondering the implications. It was not just his grandmother's excitement. His father's resolute demeanor was particularly vexing. Any hint of defiance would surely lead to a barrage of reprimands, leaving Tai Jing in a state of distress. Surely, he could not genuinely ask Lin Ziqing to come over as his girlfriend. That would be moving far too fast and might backfire. At Lin Ziqing's home, Lin Tian was reporting on the situation regarding Xiaoting's organs, revealing that the heart issues were beginning to surface, and within 2 months, life-threatening complications could arise. Mrs. Tang has not suspected anything, has she? No. Although we have been in contact with them for quite some time, we have yet to meet Mrs. Tang. We remain unaware of her true nature. According to the diary entries of Lin Tian's mother, she had only encountered Mrs. Tang 3 times, describing her as an ethereal beauty steeped in ancient charm, who led a reclusive life and seldom met outsiders. This opportunity should finally allow us to behold the visage of Mount Lu. After all, she is the principal witness of the events that transpired back then, as well as the sole surviving agent. It is imperative that we meet her to seek clarity. Indeed, at that time, the organs of Xiaoting were exploited to poison Professor Lin, which were subsequently sold off. Should any complications arise, this chain of events would be laid bare. It is crucial to maintain vigilant observation. No doubts remain. Chapter 60. No problem as Friday swiftly approached. Tai Jing found himself troubled at the police station. Contemplating the weekend gathering, he had procrastinated until the last moment, despite maintaining constant communication with Lin Ziqing over the past few days. He had yet to invite her over for dinner, which was causing him considerable distress. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Tai Ning. "Brother, have you spoken to sister-in-law?" "What sister-in-law?" "That's just your imagination. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. I'm working overtime this weekend and won't be coming home. You need to take care of Mom, Dad, and Grandma. I have to hang up now." Before Tai Ning could finish her thought, Tai Jing hastily ended the call. Tai Ning, seeing through her brother's tendencies, mused that at this rate, he might not catch up in the next lifetime. Determined, she managed to obtain the Public Relations Department's contact information and, through a blend of persuasion and insistence, finally secured Lin Ziqing's number. "Hello, is this Ms. Lin?" "Hello, who is this?" Lin Ziqing answered, momentarily distracted from her work. "Hello, I am Tai Ning, Tai Jing's sister. Do you remember me?" Upon hearing the name, Lin Ziqing immediately set aside her work, responding with warmth, "Of course, I remember you. What can I do for you?" "Well, Ms. Lin, I inadvertently showed the matchmaking video to my grandmother, and she has come to believe that you are my brother's girlfriend. She insists you come over for dinner this weekend. Additionally, my father has also expressed the desire for you to join us. He is a man of his word, and it would be unwise to go against his wishes. Have my brother not mentioned this to you?" "Not at all. He has never brought this up with me. If we don't attend this weekend, will your brother be in quite a predicament?" "Indeed, it will be quite dire, especially unfortunate. My brother is too shy to ask you himself, so I must shamelessly plead for your presence. Would you do this favor for me, Ms. Lin?" "Of course, just call me Ziqing. I will gladly grant you this favor. Please send me the details regarding the time and place. I'll look forward to seeing you this weekend." "Thank you so much, Sister Ziqing." Tai Ning exclaimed joyfully before hanging up. Lin Tian gazed at Lin Ziqing, puzzled. "Sister, are you really going?" "Yes, it's just a small favor." "Don't worry too much," she replied. The weekend arrived, and Tai Jing's family had prepared a sumptuous feast while he remained at the police station, too apprehensive to return home. Grandmother Tai, in a flurry of anxiety, repeatedly called him, to which he could only respond with excuses about working overtime. Feeling helpless, Grandmother Tai urged Father Tai to call Director Zhao. Unable to refuse the elderly matriarch, Father Tai reached out to his former colleague. "Director Zhao, I find myself in a predicament and must reach out to you for assistance." Upon receiving the call, Director Zhao was taken aback. "My dear Chief Tai, please don't address me so formally. I can't bear such reverence. Just tell me what you need." "Huh, that was merely a jest. Is Tai Jing working overtime today?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure. However, I do know that the task force is in the process of concluding their cases and is busy preparing the necessary documentation. They shouldn't be too overwhelmed. What is going on with Tai Jing? Is he not coming home again? Promised to return home for a meal this weekend, and now the elderly lady is anxious, urging me to call you. So, please allow him to come home. Our efforts seem insufficient. Even the former director of the Public Security Bureau could not manage his own son. All right, I shall make the call. Upon receiving the call from Director Zhao, Kai Jing comprehended that everything was orchestrated by his father. If he did not return home today, his future would be quite precarious. Thus, he musters his courage and prepares to go home for dinner. Chapter 61. A special guest. Upon seeing Tai Jing return home, Grandma Tai's heart swelled with joy. However, the moment she realized he was alone, her expression darkened. Why have you come back by yourself? Where's your girlfriend? Tai Jing, feeling quite embarrassed, stammered, Grandma. She's busy with work and probably won't make it today. Besides, we're not in a romantic relationship. It wouldn't be appropriate to invite her for dinner. Please don't be upset. Grandma Tai shot him a disapproving glance, but upon seeing her grandson's forlorn expression, her heart softened. Well, we can discuss it later. Let's eat first. As the family was about to sit down for dinner, Tai Ning interrupted, I have a friend coming over shortly. Can we wait for her to eat together? Just then, a voice chimed in, no need to wait. She's here. Brother, come down and greet her. Konkusit, doi ying pulavet doi nin donstives. Where Lin Ziqing stood in a light purple dress. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, making her appear like a captivating scene. Tai Jing found himself momentarily entranced. Without Tai Ning's reminder, he might have lost his senses entirely. Hurry and help Sister Ziqing with her things. Doi nin urget. What brings you here? Lin Ziqing replied with a soft smile, radiating beauty. What? Am I not welcome? Of course you are. Tai Jing responded, grinning foolishly at Lin Ziqing. Brother, don't misunderstand. I invited Sister Ziqing here, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't overthink it. Grandma, Mom, Dad, come see who my guest is. Grandma Tai's eyes lit up. Isn't this the girl from the phone? She is even more beautiful and graceful in person. Lin Ziqing politely greeted Tai Jing's family, saying hello. Grandma, Uncle Andy, my name is Lin Ziqing, and I am a friend of Tai Ning. Grandma Tai eagerly grasped Lin Ziqing's hand, enthusiastically pulling her toward the sofa, unable to hide her affection. Ziqing, how old are you? Where do you work? Who else is in your family? Grandma, are you conducting a census? Tai Jing interjected swiftly. No, it's fine. I'm 26 years old and work in finance at Sihai Group. I don't have any family. I grew up in an orphanage. Oh dear, I didn't mean to tread on sensitive ground. It's quite all right. Although I lack a family, the director has been very kind to me, and I have many friends. Family is not solely defined by blood. The family regarded the poised Lin Ziqing with satisfaction. Even Tai Jing's usually stern father managed to smile as they enjoyed a warm lunch together. Except for Tai Jing, who felt quite anxious throughout the meal, fearing his family's comments, for his relationship with Lin Ziqing was not as straightforward as they presumed. After lunch, Lin Ziqing prepared to leave. Grandma Tai reluctantly bid her farewell, insisting that she must visit often and that she would personally cook for her. Doi Ying and Doi Ning escorted Lin Ziqing downstairs, where Tai Ning pretended to receive a phone call. Brother, take good care of Sister Ziqing on her way home. I have to run to the company for a bit. Take care, Sister Ziqing. Only Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing remained. Tai Jing, feeling quite embarrassed, said, Thank you for today. I truly appreciate your help. Lin Ziqing replied, It's nothing. I had a wonderful time today. I've never experienced the warmth of a family before. It turns out it's like this. So delightful, so fulfilling. Tai Jing continued, I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just call on me. I will be there for you. Lin Ziqing responded, No need for that. It was a mere trifle. If it bothers you so much, why not come home with me? Huh? Tai Jing looked puzzled. Home? But isn't Lin Ziqing an orphan? Chapter 62. The Welfare Institute. Lin Ziqing drove Tai Jing to the Welfare Institute, a place where she had grown up, and also the origin of her nightmares. The institute was a modest, 3-story building, with a spacious courtyard in front where the children frolicked and played. Upon seeing Lin Ziqing, Director Wang hurried out of the office, joyfully embracing her while completely ignoring Tai Jing. It was only when Lin Ziqing made the introduction that he acknowledged Tai Jing, exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries. Lin Ziqing guided Tai Jing on a tour of the Welfare Institute, with the children gathered around her, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, you finally came. We missed you so much." One child inquired, "Sister, who is this? Is he your husband?" Another chimed in, "This husband isn't as handsome as Brother Tian. We don't like him. Come play with us, brother." They urged, "Why don't you all play for now? I'll take him around a bit, all right?" The children joyfully dispersed, returning to their games. Watching the innocent and carefree children, Tai Jing couldn't help but smile genuinely. They truly seemed to find happiness here. Indeed, the Welfare Institute was a wonderful place where everyone cherished one another, and each day was filled with joy. Lin Ziqing discreetly led Tai Jing to the basement, saying, "This is our secret hideout. Whenever we felt down, we would come here. There's a hidden door that the director is unaware of." He was quite upset about it, and eventually, he sealed off the basement. Tai Jing carefully examined the basement, recognizing it as an excellent hiding spot, easy to defend and cleverly concealed. It was not easily discovered without close inspection. Director Wang summoned Lin Ziqing to the office while Tai Jing aimlessly wandered into the courtyard, observing the carefree children playing in the sunlight. "What are you thinking, bringing the police here? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Director Wang asked nervously. "What is there to fear? Once he knows my background, he will feel more at ease. Besides, you have prepared thoroughly." Lin Ziqing replied dismissively as she settled onto the sofa. "Could you have mentioned this sooner? Do you realize how tense my preparations were? If even one child slips up, we lose everything. Didn't I send someone from Xingxing to assist you? Aren't they already conducting hypnosis? Better safe than sorry. This is a one-time affair, and there will be no second chances." Lin Ziqing walked to the window, watching Tai Jing play with the children. Observing his unsuspecting demeanor, her heart sank. If he were to discover that everything was orchestrated, it would surely devastate him. Later that evening, Tai Jing returned home to his room, where his mother soon entered. "Jing, do you like Ziqing?" "Mom, why do you ask that? We're just ordinary friends. Don't hide it from me. Your eyes give you away." "So, Ziqing is a wonderful girl. If you truly like her, you should pursue her. Besides, she certainly has some feelings for you. You still have a chance." "Mom, she comes from wealth. The disparity between us is too great. I fear I would only bring her hardship. Isn't she just an ordinary financial officer? What difference does it make?" "Mother, she is the chief financial officer and legal advisor of the High Group, earning an impressive annual salary, while I am merely an ordinary police officer, unworthy of her." With a resounding bang, the door to Tai Jing's room was flung open by her father, filled with indignation. "What do you mean by an ordinary police officer? The police are the servants of the people. We are the guardians of society, partaking in one of the most solemn and honorable professions in existence. If you lack even this modicum of confidence, then perhaps you should resign from your position." With that, he turned and departed. Tai Jing stood rooted in place. Her father had dedicated his life to the police force, and she had always looked up to him, choosing to follow in his footsteps. Hearing her father's words illuminated her mind, igniting a newfound determination to take action. Chapter 63. Infiltrating the enemy's camp, Tai Jing resolved to embark on a formal pursuit of Lin Ziqing. However, as a straightforward man, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Just then, Tai Ning entered his line of sight, a natural strategist. Tai Ning devised numerous romantic schemes to assist Tai Jing, yet both hesitated to implement them, fearing they might misjudge Lin Ziqing's preferences. To safeguard against potential failure, they decided to approach someone closer to her, inviting Lin Tian with the intention of bribing him for information. Lin Tian, initially reluctant to attend, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the closeness between Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing. Yet, he suppressed his frustration, for Tai Jing had always been the only person in Lin Ziqing's heart since childhood. Thus, he complied with the invitation. At the CAF, Tai Jing and Tai Ning awaited his arrival. Lin Tian, donned in a sleek black sports ensemble and sunglasses, presented a striking figure, drawing the attention of all the women in the CAF. He scanned the room before striding directly to Tai Jing's table. As he removed his sunglasses, His luminous and profound eyes captivated Tai Ning, who found herself enchanted by his charm. "Officer Tai, did you summon me for something?" Lin Tian inquired. "Assistant Lin, indeed. I wish to have a discussion," Tai Jing replied, nudging the infatuated Tai Ning beside him. "Oh, I see. My brother is interested in pursuing Sister Ziqing, but he is unaware of her preferences, so he sought your counsel." "Pursuing my sister? I cannot agree to that," Lin Tian retorted. "Your sister? She is your sister? I was under the impression that Ziqing was your superior. You are siblings?" "We are not blood siblings, but I have always regarded Ziqing as my elder sister. My sister is not someone just anyone can pursue. She is exceptional, and I question whether you are worthy of her." Lin Tian observed Tai Jing's uncertain demeanor and sighed deeply. "However, if you give up over a few of my words, I certainly will not assist you." "Will you help me?" Tai Jing asked earnestly. "My sister does harbor feelings for you. The barrier between you two is merely a thin veil yet to be pierced. From my childhood, I have seen her cherish that particular pen. It is clear you are the one she holds dear. Assisting you might very well pave the way for your union." "A pen," Dining exclaimed, "Shuden imleitenet." "Brother, that handkerchief of yours must belong to Sister Ziqing. You two are indeed fated." Lin Tian elaborated on Lin Ziqing's nature to Tai Jing and Tai Ning, revealing that she was a simple girl who relished the uncomplicated aspects of life and eschewed flamboyance. Authentic love, he explained, is revealed in unguarded moments. Over the years, Lin Ziqing had harbored a desire to share a particular experience with her beloved, the Starry Sky exhibition. Coincidentally, the exhibition was touring Green City, and Tai Jing had finally procured 2 tickets to invite Lin Ziqing to attend. She readily accepted, for it aligned perfectly with her heart's wish. Lin Ziqing likely sensed Tai Jing's intentions, as this desire had only been shared with Lin Tian. It appeared they had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and she was eager to see what ploys Tai Jing would employ. What could this ironclad, straightforward man possibly orchestrate? Lin Tian observed Lin Ziqing's acceptance of Tai Jing's invitation and subtly advised, "Sister, do not forget your identity and purpose. Becoming too deeply entangled may prove difficult to escape." Lin Ziqing shot him a glance, replying, "I am aware of what I am doing, so do not worry." Concerned, Lin Tian gazed at the blushing Lin Ziqing, realizing that this time she had genuinely fallen for someone. The stirrings of her heart were beyond her control. She had already succumbed. Chapter 64. Starry Exhibition. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Tai Jing arrived at the police station, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Ding Ling stood there, bewildered, and timidly inquired, "Zayu, has Team Tai taken leave of his senses?" Ning Zayu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Ever since their last dinner together, he had sensed that Tai Jing harbored special feelings for Lin Ziqing. Observing the current situation, it seemed he was indeed preparing to pursue her. "Ekaking doi ying." Ning Zayu encouraged him, "Good luck tonight." "Good luck with what?" Tai Jing questioned, his expression one of confusion. "Nothing, just know what I mean," Ning Zayu replied, giving Tai Jing a reassuring pat on the shoulder before walking away. Ding Ling, watching the exchange, suddenly pieced things together and shouted, "Team Tai, are you going on a date tonight?" This loud exclamation left Tai Jing in an awkward predicament. A flurry of playful punches ensued as he playfully reprimanded Ding Ling, further affirming her suspicions, which quickly spread throughout the precinct. Upon learning the news, Medical Examiner Liang felt quite unsettled, for she had long harbored feelings for Tai Jing, unaware that he had quietly embarked on a romantic journey. In the evening, Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing met at the entrance of the Starry Exhibition. Doi Ying, clad in his sharply tailored suit, felt increasingly uncomfortable, his body involuntarily shifting. From a distance, Lin Ziqing saw this scene and couldn't help but smile as she approached him, playfully remarking, "You look really handsome in that outfit." Startled, Tai Jing turned to see Lin Ziqing smiling at him. She was stunning in her light brown trench coat, exuding a blend of sophistication and elegance. "You startled me. I didn't expect you to arrive," he said, feeling a bit bashful. "A police officer with such a timid disposition? Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just got here myself." With that, Tai Jing shifted uncomfortably, wishing he could immediately change out of the suit. The suit is dapper, but it doesn't suit you. Next time, wear something more comfortable. Come, let's head inside, she suggested. The night was enchanting, with 3 stars twinkling in the sky, and the vast expanse of stars gleamed like precious gems. Although the starry exhibition was artificially created, its essence rivaled that of the genuine night sky, shimmering brilliantly. The most romantic aspect was the myriad stars above, those unreachable celestial bodies that brought profound comfort and happiness. Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing reclined side by side in the viewing area as the host enriched the audience with fascinating astronomical knowledge about the history and origins of the stars. Shooting stars frequently streaked across the sky, and upon witnessing one, Lin Ziqing made a wish. Tai Jing, observing Lin Ziqing's innocent demeanor, felt a surge of joy. It's not real. Why are you still making wishes? Our director said that whenever a shooting star appears, one should make a wish, regardless of its authenticity. What if it comes true? That would be a win for me. Hurry, you should make a wish too. Lin Ziqing took Tai Jing's hand, urging him to join her in the ritual. Unable to resist, he clasped his hands together, sincerely wishing as well. After all, what if it actually came true? As countless shooting stars traversed the sky, the stars above shone with remarkable clarity, the romantic atmosphere escalating. The most beautiful scenery lay before them, and the one he cherished most was right beside him. As the exhibition visiting hours came to an end, the two emerged from the starry sky pavilion, still lingering in the moment. The mischievous Lin Ziqing turned to Tai Jing and asked, "How did you know I adore the stars?" A flustered Tai Jing fumbled for words, unable to respond. Observing his evident discomfort, Lin Ziqing burst into laughter. "It was Lin Tian who told you, wasn't it? I only share that wish with him." Embarrassed, Tai Jing nodded, feeling the awkwardness of the situation weigh heavily upon him. Lin Ziqing then inquired, "Did you ask Lin Tian about my preferences?" "Why would you?" With an expectant gaze fixed on Tai Jing, she hoped he would utter those few cherished words. Tai Jing, captivated by the endearing Lin Ziqing, opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and, gathering his courage, prepared to speak. Chapter 65. You made me wait. Tai Jing took a deep breath, firmly gripping Lin Ziqing's shoulders. Their eyes locked in earnest connection. Lin Ziqing gazed at Tai Jing with eager anticipation, the air thickening with subtle tension between them. "Ziqing, I am a straightforward man, devoid of sweet nothings or romantic gestures. The only thing I know is that once I commit to something, I will see it through. The one I love, I shall cherish for a lifetime and protect her eternally." Before he could finish, a distant female voice pierced the moment. "Help! Someone has stolen my bag. Please catch him." Tai Jing's instincts as a police officer kicked in without hesitation, and he dashed off, turning back to Lin Ziqing with a quick, "Wait for me." In an instant, Lin Ziqing stood alone in the biting cold, her heart in disarray. Tai Jing pursued the thief through the bustling streets, weaving between cars and pedestrians. The criminal, sensing the chase, became increasingly frantic, narrowly avoiding several collisions. With agile reflexes, Tai Jing closed the gap, ultimately cornering the assailant in a dead end. Realizing there was no escape, the thief brandished a knife, ready to fight. Observing the exhausted figure before him, Tai Jing felt a pang of sympathy and urged, "Stealing a bag is one thing, but attacking someone with a knife is a far graver matter. I advise you to drop the weapon. I will consider it a surrender." "Huh, surrender? I'm caught either way. I might as well take a chance. Perhaps I can escape," the thief retorted, lunging at Tai Jing with the blade. In a swift motion, Tai Jing sidestepped, causing the assailant to trip and fall awkwardly. Seizing the moment, Tai Jing placed his foot on the criminal's back, preventing any movement. He quickly dialed for backup, and within 5 minutes, officers from the precinct arrived. Upon reviewing Tai Jing's credentials, one officer patted the thief's shoulder sympathetically. "You really picked the wrong day to mess with the head of the major crimes unit. What a shame. I leave him in your capable hands. If there are any issues with the statement, feel free to reach out. I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to." After resolving the situation, Tai Jing suddenly recalled Lin Ziqing racing back. Breathless, he returned to the spot where they had parted, only to find Lin Ziqing absent. No wonder, he thought. "I've been gone over 40 minutes in this cold. She surely wouldn't wait for me." She has probably gone home. Nevertheless, he decided to call her. Have you returned home? He inquired. Home? What are you talking about? I'm at the convenience store across the street. I can see you, Lin Ziqing replied, puzzled. Tai Jing turned to look across the road and saw Lin Ziqing waving at him from inside the store. She had been waiting for him all along. He hurried over. Did you catch him? I did. He asked with the local police now. You're incredible. You apprehended the criminal in less than an hour. That's impressive. Here, drink some water. It's at room temperature. Observing the earnest concern emanating from Lin Ziqing, who exhibited no semblance of reproach, I found myself engulfed in bewilderment. Do you not resent me for leaving you alone? Lin Ziqing offered a gentle smile, responding, Why should I harbor any resentment? You were a police officer. If you had witnessed something amiss and chose not to pursue it, then I would have reason to blame you. Then why do you linger here? Why haven't you returned home? I inquired. You asked me to wait for you. The two of us exchanged smiles, locking eyes, and, in that moment, the solitude that once resided in our hearts dissipated. Chapter 66. Pursuit. Anxiously awaiting her return, Lin Tian waited at home for Lin Ziqing. The moment she stepped inside and turned on the lights, she was startled by Lin Tian, who had been lurking in the shadows. Are you trying to scare me to death? Why are you still awake at this hour? Lin Ziqing, taken aback by her brother's unreasonable behavior, ignored him and walked straight to her room. Unrelenting, Lin Tian followed closely behind. Sister, have you developed feelings? I have not. Do not speak nonsense, Lin Ziqing retorted, exasperated. Am I fabricating tales, or have I struck a chord? When you chose to approach Tai Jing, it was with the intention of exploiting his position as a police officer. Yet it appears that is not the case. You have indeed fallen for him, sister. I will not fall for anyone. I lost my heart a decade ago. My sole focus is revenge. Tai Jing is merely a pawn in my game. I am exhausted and wish to rest, she declared, pushing Lin Tian out of her room. Lin Tian stood dazed at the doorway, softly asserting, Sister, I understand you. You have already succumbed to your emotions. Your gaze betrays you. I recognize that look well. Left alone, Lin Ziqing lay on her bed, her thoughts heavy as she gazed at the distant moon, lost in contemplation. She was aware that she was playing with fire, that her actions toward Tai Jing were profoundly unfair. Yet, some matters had spiraled beyond her control, much like her heart, which had unwittingly begun to follow Tai Jing. Currently, her only resolve was to ensure Tai Jing's safety. If circumstances unfolded unfavorably, she at least wished for him to emerge unscathed. The following day, both Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian noticed they were being followed. In truth, they had been under surveillance since Lin Ziqing and Tai Jing were at school. Initially, they paid little mind to it, but now Lin Ziqing found it increasingly bothersome. That evening, the two found themselves in a gazebo at a suburban park. Lin Tian produced a tea set he had brought along, and they leisurely poured themselves cups of tea. The followers shivered in the chilly wind. Lin Ziqing glanced at them and scoffed, Humph, if it's cold, why not join us for a warm cup of tea? No sooner had she spoken than a dozen thugs emerged from the shadows, led by a leather-clad man with slicked-back hair. He leisurely approached the gazebo and took a seat without invitation. Miss Lin, you seem to be enjoying yourself in this desolate place, sipping tea. After following me for so long, are you not weary? If there is something you wish to discuss, I prefer candid communication. Indeed, the other day, Officer Tai confiscated a shipment of ours. We would like to invite Miss Lin to join us for a meal and drinks, and in return, perhaps Officer Tai could return our goods. It's as simple as that, the leader said, eyeing Lin Ziqing with ill intent. Oh, I see. But do you possess the means to invite me back? With that, Lin Tian rose, entering combat mode. Then it appears the lady is choosing to refuse hospitality and shall face the consequences. With a wave of his hand, the thugs surged forward. However, these thuggish ruffians, reliant solely on brute force, were no match for Lin Tian, who swiftly dispatched them. As he surveyed, the groaning figures sprawled on the ground. The leader of the gang grasped the situation and realized that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. He brandished a knife, pressing it against Lin Ziqing's throat, convinced he had secured victory. Little did he know, Lin Ziqing leaned back, seizing the wrist of the hand that wielded the dagger. With a forceful twist, the sound of a shattered wrist echoed painfully, and Lin Ziqing deftly seized the dagger. The man barely caught a glimpse of the blade flashing before him, followed by an overwhelming agony. Lin Ziqing plunged the knife brutally into the man's hand, driving it through and pinning it to the table. The man screamed in excruciating pain, his hands drenched in blood, flesh mangled. The other ruffians hurried to support their leader. Trembling in fear, Lin Ziqing, her gaze icy, contemptuously remarked that it was foolish to strike without thoroughly investigating others' backgrounds. With that, she rose to leave, stating that she would not report today's incident, nor did she believe they would. She instructed them to clean up the scene, ensuring no traces remained. Lin Ziqing then asked Lin Tian to investigate the identities of those who had attacked, aware that their current state would not allow them to let the matter rest easily. And preparing for all eventualities was prudent. Chapter 67. The assault. Lin Ziqing refrained from discussing the events of that day with Tai Jing. In the face of adversity, one must remain resolute. There was no need to incite undue alarm. Lin Tian had thoroughly investigated the identity of the assailants and their affiliations. They were members of a drug trafficking syndicate led by two brothers, Gao Hai and Gao Yang. Although their operation was modest in scale and the quality of their narcotics mediocre, their low prices made them appealing to a certain segment of the youth. Lin Ziqing continued to lead a normal life, undeterred, as the group had not troubled her for quite some time. This was partly due to her formidable presence, which had instilled fear, and partly because they could find no information on her. Her background had been meticulously concealed by her shadowy protector. With Lin Ziqing beyond their reach, they resolved to target Tai Jing, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Perhaps they could gamble on Tai Jing's life to compel the police to relinquish their confiscated drugs. They had been tailing Tai Jing for several days, exercising great caution to avoid detection. Failure would mean total ruin. Tai Jing, too, sensed something amiss. However, the cunning of the pursuers, having learned from previous encounters, led them to remain hidden, even at the risk of losing their target. Unperturbed, Tai Jing continued his routine, making time to rendezvous with Lin Ziqing, and found solace in their shared moments. As time passed, the group grew restless. Having accepted a deposit for their goods, their inability to deliver was intolerable. Gao Hai decided to take a risk. Today would be the day they would attempt to abduct Tai Jing. Unbeknownst to them, fate had conspired against them. For today was also the day Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing had planned their outing. After a delightful meal, the two strolled through the park, their hands brushing against one another, igniting a flurry of emotions within them. Tai Jing, emboldened by Lin Ziqing's lack of withdrawal, prepared to grasp her hand at the opportune moment when suddenly a burly man emerged, flanked by a dozen thugs. Tai Jing's heart sank in despair. Why was it that his moments of happiness were always interrupted by intrusions? Who are you? You've been following me for days. Haven to you? Seems you can no longer contain yourselves. Officer Tai, your keen observational skills are indeed impressive. We find ourselves in a predicament and must request your assistance, the leader declared, drawing forth knives and clubs. Instinctively, Tai Jing shielded Lin Ziqing, while she, recognizing the gravity of the situation, suppressed her abilities and feigned terror, seeking refuge in his embrace. At the signal from their leader, the assailants charged at the couple. Although Tai Jing was skilled in combat, defending Lin Ziqing while engaging the attackers proved taxing. Before long, he sustained injuries yet steadfastly held onto Lin Ziqing's hand. As the standoff continued, the assailants realized that further delay would only exacerbate their troubles. Seizing the moment, they directed their efforts towards the seemingly frail Lin Ziqing. The instant Tai Jing's grip faltered, they seized Lin Ziqing. Faced with this dire situation, Tai Jing had no choice but to surrender. Both were blindfolded and taken away to an unknown location. After disembarking, Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing were confined to separate rooms. Confused about the intentions of their captors, Tai Jing repeatedly slammed against the door. Shortly thereafter, Gao Hai entered Tai Jing's room. "Tai Ying Soteth, what do you intend to do? What about the girl who came with me? Where have you locked her away?" Gao Hai spoke slow. "I sought out Officer Tai for a significant matter. Do you recall the incident last month when you seized 1 kilogram of narcotics?" Tai Ying remembered it. He had indeed apprehended 2 pregnant women involved in drug trafficking. However, They were largely uninformed about the narcotics, leading the police to suspect that there were overseers monitoring the pregnant women, thus exposing the operation. Throughout the transaction meant to replace the pregnant women, the contact person had never appeared, leaving the case in limbo. It now appeared that the true mastermind had revealed himself. Tai Jing grasped the situation, replying, "I recall. You have not brought us here to compel me to hand over those narcotics, have you? Speaking with an intelligent person simplifies matters. You deliver the goods, and I release you." "Impossible," Tai Jing continued. "Those narcotics have already been surrendered. I lack both the authority and capability to retrieve them. You should abandon this line of thought." Gao Hai observed Tai Jing's unyielding attitude and had little else to say. Preparing to leave, he turned back and remarked, "You may withstand this, but can that girl?" Tai Jing instantly panicked, rising to fight back, only to be forcefully restrained by his subordinates. "You dare! If you harm her, I will fight to the death." Gao Hai ceased further discourse with Tai Jing, knowing that without inflicting genuine harm, Tai Jing would remain resolute. As a police officer, he naturally feared no threats, but it was evident that the girl held a special place in Tai Jing's heart, making the situation entirely different. Gao Hai glanced at Lin Ziqing, confined in her room. She was huddled in the corner, nervously surveying her surroundings, tears streaming down her cheeks. From the moment she entered, her striking beauty had captivated the men present, and Gao Hai, eager to satisfy his subordinates, declared, "You brothers have worked hard. Go ahead and indulge yourselves." Upon hearing Gao Hai's command, the henchmen were elated, rushing towards Lin Ziqing's room. As they began to disrobe, malice gleamed in their eyes, and they approached her with eager anticipation. Lin Ziqing screamed, but her cries were in vain, her eyes filled with despair. Yet at the last moment before the door closed, a triumphant smile broke across her face. Soon, a loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully struck, followed by wails of agony. The onlookers outside were bewildered, believing the commotion stemmed from the frantic actions of those within. However, when the door was finally opened, they were left utterly astonished. Chapter 68. Who are you? As the door swung open, the onlookers were met with a dismal sight. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, some with bruised faces while others suffered from broken bones, all amidst swirling smoke. In the midst of this chaos stood a woman, exhaling plumes of smoke. It was Lin Ziqing. She lifted her gaze slightly, flicked the ash from her cigarette, and languidly remarked, "It has been a while since I last smoked. How nostalgic it feels." The onlookers were taken aback. Lin Ziqing appeared transformed from the moment she entered, now resembling a cold, merciless judge from the depths of hell. She strode through the crowd to the table of Gao Hai, taking a seat opposite him. Suddenly, one of Gao Hai's subordinates gasped, "It's you. You were the one who—" "Oh, so it's you. I thought you all had grown bolder since you didn't show up yesterday." Gao Hai, noticing the terror etched on his subordinate's face, quickly interjected, "Given your formidable skills, why have you chosen to surrender?" "I have my reasons, Gao Hai," came her calm reply. Gao Hai was taken aback, unprepared for Lin Ziqing's knowledge of his identity. Internally, he was in turmoil. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. Observing his lack of response, Lin Ziqing continued, "Gao Hai, Gao Yang, you two brothers thrive on the trade of illicit substances. Although the purity of your drugs is mediocre, their low price has garnered a significant clientele. Thus your business is fairly prosperous. Your supply must come from Professor Lin, utilizing the lowest grade of product. Am I correct?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Hai sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Ziqing. "Who are you? How do you know all of this?" Lin Ziqing leisurely lifted her teacup, savoring a sip before replying. "Since I have willingly walked into the lioness den, I have certainly conducted thorough investigations into your affairs. I do not engage in battles without preparation. Who am I? If you wish to find out, simply reach out to the people associated with Professor Lin." Skeptically, Gao Hai picked up a satellite phone and dialed a confidential number, authenticating through a code to connect with his contact. Lin Ziqing spoke a word in German into the phone. "Ich bin Ziqing Lin." The voice on the other end responded, "Please hold on. I will connect you to Professor Lin shortly." Gao Hai listened in astonishment, never expecting Lin Ziqing would have direct access to Professor Lin. "Moments later." A languid voice came through the line. "Who is this? Surely, It belonged to Professor Lin. Lin Ziqing replied calmly, "It's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Professor Lin responded with curiosity, "Sister, indeed it's me. Prepare 200 grams of premium product. I wish to gift it." "All right, no problem. The goods can be collected at any time." "Very well, let us leave it at that." Lin Ziqing cast a disdainful glance at the flustered Gao Hai. In their realm, Professor Lin was akin to a deity, his drugs unmatched in purity and his logistical operations impeccable. As long as the payment was sufficient, Professor Lin could meet any client's demands. Moreover, he commanded a death squad. Anyone who defied him or acted contrary to his rules would face utter devastation. Gao Hai gazed at the seemingly fragile Lin Ziqing, utterly astonished to discover that she was, in fact, the sister of Professor Lin. Moreover, her ease in producing narcotics left him in disbelief. Professor Lin seemed to obey her every command. This woman was not to be trifled with. Observing Gao Hai still in shock, Lin Ziqing spoke calmly. "Tai Jing has confiscated 1 kilogram of your narcotics. I shall return to you 200 grams of premium quality. While the quantity may differ vastly, the quality is unparalleled. You might wish to consider this offer." Nervously, Gao Hai inquired, "What are the conditions?" Noticing his understanding, Lin Ziqing replied, "Indeed, everything comes with conditions. I require you to participate in a performance with me. You will release Tai Jing, and I shall remain as a hostage. Should you manage to escape, I will reward you with the premium goods. However, if you are apprehended by the police, it shall simply be your misfortune. Will you accept?" Gao Hai pondered the implications of keeping Lin Ziqing, akin to harboring a devil. This was no mere act, but a gamble with his life. "What if I refuse?" he asked. Anticipating this response, Lin Ziqing coldly stated, "Then I shall have Professor Lin speak with you. Understand that his words will be commands." With no alternative, Gao Hai Gui, his team relied on him. He could not lead them to ruin. A gamble might offer a glimmer of hope, whereas surrendering would only lead to demise. "What must I do?" he asked. "Follow my lead and first take me to Tai Jing's room," she commanded. Chapter 69 Agreement. Lin Ziqing adjusted her disheveled clothing and hair. Despite her ragged appearance, even having inflicted a wound upon her own neck, those outside observed her actions with sincere admiration for her resilience. As the door swung open, Tai Jing was momentarily blinded by the sunlight, only able to discern a silhouette. Someone was thrust inside, and the door was unceremoniously shut once more. Upon focusing her gaze, Tai Jing recognized Lin Ziqing, whose attire was torn and barely provided any protection, revealing numerous bruises upon her body. Lin Ziqing collapsed onto the floor, her weakened form struggling to untie the ropes binding Tai Jing. In a swift motion, Tai Jing enveloped Lin Ziqing in a tight embrace, her eyes filled with compassion. Lin Ziqing, however, sought to reassure Tai Jing, saying, "Do not worry, nothing has transpired. Are you unharmed?" Tai Jing tightened her grip, remorse flooding her heart. "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. I will find a way for us to escape." Lin Ziqing's eyes welled with tears, her pitiful expression leaving Tai Jing at a loss. In their current predicament, even escaping alone seemed a daunting task, let alone attempting to flee with someone entirely defenseless. Sensing Tai Jing's turmoil, Lin Ziqing spoke softly, "I have made an arrangement with them. You can leave, and I will stay behind." Upon hearing these words, "Ta yenis sensis marpeneth," she exclaimed in disbelief, "What did you say? I cannot possibly leave you." Lin Ziqing, shedding her earlier vulnerable demeanor, assumed a composed and methodical approach, articulating her thoughts to Tai Jing. "They dispatched many individuals to my previous room. They sought something from me." Lin Ziqing wrapped her arms around herself and continued, "While they were distracted, I seized a knife from one of them and threatened them with my life, which is how I managed to come to you. Doi Ying, I understand your reluctance to leave, but your departure is essential for my salvation. Although our eyes are covered, you can still hear what lies ahead. I excel in negotiation, while you are adept at resolving cases. My remaining here and your escape is the most prudent course of action." Tai Ying listened intently, recognizing the validity of Lin Ziqing's reasoning. If they merely waited for the authorities to intervene, time would be squandered in locating clues, increasing the uncertainty of their situation. These individuals desire goods, not lives. Lin Ziqing continued. As long as I remain here, my life is the greatest wager. After you exit, seek out Lin Tian. He possesses my life monitoring device, which can provide constant surveillance. You are most familiar with the intricacies of their case, and their methods are known to you. Only if you escape do we stand a chance at survival. Tai Jing hesitated deeply. Leaving Lin Ziqing behind was akin to leading a lamb to slaughter, a notion she could not fathom. Yet, upon hearing Lin Ziqing's analysis and witnessing her resolute gaze, a disquiet settled within her. Lin Ziqing grasped Tai Jing's hand, her voice trembling as she implored, "Do you remember our childhood promise? You vowed to return for me the next day. Now, let us make another promise. You will come back for me. I have faith in you." Tai Jing embraced Lin Ziqing tenderly, whispering softly in her ear, "In my childhood, I failed to fulfill my promises. I assure you, I shall not renege on this one. Wait for me. I will certainly return to take you. This is our pact." At that moment, Gao Hai pushed the door open, interrupting their fleeting moment of sweetness. "I apologize for the intrusion, Officer Tai. Let's escort you back." Reluctantly, Tai Jing rose, unwilling to release Lin Ziqing's hand. The guards intervened, forcibly separating the two and escorting Tai Jing outside. He twisted his body, fiercely threatening Gao Hai. "I warn you, should you dare to lay a finger on her, I will not spare you." Watching Tai Jing depart, Lin Ziqing let out a deep sigh, wiping away the traces of tears on her face, transforming from a sorrowful figure to one of resolve as she commanded, "Prepare the finest tea leaves for me. Now, immediately." Gao Hai, witnessing Lin Ziqing's demeanor, felt a chill run through him and promptly ordered his subordinates to comply. Chapter 70. Pursuit of Clues. Tai Jing was ushered into a vehicle, traversing numerous locales as he meticulously documented each intersection and the corresponding time. After approximately 40 minutes, he was unceremoniously deposited atop the Greenpeace dike. Upon removing his blindfold, he discovered the car had vanished from sight. Ignoring his injuries, Tai Jing hastened to the police station, where his entire team, upon learning of his abduction, was engulfed with concern. Their astonishment was palpable when they beheld Tai Jing, battered and bruised, making his entrance. Despite the collective urging for him to attend to his wounds, Tai Jing remained resolute. Forensic expert Liang, recognizing the futility of opposing him, reluctantly retrieved a first aid kit to tend to Tai Jing's injuries, which fortunately were superficial with minimal blood loss. Upon his return, Tai Ying instructed Dingling Torstai Sumun Lin Tian. To his surprise, Lin Tian had been waiting in a car outside the precinct, never having returned home. Tai Jing recounted the harrowing events to his colleagues. When Lin Tian learned that Tai Jing had abandoned Lin Ziqing, his sister, in peril, he could no longer contain his fury, seizing Tai Jing by the collar and vehemently demanding, "How could you leave my sister behind? Do you even consider yourself a man?" Ding Ling and others prepared to intervene, but Tai Jing halted them, asserting with unyielding conviction, "Trust me, I shall rescue Ziqing and ensure she comes to no harm. The priority now is to gather clues and save her." Indeed, the paramount objective was to rescue her. Lin Tian relinquished his grip and produced Lin Ziqing's life monitor, stating, "Presently, my sister's vital signs are stable. She has not sustained any injuries. I will leave this here. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Tai Jing, remember your promise." With that, Lin Tian turned and departed. Tai Jing gazed at the rhythmic beating of the heart displayed on the monitor, realizing he must act swiftly to extricate Lin Ziqing. Closing his eyes, he began to reconstruct the route and duration of his journey, endeavoring to deduce the location of her captivity. The moment I exited the vehicle, I was blindfolded. The ride was exceedingly jarring, with minimal traffic noise and no cacophony of engines, yet I discerned the sound of excavation machinery, suggesting nearby construction. After approximately 10 minutes, we took a left turn at the first bend. Following this, we encountered a series of speed bumps, around 6 in total, still devoid of other vehicles' noise. After making a right turn at the second bend, I heard the faint sound of a horn after about 5 minutes, though traffic remained sparse. We jolted over what seemed to be a railroad crossing, traveling straight for about 15 minutes, during which the traffic diminished. Subsequently, we navigated a series of turns, likely along a winding mountain road. Once the turns ceased, I was met with the sound of the ocean, and shortly thereafter, I was released onto the green peace dike. My time in the vehicle had been roughly 40 minutes. Xiao Jing and Ding Ling. Based on this description, please seek the location that best matches the account. Ning Seiyu. Using my description of the suspect, create a composite sketch, while the others should proceed to the scene to uncover additional clues. I will pay a visit to Director Zhao. Let's act swiftly. Early in the morning, Director Zhao was already aware of Tai Jing's return and was waiting for him in the office. However, upon seeing Tai Jing wrapped in bandages, a wave of concern washed over him. As an elder who had watched Tai Jing grow up, Zhao inquired with genuine care. "How are you? Do you need to visit the hospital first, Tai Jing?" "I'm fine, Director Zhao," Tai Jing replied. "Right now, saving lives is the priority. Is it possible to expedite the approval for the seized drugs from the previous case? I need the supplies for the operation." Director Zhao observed Tai Jing's urgency and responded, "You must understand how challenging it is to obtain approval for a kilogram of narcotics." Seeing Zhao's dilemma, Tai Jing solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, Director Zhao. I swear on my badge that I will retrieve the drugs intact and ensure the hostage's safe return, even if it costs me my life." Impressed by Tai Jing's determination, Zhao retrieved the previously prepared narcotics from the safe and placed them before him. Rescuing the hostage and retrieving the drugs are both crucial, but your safety is paramount. We must ensure your well-being. Please sign here. Tai Jing signed the transfer document and nodded deeply at Zhao before turning to leave. Zhao called out to him, imparting a serious reminder, "Please do take care of your safety." Chapter 71. A toast not taken meanwhile, confined within her surroundings. Lin Ziqing gazed thoughtfully out at the scant scenery beyond her window. Was it truly fair to manipulate Tai Jing in such a manner? Tai Jing had devoted himself wholeheartedly to her, yet she was betraying him. Could a relationship steeped in deceit endure? Initially, when Lin Tian had urged Lin Ziqing against plotting against Tai Jing, he had pointed out that Tai Jing held a place akin to a moonlight in her heart. However, in her quest for revenge, Lin Ziqing had cast aside all considerations, even her own emotions, viewing them merely as tools to be wielded and discarded. As Lin Ziqing reflected on the purity and sincerity in Tai Jing's gaze, she found herself ensnared in the whirlpool of love. Could a player truly be forgiven for growing attached to their pieces? If Tai Jing were to uncover the truth, would he still gaze upon her with such affection? Or would his eyes be clouded with doubt and resentment? A sharp knock on the door interrupted her reverie. Gao Hai had arranged for gourmet steak and fine red wine. The elegance of the meal starkly contrasting with the desolation of her surroundings. Lin Ziqing mused that Gao Hai was quite perceptive, evidently wary of Professor Lin's influence. She nibbled at her meal, mindful not to indulge too much. After all, when Tai Jing came to rescue her, appearing overly plump would not bode well. "Brother, I'm back." Gao Yang, Gao Hai's younger sibling, returned from a distant place. Unlike his brother's composed demeanor, Gao Yang radiated youthful exuberance, his vivacity filling the air. He bounded over to Gao Hai and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, whispered, "Brother, I hear you've brought back a woman, a stunning beauty." His demeanor suggested a rather inappropriate eagerness. Gao Hai, clearly displeased, retorted, "Shouldn't you inquire about the situation first? You're more concerned with the woman than the matters at hand. When will you learn to prioritize?" "Brother, aren't you the one making the decisions? I'm merely here to help you with your troubles. You point the way, and I'll follow, all while enjoying life." "I fear I can no longer suppress the desires within," Gao Yang implored. Gao Hai, adopting a serious tone, warned, "You must not approach that woman. If you wish to survive, heed my words. Once this ordeal concludes, I will ensure you have ample opportunities, but that woman is off limits, absolutely off limits." Gao Yang, observing his brother's earnest expression, felt that Gao Hai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Nevertheless, he complied, albeit reluctantly. "All right, brother, as you say. Just remember to arrange something splendid for me when this is over." Understanding his brother's superficial agreement, Gao Hai instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on Gao Yang, ensuring he did not come into contact with Lin Ziqing. He then turned his attention to negotiating with the police. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, reassured by his brother's busy demeanor, stealthily approached Lin Ziqing's door. As expected, it was guarded. Through a combination of coercion and persuasion, Gao Hai compelled his men to open the door. The dimly lit room allowed only a few beams of sunlight to pierce through, and in that hazy light, Gao Yang discerned a figure pouring tea, gradually stepping inside. As the sunlight gradually illuminated Lin Ziqing's delicate visage, her beauty became increasingly apparent. Despite the disheveled state she had been in these past few days, it could not eclipse her elegance, the graceful curve of her figure, or the exquisite features of her face. Most striking were her eyes, serene and ethereal. In the fleeting moment of sipping tea, she appeared as a picturesque embodiment of tranquility. Gao Yang was taken aback by this scene. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he stepped forward, standing transfixed before Lin Ziqing. Noticing his entrance, Lin Ziqing glanced up and immediately recognized him as Gao Hai's younger brother, Gao Yang. Aware of Gao Yang's notorious infatuation with women, she chose to ignore him and continued to sip her tea. Gao Yang gazed at Lin Ziqing with a foolish admiration and blurted out, "You are so beautiful. Truly the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered." Observing his incoherent rambling, Lin Ziqing could not suppress a laugh, a sound that brought Gao Yang back to reality. Further entrancing him, he was determined to win her over. Taking a seat opposite Lin Ziqing, he grasped a teacup and fixated his gaze upon her, asking, "What is your surname, fair lady? Surely, this room is not to your liking. I could escort you to a more suitable chamber. Would you care to join me?" Lin Ziqing remained unresponsive, not even deigning to look at him. Realizing she was an aloof beauty, Gao Yang noted her silence was not a denial, which emboldened him to make a move. He reached out greedily to touch Lin Ziqing's soft hand, its texture delicate and smooth. Lin Ziqing did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she coolly remarked, "Did your brother not advise you against provoking me? I said it, but I do not believe it. To let such beauty go to waste is a true folly. Are you not afraid of death?" Lin Ziqing met Gao Yang's gaze directly, alluringly responding, "To die beneath the peony is to remain a spirited ghost." As Gao Yang's hand inched towards her shoulder, he teased, "For your brother's sake, I will give you one last piece of advice. Do not provoke me." He gently lifted her chin, his lips nearing her own as he taunted, "I shall provoke you. What will you do about it?" As he leaned in for a kiss, Lin Ziqing coldly retorted, refusing a toast, "You shall be forced to drink the penalty." Chapter 72. Assisting with injuries, Lin Ziqing gazed at the approaching Gao Yang, who was poised to assault her. Summoning all her strength, she forcefully collided her head against his. Gao Yang was abruptly thrown back, clutching his head and wailing in agony. However, it was not long before he burst into laughter, proclaiming, "I have heard tales of your remarkable skills. It was my oversight earlier, now I am prepared. Let's try again." Lin Ziqing chuckled at the sight of Gao Yang in a battle stance. "I am aware of your brotherly dynamic. Gao Hai handles negotiations while you manage transactions. Your skills and reflexes are indeed commendable. Yet, I must impart a piece of wisdom. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." Oof. Meanwhile, a subordinate at the door, hearing the commotion from within, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He hurried to report to Gao Hai, "Brother Hai, it's bad." Yang Guo, his hesitance incited Gao Hai's ire, who bellowed, "What is it? Speak swiftly." Yang Guo has entered President Lin's room, and it seems a fight has ensued. Upon hearing this, Gao Hai abandoned his task and rushed towards Lin Ziqing's chamber. Before he could reach the door, Gao Yang's cries echoed through the air. Gao Hai flung the door open to find Gao Yang grimacing in pain, clutching his leg and howling. Lin Ziqing, unfazed, continued to sip her tea, lifting her cup leisurely as she remarked, "Out of respect for you, I have warned him twice. Third time's the charm. Humph. It's nothing serious, merely a fractured fibula." Gao Hai, witnessing his brother's suffering and Lin Ziqing's cold demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Aware that they could not afford to offend her, he reluctantly said, "Thank you, President Lin. Please show mercy. It is my failure in discipline. Such incidents will not recur." He then ordered his men to take Gao Yang away for treatment. The subordinates suggested transporting Gao Yang to the hospital, for improper treatment could render him unable to walk properly for the rest of his life. Yet, given the current circumstances, a hospital visit was out of the question. With no other options, they could only administer basic first aid. As Gao Yang lay on the bed, stifling his groans, Gao Hai was uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Lin Ziqing approached, prompting everyone to step back in deference. Gao Hai, noticing her arrival, hastily said, "President Lin, what brings you here? My brother is in this state." Lin Ziqing interrupted him, "Step aside." She then meticulously examined Gao Yang's leg, each press eliciting another cry of anguish from him. "Silence him," she demanded angrily. "If he makes a sound, I shall cease my treatment." Gao Hai signaled to his subordinates to muffle Gao Yang's mouth, preventing any noise. Once Lin Ziqing completed her examination, Gao Hai inquired, "President Lin, how is my brother?" "The fracture is stable, no misalignment. A cast can be applied externally for stabilization. Currently, surgical intervention is unnecessary. Do you have any medical equipment at your disposal?" Upon hearing this, his subordinates produced all available supplies. Lin Ziqing cast a brief glance and could not help but lament internally about the poor quality of their equipment, realizing they would have to make do with what little they had. After nearly an hour, Lin Ziqing successfully attended to Gao Yang's injuries. Gao Yang had succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. Lin Ziqing cautioned Gao Hai to monitor his brother's temperature over the next few days and to regulate the dosage of painkillers, as excessive intake would be detrimental to the development of his bones. Grateful, Gao Hai expressed his thanks, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Lin." Lin Ziqing replied, "It's nothing. Your side is lacking support, and I cannot continue my own matters." With that, she turned to leave. Gao Hai, preoccupied with his brother's well-being, had little inclination to address the issues with the police and remained steadfastly at Gao Yang's side. After 3 hours of slumber, Gao Yang awakened to see his brother vigilantly watching over him. Overwhelmed with emotion, the young man, barely in his 20s, burst into tears. Gao Hai quickly reassured him. "It's all right. As long as you focus on your recovery, you will be fine. Just remember not to provoke her again. Understood?" Wiping his tears, Gao Yang mustered all his strength to sit up slightly and solemnly replied, "I can't, brother. I simply cannot do it." Chapter 73. I beg you. Gao Hai gazed at his brother Gao Yang, astounded by the rare seriousness etched upon his face. Since the moment Gao Yang entered the room and laid eyes on Lin Ziqing, he had been utterly captivated. The image, that visage lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. With utmost seriousness, Gao Yang declared, "Brother, I truly like her. I understand this may seem incredible, but I genuinely care for her. I cannot envision a life without her." Gao Hai, observing the sincerity in Gao Yang's eyes, realized that his brother was speaking the truth. It dawned on him that his sibling, typically a master in matters of the heart, was now utterly enchanted by a woman. Gao Hai remained in disbelief. "Brother, that woman is no ordinary individual. She is a demon, devoid of humanity. She is not worthy of your obsession. Brother, throughout my life, I have never asked you for anything. Consider this a plea. I truly cannot live without her. Even if it is just for a moment, I will cherish it deeply, forever tucked away in my heart, providing me with a lifetime of reminiscence." Gao Hai's heart ached at the sound of his brother's quiet imploration, having relied on one another since childhood. His greatest sorrow lay in Gao Yang's plight. No matter the challenges he faced, he would fulfill his brother's wishes. When Gao Yang longed for a transformer as a child, Gao Hai toiled for a month at a toy store to procure it for him. However, the current situation was dire, knowing Lin Ziqing's temperament. If he were to plead with her, she would undoubtedly refuse and perhaps even take her ire out on others. Resolute, Gao Hai decided to take a gamble for his brother's sake, willing to risk everything. That evening, Gao Hai prepared an extravagant feast, personally inviting Lin Ziqing to dine. Lin Ziqing, observing the lavish spread before her, was perplexed, especially considering she had just injured his brother. What was the purpose of this gesture? As she sat down and surveyed the table, she chuckled. "What is this for? To thank me for injuring your brother?" Gao Hai raised his glass, respectfully stating, "Of course not. This is an apology. You are gracious enough to overlook my brother's transgression and even assist in his recovery. I must express my gratitude. Just a trivial matter, and I would prefer not to dwell on it. Let it pass, she replied. Indeed, as you say, Miss Lin, if you drink this toast, it will be as if you have forgiven us, Gao Hai said, lifting his glass and awaiting Lin Ziqing's response. Slowly, she took her glass, inhaling the aroma before commenting. What fine wine. This is a 1974 Roman Economy. Miss Lin, you are quite discerning. This red wine has been specially selected for you. Please indulge. Lin Ziqing swirled the wine in her glass, brought it to her lips, and prepared to sip. Gao Hai, filled with tension, felt the distance between them narrowing. Suddenly, Lin Ziqing set down her glass, propped her chin on her hand, and regarded Gao Hai with a playful glint in her eye. While the wine is exquisite, it is a shame that it contains a generous dose of sedative. Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Gao Hai struggled to maintain his composure, responding coolly. What are you saying? How could there possibly be a sedative in the wine? You must be mistaken. Gao Hai, although I lack Professor Lin's expertise regarding narcotics, I possess a commendable ability for discernment. My senses will not deceive me. With that, Lin Ziqing approached her subordinate, forcibly pressing his head down to pour red wine into his mouth. In less than 10 minutes, the young man succumbed to slumber before the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Gao Hai could no longer conceal the truth and was compelled to lay the matter bare, stating, Lin, indeed, I have slipped a sedative into the wine. My brother holds a deep admiration for you. I have never seen him so enamored with a woman. He is a good person, and you might consider him. Consider what? Entertaining a romantic relationship with your brother? That is utterly impossible. I have shown him mercy by sparing his life. Do not push your luck. Gao Hai, observing Lin Ziqing's unwavering demeanor, drew a handgun and pointed it at her head, coldly asserting, I am aware that your heart secretly yearns for someone else, and that you look down upon my brother. However, given your current predicament, you have no room for choice. Staring down the dark muzzle of the gun, Lin Ziqing felt a profound terror, yet she was not intimidated by Gao Hai's imposing presence. Instead, she admired his reckless courage, which elicited an involuntary laugh from her. Taken aback by her laughter, Gao Hai's words grew sharper. What is so amusing? Do not laugh. If you refuse to acquiesce, I shall take your life. For my brother, I am capable of anything. Test me if you dare. Chapter 74. If you have the ability, then make a move. Lin Ziqing paid no heed to Gao Hai's words. She rose slowly, patted Gao Hai on the shoulder, and with a smile, remarked, Oh, Gao Hai, you truly lack composure and exhibit a certain foolishness. Do you really think I would remain here so simply? Gao Hai looked at Lin Ziqing, perplexed by her calm demeanor, which only heightened his unease. Lin Ziqing continued, You and Gao Yang have been orphans since childhood, relying solely on each other. However, during your time in northeast China, you encountered a couple, the Zhangs, who treated you as their own, providing for your education and daily needs. Although you ultimately chose a path of no return and severed ties with the Zhangs, you still send them money annually under the guise of a welfare organization. It is evident that you are a person who values gratitude. Gao Hai, taken aback, exclaimed, How do you know this? I have handled this matter personally. Even Gao Yang is unaware. Every action leaves a trace, and where there are traces, I can uncover the truth. There is something even more astonishing that I can reveal. Would you like to know? Speak. You were once married, and you divorced a few years ago. Although your ex-wife has since remarried, based on the date of your divorce. That boy is yours, is he not? He is 5 years old now. Truly adorable. This revelation struck at Gao Hai's vulnerable spot. He had shared a deep affection with his ex-wife, but the nature of his business posed a potential threat to his family's safety. His ex-wife had been reluctant to part ways, but upon discovering her pregnancy, they had to consider the child's future, leading to their mutual decision to divorce. She concealed her pregnancy and married another, striving to provide their child with a complete family. Gao Hai never anticipated that Lin Ziqing could uncover such details. Her insight was indeed profound, rendering him utterly outmatched and frozen in disbelief. Lin Ziqing approached Gao Hai's wine glass, lifted it, and sipped slowly. After finishing, she stood before him and stated, I possess a life-monitoring device. Should I meet my demise, I wouldn't mind having those four accompany me in death. If you have the ability, then make a move." Upon hearing this, Gao Hai's earlier bravado dissipated instantly. While his brother's plea weighed heavily on him, the safety of his family took precedence. He suddenly knelt before Lin Ziqing, pleading, "General Manager Lin, I was wrong. I was misguided. I implore you, spare my family. I have erred." Observing Gao Hai's desperate state, Lin Ziqing felt little sympathy. She replied coolly, "Let this be the last time. Hurry and prepare for the negotiations with the police. Do not waste your energy on futile matters. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall keep your secrets unspoken." Faced with Lin Ziqing's resolute demeanor, Gao Hai dared not make any rash moves. He tentatively asked one last question, "General Manager, could you possibly grant my brother just one night of mercy?" As Lin Ziqing was about to turn away, she was suddenly ignited by those words, her anger surging forth. Grabbing Gao Hai by the collar, she fiercely declared, "Do not incessantly test my limits. If you continue to plead for my assistance regarding this matter, I will kill your brother, and that will be the end of it. Do you comprehend?" Gao Hai, trembling all over, hurriedly nodded and replied, "I understand. Rest assured, General Lin, I will immediately prepare for the negotiations with the police. I shall not trouble you further." Chapter 75, Prepared and Ready. Gao Hai, having failed to fulfill Gao Yang's wishes, found himself unable to face him again and instead turned his attention to preparing for negotiations with the police. Thus, he left Gao Yang alone in the room to shout and scream at his whim. Gao Hai summoned the personnel involved in the operation for a meeting. With Lin Ziqing seated nearby, eager to observe how well they could prepare and identify any potential flaws in their plan, Gao Hai unfurled a map, pointing as he spoke. "Tomorrow, we shall divide into 3 teams. The first team will retrieve the items held by the police. The second team will wait at a designated location with Director Lin, and the third team will remain at the base. If anything seems amiss, we will swiftly evacuate with Gao Yang. Is that clear?" Lin Ziqing regarded Gao Hai's strategy as fairly sound, though some details remained unclear, prompting her to chuckle softly. Upon hearing her laughter, Gao Hai, feeling anxious, inquired, "Director Lin, do you have any insights to share? We would greatly benefit from your wisdom." "Nothing particularly profound," she replied, "but certain details seem off. If the minutiae falter, it could jeopardize the entire operation. You desire the goods, while I wish to extricate myself unscathed. Thus, every detail must be meticulously secured. What do you propose we amend?" he asked. "Firstly, let us substitute the bus with a subway. Utilizing the transit times could help us evade any pursuers. Secondly, I shall remain at the base, ensuring that should complications arise, we may still have a chance to recover. What do you think?" "Very well. We shall heed Director Lin's counsel." Upon returning to her room, Lin Ziqing soon heard a knock at the door. "Come in," she called. Gao Hai entered and immediately knelt before her, pleading, "Director, I recognize the peril inherent in this operation. Should anything go awry, I implore you to spare my brother's life. I know you possess the capability to do so." Lin Ziqing gazed at the beseeching Gao Hai on the ground and sighed gently. "You care deeply for Gao Yang. If given a second chance, would you still choose this path?" "I would," he replied earnestly. "Given the circumstances at that time, had I not acted, Gao Yang would not have survived to this day." "Director, can you promise me?" Lin Ziqing pondered, aware that everyone present understood her true identity. She was reluctant to take risks and contemplated silencing all witnesses. Leaving even one survivor could lead to exposure if Tai Jing learned the truth. Yet, she did not wish to outright reject Gao Hai just yet and offered a diplomatic reassurance. "I will do my utmost. If the situation allows, I will ensure he remains safe." At the police station, Ding Ling and Xiao Jing, following Tai Jing's descriptions, identified 3 locations that matched his account. However, they hesitated to send anyone directly to investigate for fear of alerting the captors and endangering the hostages. Instead, they conducted a cursory examination and analysis of the surrounding areas. Ning Ziyu sketched the likeness of the kidnappers who had taken Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing, distributing the images to various precincts to aid in the investigation. Tai Jing, meanwhile, was in a state of increasing distress at the police station, especially after uncovering information about Gao Hai and Gao Yang. The thought of Gao Yang, a lascivious man, Potentially endangering Lin Ziqing filled him with dread. With every passing minute, her risk of danger escalated. The life monitor confirmed that Lin Ziqing was still alive, but the cold, unfeeling rhythm of the readings offered no solace. The time for the agreement with the bandits was set for 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow, with a designated traitor being Tai Jing. The authorities deployed a substantial number of police forces to establish a meticulous surveillance operation, ensuring that nearly every subway station had officers on standby, while also coordinating with the subway police. The night before, Tai Jing was unable to sleep, consumed by anxiety over the impending transaction. He feared that when he finally saw Lin Ziqing, she might not be in good health, and he dreaded the thought of losing her. At that moment, Lin Tian called, inquiring whether the operation would commence the following day. Yes, I assure you I will bring Ziqing back safe and sound. I didn't call to have you make promises. I want you to prioritize your safety. I believe my sister would advise you similarly. Do not be overly eager. Maintain your composure. Thank you. Chapter 76. The formal transaction. The time for the transaction was set for 8 o'clock in the morning, with the location designated as Shuangyong Square. Tai Jing arrived early, clutching the items, amidst the bustling morning rush hour filled with throngs of people. Although the police had established a perimeter, the scene was rather chaotic, and in an effort to prevent any disturbances that could jeopardize public safety, Director Zhao repeatedly emphasized that it was preferable to lose track of the suspect than to allow any harm to come to a civilian. Anxiously observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, Tai Jing received a call about 15 minutes after logging in. On the other end, Gao Hai's voice came through, apologizing for the wait. He instructed Officer Tai, enter the subway from the eastern entrance of the square and take line 1 to Dongxing Shopping Mall. I will be waiting for you at the exit. Once the call ended, the brief duration made it impossible to pinpoint the signal's exact location. Director Zhao immediately dispatched personnel to the exit of Dongxing Shopping Mall for surveillance while the rest remained at Shuangyong Square on standby, searching for suspicious individuals. Obliging to the orders, Tai Jing approached the security checkpoint. Due to the nature of the items, he was initially halted. However, having received prior notification about the operation of the subway station, he presented his credentials and was allowed to pass through the security screening without further incident. The journey from Shuangyong Square to Dongxing Shopping Mall required 10 stops, taking approximately 15 minutes. On the train, 5 officers accompanied him, including Ning Ziyu. After 5 minutes had elapsed and only 3 stops completed, Tai Jing received another call. Officer Tai, you must disembark immediately and transfer to line 4 across the platform. The doors are about to close. 5, 4, 3. Before Gao Hai could finish his countdown, Tai Jing dashed out of the line 1 train just in time to catch the line 4 train. Your agility is impressive, Officer Tai. I will be waiting for you at Beihai Park, Gao Hai hurriedly concluded before hanging up. Due to the abruptness of the call, the police had no time to react, leaving only Ning Ziyu to follow him. Director Zhao, monitoring Tai Jing's call, promptly dispatched personnel to establish a presence at Beihai Park, having anticipated the suspect's cunning nature, though they had not expected such adeptness. With 13 stops remaining to Beihai Park, Tai Jing clutched the goods tightly, fearful of any misstep. Suddenly, he overheard raised voices within the carriage. 2 middle-aged women were embroiled in a fierce argument over seating arrangements, escalating to physical altercations. The surrounding passengers merely observed, hesitant to intervene. Tai Jing struggled to maintain his composure, recognizing that this was not the time to meddle. Any delay in the transaction could jeopardize the hostage's safety. At that moment, Ning Ziyu stepped forward, alleviating Tai Jing's anxiety. Thanks to Ning Ziyu's intervention, onlookers rallied to separate the 2 women and mediate the situation. Amidst the turmoil, Tai Jing's phone rang once more. Officer Tai, disembark and catch the opposite line 9. 5, 4, 3. There was no time for contemplation as Tai Jing frantically rushed on a line 9. Annoyed, he barked into the phone. Are you finished? If you wish to conduct the transaction, come and take it. Is it amusing to toy with people? Gao Hai chuckled in response. Shouldn't I be cautious? Is Officer Tai unwilling to cooperate with me? Is it that you do not wish to meet your beloved? I await you at Wanbo Building. Tai Jing found himself with no choice but to honor the appointment. At that moment, there was not a single police officer accompanying him, and Ningziyu had just been intercepted at line 4. Anxiously seated, Tai Jing was troubled, uncertain of what other tricks Gao Hai might have up his sleeve. Upon arriving at the sports school station, a throng of university students surged in, as the school was conducting a social practice event, requiring students to take the subway to the Wanbo building. Observing the cramped chaos, Tai Jing feared that if he attempted to rush out, he might be too late. He began to make his way toward the door, but the sheer number of people made movement nearly impossible. Suddenly, 2 students shouted, "Whose backpack is this?" Who lost their backpack? When they saw no one responding, they opened the bag to inspect its contents, intending to hand it over to the subway police at the next station. However, as they unzipped it, they were rendered speechless. A bomb, an explosive device. The alarm shout sent shockwaves through the crowd, and panic ensued. As the train arrived at the station and the doors opened, people fled in a frenzy, scrambling to escape. In the chaos, Tai Jing was jostled about and inadvertently dropped the item he was carrying. The crowd surged forward, oblivious to their surroundings, and he was soon pushed out onto the platform. In a fit of madness, Tai Jing dashed outside, but the item had vanished amidst the turmoil. The police arrived promptly, and the bomb disposal team determined that it was merely a fake bomb. The numbers on the device fluctuated, and the zipper on the bag initiated a countdown upon being unzipped. Frustrated, Tai Jing sat on the ground, cradling his head in despair. Just then his phone rang. "Thank you for your cooperation, Officer Tai. Miss Lin, I will return it to you as swiftly as possible." Director Zhao and others rushed to the subway station, and Ningziyu arrived breathlessly, revealing that the 2 middle-aged women had been offered 1,000 yuan by someone to create chaos in the subway. Although the individual wore a hat and mask, obscuring their appearance, Tai Jing remained silent on the ground, and Ningziyu approached him, sitting beside him. "You need to pull yourself together. The next steps are yours to navigate alone. Only you are privy to the details and clues. We cannot assist you." Ningziyu's words struck Tai Jing like a powerful blow, awakening him from his stupor. He immediately began to recollect the events, realizing that the fake bomb was connected to the zipper, indicating it must have been prepared at the station prior to the arrival of the sports school students to create chaos. Furthermore, the choice of day for the social investigation was also meticulously planned. He decided to start by reviewing the surveillance footage, particularly concerning the fake bomb. Ding Ling and Xiao Jing soon arrived, bringing good news. Ding Ling reported, "We discovered several fishing boats anchored at Chang'an Tidal Flats. While it is not unusual for fishing boats to linger, the amount of refuse they produced is rather excessive, given that it is not the fishing season. If they were indeed fishermen, each boat would typically leave only 1 person aboard to minimize expenses." Xiao Jing added, "We spoke with the nearby residents, and they all claimed to have never seen these boats before. Previously, when residents passed by, they noticed that the boats were always brightly lit. Beside them stood a small building, erected by local villagers to save time on their journeys. Recently, it appeared to be illuminated by fleeting glimmers of light." In a sudden epiphany, Tai Jing recalled the scent of the sea he had encountered during his prior captivity. The current circumstances indicated that they had secured the goods and would undoubtedly flee at once. Immediate action was imperative. Tai Jing approached Director Zhao and implored, "Director Zhao, grant me an opportunity to redeem myself. I shall ensure the safe return of both the merchandise and hostages, and I will apprehend all the criminals involved. I request permission to partake in this operation." Director Zhao patted Tai Jing's shoulder and replied, "Very well, I have faith in you. I will manage the aftermath here and will promptly inform you if anything arises. Please prioritize your safety." Chapter 77. I Only Like You. Tai Jing swiftly immersed himself in the task at hand, meticulously orchestrating the operation to ensure the safety of the hostage. He understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile. Therefore, he instructed Ding Ling to contact the local village chief, while the officers disguised themselves as villagers, remaining on standby within the village. At Gao Hai's location, he returned triumphantly with the goods, a smile plastered across his face. Lin Ziqing, observing his elation, felt a deep-seated disdain. Was such a trivial matter truly worthy of such joy? Approaching Lin Ziqing, Gao Hai remarked, "Thanks to your guidance, Lin. This transaction proceeded smoothly. Now, we should withdraw leaving you here alone. Very well, no objections. I advise you to leave promptly. Although you have secured the goods, this operation is fraught with flaws. The police are not foolish. It is merely a matter of time before they track you down. We have exercised utmost caution. Even if they do uncover our trail, we will have long since fled. Best of luck to you, Lin Ziqing replied, fully aware that the success of this operation hinged solely on exploiting the element of time. However, from the calculations of the subway schedule to the arrangement of fake explosives, numerous vulnerabilities existed. Lin Ziqing reconocitoi yinges pruis. His distraction stemmed from his anxiety over Gao Hai's hostage situation. Once Tai Jing regained focus, capturing Gao Hai and his crew would be a mere formality. Gao Hai's subordinates had prepared thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Yet, just as they were about to depart, an unexpected complication arose. Gao Yang. No matter the persuasion, Gao Yang adamantly refused to leave Lin Ziqing behind, insisting on taking her with him. Lin Ziqing, resolute in her decision not to accompany him, watched as Gao Hai, frustrated by Gao Yang's obstinacy, struck him for the first time. This act only solidified Gao Yang's determination. With no alternative, Gao Hai commanded his men to incapacitate Gao Yang and hastily take him away. Despite his injured leg, Gao Yang remained agile, evading close proximity. In desperation, Gao Hai sought Lin Ziqing's assistance. With a sigh, she approached Gao Yang. "You finally came to see me," Gao Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement upon seeing Lin Ziqing. Disregarding his injury as he clumsily attempted to rise from the bed, only to stumble and fall. Witnessing the scene, Lin Ziqing's heart softened momentarily as she helped him back to the bed, only to be abruptly embraced by Gao Yang. In disgust, she pushed him away, causing him to tumble back onto the bed. "I heard them say that you healed my injury, which proves you care for me, right? Gao Yang asked eagerly. I do not harbor feelings for you. I merely acted to ensure your injury does not affect Gao Hai's emotions, which in turn could jeopardize the entire operation." Lin Ziqing explained. "I truly like you. I confess I was once a playboy, but after meeting you, I no longer desire the world. My affection is reserved solely for you," Gao Yang professed, gazing at Lin Ziqing with longing. "Our relationship is impossible. I have someone I care for. You should get ready to leave with your brother. Once the police arrive, you will be unable to escape. And you? Will you come with us?" "No, I must stay. Otherwise, you will find yourselves in even greater peril. Do not allow sentimental attachments to hinder our mission. You must consider your brother's well-being." Gao Yang thought of his elder brother, realizing that Gao Hai had sacrificed so much for him. Lin Ziqing, observing Gao Yang's contemplative expression, understood that her earlier words had made an impact. Unreservedly, she sat beside him, preparing to encourage him to leave decisively. Just as Lin Ziqing was about to speak, she felt an unusual sensation in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw Gao Yang pressing a handgun against her midsection. She turned her gaze towards him, noticing the smug satisfaction on his face. "What do you think? I performed quite well, didn't I?" Lin Ziqing felt duped. She had truly let her guard down. In this dire situation, she found herself at the mercy of Gao Yang. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Gao Yang, your acting is truly remarkable. I have unraveled the lies of so many. Yet I never anticipated being outwitted by you. That cannot be the case. Everything I said is the truth. There is not a single falsehood. I have feelings for you. It is only you," Gao Yang declared, gradually inching closer to Lin Ziqing. Chapter 78. Creating chaos. Lin Ziqing endeavored to maintain her composure as she spoke deliberately. "It seems your leg no longer pains you, and you have no intention of preserving the other?" Gao Yang grinned with a mischievous glint in his eye, replying, "Perhaps in the past, you might have bested me, but now, you should be aware of my skills combined with this firearm. Should a misfire occur, Ziqing, you shall suffer the consequences." Lin Ziqing found herself devoid of any retort. In her current predicament, resistance was futile, while others might be manageable. Gao Yang was a different matter altogether, seasoned in battle and a master of firearms. The prospect of unsuccessful resistance could lead to a bullet wound, at best, or death. At worst, she could only hope that Tai Jing would arrive swiftly to rescue her. Observing Lin Ziqing surrender to despair, Gao Yang grew increasingly audacious, tentatively kissing her cheek. Then her eyes, forehead, and nose gradually descending further. His other hand busily stripped Lin Ziqing of her clothing as he brazenly violated her, kissing her neck and shoulders. Lin Ziqing closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, allowing Gao Yang to dictate her circumstances. Her resolve to eliminate him solidified within her, yet, in her current state, she resembled a sealed statue, paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, the police swiftly arrived at Donggao village, engaging with the village chief and several residents to verify information. One villager recounted, "I recall the first time I saw the lights over there was last week. I inquired about them, but they shooed me away and threatened me not to tell anyone. I thought it best not to stir trouble, so I remained silent." Another villager added, "I live nearby and was informed that there was too much garbage on the mudflat and was asked to address it. I found it odd, as it was not the fishing season and expected no one would be there. When I went to investigate, I indeed found a considerable amount of trash. Shortly after, someone emerged and insisted I clean up and leave immediately, adopting a very forceful demeanor. The village chief concurred, stating, "The mudflat is our village as primary source of income, so we generally pay it considerable attention. However, due to the recent season being out of sync, we had not been vigilant." Tai Jing contemplated the situation, needing to ascertain whether it was indeed Gao Hai and his group. He, along with Ding Ling, Yu Ping, and Ning Ziyu, donned the attire of villagers, dousing themselves with a bit of white liquor to feign inebriation, intending to stir trouble at the mudflat. If it truly were Gao Hai and his entourage, they would undoubtedly be eager to depart with their goods, and would likely overlook any disturbances, making this the opportune moment. The four of them hastily changed their clothes, while the village chief meticulously scrutinized their appearances, ensuring they were suitably disheveled. Messy hair, darkened skin, and soiled garments. They rinsed their mouths with white liquor and splashed it on their bodies, striving to create an overwhelming scent of alcohol. Xiao Jing remained at the village committee, awaiting news, prepared to mobilize at the first sign of opportunity. Stumbling towards a mudflat, Tai Jing took the lead, exclaiming, "Let us continue drinking. If their womenfolk want tea, let us drink at home. We'll drink elsewhere. After all, we as men must indulge ourselves." "Exactly. No one will be coming this season. Let us go. Let us keep the drinking going." Yu Ping followed closely behind, speaking. Ding Ling pushed the door open with a sudden motion, mumbling, "Brother, look, I've had too much to drink. Why are there people here?" Ning Ziyu entered right behind him, observing, "It seems we are all quite intoxicated. Who in their right mind would be here at such a cold season?" Gao Hai's subordinates were tidying up when they noticed the intruders, immediately assuming a defensive posture and shouting, "Who are you? What do you want? I should be asking you. This is our village's property. Why are you here? Did anyone give you permission? This is trespassing." Yu Ping retorted defiantly. Tai Jing, who had been previously detained here, could only hide behind the three, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Gao Hai emerged and inquired about the commotion. One of his subordinates reported, "Boss, it's nothing serious. Just a few drunken fools have stumbled in. We were just about to throw them out. We're all set, waiting for Brother Yang to finish his business." Upon hearing this, Gao Hai turned and left. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Jing sent a message to Xiao Jing and initiated their plan. The four of them continued to create chaos, gradually causing Gao Hai's men to lower their guard. They swiftly subdued the initial interceptors, and Tai Jing seized one by the collar, urgently demanding, "Where are the hostages?" "Where are they?" "They're on the second floor." In Brother Yang's room, the man stammered. Taking advantage of the ensuing disarray, Tai Jing skillfully evaded detection and swiftly ascended to the second floor. He kicked open the door to Gao Yang's room, and the sight before him ignited a fury within him, intensifying his hatred. He witnessed Gao Yang humiliating Lin Ziqing, who sat with her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face. "Stop!" Tai Ying shouted loudly. Hearing the voice, Gao Yang reluctantly released Lin Ziqing, turning to face Tai Jing with a taunting expression. "What brings you here, interrupting our intimate moment?" As Tai Jing prepared to advance, he noticed Gao Yang brandishing a pistol, moving it from Lin Ziqing's abdomen to her chin, lifting her face as if to kiss her. "What do you intend to do?" Tai Jing shouted in anger. "My desires are simple. I just want her," Gao Yang replied. Lin Ziqing, overwhelmed with emotion, could not move, her eyes pleadingly searching Tai Jing's. Desperate to speak, but finding her voice lost. Gao Yang, observing their interaction, smirked knowingly. Ziqing, he must be the one you hold dear. Your refusal of me is solely because of him, isn't it? Then, with a menacing glare directed at Tai Jing, he flung a knife towards him, stating, "If you die, I will have my chance. Only if you perish will I spare Ziqing. Otherwise, we shall become a couple of ghosts." "No, please don't." Lin Ziqing finally found her voice, summoning the courage to speak. Tai Jing, seeing the terror in Lin Ziqing's eyes, hesitated not a moment in picking up the knife, declaring to Gao Yang, "You said it yourself. If I die, you will let her go." He grasped the blade, its glint flashing in Lin Ziqing's eyes, causing her to instinctively shut them. The knife rose and fell, blood erupting in an instant, and the room echoed with Gao Yang's triumphant laughter, a sound that pierced the air with a haunting resonance. Chapter 79. You have finally arrived. Blood stained the ground as Lin Ziqing opened her eyes in despair, only to smile upon seeing Tai Jing standing unharmed before her. Moments earlier, Yu Ping had swiftly seized the knife from Tai Jing's grasp, but he had sustained an injury, and the blood pooling on the ground belonged to him. Ning Ziyu spoke first, declaring, "Gao Yang, your brother Gao Hai has been apprehended. This place is surrounded by the police. There is no escape for you." Gao Yang showed no sign of fear, provocatively brandishing his gun as he circled Lin Ziqing, instilling terror in those who watched, fearing he might recklessly pull the trigger and harm her. "Officer Tai, my previous words still stand. Let us continue." Tai Jing reclaimed the knife from Yu Ping, while Ding Ling and Ning Ziyu struggled to restrain him, as he appeared to be lost in a frenzy. He naively believed that if he sacrificed himself, Gao Yang would spare Lin Ziqing. Witnessing the chaos unfolding before her, Lin Ziqing resolved to take a stand. She gently grasped Gao Yang's hand that held the gun, smiling softly as she said, "I finally understand that you are the one who truly loves me. Look how he hesitates to act. He surely does not hold me in his heart. I am willing to accept you, to walk together into the unknown as a pair of celestial lovers." Gao Yang was exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with hope as he asked, "Is what you say true, Ziqing? Am I not dreaming?" Lin Ziqing tenderly caressed Gao Yang's face, assuring him, "This is no dream. It is all real. Do you still love me?" "Yes, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I loved you. No one else will ever occupy my heart." Gao Yang gazed at Lin Ziqing with an infatuated expression. "Then why do you hold this weapon against me?" "I am terrified," Lin Ziqing said, her voice trembling as she nestled into Gao Yang's embrace. Overjoyed, Gao Yang hastily moved the gun away from her and wrapped his arms around her. In a sudden turn, Tai Jing fired a single shot, striking Gao Yang in the forehead. He fell lifelessly to the ground, and Lin Ziqing was splattered with his blood, momentarily frozen in shock. Tai Jing rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, whispering soothingly, "It's all right. Everything is all right." He gently stroked her head, and the familiar sound of his voice roused Lin Ziqing from her stupor, causing her to burst into tears, clutching tightly at Tai Jing's clothing. "You have finally arrived. I knew you would come," she exclaimed. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, her body succumbed, and she fainted in Tai Jing's embrace. He quickly lifted her, instructing Ding Ling to handle the aftermath and to accompany Yu Ping to the hospital. Lin Tian, upon receiving the news, hastily arrived at the hospital. After a thorough examination by the doctors, it was determined that Lin Ziqing had only sustained minor injuries, suffering from malnutrition and extreme emotional distress, which had caused her prolonged unconsciousness. Overall, her condition was stable. As Lin Tian stood by Lin Ziqing's bedside, gazing at her frail form, his heart ached with compassion. He approached Tai Jing and expressed, "Thank you for bringing my sister back safely." "It was my duty," Tai Jing replied. "There is something I would like to discuss with you, though the timing may not be ideal." Tai Jing observed Lin Tian's indecisive demeanor and remarked, "Speak your mind without reservation. My sister's current plight is an unwarranted misfortune, largely due to your presence. Being associated with you poses significant dangers for her. Previously, I supported your pursuit of her, but now, for her safety, I must retract that support and urge you to maintain your distance." Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. Indeed, He realized that he had inadvertently implicated Lin Ziqing in this predicament, and to speak candidly, he had abandoned her. Had they never been together, none of this turmoil would have transpired. Tai Jing nodded thoughtfully and then exited the hospital room. Chapter 80. Doubts. Ding Ling escorted the remaining members of Gao Hai's team back to the police station. The two brothers, Gao Hai and Gao Yang, were shot dead on the spot for resisting arrest. Ning Ziyu and Ding Ling commenced the interrogation of the others, particularly focusing on Scar, the most capable subordinate of Gao Hai. Ning Ziyu was perplexed. After detaining Lin Ziqing for so many days, why did they choose to act on the very last day? At such a critical moment, Ding Ling inquired about the mastermind behind this operation. It was orchestrated by Brother Hai, and he arranged every detail. What about the timing of the subway? How did you know about the sports, schools, social practice activity? We conducted a rehearsal a day in advance, meticulously calculating the entry and exit times of all the subway stations. On the day of the event, we stationed individuals at each transfer point. As for the sports school, we had a subordinate who was formerly from there, and he informed us of their tradition to conduct social practice on that day. Previously, they opted for buses, but due to heavy traffic, they chose the subway instead. When was the dummy bomb placed? I placed it myself, dressed in the sports school's uniform. I blended in with the crowd and casually dropped my backpack. Before long, the dummy bomb was discovered. And who took it away? That was also one of our people. The students entering Officer Tai's compartment were mostly our own. Once you obtained the item, how did you escape? To avoid being followed. Some of us stayed back with the actual sports school students, while others took a bus or private cars. Ning Ziyu suddenly interjected, after obtaining the item, "Why did you not release the hostage?" It was Brother Yang's decision. He insisted that Miss Lin could not leave and demanded to take her with us, otherwise. He wouldn't leave either. After holding Lin Ziqing captive for so many days, why did you refrain from mistreating her? And why did Gao Yang choose to act on the last day? That was all Brother Yang's directive. He forbade anyone from approaching Miss Lin, including Brother Hai, and did not allow any harsh treatment towards her. Initially, Brother Yang intended to use force, but Miss Lin threatened her life, which is why nothing came of it. This time, Miss Lin believed we were anxious to escape, so she let her guard down to bid farewell to Brother Yang, which led to her capture. And how did Gao Yang injure his leg? Originally, Brother Hai wanted Gao Yang to participate in this transaction, but Brother Yang was reluctant to leave Miss Lin at home, feeling uneasy about us. He even wanted to take her far away, disregarding everything else. This led to a scuffle between Brother Hai and Brother Yang, during which a metal rod struck Gao Yang's leg. Ning Ziyu felt a stirring of doubt within him. He recalled that medical examiner Liang had performed an autopsy on Gao Yang, and his leg had not been broken by a blunt object, but rather kicked. In the hospital, Lin Ziqing had been unconscious for 3 days and nights, while Lin Tian had not rested, diligently caring for her by the bedside. Slowly, Lin Ziqing opened her eyes, and Lin Tian was overwhelmed with joy, quickly calling for the doctor. After the examination, it was confirmed that she was in good health. Lin Tian expressed his concerns, saying, "Sister, do you have any idea how worried I am? Please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. Wasn't everything arranged in advance?" "There is nothing to worry about," Lin Ziqing replied. "But where is Tai Jing? Where is he?" She glanced around, searching for his figure. "I sent him away. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering," Lin Ziqing retorted angrily. "You must call him immediately and inform him that I have awakened. He should come at once. If he is left, all my plans will be rendered futile." "All right, I will contact him right away." Furthermore, previously, Xing Xing had arranged for a hypnotist to alter the memories of Gao Hai's subordinates, and it was executed splendidly. It seems that Xing Xing has indeed matured a bit. Chapter 81. Do you disdain me? Upon receiving a call from Lin Tian, Tai Jing learned that Lin Ziqing had awakened and hastened to the hospital. However, he paused at the door of the ward, contemplating that since he intended to sever ties with Lin Ziqing, his presence here was unwarranted. At that moment, a nurse was changing the dressings, and upon noticing him, she exclaimed, "Officer Tai, what are you doing at the door?" "Gumin." Hearing the nurse's voice, Lin Tian opened the door, reluctantly inviting Tai Jing inside. As Lin Ziqing spotted Tai Jing's arrival, her heart blossomed with joy, and she smiled, saying, "You're here. Why don't you come in? I just arrived to check on your condition. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Lin Ziqing gestured for Lin Tian to step out, wishing to have a private conversation with Tai Jing. Lin Tian, having no choice, exited and waited at the door. I heard from Lin Tian that during the days I was unconscious, you didn't visit even once, did you? Lin Ziqing said, her voice tinged with grievance. Tai Jing felt a wave of discomfort, unable to reveal Lin Tian's warning to her, and instead offered an excuse related to work. I saw that Lin Tian was looking after you quite attentively, and we had apprehended many individuals that required thorough questioning, leaving me with little time to come by. As soon as I heard you had awakened, I rushed over. Oh, I see. Lin Ziqing lowered her head in disappointment, and the atmosphere in the ward turned palpably delicate. Tai Jing, observing her frail state, found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly attempting to speak yet swallowing his thoughts. Since you're all right, I shall take my leave. There are numerous matters at the police station, and I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. He turned to leave, but halted abruptly at the doorway upon hearing the sound of quiet sobs. Whirling around, he saw Lin Ziqing seated on the bed, tears streaming silently down her face, each glimmer reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Tai Jing was instantly flustered, rushing to her side. Please don't cry. Have I done something wrong? Just hold on for a moment. Lin Ziqing struggled to compose herself, raising her tear-stained eyes and softly uttering, Do you disdain me? Disdain? Where does that notion arise? He replied earnestly, I've merely been overwhelmed with work, and Haven T had the chance to visit. It's nothing personal, so please don't overthink it. From the moment you stepped in, I sensed a change in how you regard me. Although your reasons are valid, I can feel the difference. You do disdain me. Please leave. I shan't trouble you any longer. Why would I disdain you? What reason could I possibly have to do so? When you saved me, you witnessed the things Gao Yang did to me, and in the end, I lay carelessly in his embrace. Isn't that the reason? Absolutely not. At that moment, I only resented myself for not rescuing you sooner, and I admired your quick thinking. Disdain is out of the question. Really? Lin Ziqing said, her voice still tinged with hurt. Indeed, a girl like you is someone I admire greatly. How could I ever disdain you? If it were so, I would swear, Tai Jing began, but Lin Ziqing hastily covered his mouth. Don't make any oaths. There is no need for that. The heavens are busy enough as it is. So, you do believe me now? Tai Jing exclaimed with excitement. I believe you. But why do you keep your distance from me? I do not, Tai Jing retorted pale-faced. Yet when his gaze met Lin Ziqing's, his confidence dissipated like a fleeting breeze. Ah, it is my fear of burdening you. This incident is a testament to that. I do not wish for it to recur, nor do I want you to suffer any harm. The only solution is to distance myself from you. Lin Ziqing gently took Tai Jing's hand, her eyes unwavering as she spoke with steadfast conviction. I am not afraid. I fear nothing. For I know you will find me and protect me. Will you not? I will always. However, why should we relinquish our present for the sake of an uncertain future? Tai Jing replied, I like you, and I do not wish to let you go. Caught off guard by Lin Ziqing's sudden confession, Tai Jing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Yet, to forfeit Lin Ziqing for the sake of an unknown future seemed unworthy. No longer concealing his emotions, Tai Jing embraced Lin Ziqing tightly, and they held one another close. Outside the door, Lin Tian observed the unfolding scene, as a steady stream of resentment began to dissipate into the air. Chapter 82. Creating opportunities. The Tai family was deeply concerned upon learning of Lin Ziqing's injury, especially Grandma Tai, who incessantly urged Tai's mother to prepare various nourishing soups for Lin Ziqing. If Tai Jing was too occupied with work, Tai Ning would be entrusted to deliver them. Regardless, it was imperative that Lin Ziqing received a warm bowl of soup each day. On this day, it was Tai Ning who brought the soup. Sister Ziqing, I'm here. Tai Ning playfully peeked through the door of the hospital room, startling Lin Ziqing, who was engrossed in her documents. With a smile, she replied, You little rascal, come in quickly. Sister Ziqing, my brother is swamped today, so I've been assigned to bring you soup. Do try it. My mother started making it at 5 this morning. As she opened the food container, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Ziqing inhaled deeply, her mouth watering in anticipation. It was ginseng chicken soup, evidently simmered over low heat for no less than 7 hours, allowing the rich essence of the chicken to infuse the broth beautifully. It smells so delightful. You mustn't let Annie work so hard. My meals are quite sufficient, Lin Ziqing exclaimed. That's out of the question. My grandmother has given strict orders. Who would dare disobey? Now, please enjoy it, Sister Ziqing. Lin Ziqing scooped spoonful after spoonful, savoring the exquisite flavor of Tai's mother's culinary skills. Suddenly, Tai Ning's phone rang, and an anxious voice crackled through the line. Xiao Ning, have you managed to reach Wang Shuai? We haven't been able to get in touch with him. He hasn't arrived on set, and this is delaying our progress. I can't reach him either. I'm looking for someone to substitute, but today is a special occasion, and male models are in high demand. We need to mobilize our connections and search together, Tai Ning replied, worry etched on her face as she ended the call. Noticing Tai Ning's distress, Lin Ziqing inquired, what's the matter? Is there a problem? There's an event this afternoon that requires a male model, but the one we had scheduled has flaked on us. Finding a replacement is proving difficult, and I fear the event may fall through. Lin Ziqing pondered for a moment before a light bulb moment struck her. Why not ask Lin Tian to fill in for the event? Just then, Lin Tian walked in, confused. What's going on? Why do you need me? Xiao Ning's event this afternoon is in dire need of a male model, and the original contact is unreachable. If you step in, everything will be resolved. Tai Ning beamed at the thought of Lin Tian's participation. Given his striking looks, there would be no issue, and she would even get to spend some time alone with him. I'm not going, she suddenly declared, dousing Tai Ning's excitement like a bucket of cold water. Lin Tian, you must help out. After all, he brings me soup every day. It's only fair to reciprocate his kindness, Lin Ziqing urged. Unable to resist Lin Ziqing's plea, Lin Tian reluctantly agreed to attend the event. Lin Ziqing reassured Tai Ning, Lin Tian has ample experience. He has walked the runway at our annual gala, and he is exceptionally handsome. The event organizers will be thrilled. Yes, Sister Ziqing, you're right. I shall borrow Lin Tian for the afternoon. Are you all right here? Tai Ning asked. I'm fine. My health has nearly returned to normal, and besides, the doctors and nurses are here. I can simply ring the bell if needed. Lin Tian and Tai Ning descended into the basement, preparing to drive to the event. Lin Tian's vehicle was a sleek black BMW 7 Series. Tai Ning gazed at Lin Tian with starry eyes as he approached the car, her heart brimming with joy. Luxury car. Handsome man, here I come. Once inside the car, her heart raced like a wild deer. At that moment, Lin Tian leaned closer, inching nearer, causing Tai Ning to blush and instinctively close her eyes. The sound of the seatbelt tugging brought her back to reality. It turned out she had forgotten to fasten it, rendering her moment of embarrassment unnecessary. Nevertheless, the earlier scene was enough to linger in Tai Ning's mind for quite some time. Chapter 83. Fashion Show Distracted. Lin Tian drove silently, grappling with the perplexity of Lin Ziqing's motives. Tai Ning, observing Lin Tian's impassive demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Yet, her gaze upon him was undeniably captivating. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at the event venue, where Lin Tian's car immediately drew the attention of many, particularly the young models, who stared in rapt fascination. As Lin Tian emerged from the vehicle, he commanded even more attention. Clad in a sports ensemble, the simplicity of its cut accentuated his physique flawlessly. Standing at 188 centimeters, he was tall and robust, with features as exquisitely chiseled as a sculpture, leaving all the women present in awe of the artistry reminiscent of Nua's creations. Tai Ning approached the event organizers, addressing Mr. Zhao. I sincerely apologize. The male model we had confirmed earlier cannot make it due to unforeseen circumstances. I have procured a substitute. May I present him for your consideration? Upon seeing Lin Tian, the organizers were quick to realize that he was no mere substitute. He was, in fact, a star, and they nodded in enthusiastic approval. Lin Tian proceeded backstage to try on the outfit for the day's performance and underwent a brief makeup session. The female models flocked to Tai Ning, exclaiming, Sister Ning, where did you find such a male model? Does our green and actually boast someone of this caliber? Tai Ning playfully responded, I can't divulge my secrets. This is my trump card, maintaining an air of mystery. As Lin Tian entered the dressing room, he was immediately surrounded, with everyone gazing at him as if he were a rare gem. Tai Ning hurried to his side to alleviate the awkwardness. Blessed with natural good looks, Lin Tian required minimal makeup. A simple hairstyling transformed him from the approachable neighbor into a dazzling male star. The garments provided by the brand fit him as though tailored specifically for him, and he effortlessly carried each style. However, a new challenge emerged. Which female model will be paired with Lin Tian? The models clung to him like rice cakes, vying for the chance to wear matching outfits with him. With no other option, Tai Ning decided to resolve the situation through a draw. It was her first encounter with such unabashed enthusiasm from the models. Sometimes, the allure of handsomeness could indeed bring about a certain melancholy. The exhilarating runway show finally commenced, with dazzling lights and the rhythmic flicker of flashbulbs. The female models, adorned in lavish attire, garnered considerable attention, and when Lin Tian made his grand entrance, all eyes converged upon him. With his impeccable physique, striking features, and commanding presence, he captivated the audience, exuding a masculine charm that was undeniably magnetic. The crowd was entranced by his charisma, rendering his partners nearly inconspicuous. Following the event, the organizers expressed immense satisfaction, even signing a 5-year contract with Tai Ning's company. Lin Tian's fame skyrocketed, and he swiftly became a sensation across various social circles and public platforms. As the female models awaited his descent from the stage, many pulled out their phones, eager to obtain his contact information. Lin Tian merely smiled, saying, "Tai Ning has my contact details. Please reach out to her." Tai Ning intercepted all the female models and enthusiastic female spectators, explaining that Mr. Lin's schedule was rather full and that he was responsible for Mr. Lin's business arrangements, inviting anyone to contact him directly for any inquiries. In an instant, Tai Ning's WeChat was inundated with friend requests. He was unfazed, knowing that in the events industry, connections held significant value. Lin Tian changed his attire, exchanged a brief greeting with Tai Ning, and departed without a moment's hesitation. Observing Lin Tian's resolute demeanor, Tai Ning felt a chill in his heart, pondering, what am I even contemplating? I should simply focus on tidying up the venue. Chapter 84. The power of a boyfriend. Tai Ning began to tidy up small items, meticulously organizing the branded goods, tablecloths, and chair covers. While she was arranging the colorful flags, a gust of wind swept through, sending several flags fluttering up into the trees. Tai Ning stood on tiptoe, straining to reach them when a slender hand extended from behind and effortlessly retrieved the flags. Startled, Tai Ning turned around to find Lin Tian. Despite her own considerable height, she felt diminutive in his presence, like a little bird seeking shelter. "How come you're back?" Tai Ning asked excitedly. "I left my phone here and came back to retrieve it." "Why should such tasks fall to you, a girl? It's perfectly normal. In this event company, men are treated like workhorses while women take on the roles typically assigned to men. I am the event coordinator here, so I am merely doing what I can." Lin Tian brought down all the flags caught in the trees and continued to assist Tai Ning in tidying up the scene. As Tai Ning attempted to gather the remaining flags, she encountered a familiar obstacle, her height once again proving inadequate. Just as she was feeling despondent, she found herself lifted into the air by Lin Tian, who had hoisted her effortlessly from behind. "Here, you handle it. I'm right below you." Tai Ning fumbled with the knots, growing increasingly flustered and anxious. Observing her distress, Lin Tian reassured her, "It's all right, take your time. I won't let you fall." The overwhelming support from Lin Tian instilled in Tai Ning an unparalleled sense of security. Once safely back on the ground, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "I'm sorry, my hands and feet are so clumsy." "You must be tired." "Not at all. You're quite light. I work out regularly, so this is nothing. What else needs to be done?" "Nothing more. I'll take these small items back to the company. The remaining tasks can be handled by the unloading crew. They will transport the equipment directly to the storage." "All right. How will you return?" "I'll take a taxi. I really appreciate your help today. You should head back now." Lin Tian glanced at his wristwatch, then surveyed the surroundings. It's rush hour, and this place is quite remote, making it difficult to catch a taxi. The later it gets, the more dangerous it becomes. "Let me drive you home." "No, really, that's unnecessary. Before Tai Ning could finish her protest, Lin Tian lifted the materials intended for the company and walked towards his car, soon placing them in the trunk. Come on, get in quickly. Once inside the vehicle, Tai Ning maintained a facade of indifference, though internally she was elated. Given that it was rush hour, the traffic was heavy, allowing them ample time together in the car. Soft music played on the radio, and Lin Tian remained silent. Gathering her courage, Tai Ning broke the stillness. Lin Tian, I truly appreciate what you did today. Otherwise, our event would have fallen through, and I might have lost my job. Don't mention it. It was a simple task. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Will you be organizing more events in the future? With your talent, you will surely gain significant recognition, perhaps even ascend to a larger stage. No, please don't involve me in such matters again. Let this be the last time. Lin Tian's cold tone cast a shadow over the atmosphere, intensifying the awkwardness within the car. Tai Ning felt reluctant to speak further, opting instead to silently engage with her phone. Suddenly, her phone rang, and the voice of her supervisor resonated from the other end. Xiao Ning, the workday has concluded. Please leave your belongings in the security office and head home. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Lin Tian, overhearing the conversation, assisted Tai Ning in transporting her items to the security office upon their arrival at the company. After a brief exchange with the security personnel, Tai Ning prepared to leave and take the bus home, only to find Lin Tian waiting by the vehicle. Have you figured it out? Come, I'll drive you home. Oh, that's unnecessary. I can take the bus just fine, Tai Ning hastily declined. It's no trouble. Get in. You must be exhausted today. Hurry home and rest, Lin Tian insisted. Reluctantly, Tai Ning entered the car. It wasn't he that she felt burdened by Lin Tian's offer, but rather the silence that enveloped them made the journey rather awkward. Summoning her courage, Tai Ning ventured. Lin Tian, do you have a girlfriend? No, I don't. Is it perhaps that your standards are too high? Someone with your qualities must be in demand. I don't have particularly high expectations. I simply wish to find someone akin to my sister. Upon hearing this, Tai Ning's heart sank. Such a standard was indeed lofty. For Ziqing was exceptional in every regard. That's true. My sister is beautiful, intelligent, and the epitome of perfection. As Lin Tian spoke of Lin Ziqing, his face lit up with joy, while Tai Ning felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, understanding that her chances were dwindling. Before long, they arrived at her building. Tai Ning expressed her gratitude to Lin Tian and ascended the stairs alone. Moments later, Lin Tian caught up with her. Tai Ning, your phone. Oh, thank you. Chapter 85. Transformation. As Tai Ning returned to her room, her mother followed closely behind, wearing a curious expression. Who was it that brought you back just now? She inquired. What do you mean, who? I saw him when I went downstairs to take out the trash. I couldn't see his face clearly, but his physique and voice were genuinely impressive. Oh, that was Ziqing's younger brother, Lin Tian. How'd he come to escort you home? He helped me with an event this afternoon, preventing it from falling through, which allowed me to retain my job. Afterward, he assisted in tidying up the venue and then brought me back. He's quite a decent boy. How old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Mom, why do you ask that? What do you think? Do you not like him? Well, I suppose I do like him. Then quickly tell your mother more about it. He's 2 years younger than Ziqing and doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has high standards. He seeks someone of Ziqing's caliber. My daughter is rather ordinary. It's unlikely. Tai's mother regarded her daughter thoughtfully, while Tai Ning dejectedly sorted through her belongings. Her mother grasped her hand and said, How many people in this world can meet Ziqing's standards? But our little Ning's qualities are not lacking either. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman through mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. You have made efforts in this relationship. Even if it fails, there will be no regrets. However, if you give up without trying, that is something to truly regret. Think it over. With that, Tai's mother left the room, leaving Tai Ning to ponder. The next day, Tai Ning seemed transformed, beginning to adorn herself. Previously, she resembled an innocent neighbor girl. Now, she embodied the image of a goddess. Both Tai's father and mother marveled at their daughter's newfound beauty. Observing Tai Ning clumsily donning high heels, her father felt a pang of concern. My dear, have you been influenced by something? You never wear high heels. Don't force yourself. You might twist your ankle. It's fine, Dad. I need to practice. I'm not a child anymore. I should embrace a bit of femininity. Ty's father wished to say more, but was interrupted by Ty's mother, who smiled and said, "Just be careful while walking. If it becomes too difficult, switch to your backup shoes from the office." "All right, I understand. I'm off to work." Upon arriving at the office, Tai Ning perused the photos from the previous day's event. When she stumbled upon a picture of Lin Tian performing, she stood frozen, captivated by his striking appearance, marveling at the existence of such a handsome individual. Niwa is truly biased, she thought. Just then, her colleague Yao Yao, who often displayed a competitive spirit, strolled by and whispered, "He's so handsome. Where did you find such a dashing male model?" This remark startled Tai Ning. "I just randomly picked someone off the street. The event was nearly canceled, and I had no choice." "Well, you must have his contact information. Please share it with me. I happen to have an event that requires a male model, and the pay and exposure are quite good." "I'm sorry, but I can't disclose his contact information. He is also attending another event." "Ning ning, mi ter ning ning, kan ni treat yo toamead." "Would that work?" "It is indeed quite inconvenient. My apologies." "Penny pincher," Yao Yao murmured softly, casting an exasperated glance at Taining. Due to the resounding success of yesterday's event, the organizers were exceedingly pleased and subsequently signed a year-long public relations contract with Taining's Guoco Media Company, resulting in a substantial bonus for her. Contemplating the necessity to express her gratitude to Lin Tian, Yao Yao resolved to select a gift from the mall after work. Yao Yao felt a pang of jealousy. She believed that had she been the one to discover the male model, the accolades and rewards would rightfully belong to her. During the lunch break, Yao Yao stealthily approached Taining's desk while she was napping. Quietly, she leveraged Taining's fingerprint to unlock her phone, swiftly browsing through WeChat until she pinpointed Lin Tian's contact, promptly sending it to herself before erasing the chat history to obliterate any incriminating evidence. Ecstatic upon acquiring Lin Tian's WeChat information, Yao Yao hastily sent a friend request. When Lin Tian noticed the new request and recognized her as Taining's close friend, he assumed she had something to discuss and accepted it without a second thought. Soon after, he received a rather shocking voice message. "Hello, brother. I am Yao Yao, Taining's best friend." At that moment, Lin Tian wished he could reach through the phone and give her a good thrashing. Striving to maintain his composure, he replied calmly, "Hello. May I inquire what this is regarding?" "Brother, the situation is urgent. I have an event that requires a high-quality male model. The impact of the event is significant, and the remuneration is negotiable. Would you be interested in participating?" "Not interested." The frigid three-word response glared back at him from the screen. "Brother, do you have time for a video call, or perhaps a face-to-face discussion?" "Not available." Again, the icy retort. Yao Yao refused to concede. She could not fathom her lack of allure. Surely, any man would be captivated by her. "Brother, please consider it a favor. If you can assist Taining, why not lend me a hand? Taining is different. She would delete it if there was no business. Please, brother." After sending the message, she activated the friend verification, questioning whether she was still considered his friend. Frustrated, Yao Yao nearly shattered her phone, thinking Taining must have employed some underhanded tactics. Otherwise, it would not be this way. If this man is resistant, I shall turn to General Chun and compel Taining to bring him to me. Once he sees me, I refuse to believe he would not be entranced by my beauty. Chapter 86. The Green Tea Trap. Tai Ning arrived at Wanhua Square, her exquisite watch glinting, stylish accessories adorning her, and her fashionably designed outfit captivating her senses. Each item was splendid, yet she felt they were unworthy of Lin Tian. The gift had to be perfect, or would merely cause inconvenience. The sales associate showcased a variety of products, but Tai Ning remained furrowed in thought. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a brooch nestled in a corner. Crafted from brass and embellished with palladium and mother-of-pearl, its design resembled a ram's horn, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship with engraved LV letters and the name Louis Vuitton. The sales associate delicately extracted the brooch, explaining that it was a limited edition, masterfully handcrafted, with impeccable materials and design, a modest yet elegant piece that exuded sophistication. "Very well, I shall take this. Please wrap it up." "Certainly, that will be 3,000 yuan." The gift was procured, but how could she present it to Lin Tian in a manner that he would accept? Should she entrust it to Sister Ziqing for delivery? Sighing, Tai Ning fell into contemplation. The following day, Tai Ning arrived early at the office, gift in hand, intending to find an opportune moment after work to present it to Lin Tian. However, her time was limited, and she was soon summoned to President Chen's office. Upon entering, she noticed Yao Yao animatedly conversing with President Chen, sensing an unusual atmosphere. She gently knocked on the door. President Chen, you called for me? Ah, Tai Ning. You're here. Please have a seat. The matter is this. Yao Yao has an upcoming Fashion Week event with a significant reach, and we're seeking high-quality models. I need your assistance in finding some. Models? Doesn't Yao have a model group? She could simply send out the event details and arrange interviews. It's quite straightforward. I could assist Yao Yao with the interviews. The models in that group are rather average. We need fresh faces of superior quality. Are you referring to models from first-tier cities? Their appearance fees are quite steep, and arranging their schedules for interviews requires compensation regardless of whether they pass. Why can't you understand? Yao Yao, please explain it to her. We specifically need that male model who participated in your previous event. His presence, appearance, physique, and aura could elevate the entire occasion. Tai Ning turned to President Chen, who nodded in agreement. In that instant, she understood this was Yao Yao as trap. Lin Tian's allure was indeed potent. No, he won't partake in any more events. That was a one-time agreement, and I promised him. This event is different. If it is executed well, our company's visibility will significantly increase, and subsequently, your salaries will rise as well. Why not embrace this opportunity? No, a promise made must be honored. I can help find models, even from out of town. I'm willing to travel for it. Mr. Chen, observing Tai Ning's impenetrable demeanor, became exceedingly irate. He slammed his hand upon the table and exclaimed, "Do you truly believe that the contract for the last event was secured due to your exceptional efforts? It was the male model who garnered immense attention and widespread publicity, leading to the organizer's satisfaction. Without him, what significance would you hold? I shall not tolerate this further. Today, you must either bring him to me for discussion, or you may take your leave." Yao Yao, reveling in misfortune, stifled a laugh from the sidelines as Tai Ning, feeling wronged, cast a pleading glance at Mr. Chen. Suppressing her tears, she stormed out of the office in a fit of anger. Tai Ning retrieved her phone, hesitating to dial Lin Tian's contact, lacking the courage to make the call. Yao Yao approached with a smug demeanor, tauntingly saying, "I tried to advise you, but you wouldn't listen. Now look where we are, making a mess of things. How pitiful." Tai Ning, in a moment of frustration, raised her hand to strike Yao Yao, but was swiftly restrained by a nearby colleague. Recognizing Yao Yao as the assistant to Mr. Lin from Sihai Group, the colleague, driven by curiosity, decided to call Lin Ziqing. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin from Sihai Group?" "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" "Hello, I am an employee of Guoke Media. I realize my call is rather abrupt. Your assistant attended one of our events recently, and it was highly successful. We would like to invite him to participate again. However, the current person in charge has been unwilling to reach out. Our Mr. Chen is quite upset and has threatened to dismiss the responsible party if contact is not made today. I do not wish for my good friend to lose her position, so I'm inquiring if it would be possible for your assistant to come and help resolve this predicament." Assistant event. That person in charge must be Tai Ning, correct? I'm aware of this situation. Thank you. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 87. A special case, just for you. Lin Ziqing briefly explained the situation to Lin Tian, who immediately agreed to assist Tai Ning in resolving her troubles. With only an hour left until the end of the workday, Tai Ning refrained from disturbing Lin Tian, having already prepared herself for the possibility of dismissal. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. "I'm here, don't worry." Tai Ning could hardly believe her eyes. How did Lin Tian know about today's events? What brought him to her company? The female employees in the office were captivated by Lin Tian's charisma and striking appearance, with some audacious ones even taking out their phones to snap pictures. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Yao Yao was nearly drooling. She quickly adjusted her outfit and touched up her makeup before approaching him with a flirtatious demeanor. "Brother, you're here. I'm Yao Yao. Let me take you to see General Manager Chen." Lin Tian, however, dismissed Yao Yao's presence and walked directly up to Tai Ning. "You're in trouble. Why didn't you tell me? Come, let us find your general manager, Chun." His voice resonated with strength, warmth, and an undeniable magnetism. Tai Ning was momentarily taken aback, only regaining her composure when a colleague nudged her, leading Lin Tian to the office. As soon as General Manager Chun saw Lin Tian, a broad smile spread across his face. "You've arrived. Tai Ning, please fetch some water." Lin Tian firmly grasped Tai Ning's hand, saying, "No need for that. General Manager Chun, since I'm here, does that mean Tai Ning doesn't have to resign?" General Manager Chun appeared flustered and quickly replied, "This is for the company's sake. You see, Tai Ning can be rather stubborn. I really had no choice. The last event was the first and the last." After speaking, Lin Tian turned to leave, but was stopped at the door by Yao Yao. "Don't be hasty. Listen to the details of the event before making a decision." Lin Tian thought to himself that if this matter wasn't resolved thoroughly, Tai Ning's future would likely be grim. With Tai Ning sent out, the office was now left with just Lin Tian, General Manager Chun, and Yao Yao. Yao Yao was incessantly flaunting her figure, pressing closer to Lin Tian, who remained indifferent, half listening to their discussion about the event's significance and impact. Once they finished speaking, Lin Tian stood and seated himself at a distance from Yao Yao's advances. "General Manager Chun, I understand how crucial this event is for you, but to me, it holds little value. Fame and debuting are of no interest to me. I am here primarily to assist Tai Ning in resolving her issues. While a simple refusal may seem insincere, should you push your luck too far, I possess the means to make your business disappear entirely." Moreover, Lin Tian produced his phone to show General Manager Chun the previous chat records with Yao Yao. "General Manager Chun, this constitutes harassment, doesn't it? If your employees possess such qualities, your company is not far from collapse." Upon seeing the chat records, Yao Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. Faced with Lin Tian's veiled threat, General Manager Chun struggled to maintain his composure, forcing himself to respond. "Do you truly have such capabilities?" Lin Tian retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number, stating, "This is Lin Tian. If you wish to continue collaborating with our company, you must cease your partnership with Guoke Media." Shortly thereafter, President Chen's phone rang. It was a call from the previous organizer. "President Chen, the higher-ups have decided to terminate your company's collaboration. As for the penalty fee, rest assured, our finance department will ensure you receive every cent." Before President Chen could respond, the significant opportunity they had just secured slipped away. Lin Tian gazed at the stunned President Chen and inquired, "Do you still require my assistance?" President Chen, instantly realizing his predicament, hastily apologized. "I was blind to your worth. We are but a small company. Please grant us a chance to survive." "Very well. Let today's matters conclude here. In the future, remember not to trouble Tai Ning again," Lin Tian remarked before turning to exit the office. Upon seeing Lin Tian emerge, Tai Ning hurried over, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. The issue has been resolved, so do not worry. Will you attend that event?" "Of course not. I never participate in commercial performances. What about my event? You are the sole exception." With that, Lin Tian affectionately ruffled Tai Ning's hair. Tai Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Frozen in place, the office was enveloped in an ambiguous atmosphere, a blush spreading across their faces as pink bubbles of emotion surfaced around them, while Yao Yao observed with resentment brewing within. Chapter 88. Green Tea. Please be silent after work. Tai Ning encountered Yao Yao downstairs at the office. Yao Yao, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Isn't that Ning Ning? Isn't your handsome boyfriend picking you up?" Tai Ning, engrossed in her phone, paid no attention to Yao Yao, which only served to further provoke her. "Tai Ning, I'm talking to you. Honestly, he is just playing with you. Do you really think he is serious? Do you have any self-awareness regarding your status compared to his? What are you trying to convey?" Tai Ning replied helplessly. "I'm not implying anything, merely expressing my astonishment. You usually seem so demure. I didn't realize you had such tricks up your sleeve. We're merely friends. There's no manipulation involved. You, on the other hand, seem to thrive on it, as if he is a spectacle for your amusement. How dare you?" Just then, a man in a suit arrived in an Audi A4 to pick up Yao Yao. Seeing her admirer had come, Yao Yao grew even more audacious. "So what if he is handsome?" He must also be wealthy and influential. You, on the other hand, are easily dazzled by appearances, just a member of the beauty association. Suddenly, a striking red Maserati roared to a stop in front of the company, leaving Yao Yao drooling. As far as she knew, no one's relatives in the company possessed such wealth. Who could this be? Lin Tian stepped out of the vehicle, impeccably dressed in a suit that exuded charisma. He approached Tai Ning and said, "Let us go. I'll take you home." "No need. I can take the bus shortly," she replied. "Get in. After all the events of today, you must be exhausted. It's best you return home to rest." Just as Tai Ning was about to enter the car, Yao Yao blocked her way. "Handsome, I bet the rental for this car is substantial." It's quite a gesture to give Tai Ning some face. "Enough." Tai Ning was about to speak, but Yao Yao's admirer sternly interjected, "Miss, please, my girlfriend is just being thoughtless. Kindly overlook her antics. It's fine. Just keep an eye on her in the future. I'll take my leave now." The melodious roar of the engine echoed as the sports car sped away, leaving Yao Yao behind, seething with resentment. "What do you mean, thoughtless? Don't you see how humiliated I am? Why didn't you support me? What do you understand? He is the personal assistant of the financial director of the Sea Group. If we were to cross paths with them, we wouldn't emerge unscathed. Don't be angry anymore." "If I don't care. You must help me regain my dignity." "Fine, but don't come looking for me again. It's not worth risking my entire career for a petty issue over you. Take care of yourself." Upon witnessing her admirer's newfound assertiveness, Yao Yao felt a sudden panic. Grasping his hand, she pleaded, "I was wrong. How about this? Buy me a handbag, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Her admirer shook off her hand. "Enough. You only call me today to flaunt, and look where that got you. Humiliated, you vain woman." With that, he drove off, leaving Yao Yao coughing from the exhaust fumes, feeling utterly defeated. Inside the vehicle, an atmosphere of coldness lingered. Lin Tian remained silent, and it was Tai Ning who shattered the stillness, expressing gratitude for today's events. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. Moreover, you should take better care of your belongings in the future and prevent others from mishandling them. "What do you mean?" Lin Tian recounted the entire incident involving Yao Yao to Tai Ning. Upon hearing it, Tai Ning was incensed. She had always perceived Yao Yao as merely a superficial charmer, but now realized she possessed far more cunning. Henceforth, vigilance was imperative. Upon arriving home, just before exiting the car, Tai Ning presented Lin Tian with a carefully prepared gift. Lin Tian did not refuse it, simply expressing, "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Tai Ning smiled, relieved, as she stepped out of the vehicle, only to encounter Tai's mother. Lin Tian, upon seeing Tai Ning's mother, gracefully alighted from the car, greeting her with, "Hello, Annie, I'm a friend of Tai Ning." Tai's mother's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Hello, young man, you are quite handsome." "Thank you, Auntie. Why not come in for a cup of tea before you leave?" "I wouldn't want to impose. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now." "Auntie, please rest early. Goodbye." Tai's mother and Tai Ning watched Lin Tian depart. Tai's mother then remarked to Tai Ning, "The Lin family's genetic lineage is truly remarkable. The sister is beautiful, and the brother is handsome, both well-mannered. If they were to join our Tai family, it would indeed be a blessing." "Mother, it's still too early to say." Tai Ning replied. "Speaking of which, Ziqing will be discharged tomorrow. Let us invite him over for dinner this Sunday. I shall suggest he bring Lin Tian along." "Mother, please refrain from making arrangements without consulting me." "All right, I understand." Chapter 89. Meeting the parents again on a Sunday morning, the Tai family busied themselves early in the day. Tai's father returned from the market with the freshest seafood and vegetables, while Tai's mother rolled up her sleeves, ready to embark on a culinary endeavor. Tai's grandmother sat on the sofa, offering her insights with a commanding air. Observing this lively scene, Tai Ning felt a swell of emotion. It was evident that her parents and grandmother cherished Lin Ziqing, their daughter-in-law, immensely. After a bustling morning, a table laden with delectable dishes emanated enticing aromas. Tai's grandmother perched on the balcony, eagerly peering down, anticipating the arrival of her granddaughter-in-law. At last, she spotted Tai Jing's car approaching, and soon Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing appeared, laden with packages as they prepared to ascend the stairs. Tai's grandmother sprang into action, hastily opening the door. The moment the door swung open, Lin Ziqing was enveloped by the warmth of her grandmother-in-law's kind smile. "Grandma, how are you? Please come in. Uncle, Aunt, how do you do? Please, come in quickly. Have some fruits and snacks while the meal is being prepared," Tai's grandmother urged, as she enthusiastically handed Lin Ziqing an assortment of fruits and treats. Seeing Lin Ziqing enjoy the offerings filled her with immense joy. Noticing that Lin Tian had not come along, Tai Ning felt a pang of disappointment. Lin Ziqing, sensing her unease, explained, "Lin Tian was supposed to join us, but he had an unexpected work commitment and hurried off to the office. I didn't wait for him." Tai Ning repeated, "Oh, I say." Lin Ziqing then presented 2 exquisite boxes to Tai's mother, stating, "These are some pastries made by Lin Tian, a small token of apology." Opening the gift boxes revealed a collection of traditional Chinese delicacies: date paste rolls, lotus flower pastries, peach blossom cakes, mung bean cakes, and ox-tongue cakes, all of which required considerable effort to prepare. The other box contained Western treats: Swiss rolls, snowflake cakes, Napoleon pastries, and cupcakes, all beautifully crafted. No one could have imagined that these exquisite creations had been fashioned by a man. They were truly works of art. Indeed, Lin Tian possesses remarkable culinary skills, and his dishes are delightful, Tai's mother remarked, as she took the pastries to the kitchen, sharing a moment of laughter with Tai's father. As the final dish, boiled fish, was served, the family gathered around the dining table, basking in a harmonious atmosphere. Tai's grandmother repeatedly reminded Tai Jing to take good care of Lin Ziqing. Before long, Lin Ziqing's plate was piled high with food, and she diligently enjoyed her meal, all the while praising Tai's mother's cooking. "So then, seeking. What do your parents do for a living? Are they currently in Green City?" Upon hearing this question, Tai Jing became flustered. He had never disclosed Lin Ziqing's background to his family and was taken aback by his grandmother's sudden inquiry. Lin Ziqing swallowed her food, set down her chopsticks, and addressed them formally, "Grandma, Uncle, Aunt. It seems that Tai Jing has not shared my background with you. I am an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage." The atmosphere at the table grew awkward upon hearing this revelation, but Lin Ziqing continued, "However, you have made me feel a warmth of family that I have never experienced before, and I feel truly happy." Grandma Tai's eyes glistened with tears, her gentle hands tenderly grasping Lin Ziqing's as she caressed them, her heart aching as she spoke. "Poor child, do come often. From this day forth, you shall be my beloved granddaughter. Whatever you wish to eat or do not hesitate to tell Grandma." "Yes, I understand, Grandma. But please, don't find me a nuisance. I shall frequently come to disturb you," Lin Ziqing replied. "Not at all. The more you come, the happier I shall be," Grandma Tai said with a warm smile. After their meal, Tai Jing drove Lin Ziqing home. Along the way, he remarked, "I apologize for not informing my family about your situation beforehand. That was my fault. It's nothing serious. I've grown indifferent to my background now, so please don't dwell on it," Lin Ziqing reassured him. Gently taking her hand, Tai Jing mused, "I never imagined it would be so simple to win your heart. It feels like a dream." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqing withdrew her hand playfully, saying, "Then let us start over. I want to truly relish the process of you pursuing me. No need to start over. I shall always remain in pursuit of you, ensuring you feel the warmth of love," he replied, a shiver running through him as he spoke. "All right then, if you cannot express such sentimental words without faltering, it's best to say less. I prefer your straightforward nature. It is quite endearing." Chapter 90. Please don't push me away. As Lin Tian stood by the window, he watched Tai Jing escort Lin Ziqing home, a pang of discomfort coursing through him. The moment Lin Ziqing stepped inside, he rushed after her, inquiring, "Are the two of you truly together?" "Indeed, why? Wasn't that the plan all along?" "Yes, but the intention was to utilize Tai Jing to acquire more information from the police. Yet now, do you not harbor even the slightest affection for him?" "Of course not. I am merely using him. Your eyes betray you. Even if you intend to use Tai Jing in the future, you will inevitably protect him. Perhaps even forget your original intentions." "I have not." "Fine. I shall not argue with you on this matter. Did you give the pastries I made for you to the Tai family, claiming they were specially made by me?" "Yes, what of it? Tai Ning was eagerly anticipating your visit, and since you chose not to go, I fabricated a white lie to spare her disappointment. Such actions will only deepen Tai Ning's misunderstandings. I do not have feelings for her, nor will I ever. What is wrong with Tai Ning? She is a lovely, kind-hearted girl, so understanding. She is a perfect match for you. Before Lin Ziqing could finish her sentence, Lin Tian, filled with rage, interrupted her, cornering her against the wall. He pressed forward, refusing to let her move, and shouted, "What merits does Tai Jing possess?" In an instant, Lin Ziqing recognized the sincerity of Lin Tian's anger. Steadying her heart, she calmly replied, "He would sacrifice his life for me. I could do the same, I always could." Lin Tian lowered his gaze, earnestly looking into Lin Ziqing's eyes. In truth, Lin Ziqing had long been aware of Lin Tian's feelings, yet she lacked the courage to embrace them. "You are my brother. You are different." Upon hearing such a response, Lin Tian's heart shattered. For years, this had been Lin Ziqing's reason for rejecting him. He forced a smile, tears glistening in his eyes, and pleaded, "Yes, I am indeed your brother. I will not obstruct your relationship with Tai Jing, but please do not push me away, all right?" Witnessing Lin Tian's desolation, Lin Ziqing's lips trembled as she replied, "All right." Lin Tian turned and retreated to his room, leaving Lin Ziqing alone in the living room, lost in thought. In truth, Lin Ziqing had already mapped out a future for Lin Tian. The path she was now treading was destined to be one of despair. Should she be apprehended in the future, Lin Ziqing planned to shoulder all the burdens, ensuring Lin Tian remained as untainted as possible. Even if sentenced, she would seek leniency. Tai Ning was a good girl, and her devotion was not to be underestimated. Lin Ziqing firmly believed that Tai Ning would wait for Lin Tian's release. At that time, she would prepare some of money for him, and they could lead a normal life together. If Lin Ziqing were to share these thoughts with Lin Tian, he would undoubtedly oppose her, choosing instead to take on all the blame to exonerate her, allowing them both to live happily in the future. The bond between the two siblings would forever be one of selfless consideration for one another. Lin Ziqing returned to her room, gazing out at the scenery, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Deep down, she harbored no desire to hurt Tai Jing, yet the pursuit of vengeance compelled her to exploit him. She knew that one day, she would inevitably have to confront Tai Jing, and she could only hope that when that moment arrived, she would possess the resolve to be unyielding, sparing no sentiment, thus alleviating some of the pain in Tai Jing's heart. Chapter 91. The Heart at Beijing International Airport. An ambulance awaited outside, having been summoned for a passenger who suffered a severe heart attack during the flight. Upon landing, a middle-aged gentleman emerged, impeccably dressed in a suit that bespoke of wealth and status, his pallid complexion obscured by an oxygen mask, rendering him unconscious. The ambulance sped to the hospital, where emergency physicians commenced their examination. They soon discovered a scar on the patient's chest and, upon inquiry with accompanying personnel, learned that he had previously undergone a heart transplant. However, a search through the National Hospital Network yielded no record of the procedure. Consequently, the doctors were compelled to conduct a comprehensive examination, even assessing the original state of the heart. Upon investigation, they found that the heart was indeed registered in the hospital's records. They immediately contacted the local police in Liyuan City. After receiving the news, Officer Zhao dispatched Tai Jing and Ding Ling to Beijing with utmost urgency. Lin Ziqing, upon hearing of Tai Jing's impending trip, deduced that there was an issue with the heart. She advised Lin Tian to inform Yingzi not to be overly reckless, suggesting a balanced approach akin to flying a kite. There must be reciprocity. "Rest assured, sister, Yingzi is thoroughly enjoying himself," came the response. Tai Jing and Ding Ling hastened to the hospital. Due to the patient's condition, he was unable to undergo interrogation, and his lawyer assumed full representation. "I apologize, but my client is in critical condition and cannot provide a statement. You may direct your inquiries to me. I am well informed regarding this matter." "Very well, let us begin. Please provide your basic information." "I am his legal representative and also the patient's brother. My name is Zhou Yun, and my brother is Zhou Liang, the chairman of Junyi International Trade Company. Currently, my brother is in a state of severe coma, and the doctors have informed us that the transplanted heart harbors a chronic virus, which has disseminated toxins throughout his bloodstream. You are aware of our purpose here. concerning this heart. How did you acquire it? My brother, suffering from congenital heart disease, had participated in numerous mutual aid groups, which typically shared updates on local hospitals. About a year ago, a member of one such group informed my brother that he had access to organ transplants. My brother was intrigued, and that individual mentioned a membership fee of 200,000 yuan. Without hesitation, my brother transferred the amount. Over the years, he had been deceived by similar offers. Yet he persisted, believing that even a 1 in 10,000 chance was worth pursuing. Did you not harbor any suspicions at the time? Did you not caution your brother? I warned him numerous times, but my brother's desire for life surpassed my expectations. What method did you use to transfer the funds? And what occurred thereafter? We conducted the transaction via online banking, without any real name authentication on the account. I sensed something amiss at that moment, yet I could not deter my brother. After the transfer, they requested my brother's detailed medical examination report, which was to be sent via email. Then there was silence. My brother briefly believed that this matter had come to an end and that he had been deceived once more. However, 6 months ago, he received an email, a formal invitation containing a website link, along with details regarding the time and access codes for participation. When the time arrived, my brother and I joined this event, which turned out to be a live broadcast. At this point, a glimmer of fear flickered in Zhou Yun's eyes. What kind of live broadcast was it, and what was being sold? It was not merely an ordinary broadcast. The participants were all members, and what was being auctioned were human beings, more precisely, their organs. What did you say? Tai Jing exclaimed in shock, responding with disbelief. Yes, Zhou Yun confirmed. This live auction was specifically organized for my brother's blood type. The individuals being auctioned had all undergone blood compatibility testing. I am unsure of the number of participants. They bid through the chat. Ultimately, my brother purchased a girl's heart for 3.5 million. 3 days later, it was delivered to the private hospital we had rented via helicopter. It is no exaggeration to say that the heart was still beating at that time. Do you realize this constitutes murder? Tai Jing said, filled with indignation. I am aware, Zhou Yun replied, but I could not intervene. I could not bear to watch my brother relinquish his chance at life. Although it is illegal, we are willing to assume all legal responsibilities. I will provide you with all our previous contact information, hoping you can locate these perpetrators and uncover the nature of the poison affecting my brother. Perhaps there is still a chance for him to survive. Zhou Yun presented a file folder containing all email correspondences and payment receipts. Every piece of information was meticulously documented within. Tai Jing accepted the folder, his heart heavy with the realization that in a hidden corner of society, there existed such audacious individuals who auctioned off human lives as if they were mere commodities, a truly appalling revelation. Zhou Yun was subsequently detained by the local authorities, while Zhou Yang continued his treatment in a hospital. However, due to the unclear source and nature of the poison, only the most basic methods were employed to sustain his life. Chapter 92. The website upon returning, Tai Jing and Ding Ling reported the situation to Director Zhao, who promptly convened a meeting. Given that this case heavily involved the internet, the cyber technology team was required to collaborate fully, led by the capable Song Wenhui, a young police officer. Despite her youth, she had handled numerous cases and was once a skilled hacker. During a mission, she was betrayed by a teammate and subsequently apprehended by the police. The then leader of the cyber technology team recognized her potential and invited her to join the cybersecurity unit, where she could assist in solving cases while also seeking retribution against the traitor who had wronged her. After some contemplation, Song Wenhui decided she was weary of playing the role of the mouse. Occasionally being the cat that catches mice would be refreshing. She dedicated herself to her studies, eventually gaining admission to the police academy and fulfilling her aspiration to join the cyber technology team. Known for her independent spirit, Officer Song often dismissed directives from her superiors, choosing instead to advance at her own pace. Initially indifferent to the case, her interest peaked upon learning of the transaction methods and live streaming tactics employed by the suspects. This group intrigued her. When Tai Jing and Ding Ling arrived at Song Wenhui's workspace, they found that the police department had authorized her to establish her own studio for optimal operation. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by walls adorned with monitors, each displaying flowing lines of code and data. Before they could fully grasp the scene, Song Wenhui began to loosen her attire, startling Tai Jing and Ding Ling, who quickly averted their gaze in embarrassment. "What are you two doing? Turn back." Upon their return to the scene, they found Song Wenhui transformed. She wore a white knit sweater over a deep blue low-cut tank top, paired with distressed jeans. Her hair had shifted from a practical ponytail to a striking pink bob, seamlessly transitioning from a diligent officer to a captivating hacker, munching on chips at her desk. "Is that a wig?" Ding Ling inquired curiously. "Who says police officers can't wear wigs? If I hadn't been coaxed by old Hu into joining the force, I'd be far more liberated by now. Want some chips?" Ding Ling shook her head. "We're not hungry." "Is this really appropriate? You don't look much like a police officer." "What does that imply?" "Do I resemble a delinquent?" "This is my domain. As long as I maintain my appearance when I step outside this room, it's none of your concern. Now, let us get down to business." With a few deft keystrokes, Song Wenhui retrieved all the websites and online accounts previously provided by Tai Jing, displaying them on the monitors. As she navigated through the data, she explained, "This is the online account you provided. It has now become an empty shell. Once funds are deposited, they will be transferred out within seconds to over 100,000 zombie accounts nationwide. Through a series of transactions, the money will be laundered, rendered untraceable, and disappear completely." What does zombie account mean? These are accounts that have been inactive for a long time, but haven't been closed with the bank. You must possess quite a few such accounts yourselves. Upon this realization, Ding Ling suddenly understood that indeed, she possessed cards from the 4 major banks, yet she frequently utilized only one. The others lay forgotten, their whereabouts unknown, containing little money. Out of convenience, she had not bothered to close the accounts, unwittingly rendering them tools for criminal activity. Moreover, for added security, the perpetrators chose accounts that had been dormant for at least 5 years, devoid of text notifications or mobile banking features. Is there no way to trace the primary account's ownership? In principle, it is untraceable. However, I could implant a bait virus within it, and upon any funds being deposited, an alert would notify us, potentially unveiling some leads. Furthermore, this website is rather intricate. Observe when I access it, it presents a simple, legitimate web page. Yet, upon entering the correct username and password, an entirely different link emerges. This implies that without the credentials, we remain oblivious to the live broadcast and, consequently, to the events transpiring within it. Therefore, we must first gain control over this web page, managing it from its source. Unfortunately, this is futile. The site will randomly connect to others, leaving even the most secure platforms, such as Baidu, vulnerable to such integrations. What actions can we undertake now? At the very least, we must acquire the username and password. Based on my current knowledge, I can only ascertain the time of the broadcast. Once it commences, I can initiate tracking, though it will require time. Seeing the troubled expressions on Tai Jing and Ding Ling's faces, Song Wenhui reassured them, stating, "I will keep a vigilant watch. The bait I have set within the website will alert me, but these individuals are exceedingly cunning. Whether they bite the bait remains to be seen." Tai Jing and Ding Ling began to organize the clues at hand. Their first priority was to compile the personnel information from all the mutual aid groups attended by Zhou Yang for thorough investigation. Additionally, they needed to verify the circumstances surrounding private hospitals and the transportation of organs, among other inquiries. The overall workload was substantial. In their relentless pursuit to bring this group to justice and ensure public safety, the police worked day and night. Chapter 93. A date during this period. Tai Jing had been preoccupied with the investigation of the human organ trafficking case, leaving him little time to rendezvous with Lin Ziqing. At long last, he found a brief respite over the weekend and eagerly sought her out, having devised an elaborate plan to make amends. "How is it that a busy person like you has time for me today?" Lin Ziqing teased. After 10 consecutive days of relentless work, the director could no longer tolerate our odor and insisted we return home for a cleansing bath. "That must have been quite the aroma," she joked. "Everyone is eager to crack the case, and in the flurry of activity, we lost track of time. The director forcibly sent us home. Shouldn't you take a proper rest? Hurry home then. Being with you is my greatest respite. Come on, I'm all set." "Where to?" Tai Jing asked with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate as he took her hand and set off. As the sun descended, Tai Jing drove eastward, seemingly in pursuit of the last rays of sunlight. The golden glow spilled over the ocean, casting a gentle and ethereal luminescence. The sunlight danced upon Lin Ziqing's face, enhancing her delicate features to an even more exquisite perfection. Tai Jing, momentarily entranced by her beauty, nearly forgot he was driving, narrowly avoiding an accident. Noticing Tai Jing's distraction, Lin Ziqing chuckled softly. She turned to him, acknowledging that while he may not possess Lin Tian's striking handsomeness, his charmingly rogue demeanor was equally captivating, emanating a unique melancholic aura. Even the stubble on his face was perfectly placed, and, as she gazed at him, thoughts of their future together began to stir a bittersweet yearning within her. What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? I'm just admiring your looks. I never realized how handsome you actually are. Handsome? I'm nowhere near Lin Tian's level. You gaze at him daily. How can you appreciate anyone else? Your charm is distinct from Lin Tian's. I find your type appealing. By the way, where exactly are we headed? It's almost dark. We must wait until nightfall. Otherwise, it won't have the desired effect. Lin Ziqing looked at Tai Jing in confusion. What can we possibly do in the dark? It sounds like a night for mischief. Haha, don't be alarmed. Nothing of the sort, just wait and see. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon ascended, casting a soft, luminous glow upon the earth, rendering everything exquisitely serene. Tai Jing drove up the mountain, where he erected a simple tent and retrieved a high-powered astronomical telescope from a trunk. I checked the weather. It's clear tonight, and they say there's a meteor shower. This is the prime viewing location. Lin Ziqing smiled. It seems you put some thought into this. Tai Jing glanced at his watch, noting they had some time before the meteor shower was expected. Come, I'll show you something else. Taking Lin Ziqing's hand, he led her into the forest, then discreetly slipped away. Moments later, twinkling lights floated by 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziqing focused her gaze, realizing they were fireflies, illuminating the entire forest as they settled on the ground, trees, and stones, some even landing on her outstretched hand. She gently teased the fireflies in her hand, the scene so breathtakingly beautiful that it was almost blinding. Tai Jing captured this fleeting moment with his instant camera. Lin Ziqing, interrupted by the sound of the shutter, turned to Tai Jing and remarked, I always believed Officer Tai was a straightforward man lacking in romantic sensibilities, but it appears I was mistaken. You possess quite a romantic side. Tai Jing, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and admitted, I confess I am indeed a straightforward man, unfamiliar with romance. However, I am eager to learn. People around me can be unreliable, so I've taken a learning from television. It seems the results are rather pleasing. Do you like it? Lin Ziqing took Tai Jing's hand and ventured into the glow of the forest, her eyes sparkling with joy as she replied, I really like it. Thank you. Their gazes locked. Lin Ziqing wrapped her arms around Tai Jing's neck, while he gently encircled her waist, looking at her with fondness. The fireflies flickered in and out, diligently creating a romantic atmosphere, as the bond between Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing blossomed beautifully. Tai Jing lowered his head, tentatively kissing Lin Ziqing's forehead, his lips gradually descending closer until they could feel each other's breath, slowly, ever so slowly, drawing near. Suddenly, the alarm on Tai Jing's watch chimed, interrupting their tender moment. Embarrassed, he said, I apologize, it's my watch alarm. The meteor shower is about to begin. Lin Ziqing chuckled at his flustered demeanor and exclaimed, All right then, let us go watch the meteor shower. They both looked up, waiting for what felt like an eternity, yet no meteor shower appeared. I'm not sure how accurate the forecast is. I'm sorry for making you wait in vain. It's quite all right. A meteor shower is all about fate. Just then she exclaimed, Oh, look, a meteor. It's really here. A single meteor streaked across the sky, though not as grand as a meteor shower. A few others followed suit. Lin Ziqing closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and began to make a wish upon the shooting star. Tai Jing observed, his heart swelling with affection, capturing this cherished moment with his camera. What did you wish for? He inquired. A secret, she replied. Wishes lose their magic once spoken. They exchange smiles, their hearts intertwined in that enchanting night. Chapter 94 Bad News the following day at the office. Lin Ziqing was lost in thought as she gazed at the photographs taken by Tai Jing, oblivious to Lin Tian's knocking at the door. Upon entering, Lin Tian handed Lin Ziqing a document for her signature. After she completed the task, he lingered, hesitating to speak. Confused, Lin Ziqing encouraged him to voice whatever was on his mind, assuring him that there were no secrets between them. He is due to be released. At these words, Lin Ziqing's hand froze mid-motion, panic washing over her. She struggled to breathe deeply, striving to regain her composure. When? Next Thursday. A decade had passed so swiftly. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Turning away, Lin Ziqing gazed out at the bustling traffic, her thoughts spiraling back to a decade ago as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, each drop falling to the ground. Trembling, she wrapped her arms around herself and crouched down. Some truth she had to confront at last. In the days that followed, Lin Ziqing sought solace in alcohol at the bar, specifically instructing Lin Tian not to accompany her. With a heavy heart, he could only watch from a distance. Once she succumbed to intoxication, he would quietly escort her home, ensuring her safety. One day, Lin Tian received an assignment that required him to travel for work. Yet his concern for Lin Ziqing lingered. He called Tai Jing, urging him to keep a watchful eye on her. Tai Jing, upon inquiring about Lin Ziqing, found her behaving normally and reassured by her demeanor. Due to significant progress on an ongoing case, he dismissed his worries. That evening, Lin Ziqing returned to the bar. As she settled into her seat, a man approached her with an attempt at conversation. Fortunately, he was respectful and, upon being declined, did not persist. After consuming 3 cocktails, Lin Ziqing's gaze began to wander. With a steady stream of men attempting to engage her, the bartender, having been forewarned by Lin Tian, intervened to protect her from unwanted advances. At the office, Kai Ning had just finished a late shift and was waiting for a taxi while idly scrolling through his social media feed. To his surprise, he spotted Lin Ziqing in a post, accompanied by the caption, "A breathtaking beauty, grant me strength, I shall take action." Promptly, he contacted the friend who had shared the image, learning that it was taken at Yang Bar, though Lin Ziqing had already departed. "Kining dialet de yinge inumbe." "Brother, where are you?" "I'm at the bureau." "What's the matter?" Ziqing is alone at the bar, heavily intoxicated. "What did you say?" "My friend just informed me that she is at Yang Bar, and many men have been harassing her." "All right, I'm on my way." Lin Ziqing, inebriated, sat at the bar, her cheeks flushed, propping her forehead with one hand. She stared blankly at the bottles before her, lost in the blaring music, momentarily forgetting all her troubles. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of intense eyes had been watching her. This man, amused by the failed attempts of others to engage her, harbored a mocking disdain. As Lin Ziqing spiraled into oblivion, he made his move. "Here, have a glass of orange juice to sober up." Lin Ziqing raised her gaze towards the man beside her, who was adorned in trendy attire, sporting a limited edition watch and exclusive sneakers that proclaimed his wealth. The bartender recognized him as Minggu, a partner in the bar, known for his ever-changing companions, often boasting that a new bag warranted a new woman. Indifferent to his advances, Lin Ziqing declined the orange juice offered to her and continued to sip from her glass, extending a semblance of courtesy to foster a friendship. "I have no interest." "Seek someone else," she replied. "Upon seeing you, others are rendered inconspicuous, their gaze fixated solely upon you," Minggu remarked, adjusting his limited edition timepiece. "Then perhaps they should gouge out their eyes so as not to behold me," Lin Ziqing provocatively retorted, leaning against Minggu's shoulder. "Quite bold, I admire that. Come with me tonight, and I assure you, you shall be the happiest woman." Mingji's hand wandered restlessly over Lin Ziqing's form. With a sultry glance, she seized his roaming hand, playfully declaring, "You're asking for trouble." Suddenly, her expression turned icy as she forcefully grasped Minggu's middle finger, bending it down with determination. He yelped in sudden pain, yet Lin Ziqing remained unfazed, her grip unwavering. The bartender, sensing the escalating tension, hurried to Lin Ziqing's side, saying, He is a partner of our boss, Mr. Zhang. For the sake of your dignity, perhaps a lesson would suffice. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqing released her hold and pushed Minggu to the ground. He clutched his injured finger, glaring at her with fury. Shortly thereafter, his subordinates rushed over. Drawn by the commotion, standing before Minggu, Lin Ziqing proclaimed with an air of superiority, "I shall spare you this time for Mr. Zhang's sake. Remember, not every woman is to be trifled with, especially me. Should you encounter me again, do well to steer clear." Minggu, assisted to his feet by his followers, panted angrily, the pain in his hand still piercing, yet he retaliated with defiance. "You would do well to remember, I am not easily intimidated either. You will accompany me tonight, by force if necessary. Go after her." With that command, his subordinates surged toward Lin Ziqing, determined to claim her for Minggu that night, come what may. Chapter 95. How did you arrive here with a swift motion? One of the thugs was sent sprawling by a flying kick. As everyone focused their attention, a robust man emerged, glaring fiercely at the group. Lin Ziqing recognized a familiar silhouette. The man turned around and grasped her shoulder with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" As she attempted to discern the man's features, she realized it was Tai Jing. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working late?" Tai Jing reproached her, his words betraying his true feelings. "Did you not say you were heading home? Why are you here drinking, and why so much? What if something happens?" Lin Ziqing replied with a hint of grievance. "I was feeling down and thought I'd have a couple of drinks before heading home. I didn't expect to drink so much. Who are you? I have my eye on this woman first. There is a certain order to these matters, my friend." Minggu shouted from the side. Tai Jing turned, his anger palpable, and retorted, "Get lost, while I still have my composure." "Huh? Who are you trying to intimidate? Do you think I was raised to be scared? This woman must come with me today. Charge." Minggu commanded as his men regrouped and charged at Tai Jing. Having seen his share of such situations, Tai Jing was unfazed and, being well-trained, effortlessly subdued the thugs in mere moments, leaving a chorus of groans in their wake. Seeing his men falter, Minggu was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, the bar owner, Zhang Feng, arrived with a dozen bodyguards clad in black suits. Ming Yi, seizing the opportunity, rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, it's him. He has causing a ruckus, and has beaten my men to a pulp." Zhang Feng surveyed the scene. A smile plastered on his face as he approached Tai Jing. "I wonder how my brother here has offended you. He is young. A few words of reprimand should suffice. There is no need for such excessive force." Tai Jing, uninterested in their banter, produced his police badge, stating, "I am a police officer. They are suspected of creating a disturbance. I am merely administering some discipline." Zhang Feng, unfazed by the badge, scoffed, "So a police officer can just beat people at will? I have a certain rapport with your chief. If I were to mention this incident to him, I wonder how long you could remain in the precinct." Tai Jing stepped closer to Zhang Feng, his gaze unwavering. "Your brother harassed my girlfriend, and no matter where this matter leads, my stance will not waver." Zhang Feng sneered. "Girlfriend? Who is your girlfriend? Do you think she would acknowledge you?" "Of course she would," came Lin Ziqing's resolute voice from behind Tai Jing. Upon recognizing her, Zhang Feng's demeanor shifted instantly. "Ms. Lin, you're here. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I didn't want to cause a scene. I was just here for a drink. I didn't expect it to escalate to this level. I think we should refrain from visiting your bar in the future. Please, don't say that. I assure you such incidents will never happen again. Our livelihoods are still in your hands. Please show some mercy. That will depend on your future conduct." Lin Ziqing patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and departed the bar with Tai Jing. Zhang Feng swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Ming Ji's face, warning him sternly to ascertain a woman's identity before engaging with her. Otherwise, he would find himself unaware of how his demise would unfold. Chapter 96. Why did you not come to my rescue? Tai Jing drove home with Lin Ziqing, simultaneously admonishing her not to visit bars alone or consume excessive alcohol again. He insisted that if she wished to drink, she should seek him out. If he was unavailable, she could contact Lin Tian. In any case, she must not be alone. It was merely by chance that Tai Ning discovered her predicament. What if something had gone awry? Do you understand? Have you taken my words to heart? Tai Jing rambled on, but Lin Ziqing remained silent. As they approached a red light, he glanced over and realized she had fallen asleep. At that moment, Lin Tian's call came through. "Where are you?" His tone was notably brusque. "We are on our way back," Tai Jing replied. "Where to?" "Let's south head to my place first. Ziqing cannot manage the door in her current state." "That won't do. I'm driving back. It will take about an hour to reach home. I will unlock the door remotely. Let my sister stay with you. I'm uneasy about it." "This is final." Hearing Lin Tian's discontent, Tai Jing had no choice but to turn around and obediently take Ziqing home. Upon arriving, Lin Tian remotely opened the front door and instructed Tai Jing on which room belonged to Ziqing, asking him to wait at home for his return as he would arrive shortly. Tai Jing carried Lin Ziqing to her room, gently laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. He quietly exited the room to await Lin Tian in the living area. Taking out his phone, Tai Jing reviewed the case updates sent by Ding Ling, analyzing them intently. Suddenly, a wave of sobs interrupted his concentration, prompting him to rush back into Ziqing's room. He found her curled up, weeping uncontrollably against the headboard. Tai Jing hurried to her side, grasping her hand. "What is wrong, Ziqing? Did you have a nightmare?" "I'm here. There is nothing to fear." In her dazed state, she recognized Tai Jing and clutched him tightly, crying and hitting him in frustration. "Why didn't you come to save me? Do you have any idea how helpless I felt? Why didn't you come?" "Why?" Tai Jing tenderly stroked her hair, patiently soothing her. "I was wrong. Next time, I promise I will be there without delay. Whenever you are in danger, I will come. Rest assured, no more tears." "My dear." Despite his comforts, Lin Ziqing continued to weep uncontrollably until, exhausted, she eventually fell asleep on his shoulder. Gently wiping her tears, Tai Jing laid her down carefully. To prevent her from experiencing nightmares, he deliberately left the door ajar. As he stepped out of the room, he encountered Lin Tian returning. "Hey," Tai Jing greeted him. But Lin Tian approached him with determined strides, pressing him firmly against the wall. "What did I tell you before I left for my business trip? I warned you about my sister's emotional state, and you agreed to keep an eye on her. Why was she alone at a bar? It's my fault. I failed to take care of Ziqing properly. Tai Jing, I warn you, I have never consented to your relationship with my sister. If you cannot ensure her happiness, at the very least, you must guarantee her safety. This cannot happen again, remember that." Tai Jing nodded, and only then did Lin Tian release his grip. "Now, please leave my home." As Tai Jing reached the threshold, he turned and inquired, "What exactly has Ziqing endured? Why was she weeping so sorrowfully? Has she encountered any recent troubles?" Lin Tian, with an air of impatience, retorted, "Aren't you a police officer? Simply return and peruse the records. You'll discover that a decade ago, in Green City, a sensational case unfolded." Tai Jing promptly contacted Ding Ling. "You have acquaintances at the archives, don't you? Please assist me in retrieving the case files regarding Lin Ziqing from 10 years ago in Green City." "Certainly, no problem," replied Ding Ling. Lin Tian approached Lin Ziqing's bedside, gazing upon her tear-streaked visage, his heart aching with compassion. He murmured softly, "You are one who remains unyielding even after countless tribulations. It seems this matter will forever linger. I can only hope that when the weight becomes unbearable, you will remember me. My shoulder is always here for you. Do not bear this burden alone." Chapter 97. Released from prison on the following morning. Lin Ziqing was plagued by a severe headache, a testament to the true toll of her hangover. Lin Tian brought her a restorative soup and rice porridge. Placing them beside her bed, Lin Ziqing gazed at the offerings, her thoughts adrift in distant realms. Lin Tian watched silently, refraining from disturbing her. Suddenly, Lin Ziqing spoke softly. "On Thursday, you will pick him up from prison." "Understood." On Thursday morning, Lin Tian awaited promptly at the entrance of Green City's fourth prison, where a plainly dressed man emerged, his appearance unadorned and simple. Lin Tian approached in his car, honked the horn, and the man lowered his head to peer inside, revealing a familiar face. Lin Tian coldly instructed, "Get in. I'll take you home." The man complied without hesitation. In the distance, within a red Mercedes sports car, Lin Ziqing observed the man, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her nails digging into the surface. Yet, she felt no pain, her grip unwavering as she watched Lin Tian's vehicle depart. She pressed down on the accelerator, yearning to crash into them, to bring everything to a swift conclusion. However, Reason prevailed over emotion, and she let out a deep sigh, slumping in her seat, immobilized. The man in Lin Tian's car gazed at the changing skyline of Green City, unrecognizable from a decade prior. He breathed deeply, savoring the exquisite taste of freedom. Absorbed in the scenery, he cautiously inquired, "Ziqing, is she well?" At this, Lin Tian executed a sharp turn, followed by a sudden brake, bringing the car to a halt at the roadside. He unbuckled his seatbelt, abruptly yanked the man closer, and coldly warned, "Qin Yueming, I advise you to refrain from mentioning my sister's name. If it weren't for her intervention back then, do you think you would still be breathing?" The man, visibly shaken, stammered, I understand. I won't mention her again." The car journeyed from the prison through desolate areas to a bustling urban district, then to a more impoverished locale. Qin Yueming remained perplexed about their destination, too intimidated to question Lin Tian, and sat silently in the back seat, clutching his belongings. Fear consuming him. The vehicle halted near a ramshackle area of the city. Lin Tian, with a touch of irritation, announced, "We've arrived. Get out, your parents are waiting." "What is this place? Is this where my family used to live?" Qin Yueming asked, bewildered. Lin Tian scoffed. "Do you still fancy yourself the young master of the Qin family, the arrogant rich heir? Be grateful you have a roof over your head. Hurry and get out. I wish to be rid of you. Even a single glance at you disgusts me." Hastily, Qin Yueming exited the vehicle, bowing repeatedly and offering contrived smiles. Only after Lin Tian's car had vanished did he dare to approach the entrance with his luggage. This was an urban village, starkly different from the city center, filled with rudimentary housing and a chaotic mix of residents. Qin Yueming struggled to comprehend that his family had been living in such dire circumstances all along. Qin's father and mother awaited Qin Yueming at the entrance. During the decades spent in prison, he had never truly appreciated his parents. Now, he was struck by the sight of their snow-white hair and the deep wrinkles that adorned their faces, a poignant reminder of the passage of time. Qin's mother rushed towards him, her eyes brimming with tears as she grasped her son's hand, overcome with emotion. "Come, let us return home," she implored, her voice choked with sobs. Chapter 98. What happened at home? Mr. and Mrs. Qin returned home with Qin Yueming, only to find that their once splendid villa had transformed into a modest bungalow. The space was limited, comprising 2 rooms and a living area, furnished in the simplest manner, with traditional furniture and appliances. Qin Yueming refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead surveying the surroundings. Yet he noticed the absence of his sister, Qin Yuan. "Where is my sister? I have returned. Why does she not come to greet me?" Upon hearing these words, Mr. and Mrs. Qin paused their activities, as if struck by an electric shock. "Mrs." Qin guided Qin Yueming to one of the small rooms, which, although modest in size, radiated warmth and clearly belonged to his sister. However, upon entering, he found no trace of Qin Yuan. Suddenly, a thumping sound echoed from the corner of the room. He focused his gaze and discovered Qin Yuan repeatedly striking her head against the wall. Both Mrs. Qin and Qin Yueming rushed over, attempting to shield her head with their hands, yet they could not halt her actions. As she continued her distressing behavior, she murmured, "I did not lie. I did not lie." Qin Yueming gently lifted his sister and placed her on the bed, but she redirected her head towards the headboard. It was securely bound with pillows, indicating that such occurrences had become all too familiar. In an effort to awaken his sister, he leaned closer, whispering softly, "I am your brother. I have returned. Did I not promise to protect you? Look, it is your brother." Yet, Qin Yuan remained oblivious to his words, persisting in her actions. "Mrs." Qin wiped away her tears nearby, prompting Qin Yueming to turn and ask, "Mother, what has happened to Yuan? What on earth transpired? It is difficult to express. Let's step outside for a moment. I have prepared your favorite dishes," she replied. The small table was laden with an array of dishes, almost buckling under their weight, revealing that the family had not indulged in a feast for quite some time. Mr. and Mrs. Qin diligently served Qin Yueming, seemingly attempting to compensate for their son's absence over the years. Despite his lack of appetite, seeing his parents' eager expressions, he could not refuse their kindness. He picked up his bowl and ate voraciously, praising his mother's culinary skills. After the meal, Qin Yueming sat beside his father, his demeanor serious as he inquired, "Father, What truly happened at home? Mr. Cheen sipped his tea, letting out a deep sigh before responding, Son, ever since your imprisonment, our family has fallen into disarray. The company went bankrupt, and our assets were seized to settle debts. Had it not been for Ziqing's assistance, we would have found ourselves on the streets. Who do you mean? Lin Ziqing? Qin Yueming asked. Indeed, she helped us find this place. Though it is small and the environment is lacking, at least we have a roof over our heads, and we are grateful for that. Is she truly so kind-hearted? After Qin's mother finished tidying up the dishes, she approached and said, Do not speak of Ziqing in such a manner. Without her support throughout these years, it is likely you would not even be able to see us now. She has often stated that her past actions were coerced by Liang Sihai. She had no choice but to do her utmost to make amends for us, particularly in the case of Yuewan, whom Ziqing has consistently assisted in securing medical treatment. By the way, what has happened to Yuewan? How did she end up in such a state? Upon mentioning Qin Yuewan, both Qin father and mother lowered their heads, with Qin mother shedding tears. Qin father sorrowfully remarked, Since our family fell into bankruptcy, Yuan has been unable to accept this harsh reality. She continues to visit bars daily to drown her sorrows. During that time, your mother fell ill, and I neglected to oversee her, which led to her associating with a dubious crowd and engaging in illicit activities. Yuan began posting her life photos on dating websites, deliberately enticing lecherous wealthy individuals. While many sought to pay her off to avoid trouble, there remained a faction that chose to report her to the authorities. After Yuan was taken to the police station, she insisted that the complainants had attempted to rape her and only offered her money to silence her. As the police lacked evidence, they returned the money, and thus the matter was dismissed. These individuals were habitual offenders, and the police had grown accustomed to their tactics. Whenever apprehended, they would recite the same narrative. It was because of this that Yuan fell victim to such circumstances. Chapter 99. The conspiracy behind the network 8 years ago. Qin Yuan, as was her custom, saw potential acquaintances on Momo, casually scrolling through avatars and introductions. By chance, she was captivated by a photograph featuring a man in sunglasses situated in a desert, clad in a sporty jacket and cargo pants, particularly drawing attention with his limited edition boots. Yet, what truly enchanted her was the sleek black Mercedes SUV, suggesting that he was a professional adventurer of considerable means. With a hint of trepidation, Qin Yuan sent a friend request, pondering whether there truly existed the Lycoris radiata in the desert. The message dispatched at noon received a response by evening, where the man accepted her request and replied with poetic musings of endless longing, despairing love, and letters from paradise. The Lycoris radiata blooms on the other shore, revealing only its flowers and concealing its leaves. The sentiment of yearning yet remaining apart resonated with her. Qin Yuan realized she had successfully baited her hook. It seemed that in the vast desert, she genuinely wished to behold it, to experience the celestial blossoms. You two have a fondness for flowers, I see, she mused. Who among us does not cherish flowers? The exhilaration of their bloom and the sorrow of their fall encapsulate the essence of life, he replied. Indeed, though their season is fleeting, they exhibit an extraordinary existence. May I inquire, what flower do you favor? I adore the plum blossom, she responded. The plum blossom, resilient against the chill, embodies nobility and exudes a subtle fragrance, revealing the lady's proud and undaunted spirit. Their conversation, ignited by the Lycoris radiata, spiraled into an enchanting dialogue that lasted throughout the night. Through their exchange, Qin Yuan discovered that the man was a professional investor, traversing the globe to assess projects, selecting investments where suitable, and boasting a portfolio of over 100 successful ventures, each yielding annual profits exceeding 100 million. She recognized that this was a significant opportunity, one that required careful nurturing to maximize her own benefits. Qin Yuan was adept at enticing him, fully grasping the art of allure, wherein one feigns disinterest to ignite desire. Despite the man's repeated invitations for meetings, she artfully declined, opting to maintain an air of reserve, which only deepened his infatuation. Whenever she shared posts lamenting her unsatisfactory life or expressing desires, he would promptly send her generous monetary gifts. Feeling the time was right for a meeting. Qin Yuewan decided that their first encounter needed to be meticulously orchestrated. The man arranged to meet her at an upscale CF, and she prepared herself with great care to meet her catch. He arrived in a tailored suit, holding a plum blossom, the very flower she cherished. As she approached him by the window, she instantly recognized him. He was strikingly handsome, with a tall stature and finely chiseled features, particularly his eyes, which sparkled with intensity yet bore a hint of melancholy. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yuewan found herself utterly captivated, contemplating that perhaps, rather than engaging in subterfuge, becoming his girlfriend would be a delightful choice. Upon noticing her approach, the man was immediately entranced by her enchanting aura. Rising slowly, he extended his hand with a gentlemanly grace. "Hello, I am he Hao. You may call me Hao. Greetings, I am Yuan, but you may call me Wan. Please take a seat. What would you like to drink? I would prefer the same as you." "Very well. I shall have another iced Americano. Thank you." Hao scrutinized Qin Yuan, who not only possessed striking beauty, but also an alluring figure. Conversely, Qin Yuan carefully observed Hao, his limited edition shoes, his exclusive watch, and the Porsche car keys elegantly placed on the table, all signs of his affluence. The two engaged in a lively conversation, predominantly centered around Hao's ostentatious lifestyle. Qin Yuan adeptly catered to his ego, expressing admiration and infatuation. As Hao became increasingly animated, his phone suddenly rang. "I apologize. It's a work-related call." "No worries. Please take it. You see, I'm not particularly interested in that project. Although 8 million is a trivial sum for me, I cannot invest indiscriminately. That would be unfair to others." "What? You've arrived at my company? Is this really necessary?" "Very well. I shall return shortly. Let us meet and discuss." After hanging up, Hao expressed his remorse, saying, "I truly apologize. I intended to spend more time with you, but unforeseen matters arose at the office. It's quite all right. Work takes precedence. By the way, this is a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't find it lacking." Qin Yuan received a delicately crafted gift box, revealing a pair of diamond earrings shaped like plum blossoms, exquisitely made. "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. It's not a big deal. I know you adore plum blossoms. I had them specially crafted for you. Please accept them. Look, I Haven Tea prepared a gift for you, which would reflect poorly on me. Then perhaps you may present it to me next time." I eagerly anticipated. "Remember, you owe me a delightful surprise. I must take my leave now. Farewell." Chapter 100. An unexpected incident. Qin Yuan held a favorable impression of Hao and wished to keep this matter to herself, savoring the opportunity at her own pace. However, secrets seldom remain hidden, and soon, their leader became aware of the situation. The leader placed significant importance on Hao, contemplating a substantial financial gain, even considering a long-term scheme of extortion to secure a permanent solution. Qin Yuan maintained her connection with Hao, and their conversations flourished. Hao was eager to arrange a second meeting with Qin Yuan. Initially planning a clandestine rendezvous, Qin Yuan found herself closely monitored by her team. This time, the meeting was set in Beihai Park under the cover of night, with the excuse of witnessing the fleeting bloom of the night blooming Sirius. Hao even requested that Qin Yuan dress provocatively, suggesting that his intentions for this encounter were far from ordinary. Dressed in a form-fitting dress, Qin Yuan awaited Hao on a park bench, but as an hour passed without a sign of him, anxiety began to mount. Everyone was anxiously anticipating this promising opportunity, and Qin Yuan repeatedly attempted to contact Hao, yet he remained unreachable, as if he had vanished from existence. The leader, feeling betrayed, assumed that Qin Yuan was obstructing the plan for her own gain and struck her forcefully before departing with the others. In the pitch-black park, Qin Yuan was left alone, shivering in the cold wind, realizing that Hao might have merely been toying with her. She gathered her belongings, preparing to return home. Suddenly, an alluring scent wafted through the air, not that of flowers, but rather an intoxicating fragrance. Qin Yuan quickly lost consciousness, and when she regained her senses, she found herself lying amidst the bushes, utterly powerless to make a sound, although her mind remained clear. She discerned Hao approaching, accompanied by 3 other men, all resembling Hao. They began to encroach upon her, and before long, she was left vulnerable. Helplessly, Qin Yuan wept, tears streaming down her face. But her cries went unheard as they brutally violated her. Once their cruel act was concluded, the four men donned their clothing and departed, leaving a devastated Qin Yuan gazing despondently at the sky, wishing fervently that this nightmare were merely a dream. The pain coursing through her body, however, anchored her in a harsh reality. The following morning, a cleaner stumbled upon Qin Yuan in the underbrush and promptly alerted the authorities. Police and an ambulance swiftly arrived on the scene. Qin Yuan was transported to the hospital, and her elderly parents were notified. Upon their arrival, they were heartbroken to see their daughter in such a disheveled state. Based on Qin Yuan's testimony and the investigation conducted at the site, the police concluded that this was a premeditated crime. Due to recent maintenance work in Beihai Park, the surveillance cameras were non-operational, leaving no valuable footage. Various pieces of evidence collected from the scene yielded no useful DNA, leaving the police with no choice but to apprehend Ahao. Upon his arrest, Ahao vehemently protested his innocence, declaring to the officers that he had flown to Beijing that very night and could not possibly be involved in such a crime. "Whom did you confide in regarding this matter?" they inquired. "I had posted on my moments, and I have several thousand friends. Do I need to check them one by one? Do you have any brothers?" "No, I'm an only child." The police traced Ahao's boarding records and surveillance footage from the airline, confirming that it was indeed him without a doubt, which could only imply that Qin Yuan had mistaken the person. Upon learning this news, Qin Yuan instantly fell apart. She could not have misidentified him. Although they had only met once, that face was etched in her memory, and she was not lying. Qin's elderly parents revealed to her that Ahao was a gigolo, deftly navigating between three wealthy women, using ostentatious photos on dating sites to attract young girls and satisfy his desires. Due to his lavish spending and striking appearance, many girls frequently fell victim to his charms. Upon discovering this, Qin Yuan's already shattered heart became even more despondent. Ahao, having somehow learned of Qin Yuan's hospital whereabouts, audaciously arrived to mock her, revealing that she was merely playing a game of deceit, expressing relief that he had not been there that day. Had he been there, it would have been he who assaulted her. "Impossible. I was in Beijing. I have material evidence and witnesses. You are the one lying, attempting to extort my money." "I am not lying. I am not lying." Qin Yuan cried out in despair, insisting that it was he who was fabricating a story, intent on destroying her if he could not possess her. "I am not lying. I am not lying." Cornered by Ahao, Qin Yuan covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. Hearing the commotion, her parents rushed in to expel Ahao, who sneered, "You are the one lying. Isn't your livelihood built upon deceit?" "I am not lying. I am not lying." In desperation, Qin Yuan began to bang her head against the wall, repeatedly asserting her truth, and thus began a torment that would last for 8 years. Chapter 101. Preparing to begin a new life, as Qin's father recounted the misfortunes that had befallen Qin Yuan. Qin's mother stood by, wiping away her tears. Qin Yueming could scarcely fathom that during his decade of imprisonment, his sister had endured such unfortunate circumstances. He pressed for answers, asking, "Were the perpetrators apprehended?" The reply came with a heavy heart. To this day, they remain at large, leaving it an unresolved case. Over the years, it has been Ziqing who has diligently monitored the situation at the police station, for which we are profoundly grateful. Qin's mother produced a piece of paper bearing a contact number. "Here, this is from Ziqing. She mentioned that finding employment in your situation would be challenging. So she has arranged something for you. Though it's a security position, it's a start, and she is gradually working to adjust it for you." Could she truly be so benevolent? Qin Yueming questioned. "Why do you speak like that? We have witnessed Ziqing's kindness over the years. It is etched in our hearts. You must embrace this new life promptly, for it will also ease our burdens. Who knows how much more we will need to support your sister in the future." Qin's mother implored earnestly. Inwardly, Qin Yueming reflected on the truth of her words. His parents were aging, and after years of caring for his sister, they were weary. By working, regardless of the earnings, he could contribute to the family. "All right, I understand. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I will apply myself diligently." On Monday morning, Qin Yueming prepared himself and even made breakfast for the family. He was ready to embark on his new employment. The elder Qin couple looked upon their son with pride at his newfound determination. With a multitude of reminders, they urged him to speak less and work more. Qin Yueming grasped his parents' hands and affirmed, "I will remember this. I will work hard." Upon reporting to the security department of Sihai Group, due to prior arrangements made by Lin Ziqing, Qin Yueming was swiftly assigned a position. With his commendable appearance, he was placed at the entrance to oversee security. Filled with enthusiasm for his new role, Qin Yueming greeted every employee arriving at the company with genuine earnestness. His fervor infected those around him, demonstrating that mornings at work could indeed be vibrant and full of energy. "Xiao Qin, could you help rearrange the plants over here?" "Certainly, I'm on it." As he vigorously moved the greenery, he inadvertently obstructed the flow of employees. He noticed a pair of black high heels before him, and someone in the crowd remarked, "Excuse us, we will move shortly. Could you please take a detour?" "Of course, no problem." Then, a voice he recognized all too well broke through his thoughts. Rising slowly, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Lin Ziqing, clad in her school uniform, gliding past him. He fixated intently on her. In that fleeting moment when she turned around, their eyes locked, and he confirmed to himself that it was indeed Lin Ziqing, the woman who had once captivated his thoughts. Now, the youthful innocence of Lin Ziqing had given way to a more mature allure, imbued with elegance and charisma. "What are you staring at?" "That's General Lin from the company. Isn't she stunning? With your status, you can only admire her from afar, so get back to work." A voice interrupted Qin Yueming's reverie. In the elevator, Lin Ziqing caught a clear glimpse of Qin Yueming. The moment the elevator doors closed, Lin Ziqing felt her body falter, nearly collapsing. Quick-witted Lin Tian hurriedly supported her and inquired with concern, "Sister, are you still not well?" "I will strive to be strong and instruct the security department to give him a taste of his own medicine, but let us not overdo it. In any case, I will ensure he does not have it easy." "All right, I understand. I will exercise discretion." Chapter 102. Mockery. Qin Yueming toiled diligently, cherishing his days of freedom outside. During lunch, he found himself besieged by 3 individuals. One of them sneered, "I've heard you came out from inside. Did you get to enjoy such fine meals there? Come on, why don't you stand and eat? Isn't it customary to squat in a corner like in prison?" The others in the duty room joined in the jeering, mocking Qin Yueming as passed. Breathless, he recalled his parents' admonitions and remained silent, refusing to engage. "Hey, what landed you in there? How many years did you get? Here, let me spice up your meal. I read online that the food inside is rather bland. Our Group S dishes are more flavorful, so I worry you might not be accustomed to it." As he spoke, he poured water into Qin Yueming's lunchbox. Incensed, Qin Yueming hurled the lunchbox away, prepared to retaliate. Yet, the provocateur quickly backed down, admitting, "I can't afford to mess with someone who has been inside. I value my life." With that, he departed the duty room with his companions. The manager of the security department entered, unaware of the earlier commotion. Upon seeing the scattered food, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Who did this? How many times must I remind you to keep the duty room tidy? Do you treat my words as mere wind?" "Manager, I'm sorry, I accidentally spilled it. I'll clean it up right away." Qin Yueming responded, "Little Qin, I'm not scolding you, but do be more careful in the future. According to regulations, you're responsible for the cleanliness of the duty room this week." "All right, no problem." Qin Yueming had not anticipated that his desire for a fresh start would be met with such ridicule and disdain, leading him to doubt whether he could reclaim his former self. Yet, reflecting on his current family circumstances and his parents' health, he chose to endure the humiliation, speak less, and act more. With a broom and mop in hand, Qin Yueming entered the duty room, only to find those same individuals chatting and laughing. Ignoring them, he began his cleaning task, but they were determined to torment him further. The most brazen of the group approached, cracking sunflower seeds and tossing the shells onto the freshly cleaned area, a blatant provocation. Qin Yueming gripped the broom tightly, ignoring him and gritting his teeth as he continued to clean. Seeing Qin Yueming's lack of reaction emboldened the man, who then kicked over a bucket of water and shoved Qin Yueming into the puddle. "Good dogs don't block the way. I wonder how well you were reformed inside. It seems it wasn't thorough enough. Allow me to teach you. What do you want from me?" Qin Yueming drenched, stood up and confronted him directly. "Oh, nothing much. Just curious about your crime. Did you know this gentleman was once a notorious rich heir in Green City? Look at him now. I have served my sentence and am trying to start anew. Must you harbor such malice? This affluent young man is not to be underestimated. He can start anew whenever he wishes. If it were us, we would likely find ourselves without even a place to stay, let alone a job. When you work with him, do exercise caution. To this day, we remain oblivious to the true reason for his incarceration. Come, let us take a stroll." In the blink of an eye, the duty room was left with only Qin Yueming amidst the chaos. He let out a gentle sigh before beginning to tidy up. At that moment, the manager entered, observing Qin Yueming's diligent efforts, and inquired, "Have they been giving you a hard time? You can always speak to me directly about any issues." "No, everyone has been quite kind to me. It is merely my own clumsiness," he replied. "Young man, you are doing wonderfully. Continue to strive." "Yes, thank you, manager." Qin Yueming spent nearly an hour restoring order to the duty room. With a bucket in hand, he emerged from the room, drenched in sweat, and made his way through the underground parking garage. In a moment of carelessness, he stumbled, and before he could regain his footing, he found himself face to face with a pair of high-heeled shoes belonging to a woman. Chapter 103. Who allowed you to pick up your dignity? Qin Yueming slowly raised his head and found a woman looking down at him with an air of superiority. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Ziqing. Her face remained exquisitely beautiful as ever. Qin Yueming hurriedly stood up, wishing to escape this place as quickly as possible. Lin Tian blocked his path, and Qin Yueming sighed, lowering his gaze. He turned to Lin Ziqing and said, "It's been such a long time. How have you been?" Lin Ziqing regarded him with disdain, sneering, "I am well, and during your time inside, I have lived quite comfortably." That's good. I shall take my leave," Qin Yueming replied, contemplating a hasty retreat. "Don't rush off now. Have you just finished cleaning? The esteemed Qin young master personally tidies up? How unfortunate for you," she mocked. "There is nothing unfortunate about it. I am merely grateful to have a job," he retorted. "Clearly, your aspirations are quite modest. It appears those men inside have taken good care of you," Lin Ziqing continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Qin Yueming suddenly raised his head. He had never divulged his experiences inside to anyone. So how could Lin Ziqing know? Unless, of course, the events within were orchestrated by her. What else could it be? Those men were handpicked by me. Are you dissatisfied? Qin Yueming clenched his fists tighter. Over the years, had it not been for Lin Ziqing's threats compelling him to survive, his resentment would have long since been directed at his family. Otherwise, he would have concluded his unfortunate life within those walls long ago. Is work going well for you? How are your colleagues treating you? Quite well, he replied tersely. It seems they have dismissed my warnings, or perhaps your resilience has strengthened. You're the one who revealed my circumstances to them, inciting their ridicule, he accused. Of course, who permitted you to reclaim the dignity you lost inside? Upon hearing this, Qin Yueming realized that Lin Ziqing had never let go of the past. Her quest for vengeance had never wavered for a moment. Since I cannot resist, I will leave. I will resign tomorrow, so as not to burden you further. Considering your current situation, do you believe you can find another job? Do you wish for your parents to toil for a living? What about your sister's medical expenses? It is only through my assistance that they have managed thus far. Do you truly think you are fit to resign? Since you harbor such hatred towards me, why do you assist my family? I must ensure your family perceives me as a benefactor. I will not allow you to leave easily. The game has only just begun. How could you possibly depart? I refuse to believe that if I were to suffer, my parents would allow me to continue working here. They're my closest kin. They would never agree. Very well. Return home and test that theory. One more thing to remind you. Should you dare to resign, I will cease all support to your family entirely. You may consider your options. Qin Yueming felt as though struck by lightning. Given his family's current state, they could not sustain their expenses or his sister's medical fees. He lowered his head, frozen in place, afraid to move. I hope to see you at the company tomorrow morning. Farewell. Worn out in body and spirit, Qin Yueming returned home, only to find that it was Qin Yuowan who opened the door for him. Observing the seemingly well-adjusted Qin Yuowan, he was filled with perplexity. Brother, what is the matter? Come inside quickly. To celebrate your first day at work, our parents have prepared a feast. Oh, all right. Qin Yueming approached the kitchen and quietly inquired of his mother, "What is going on with Wanwan?" She oscillated between clarity and confusion. But thanks to Ziqing's guidance in consulting a psychologist, Wanwan's moments of lucidity were becoming more frequent. Qin's mother explained, "Ziqing, it's once again Lin Ziqing." Qin Yueming was acutely aware that she was a devil in disguise, yet his family regarded her as a savior. It seemed that no matter how he tried to elucidate the situation, it fell on deaf ears. Indeed, the Qin family was in desperate need of Lin Ziqing's support. Resolute in his determination, Qin Yueming resolved that, regardless of the cost, he would ensure his family could live comfortably. Enduring a bit of hardship was of little consequence. After all, it was a burden he was meant to bear. Some sins were his to atone for. As the family gathered for a rare reunion dinner, Qin Yueming declared at the table that he would devote himself to hard work, vowing never to engage in reckless behavior again, and promising to take good care of his parents and sister. Tears welled in the eyes of his parents as they raised their glasses in heartfelt sentiment. Chapter 104. The young master returns on the following day at work. Qin Yueming stood prominently in the office. Upon seeing Lin Ziqing approach, he greeted her loudly, "Good morning, General Manager Lin." Lin Ziqing, upon noticing Qin Yueming, offered a knowing smile before proceeding upstairs. Today was no ordinary day. The young master of the Liang family, who had recently returned from abroad, was scheduled to come to the company. This young master was the epitome of a prodigal son, known for his extravagant spending and a plethora of romantic entanglements. Yet, Chairman Liang always turned a blind eye to his son's behavior, allowing him to act with impunity. Lin Ziqing busied herself in her office, acutely aware that the day for auditing was fast approaching, necessitating an increasing amount of preparation. She found herself working late into the night, burdened by the impending deadlines. The young master was indeed extraordinary. Upon his return, he was poised to inherit the reins of the Sihai group without so much as lifting a finger, a testament to the disparities in life experiences. In the break room, gossip resumed with vigor. It was rumored that the young master's visit was to formally take over the Sihai group. Can he really manage that? He seems like a frivolous playboy. The company will likely collapse within a month, one voice remarked. I heard he brought back a girlfriend, reputed to be quite capable in management and of notable lineage, another chimed in. Given his notorious reputation, would he truly settle down with a girlfriend? Apparently, it's arranged by Chairman Liang. It seems his father can no longer afford to be neglectful. Lin Ziqing could not escape the whispers that floated around her. If the young master indeed took charge of the Sihai group, her future prospects might be bleak. The identity of this mysterious girlfriend remained an enigma as well. Just then, Lin Ziqing and Lin Tiangang exited the president's office after a report, only to encounter Liang Wenbin, the young master of the Liang family. Dressed in a high-end suit, he still exuded an air of youthful naivete, his demeanor betraying his immaturity. Upon spotting Lin Ziqing, Liang Wenbin hurried over, exclaiming, "Sister Ziqing, I'm back. And how old are you now? You dress so maturely, yet you still lack composure." Lin Ziqing teased affectionately. "Seeing you, how could I be anything but carefree? In your presence, I will always be your little brother, forever your childlike friend." "Oh, and let me introduce my girlfriend," he said, turning to reveal a young woman in a pale pink dress. She was strikingly beautiful and exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a refined young lady from a distinguished family. Lin Ziqing and Lin Tiangang were taken aback by the sight before them. Liang Wenbin continued, "Allow me to introduce." "No need," the girl interjected, her voice smooth and confident. "It's been a long time, Lin Ziqing." "Long time no see, Lin Tiangang." Lin Ziqing composed herself, smiling warmly. "It's been a while, Ma Yuqing." Realizing the two were acquaintances, Liang Wenbin continued, "So you already know each other. That's wonderful. I want to say more." Lin Ziqing, maintaining her professionalism, replied to Liang Wenbin, "Once you've settled matters with Miss Ma, please come to my office. I need to discuss the auditing details with you." Upon returning to the office, Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian were taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Ma Yuqing. After the events of their past, she had transferred to another school, and even her family's business had shifted its focus elsewhere. It was indeed surprising that she had returned to Green City. Their contemplation was interrupted by the entrance of Liang Wenbin. "Ziqing, I have arrived, he announced. Come in and take a seat. What is the nature of your relationship with Miss Ma? What do you mean by that? It is merely a conventional relationship between a man and a woman. Do you have feelings for her? How could I? This is all orchestrated by my father. I have no interest in such an older unmarried woman. Besides, my father insists on our marriage, but I have no desire for that. Marriage would strip me of my freedom. I still wish to enjoy life. Miss Ma comes from a very respectable family. She is indeed a commendable choice. I am not interested. I do not wish to be constrained. Do you think Miss Ma has feelings for you? I sense it is rather indifferent. Our union is merely a product of familial arrangements, a mere compromise. Lin Ziqing let out a cold laugh. It appears that Miss Ma still harbors lingering affections. She then cast a glance at the somewhat awkward Lin Tian. Ziqing, what do you mean by that? Nothing in particular. I require your assistance with a small favor. Can you manage it? Go on. I need you to portray a deeply infatuated demeanor towards Miss Ma. Should any complications arise, I will shoulder the responsibility and ensure your father remains oblivious. Absolutely, performing is my forte. Chapter 105. Discovery of new clues. The investigative team, through extensive visits and inquiries, uncovered a significant suspect named Ji Baocheng within the mutual aid group that Zhou Yang participated in. Logically, a patient suffering from heart disease should exercise considerable caution in maintaining their health. However, Ji Baocheng defied this expectation, indulging in smoking and drinking, yet maintaining a seemingly robust physical condition, which was quite illogical. Before long, Ji Baocheng was apprehended by the police. When faced with their inquiries, he displayed an audacious indifference, skillfully evading the crux of the questions. You are a participant in a support group for heart patients, yet you hardly seem afflicted by any such ailment, queried Tai Jing. I am not ill. My father suffers from heart disease, and I infiltrated the group using his medical history, he replied. What was your intention in doing so? What could I possibly achieve? Just to mingle with those wealthy individuals, feign hardship, and they would generously provide me with money, often in substantial amounts. They believe it is an act of charity that benefits their conscience. Beyond this, have you engaged in any other activities? Nothing else, just this. The money they give me is a gift. I neither stole nor robbed. So it cannot be deemed a crime, can it? That can be considered charity. However, regardless of their generosity, they will not cover your father's exorbitant medical expenses. At this, Ji Baocheng appeared visibly shaken, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow as he defensively asserted, "That is my own savings. Is that not permissible? You claim to have saved money? According to our investigation, you have never held a stable job, merely scraping by with odd jobs. Even if you accumulated the donations from the affluent, it would be implausible to amass such a sum. You Bofeng, let me be clear. Having summoned you to the police station, we possess ample evidence against you. I advise you to speak the truth. Resisting will yield no benefit. I am speaking the truth. It is my savings and my parents as well. Is it wrong for ordinary citizens to earn money for their own medical treatment?" Witnessing Ji Baocheng's obstinacy, Tai Jing and Ding Ling realized that without presenting substantial evidence, he was unlikely to confess. They proceeded to Song Wenhui's workspace, awaiting her analysis of Ji Baocheng's chat logs and transaction records. Through Ji Baocheng's browsing history, Song Wenhui discovered a significant gaming addiction, with frequent and substantial expenditures on in-game purchases. Given his meager income from odd jobs, it was evident that such spending was unsustainable. Recently, alongside his gaming activities, he had also shown interest in a social networking site called Chua Chua, where apart from engaging in flirtatious conversations with several women, he appeared to have a particularly lively exchange with someone referred to as Lady Hong. Within these communications, there were mentions of quick money-making schemes, accompanied by a link that had since become a dead URL. Tracing this lead, they began to uncover a trail of evidence. Song Wenhui accessed the tracked website and remarked, "Look, upon entering, one is immediately presented with a selection screen. First, you must identify the area of pathology you are most familiar with. After making your selection, you will be faced with a timed questionnaire. Only upon answering all questions correctly can you proceed to the next stage. This stage involves a live performance, and only by successfully completing it can one reach the final application phase. At present, I have only managed to decipher up to this point. My conjecture is that ultimately there will be a contact method and specific operational procedures. You mean they select suitable candidates for the mutual assistance group through a dating website? And once the selection is complete, they erase all traces to avoid detection? Essentially, yes. Moreover, observe this. The transaction records of Ji Baoqing reveal that he has recently developed an obsession with online lottery purchases. Remarkably, his fortune seems to be exceptionally favorable. While paying his membership fees, he won substantial sums, and Zhou Yang has also successfully engaged in transactions, winning several large amounts in succession. However, when I accessed this online lottery website, it indicated that the site is currently inactive. These individuals are indeed meticulous. Consider the number of websites they must have created. It doesn't need to be overly complicated. This person possesses formidable operational skills and a profound understanding of online tracking. Although these sites have been shut down, my tracking efforts will only yield partial information. Nevertheless, I have a general grasp of their operational procedures, and I will remain vigilant. You need not worry. Thank you for your hard work. Tai Jing, examining the evidence in hand, prepared to confront Ji Baoqing. Now that he had a rough understanding of the process, there remained a glimmer of hope in breaching his psychological defenses. Chapter 106. Psychological Warfare before entering the interrogation room. Tai Jing conferred with Ding Ling and Ning Ziyu about the operational procedures, preparing to stage a performance for Ji Baoqing. Officer, am I free to go now? When can I leave? Ji Baoqing queried, his face adorned with a smug expression. Your matters are nearly resolved. We are processing the paperwork. Please wait a moment. Tai Jing replied, sipping water without betraying any emotion. Suddenly, Ding Ling entered, presenting a document to Tai Jing while whispering something in his ear. Tai Jing glanced at the document and then scrutinized Ji Baoqing with a serious demeanor. Ji Baoqing felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively swallowing several times. After delivering the document, Ding Ling turned to leave, and shortly thereafter, Ning Ziyu walked in, offering a reassuring nod to Ji Baoqing, who felt a slight easing of his tension. The two engaged in hushed conversation over the document, occasionally gesturing towards Ji Baoqing. Unable to endure the suspense any longer, Ji Baoqing interjected, "What are you discussing? Is it about me?" Tai Jing coldly lifted his gaze and said, "Just wait." Those two words struck fear into Ji Baoqing. He was oblivious to the contents of Tai Jing's document and whether his illicit gains had been uncovered. Panic surged within him, and he began to sweat profusely, unable to meet their eyes. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Tai Jing slowly began, "My friend, you seem to have quite the luck, winning consecutively. Care to share your secrets?" Ji Baoqing cautiously replied, "I have no experience. It's merely good fortune." Tai Jing continued, "On November 4th, Zhou Yang paid a membership fee of 200,000, and you won 50,000. Zhou Yang's auction was successful, bringing in 5 million. Your total winnings amount to 500,000. However, there's something you may not know. Zhou Yang is now deceased, and you bear an undeniable culpability. At the very least, you are complicit in murder, facing a minimum sentence of 10 years. If you confess now, it could be considered a voluntary surrender and might lead to a reduced sentence." Upon hearing the news of Zhou Yang's death, Ji Baoqing's anxiety intensified. He had never intended to take a life. He merely sought to earn some extra money to fund his father's medical treatment. "I never meant to harm him. I had no idea their medication could be lethal." "Medication? What medication?" "Dai Ying Brisit." Realizing he had misspoken, Ji Baoqing attempted to retract his words, but Ning Ziyu reassured him, "Since you've begun, there's no turning back. Clarifying everything now will be most beneficial for you. I will confess everything. My father's condition has worsened. Previously, due to my aimless lifestyle, our family was financially strained. I stumbled upon a woman on a social networking site who claimed she could help me earn money, and through her link, I completed a test. She mentioned that they were from a pharmaceutical company seeking to establish sales channels, and they discovered the mutual aid group as a potential avenue for sales. Consequently, they sought part-time workers for this endeavor. As long as those individuals purchased the medication, I would receive bonuses from the lottery center. Initially, I harbored doubts due to the excessively high commissions offered. However, considering the economic circumstances of those in my mutual aid group, I dismissed my concerns. I never anticipated that their medication could be lethal. Are they truly selling medicine? I asked. Yes, indeed, she assured me, explaining that it was merely a type of health supplement, and she guaranteed that there would be no issues, which is why I proceeded. I genuinely had no idea that it could lead to fatalities. Ji Baocheng spoke in a panic. Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu exchanged glances, preparing to leave. Ji Baocheng hurriedly exclaimed, "Officer, I truly had no idea that it could result in death." Zhou Yang had not succumbed, yet his life hung by a thread, perilously close to the brink. The individuals you interacted with are not merely peddling nutritional products. Shortly, a colleague will arrive to gather all the information regarding your interactions with them, including website and chat details. Upon hearing this, Ji Baocheng exhaled in relief, reassured that he was not directly responsible for any deaths. He slumped into the chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Ding Ling observed as Tai Jing and Ning Ziyu emerged and promptly approached them with an inquiry. "How did it go? Did you wrap it up?" "Indeed, it's settled. Notify Song Wenwei to come over," Tai Jing replied. After Ding Ling sent a message to Song Wenwei, she retrieved a file and approached Tai Jing. "Captain Tai, I found a case file you asked for. 10 years ago, in Lushur City, Lin Ziqing." "Bring it here," Tai Jing commanded. "Captain Tai, you should brace yourself. This case is quite unusual. It involves a rape incident." Tai Jing abruptly lifted his gaze to Ding Ling, who nodded helplessly. Tai Jing, feeling at a loss, hastily opened the dossier, transporting himself back to Lushur City a decade prior. Chapter 107. 10 years ago, a decade ago, Lin Ziqing, with her extraordinary beauty and exceptional academic performance, undoubtedly held the title of the school belle at Luan High School. Each day, numerous boys gathered at the classroom door, eager to catch a glimpse of her enchanting presence. Outside the school, there were countless suitors, including many affluent young masters. During school hours, were it not for Lin Tian's constant companionship with Lin Ziqing, the number of admirers would have likely multiplied. Initially, the sight of the handsome Lin Tian and the beautiful Lin Ziqing together led many to believe they were a pair destined for each other. However, upon inquiry, it was revealed that Lin Tian was merely her younger brother, rekindling the pursuit fervor among her admirers. Among them, the most relentless was Qin Yueming, the scion of the Qin group. Every day after school, like clockwork, he would arrive at the school gates in his luxurious car, adorned with flowers and gifts, always capturing the attention of passers-by and fellow students. Lin Ziqing, however, never spared him a glance, firmly pulling Lin Tian along as they departed. Qin Yueming would hastily follow, flanked by 2 lackeys bearing flowers and presents. "Qing, this is a limited edition Chanel bag, brought in from abroad just for you. Please accept it," he implored. "Master Qin, I have no interest in you, nor in your gifts. Could you please refrain from harassing me?" She retorted. "Interest in me is not necessary. Merely accepting my gift would suffice. If not, how about joining me for a meal?" He persisted. "I refuse. I do not like your gifts, I do not like you. And I certainly will not dine with you," Lin Ziqing declared, quickening her pace as she and Lin Tian boarded a bus. "Qing, I will wait for you. I hope you will change your mind. I shall return tomorrow," Qin Yueming called after them. "This is such a nuisance. Most would give up after a week. But this young master has persisted for over a month. I'm nearly at my wit's end," Lin Tian sighed. "Sister Ziqing, you aren't really starting to like him, are you?" he asked anxiously. "How could that be possible? This wealthy young man, all show and no substance, is not someone I could ever like. By the way, how is that infatuated admirer of yours?" Lin Tian was the epitome of charm at school, drawing throngs of adoring fans. Lin Ziqing often found herself inadvertently caught in the crossfire of these admirers, who clung to Lin Tian without openly defining their relationship. Among them, the most obsessive was Ma Yuqing, the daughter of a prominent real estate tycoon. From the moment she laid eyes on Lin Tian, she believed him to be her destined partner and claimed the title of his girlfriend. If she saw another girl getting too close to him, she would issue verbal warnings or, at times, utilize her family's bodyguards to intimidate them. Ma Yuqing treated Lin Ziqing with indifference, neither kind nor rude, which meant that many fans could only admire Lin Tian from afar too intimidated to approach. Don't even get me started. The moment she sees me, she sticks to me like glue. It's infuriating. Lin Tian lamented. Lin Ziqing, amused, suggested, why not just give in? That girl is quite lovely, comes from a good family, and treats you well. You might want to consider her. Sister Ziqing, please spare me. The following day, the school hosted a basketball match, with Lin Tian participating as a key player. A throng of girls gathered outside, tightly packed, and naturally, Ma Yuqing was among them. She had stealthily slipped from the middle school to the high school, keeping a watchful eye on the girls, fearing they might seize the opportunity to approach Lin Tian during the game. As his rightful partner, she felt it was her duty to protect her man. Lin Tian made his entrance clad in a pristine white tracksuit, his handsome visage complemented by a robust physique, prompting one to muse that when Yuhua fashioned Lin Tian, she must have been particularly delighted. He was indeed a divine creation. Despite the chaotic atmosphere of the basketball court, one could effortlessly spot Lin Tian amidst the crowd. With sweat glistening, he dribbled, maneuvered past opponents, passed the ball, executed a three-step layup, and scored. His prowess on the court was formidable, leaving the opposing team in disarray, as cheers erupted from the audience in waves. As the match neared its conclusion, Lin Tian delivered a breathtaking three-point shot, clinching victory for his team. His sweat-soaked hair adding to his charisma, eliciting a chorus of adulation from the girls. Once the game concluded, the girls eagerly rushed to offer him water. Lin Tian stood there, feeling somewhat awkward, contemplating casually accepting a bottle. However, Ma Yuqing intervened, asserting, drink this one, don't take theirs, it's poisoned. She glared fiercely at the other girls, who, having heard tales of her fierce reputation, quickly vacated the area. Reluctantly, Lin Tian accepted the bottle of water from Ma Yuqing. Remembering Lin Ziqing's words from the previous day, he resolved to clarify matters with Ma Yuqing. Do you have a moment later? I need to discuss something with you. Absolutely. I'm always available, Ma Yuqing replied, her heart fluttering with joy. Please wait a moment while I change my clothes. I'll be out shortly. All right, she responded bashfully, like a young girl. Chapter 108. I will persist for a lifetime. Lin Tian swiftly donned his attire, and though he was drenched in perspiration, it bore no foul odor. Rather, it exuded an intoxicating allure. Let us sit on that bench over there and have a proper conversation, he suggested. Ma Yuqing followed Lin Tian, her infatuation evident on her face. I want to say, Lin Tian hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Ma Yuqing, with a bashful smile, lowered her gaze and ventured. Are you about to confess your feelings to me? To say that you like me and wish to be together? Absolutely not. Lin Tian asserted with unwavering determination, his eyes brimming with resolve. Ma Yuqing, you are still young. Your focus should be on your studies, not on me. I assure you, my academic performance will not falter due to you. I have consistently ranked among the top 10 in our school, and only by excelling academically can I be worthy of you. But you are so young, inevitably. You will encounter better boys in the future, those who are more handsome and treat you better, who can truly love you. I believe you're that boy. One more handsome than you, I doubt I will ever find in this lifetime, Ma Yuqing replied, lifting her gaze to admire Lin Tian's striking features, his exquisitely sculpted face, which could only be described as perfect. Lin Tian, taken aback by her words, understood that Ma Yuqing was not a misguided girl. She was merely momentarily captivated by her own feelings. Observing Lin Tian's predicament, Ma Yuqing surmised something. Do you have someone you like? Huh? Is it that girl who delivered water earlier? Is she more attractive than me? More diligent in her studies? More devoted? No, I do not harbor feelings for her. But there is indeed someone I cherish. Who might that be? It is rather inconvenient for me to disclose, but she holds an irreplaceable position in my heart that no one can usurp. Then it must be a non-existent crush. Boys often refuse girls in such a manner. I will not be a hindrance to you, nor will I trouble you frequently. I merely hope that when you look back, you might see me. If you find yourself in distress, you may seek me out to confide in, or perhaps, in moments of emotional emptiness, I could serve as your companion. As she spoke, Ma Yuqing's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. I would not treat you in such a way. My heart genuinely belongs to another. In this lifetime, it shall be hers and hers alone. Then tell me, if you do not reveal her identity, you are deceiving me, Ma Yuqing pressed, her tone insistent. Come on. If you have the courage, speak up. It is Lin Ziqing. I have loved her since childhood, and my affection remains steadfast. It shall only be for her in the future as well. But she is your sister. She is not my biological sister. We merely grew up together in an orphanage. Perhaps she sees me as her little brother now, but one day, I will make her aware of my charm and the depth of my love. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he smiled, gazing into the distance. In that moment, Ma Yuqing comprehended everything. He was not lying, such a rare smile. So enchanting and joyful, revealed Lin Tian's genuine feelings for Lin Ziqing. With tearful eyes, Ma Yuqing pressed a bottle of water into Lin Tian's hands and departed in anguish. Lin Tian felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He had finally conveyed his feelings to Ma Yuqing. However, he was unaware that his words would usher in a calamity for Lin Ziqing. In the ensuing days, Ma Yuqing indeed ceased to pursue Lin Tian, which brought a sense of relief to him, leading him to believe that the matter was resolved. Perhaps the young girl had come to her senses. One day, while Lin Tian was training with the basketball team, Lin Ziqing returned home alone. After dismissing the advances of Qin Yueming as usual, she turned into a narrow alley and encountered Ma Yuqing. Ma Yuqing fixed her gaze on Lin Ziqing with an intensity that could pierce through steel. Had her eyes possessed lethal intent, Lin Ziqing would have been reduced to 1,000 pieces. You are Ma Yuqing. I know you. Lin Tian has spoken of you, she said, slowly approaching with a chilling demeanor. What did he say about me? That I am a joke? Is that what you mean? He never said that. Lin Ziqing was puzzled. Recently, Lin Tian had merely mentioned clarifying matters with Ma Yuqing, restoring everything to normal. Lin Ziqing, tell me, do you truly like Lin Tian? If you genuinely have feelings for him, I will step aside. I like Lin Tian. I do care for him, but only as a brother. There are no other feelings involved. I can see that Lin Tian has deep affections for you. The sparkle in his eyes when he mentions you is simply radiant. Have you never considered him? Never. Since childhood, I have only seen him as my younger brother. He will always be my dear brother. Lin Ziqing, you are so beautiful and academically gifted. Surely you have many suitors. Please, do not cling to Lin Tian. Allow him to let go and accept me. This is beyond my control. It is Lin Tian's freedom to choose whom he wishes to accept. We attend school together daily and share a home. There is no question of clinging. You are refusing to listen. You will face consequences. Someone, make her comply. Ma Yuqing, are you truly prepared to escalate things this way? If Lin Tian learns of this, will you escape unscathed? I cannot concern myself with that. I cannot abide those who, despite lacking genuine affection, persist in pursuing someone else's boyfriend. Lin Ziqing shook her head in resignation. It seemed Ma Yuqing had become hopelessly obsessed. Her infatuation with Lin Tian surpassed mere affection. Confronted by 5 towering bodyguards, Lin Ziqing remained unfazed. Trained by the director since childhood, her martial skills were formidable. Besides, these bodyguards relied solely on brute strength and were no match for her prowess. Before long, the 5 large men lay groaning on the ground. Lin Ziqing looked at Ma Yuqing with a sense of helplessness. Ma Yuqing stared in disbelief at Lin Ziqing, astonished at her capability to defeat her bodyguards so thoroughly. As Lin Ziqing turned to leave, Ma Yuqing cried out in desperation, "Even if I beg you, please let Lin Tian go." Just as Lin Ziqing opened her mouth to respond, someone wrapped their arm around her shoulders. "She is my girlfriend. What does Lin Tian have to do with this?" Came the voice of Qin Yueming from nearby. Lin Ziqing disdainfully pushed his hand away, casting a contemptuous glance at Qin Yueming. She said, "You should leave. I'm not your girlfriend. As for Lin Tian's choices, they are his own business and do not concern me. I advise you, a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet." Chapter 109. Seeds of Evil and Utter Despair. Ma Yuqing sank to the ground, and before long, she succumbed to uncontrollable tears. A sinister smile curled on Qin Yueming's lips as he remarked, "Little girl, do you truly hold such affection for Lin Tian?" With a tear-streaked face, Ma Yuqing replied, "Of course, in this lifetime, I shall love only Lin Tian. Just like me, I too have eyes solely for Lin Ziqing. I possess a method through which you may win Lin Tian, while I secure Lin Ziqing for myself." "What method?" Qin Yueming whispered in Ma Yuqing's ear. Upon hearing his words, Ma Yuqing was momentarily stunned, yet the thought of obtaining Lin Tian compelled her to agree to his proposition. That night, Ma Yuqing loitered outside the pharmacy, pondering, if I were to incapacitate Lin Tian, would a sleeping pill suffice? But would they even sell it to me? At that moment, a woman clad in a black trench coat stood before her. Little girl, are you seeking to purchase a sedative? How did you know? Do not concern yourself with how I know. A child like you would not be sold such substances, and, given Lin Tian's vigilance, he would not fall for it. Would he? Lin Tian? How do you know so much? Who on earth are you? I was nearby the day you conspired against them and inadvertently overheard your conversation. The man suggested you procure sleeping pills because you are a child. Should anything go awry, the police would find it difficult to investigate, correct? Indeed. Since that is the case, I will provide you with the medication. Its efficacy is potent, and it would be even harder for the police to trace. Would it not be better? Why would you help me? Seeing you two as lovesick souls, I merely wish to lend a hand. The mysterious woman handed Ma Yuqing a vial of liquid, clutching it as if it were a lifeline. Ma Yuqing watched as the woman vanished into the depths of the night. After school on Friday, Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian were preparing to head home when their homeroom teacher intercepted them. The teacher informed them that the dean had called, saying she would be late today, and requested Lin Tian to pick up the younger Mo Yang from elementary school and the little Xing Xing from kindergarten, while Lin Ziqing was to return to the orphanage to assist with dinner preparations. Exchanging a glance, Lin Ziqing and Lin Tian divided their paths and prepared to embark. Lin Tian first visited the kindergarten to collect the youngest, Xing Xing, and then waited at the school gate for Mo Yang. Ma Yuqing trailed behind, clutching the vial and hesitating to act. Mo Yang dashed towards Lin Tian, and the three of them gathered, ready to return to the orphanage. Ma Yuqing understood this was her final opportunity. She rushed forward, blocking Lin Tian's path. Lin Tian, this is a drink I prepared for you, my final gift. Accept it, and I shall no longer trouble you. Water? Just when I am thirsty, I shall drink. The water was snatched away by Mo Yang, who took several gulps along with Xing Xing. Ma Yuqing seized it back and presented it to Lin Tian. Out of propriety, he took a couple of hearty sips. Is it to your liking? I specially made this juice. Yes, it's delicious. If there is nothing else, we should head back. As she watched Lin Tian's resolute figure recede, Ma Yuqing solidified her determination. She informed Qin Yueming, who dispatched individuals to follow Lin Tian and his companions, waiting until the effects of the drug took hold. The effects on Xing Xing manifested most recently, and the others dismissed it, assuming that Xing Xing, being young, was merely tired. However, as Moyang collapsed and Lin Tian began to feel a slight dizziness, they realized the situation was far more complex. Lin Tian, bearing the weight of his two brothers, clung to the last vestiges of his sanity and made his way toward the orphanage. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the narcotic, and in a haze, he saw a group of individuals clad in black lifting them into a van. The last image he registered was that of Qin Yueming before he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Ziqing was busily preparing dinner at the orphanage, while the other children returned one by one, yet Lin Tian and his friends were conspicuously absent. Director Wang was also hurrying back, apologizing for the extended meeting that day and expressing gratitude for Ziqing's hard work. It's all right. Lin Tian and the others have yet to return, and it's already dark, she replied. It must be that mischievous Moyang playing around and losing track of time, with Lin Tian indulging him. Let us leave some food for them. We can start eating. Yes, that sounds good. The other children are hungry too. After nearly 2 hours, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a long-abandoned storeroom, trapped in a snare, suspended in midair. Beside him, Moyang and Xing Xing were ensnared in separate nets. Below, a luxurious sofa was positioned, and Lin Tian recognized Qin Yueming seated upon it. He shouted, Qin Yueming, what do you intend to do? Ah, Lin Tian, you're awake. Soon you will understand my intentions. The show is about to begin, Qin Yueming replied, dialing a phone. Chapter 110. A desperate cry. The phone at the Welfare Institute rang, and a little child obediently answered it. A voice on the other end requested to speak with Lin Ziqing. Hello, who is this? Can't you recognize my voice? We see each other every day. Qin Yueming? What do you want? I'm waiting for you at the steel warehouse on Shaming Road, the former second steel factory. Why would I come to find you? If you wish to see your beloved younger brothers again, you'd better hurry over. Remember, you must come alone. Ziqing Jia, don't come. Came a shout from Lin Tian on the other end. All right, I'll be there. Whose call was that? The director inquired with concern. It was our homeroom teacher, saying I've left my homework there and need to pick it up. Do you want me to accompany you? That won't be necessary, director. I'll be quick. Lin Tian and the others might return soon. Lin Ziqing rushed out, swiftly vanishing into the night, understanding the gravity of the situation and the impending danger that awaited her. She ran with utmost speed to the second steel factory, which had long been abandoned. However, it was now brightly lit, and a genuine leather sofa was placed in the center. Qin Yueming lounged on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, and through the glass, he spotted the breathless Lin Ziqing. A smirk crept onto Qin Yueming's lips as he remarked, "You finally arrived. Where are Lin Tian and the others?" Lin Ziqing gasped, her eyes following Qin Yueming's gaze, revealing Lin Tian and the others suspended in midair. Qin Yueming waved the remote control in his hand, saying, "If I press this button, they will fall from above. The lightest consequence will be broken arms and legs. The worst, well, who knows? Care to find out?" In a panic, Lin Ziqing cried out, "Qin Yueming, what are you planning to do?" Qin Yueming leisurely stood up and set down his wine glass, sauntering over to Lin Ziqing. He leaned in close and whispered, "All I ever wanted was you." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lin Ziqing's face like pearls strung on a broken thread. As she anxiously stared at Qin Yueming's leering visage, Lin Tian, witnessing this, seemed to comprehend the underlying meaning and shouted, "Qin, if you have a grudge, come at me. Don't involve my sister." "Ha ha, that depends on your sister's willingness. If she agrees to come with me, that's splendid. If not, I want to force her." A gentle press of this button could provide quite the spectacle of free fall. Lin Ziqing, with tears in her eyes, glanced at the distraught Xingxing and Manyang, resolutely looking back at Lin Tian. "Ziqing Jia, don't go. I'm begging you, please don't." "All right, I promise. Just let us go." "Not a problem. Let us depart." "Ziqing Jia, don't go." "Qin, if you dare to bully my sister, I won't let this slide." "Humph, kid, just wait a bit. Soon you won't be so arrogant. You'll be calling me brother-in-law. Ha!" With that, Qin Yueming wrapped his arm around the seemingly lifeless Lin Ziqing and led her into the office. The office had been transformed into a lover's hotel. Soft lighting, dimly scented candles. A rose-strewn double bed, all exuding an air of illicit intimacy. But what drew the most attention was the camera set up directly facing the bed. At the sight of it, Lin Ziqing understood what awaited her. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and swallowed the tears welling up as Qin Yueming pushed her into the room. Qin Yueming opened a gift box on the table and pulled out a pristine white slip dress. "Put this on," he said. "I picked it for you. It suits you." Lin Ziqing held the dress and glanced around. "Where's the changing room?" "There isn't one. Change here, in front of me." Her fingers clenched around the fabric. If not for the leverage Qin Yueming held over her, she would have torn it to shreds. Eyes reddened, she began undressing until she stood before him in nothing but her undergarments. Though young, Lin Ziqing was strikingly developed, curvaceous, fair-skinned, and breathtakingly beautiful. The white dress clung to her figure, accentuating her grace, as if she were an ethereal fairy untouched by mortal woes. When she turned to face Qin Yueming, the hunger in his eyes deepened. This was a scene he had fantasized about countless times, and now it was real, like a dream materialized. He rose, circling her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she were a priceless artifact too sacred to defile. "My taste is impeccable. It fits you perfectly. The moment I saw it, I knew it was meant for you. Only you." He switched on the camera, capturing every detail without omission. Once the recording stopped, Qin Yueming eagerly scooped her up and carried her to the bed. Lin Ziqing lay motionless, her eyes hollow, fixed on the ceiling, surrendering to whatever he desired. Like a starved beast finally unleashed, he took from her greedily. She remained trapped, unable to resist, her delicate frame subjected to violation and humiliation. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Pain, physical, emotional, consumed her as she watched the predator claim her, draining the last vestiges of her strength. Over an hour later, Qin Yueming finally withdrew, panting and drenched in sweat. He sat at the edge of the bed, admiring Lin Ziqing, now bare, save for a sheer veil draped over her, exuding an alluring fragility. His hands wandered over her once more. With a lecherous grin, he murmured, "I gave my all, my body's limit. Otherwise, a beauty like you deserves days of indulgence." Lin Ziqing remained unresponsive, a broken doll, her spirit and body in ruins. Qin Yueming dressed slowly, his gaze lingering on her sprawled form, his heart swelling with dark satisfaction. Packing up the camera, he said, "I've captured everything. From now on, you come when I call. Don't think of going to the police, you know the reach of the Qin family." As Qin Yueming prepared to turn away, Lin Ziqing, who lay there, finally spoke up. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully uttered a menacing statement. "You will pay the price for what transpired today. You will come to regret it." "Regret what?" he retorted. "Regret not having toyed with you once more today." Chapter 111. The support outside. Lin Tian and his brothers fidgeted anxiously, akin to ants on a hot pan, as they endured the interminable wait until Qin Yueming finally emerged. Lin Tian shouted, "Where's my sister? What have you done to her? Do you truly wish to know? You must now address me as brother-in-law." "I am indeed a legitimate brother-in-law now," replied Qin. "Qin, I swear I will kill you." Lin Tian seethed. Exhausted, Lin Ziqing struggled to put on her clothes, clutching the remote control as she made her way outside. Each step felt as heavy as lead, but she pressed the button, and Lin Tian and the others slowly descended to the ground. Lin Tian quickly freed himself from his restraints and rushed towards Lin Ziqing. He enveloped her, who was on the verge of fainting, in his arms. "Sister, are you all right? You shouldn't have come to rescue us." "How could I not? You are all my brothers," Lin Ziqing replied, gently brushing away the tears from Xingxing's face. "Lin Tian, take them back first and inform the dean to prepare a bath for me. No matter how late it is, I will return. I have some matters to attend to." "Sister, what are you going to do?" "Let me accompany you." "No need. Rest assured, I won't do anything foolish." "I'm not that weak," she reassured him. Lin Ziqing hailed a taxi and arrived at the luxurious villa district of Jinghai, an area reserved for the affluent. Approaching an opulent villa, she rang the doorbell. A middle-aged woman dressed as a housekeeper answered. "Who are you looking for?" "I seek General Manager Liang. Please inform him that I am Lin Ziqing." "Please wait a moment." Shortly after, the housekeeper returned, inviting Lin Ziqing inside. "Please, General Manager Liang is waiting for you in the study." Upon entering, she found a traditional Chinese study, understated yet adorned with exquisite antiques and calligraphy that radiated luxury. A middle-aged man sat at the desk, exuding a refined demeanor. He was both familiar and foreign to Lin Ziqing. "Ziqing, how did you find this place?" he inquired. "I discovered your address through a letter on the dean's desk." She replied. "You truly are as astute as your mother," he remarked. "Is that so? The dean has informed me of our identities, including your current business pursuits," Lin Ziqing stated. Upon hearing this, Liang Sihai became alert, for some businesses are best kept discreet. "Do you have a son now? Will your enterprises eventually be entrusted to him? You must cultivate the right people for him. However, outsiders will always remain outsiders. While I am different, I am his biological sister. Blood is thicker than water." Indeed, Lin Ziqing was Liang Sihai's daughter, born to Lin Mei. For many years, he had only secretly contacted the dean to inquire about her well-being, never meeting her or showing concern. "Are you capable of helping your brother?" Liang Sihai scrutinized Lin Ziqing, perceiving her merely as a naive young girl untouched by the world's harsh realities. "Even if I lack the ability, I am willing to learn. I carry your blood within me, and I can grasp things quickly. Most importantly, I am one of you. You can trust me completely." Indeed, having one of your own is always the most reassuring, a fact that struck a chord with Liang Sihai. "The process of learning is arduous. Can you persevere?" "I can. I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion, and certainly, I do not fear death." "Why do you strive so fiercely at such a tender age?" "Life ahead should be bright and youthful. I must toil tirelessly because I possess the means. I understand that there are no unearned favors. Tell me, do you know the Qin Group? Are you familiar with their heir, Qin Yueming?" "Of course I am aware. The Qin Group wields considerable influence. and their son is notorious for his idleness and debauchery. What do you intend to do? I desire for Qin Yueming to languish in prison, for the Qin group to face bankruptcy, and for the Qin family to be cast into destitution. Such animosity. What have they done to you? Qin Yueming has just violated me. Lin Ziqing recounted this with an impassive expression devoid of any tremor. Liang Sihai was taken aback. Typically, a girl subjected to such trauma would weep, descend into madness, or even contemplate ending her life. Yet Lin Ziqing swiftly regained her composure, meticulously orchestrating her path of vengeance. Truly, she is my daughter. Regardless of whether I attended to Lin Ziqing and her upbringing, she remains my flesh and blood. Those who dare to harm her deserve eternal damnation. You have suffered unjustly. I shall ensure they do not find peace for bullying my daughter. As fate would have it, I also have intentions to acquire the Qin group. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Chapter 112. The performance upon returning home. Qin Yueming eagerly retrieved his camera, transferring the video onto his computer to watch it repeatedly, a lascivious grin perpetually gracing his lips, filled with anticipation for the next encounter. His revelry was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. The police had come to arrest him on charges of rape. The elderly Qin couple, however, appeared unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences. Each month, several young women would report incidents, only to have matters resolved with money. Thus they paid little heed to the situation. Qin Yueming was incredulous that Lin Ziqing had indeed dared to report him. Did she not fear the video being leaked? The three members of the Qin family accompanied the police to the precinct. Lin Ziqing awaited their arrival at the station, her tear-streaked visage evoking sympathy. In the conference room, surrounded by the Qin family and their attorney, all eyes turned hostile as they directed their assaults towards her. Officer, she seduced me, with my family's wealth. What sort of woman could I not procure? Why resort to such illegal methods? Qin Yueming protested defensively. Indeed, my family has raised a well-behaved child, too naive at times, often falling into others' traps. Today's young women, while appearing innocent, are quite cunning, he continued. Lin Ziqing offered no retort, merely weeping silently, absorbing their harsh words without resistance. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yueming felt a semblance of control over the situation, yet he understood that being excessively ruthless could jeopardize future enjoyment of her company. He then proposed, "If you acknowledge your mistake, I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired, assuring you will not bear any consequences. And I shall even offer you a sum for emotional distress." Qin Yueming's father, Qin Jinghua, a prominent entrepreneur in Green City, recognized Lin Ziqing's lack of defense and believed the matter could be swiftly concluded. He discreetly pulled a police officer aside, stating, "I have already spoken with Director Zhang. Let the remaining procedures follow standard protocol, and of course, you shall not miss out on your benefits." Upon hearing this, the officer understood and addressed Lin Ziqing. "Do not weep, young lady. Is there anything else you wish to say? At such a tender age, why cast aspersions upon others? A simple apology would suffice." Trembling, Lin Ziqing rose, her voice choked with tears. "He raped me. I am not fabricating anything." Qin Yueming smirked with malevolence. "Do you possess any evidence?" Lin Ziqing bowed her head in silence. The officer then remarked, "Since there is no evidence, we cannot proceed with the case. Let us all return, as time is precious." The Qin family and their lawyer turned to leave, but just then, Director Zhang entered the conference room, blocking their exit, with Liang Sihai closely following. "Is the investigation process, now, so hasty? Must the victim provide evidence herself?" Liang Sihai lamented, gazing tenderly at Lin Ziqing as he gently touched her face. Qin Yueming felt a pang of distress at this gesture, astonished that in merely one evening, the girl had sought solace in another's embrace. "Mr. Liang, it has been a while. Is this young lady yours?" Qin Jinghua was the first to inquire. "Mr. Qin, this is my newly recognized goddaughter. The child has suffered greatly and has been bullied, forced to endure in silence. I felt pity for her and came to offer my support." Observing Liang Sihai's demeanor, it was evident that he was determined not to let Qin Yueming off the hook. He led Director Zhang to the meeting room's exterior. "Director Zhang, my son has been a constant source of trouble for you, yet I have never failed to show my gratitude. I sincerely ask for your leniency this time. Mr. Chin, we must uphold the law. I assure you, I will investigate thoroughly and will not wrong your son, replied Director Zhang. Director, isn't the police department supposed to prioritize the law? When did we require personal favors? Liang Sihai interjected, interrupting Qin's father. Of course, we must respect evidence and the law. Rest assured, I will not show favoritism to either party. In the meeting room, only Qin Yueming and Lin Ziqing remained. Qin Yueming looked at the weeping Lin Ziqing and recalled Liang Sihai's actions, feeling a surge of disdain. He began to insult her. After just one affair, you long for a man? Can an older man outshine me? If you seek money, you could have approached me directly without degrading yourself, so speak. Lin Ziqing raised her swollen eyes, gazing at Qin Yueming, yet remained silent. As Qin Yueming noted her lack of response, his fury intensified. I always believed you to be an innocent girl, but I see now your true nature is so depraved. How foolish was my affection for you. At that moment, two police officers prepared to take Qin Yueming away. Qin Yueming, you are suspected of rape. Please cooperate with the investigation. Lin Ziqing then stood. Wait, I wish to speak with him. Thank you. Her gaze, once weak, now held a chilling intensity. Leaning close to Qin Yueming, she hissed, Qin Yueming, I want you to rot in prison, with no hope of redemption. Qin Yueming stared at Lin Ziqing in disbelief, numbly allowing the officers to escort him away. Watching her precious son being taken, Qin's mother erupted in a frenzy, shouting at Lin Ziqing, You little harlot, isn't it just money you seek? Why ruin my son? Lin Ziqing disregarded her entirely and followed Liang Sihai into the car. Once inside, Liang Sihai grasped Lin Ziqing's hand tightly, offering gentle comfort. The driver, observing the interaction, noted that their relationship was unusual and remained cautious. Qin Zhenghua instructed his subordinates to hastily clean up the scene, but they were soon surrounded by Liang Sihai's men. Rendering escape impossible. It appeared that Liang Sihai was prepared to take drastic measures. Qin's mother, in a state of despair, demanded that Qin Zhenghua ensure Qin Yueming's safe return. Clearly, some bloodshed was inevitable before this ordeal could conclude. Chapter 113. Transformation upon her return to the orphanage. Lin Ziqing found Director Wang and Lin Tian anxiously awaiting her arrival. What was initially promised to be a return that very evening had inexplicably stretched into 3 or 4 days. Ignoring their concerns, Lin Ziqing strode directly into the bathroom, fervently washing away the grime that had clung to her over the past few days. Yet, the filth that lingered in her heart could not be scrubbed away. No matter how much she physically cleansed herself, those marks would remain indelible. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Lin Ziqing emerged from the bathroom to find Lin Tian, Mo Yang, and Xing Xing waiting at the door. Xing Xing rushed over and embraced her, exclaiming, Sister, from now on, you are our true sister. I shall be known as Lin Xing Xing. What do you mean? Lin Ziqing asked, bewildered, as she glanced at Lin Tian. Well, sister, it's like this, he explained. They have both changed their names. From yesterday onward, they bear the surname Lin as a gesture of gratitude for your life-saving kindness. That is unnecessary. You need not feel overly burdened, Lin Ziqing replied. Mo Yang interjected, Sister, we have made our decision. Without you, we wouldn't have survived. What you have sacrificed is profoundly significant, and although I may be young, I understand its importance. We are resolute in this. Please do not try to dissuade us. Yes, sister, the three chimed in unison. With her eyes welling with tears, Lin Ziqing embraced the trio, and together they shared a joyous moment of laughter. Later, Lin Ziqing sought out Director Wang to share her plans, which left the director astounded. Are you certain you have thought this through? It is a path of no return. She cautioned. I am determined. Since my life cannot be mundane, I shall fight fiercely for it, Lin Ziqing declared. No matter what, I will support you. The three of them have expressed their commitment to stand by you through thick and thin. If you're intent on this course, will you not include them? I am hesitant to involve them, as it is a perilous path, and I do not wish for them to suffer, Lin Ziqing replied. We will assist our sister in any endeavor. We fear not death. Lin Tian and his brothers burst in, interrupting Lin Ziqing's words. Seeing their resolute expressions, Lin Ziqing relented. arranging for them to develop within various sectors under Liang Sihai's guidance. In the office of the chairman of the Sihai Group, the secretary announced, Chairman Liang, President Qin of the Qin Group wishes to speak with you and is waiting outside. Shall I let him in? Yes, please do, Liang Sihai responded. President Qin, what an honor to have you here. What brings you? Liang Sihai asked with a hint of irony. Is that a rhetorical question, Chairman Liang? My son remains detained in the holding facility, President Qin replied sharply. Did we not agree with Director Zhang to respect the evidence, ensuring that no innocent person is wronged, while also holding accountable those who are guilty? Chairman Liang, let us dispense with the pretense. Time is of the essence. State your price, and your goddaughter may withdraw the charges. President Qin, the crime of rape is a criminal offense that cannot be decided unilaterally by my goddaughter. Should we retract our stance, it would result in her being charged with false accusations. We will not pursue charges of false accusations, and we are prepared to offer substantial compensation. Chairman Liang, please review this, President Qin said, presenting a folder to Liang Sihai. What is this? Mr. Liang, as a businessman in logistics, we operate in the steel industry, and the probability of utilizing logistics is remarkably high. I am willing to offer you an additional 20%, which constitutes a significant transaction. It is indeed tempting. However, Mr. Qin, are you attempting to bribe me? I would not label it as a bribe, but rather a standard negotiation between companies. If you believe I have sincerity, I urge you to show leniency towards my son. I have faith in the impartiality of the law. I cannot assist you in this matter. After speaking, Liang Sihai produced a voice recorder from his hand. At that moment, Qin Zhenghua felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly comprehending that he had been ensnared. Liang Sihai had been waiting for him to walk into the trap. Liang Sihai displayed a satisfied smile and fixed his gaze on Qin Zhenghua, stating, Mr. Qin, now we can discuss matters thoroughly. What do you desire? Qin Zhenghua replied with a fierce tone, I cannot let your son go. I promised my goddaughter that I would ensure he is imprisoned. The pressing question is, do you wish to join him in prison? To meet as father and son behind bars? My demands are modest. I require the land where Ergang's factory is situated. What? Why would you want that land? The location of that land is exceptional. If repurposed for real estate, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profit. Mr. Liang, all else is negotiable. But that piece of land cannot be relinquished. I nearly exhausted my resources to acquire Ergang. Handing it over to you would mean jeopardizing the future of the Qin Group. I specifically desire that land. I intend to see the Qin Group falter and perhaps even face bankruptcy. Mr. Qin, you currently have two paths before you. Either I submit the recording to the authorities and you find yourself imprisoned, or you concede Ergang to me, and I shall treat the previous incident as if it never occurred, absolving you of any responsibility. Please contemplate this carefully. Now I must bid you farewell. Chapter 114. Regrets? Qin Zhenghua emerged from Liang Sihai's office, his face etched with concern. He realized that if he were to be imprisoned, Mrs. Qin would undoubtedly struggle alone. With Qin Yuanming now beyond rescue and himself ensnared in this dire predicament, he felt utterly trapped. Half a month later, the court pronounced its verdict. Qin Yuanming was sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment for charges of rape and kidnapping, to be served consecutively. Lin Ziqing felt a sense of satisfaction as she witnessed the Qin family weeping inconsolably in the courtroom. In light of the Qin Group's financial collapse, Qin Zhenghua transferred the second steel plant to Liang Sihai at a meager price, leading to the Group's declaration of bankruptcy. Lin Ziqing visited Liang Sihai's residence, where he expressed his delight at the outcome, continually praising Lin Ziqing's intelligence and cunning in his study. It was then that Lin Ziqing spoke, stating her need for a modest dwelling sufficient to shield the Qin family from the elements, and her desire to secure a job for Qin Zhenghua to sustain them. I want the Qin family to live well, she declared. Why? Liang Sihai inquired. This is merely the beginning. I intend to wait for Qin Yuanming's release. That is when the true drama will unfold. Moreover, he cannot remain too comfortable in prison. I shall arrange for some burly men to ensure he experiences the sensation of being overpowered. Very well, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Liang Sihai looked at his daughter, a smile creeping onto his face, confident that such a person would ensure his son's safety. Days later, Lin Ziqing escorted Qin Jinghua and his wife, along with their youngest daughter Qin Yuding, to their new residence, bowing deeply. "Uncle, Annie, I apologize. It was Liang Sihai who forced my hand. Had I not acquiesced, our welfare institution would have perished." Qin Jinghua, observing Lin Ziqing's tear-streaked face, perceived this as Liang Sihai's scheme. After all, it was hard to believe that someone so young could orchestrate such intricate machinations. "Uncle, I have secured a job for you. Although the pay is modest, it should suffice for the family's expenses. Should anything arise, I will be there to assist in any way I can." With that, Lin Ziqing turned to leave. After entering prison, Qin Yueming shed his previous arrogance, transforming into a disheveled and destitute young man. Upon seeing Lin Ziqing during her visit, he was taken aback and hastily seized the phone, exclaiming, "Are you satisfied now? This is merely the beginning. How could I possibly be satisfied?" Lin Ziqing retorted with a derisive smile. "What exactly do you want? I ask you, do you regret it?" "I do not regret it. Never will I regret it. Remember your words today. I will await your release. Do not entertain thoughts of ending your life, for your family will bear the consequences of your sins. Please spare my family, I beg you. I regret it. I have wronged you. I am the one who has caused you harm. I am a beast," Qin Yueming pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "Then live well and embrace the comforts of your new life. I shall await your return." With that, Lin Ziqing ended the call and resolutely turned away. Lin Ziqing transformed from a simple young girl into a calculating woman. Diligently studying the diverse courses Liang Sihai had arranged for her and integrating her friends into his organization. Not merely waiting for Qin Yueming's release from prison, she yearned to personally annihilate everything belonging to Liang Sihai. By chance, she discovered her mother's diary, unveiling her true lineage and the heinous crimes committed by Liang Sihai in the past. Initially, she intended to live a simple and untroubled life, devoid of thoughts of vengeance. However, since fate seemed to oppose her desires, she resolved to repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. Chapter 115. Heartache upon reviewing Lin Ziqing's case file. Tai Jing berated himself 1,000 times. It was no wonder that Lin Ziqing had been in such low spirits. The magnitude of her past ordeal was staggering. How had he remained oblivious to her turmoil? He truly had been a negligent boyfriend. Hastily, Tai Jing organized his work and, after ensuring everything was in order, drove to Lin Ziqing's workplace. As she was preparing to leave after a long day, she spotted Tai Jing waiting at the entrance. Rushing over, she inquired, "What brings you here? Didn't you mention needing to work late recently? I've made arrangements for tonight. Are you free? I'd like to take you somewhere." "All right, let's go," Lin Ziqing replied, climbing into the car with Tai Jing. At the entrance, Qin Yueming observed their intimate interaction, realizing their relationship was quite special. Lin Tian approached Qin Yueming and remarked, "This is my sister's boyfriend, the captain of the major crimes unit." Qin Yueming averted his gaze, lowering his head as he replied coolly, "That's nice." He turned to leave, but soon collided with Ma Yuqing. "Long time no see, Mr. Qin," she greeted. Qin Yueming looked up, recognizing her face, yet unable to place her. "And you are? Have you truly forgotten?" Ma Yuqing. "Wasn't it my assistance that led to your success back then?" Realization dawned on Qin Yueming, and he forced a smile. "Apologies. You've grown into quite the young lady. I hardly recognized you. Do you have a moment? We should talk." "I have nothing to discuss with you," he replied, preparing to leave. "I can help you escape Lin Ziqing's grasp." At these words, Qin Yueming paused. Although he could endure the humiliation himself, what if Lin Ziqing decided to target his family? In the current situation, it would be all too easy for her to eliminate them. Ma Yuqing might be his last chance at salvation. Tai Jing drove Lin Ziqing to the alley where they had first met. "Do you remember this place?" "Of course. This is where we first met, and where you saved me." Tai Jing clasped Lin Ziqing's shoulders, their gazes locking. His eyes were filled with profound concern. He enveloped her in a tight embrace, leaving her bewildered. "What's wrong? Is it because we haven't seen each other in a while?" "It's all right. I understand the nature of your work. I will always protect you. Trust me, I will ensure you suffer no more harm. I believe in you. But what is troubling you? Please don't scare me." Tai Jing spoke softly. "I've learned about the events of the past 10 years. I know what you've endured." At this revelation, Lin Ziqing froze, a torrent of emotions flooding her heart as tears streamed down her cheeks. She struggled to regain her composure. Tai Jing gazed at Lin Ziqing, whose face was streaked with tears, feeling an even deeper pang of compassion. He gently wiped away her tears and murmured, "Do not be afraid. I shall always be here for you." Lin Ziqing nestled into Tai Jing's embrace, unleashing a torrent of sobs as she fervently expressed her pent-up emotions. For days, she had maintained a facade of strength, but upon Tai Jing's discovery of the truth, the fragile thread of her composure snapped. Tai Jing uttered no further words, allowing Lin Ziqing to vent her feelings while he softly caressed her back, hoping to provide some solace. After a brief respite, the two returned to the car, where Lin Ziqing's eyes appeared slightly swollen from crying. Tai Jing had thoughtfully procured chilled mineral water to soothe her eyes. "I'm fine. I can manage," she insisted. "No, the water is quite cold. Allow me," he replied. "I am terrified when others bring up the events of that year. It instills a deep-seated fear within me. Now that he is out of prison, I know he will not harm me again, yet I cannot escape the shadow he casts. I consulted a psychologist who advised me to confront my assailant as the best approach. Thus, I arranged for him to work at our company, believing I could handle it. However, when you mentioned that you were aware of the past, I felt my resolve crumble once more. Are you comfortable meeting him?" Dai Ying inquisitive, a note of skepticism in his voice. "It's all right. He is exceedingly cautious now, and I only see him occasionally. It's merely a means of confronting my psychological barriers," Lin Ziqing replied, playfully setting down the water bottle and casting a mischievous glance at Tai Jing. "You promise to protect me always. Do not forget." Tai Jing tenderly pinched her nose with affection and declared, "Indeed, for the rest of our lives, I shall safeguard you. Trust in me." Chapter 116. Conspiracy After Work. Qin Yuanming arrived at the CAF where he had arranged to meet Ma Yuqing. From a distance, he spotted her waiting in a corner. Upon taking his seat, the waiter served him a beautifully crafted latte, and Qin Yuanming found himself momentarily captivated by the novelty before him. Ma Yuqing, noticing his intrigue, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Mr. Qin, it seems you have been away from the outside world for quite some time. This latte art is rather commonplace, hardly a novelty. Indeed, I've been confined for far too long, detached from society. I wonder, Miss Ma, why you extend your kindness to someone like me who feels so utterly worthless. As a participant in past events, I, too, am perplexed as to why Lin Ziqing chose to spare you. Yet, through these years, my existence has been fraught with torment. All of this turmoil stems from Lin Ziqing. It is she who has wrought this misfortune. This is all of my own making, and Lin Ziqing bears no responsibility. I hope you can let go of the past. I apologize for the trouble that befell you due to my actions." Seeing Qin Yuanming's despondent demeanor, Ma Yuqing felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed imperative to strike at his vulnerabilities. "You acknowledge your guilt, thus you can seek redemption and bear the consequences. But what your family?" At the mention of family, Qin Yuanming fell silent, acutely aware of the pain his actions had inflicted upon them. Their family had not only faced bankruptcy, but his elderly parents were forced to resume menial jobs, while his sister suffered unimaginable indignities. If it were merely his own suffering, he could endure it, but not that of his family. Observing his contemplative silence, Ma Yuqing continued, "After your imprisonment, the Qin family fell into ruin, moving from a grand villa to a modest dwelling. Living conditions deteriorated sharply. Most tragically, your sister's plight became quite the scandal. I have heard whispers. Have you never considered that this may be linked to Lin Ziqing? Surely, she cannot wield such influence? She may not, but Liang Sihai certainly does." After Lin Ziqing's downfall, she quickly sought solace in Liang Sihai's embrace. Perhaps, out of spite after your incarceration, she whispered poison into his ear, targeting your sister. "Have you uncovered anything?" "I have found some clues, though no direct evidence implicating Lin Ziqing in these events. Yet as a woman, my intuition tells me she must be involved." Upon hearing this, hope began to blossom within Qin Yuanming. If he could uncover the truth behind the assault on his sister, it might significantly aid in her recovery. If we can obtain leverage over Lin Ziqing, she will no longer be able to torment you, and you could leave this city with your family to start anew. You need not worry about finances. I can support you. Why do you wish to assist me? Because I harbor a deep-seated hatred for her. A wilted flower like her does not deserve the unwavering devotion of Lin Tian for a decade. She is unworthy. Qin Yueming finally comprehended the depths of Ma Yuqing's feelings. She had yet to relinquish her obsession with Lin Tian, her affection bordering on madness. Qin Yueming resolved to collaborate with Ma Yuqing. Should he succeed, he could extricate himself from his predicament. But should he fail, he would expose Ma Yuqing. What do you wish for me to do? He inquired. I desire you to seek out Lin Ziqing, coax her into an encounter, provoke her, enrage her, so that she loses her composure and inadvertently reveals everything, came the response. But can this serve as evidence? He questioned. The rest will hinge on what I possess. As long as Lin Ziqing admits her involvement in your sister's affairs from years past, I can ensure she descends into an abyss from which there is no return. Ma Yuqing declared, her tone laced with palpable venom, evoking a shiver in those who listened. Chapter 1:17 A desperate struggle upon returning home. Qin Yueming encountered his sister, Qin Yuan, in a state of distress, while their weary parents attempted to console her. Without hesitation, Qin Yueming enveloped his sister in an embrace and secured her to a chair with a cloth strip. Despite her cries and protests, their mother wiped her tears, striving to maintain her composure. She turned to Qin Yueming and said, You're back, Yueming. Are you tired from work? I made your favorite fried sauce noodles. Mother, I'm fine. It's just that Wan is having another episode. With a deep sigh, their mother lamented, the psychologist we contacted has gone abroad for further studies. And the doctor taking over is starting from scratch, devising a new treatment plan. Everything must be redone. All right, Mom and Dad. You both should rest. I could keep an eye on Wan. No need. She'll calm down soon. You should eat. As the night wore on, Qin Yueming found himself unable to sleep. Staring at the ceiling light, he fell into contemplation. Was it true that the psychologist had gone abroad, or was this a scheme orchestrated by Lin Ziqing? He was uncertain. In his mind, Lin Ziqing embodied the perfect goddess. Although he had once caused her pain, Qin Yueming could not fathom that she would treat Qin Yuan in such a cruel manner. This was not merely ruthless, it was utterly deranged. If he were to collaborate with Ma Yuqing and fail, even if he implicated the mastermind behind it all, given Lin Ziqing's current disposition, she would not spare him. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, a sudden loud crash jolted him awake. The noise emanated from Qin Yuan's room. The elderly couple and Qin Yueming rushed inside to find Qin Yuan violently smashing a thermos against the wall. Qin Yueming swiftly intervened, snatching the cup from her grasp and carrying her to the bed, securing her with a cloth strip. Suddenly, Qin Yuan screamed, Don't come near me. I have money. Please don't hurt me. Wan, you're confused. This is your brother. He won't harm you. Dad, Mom, help me. Help me. Wan, calm down. Quickly. Grab the sleep spray. Their mother took the spray and administered it over Qin Yuan's mouth and nose. With each deep breath, her eyelids grew heavier until she succumbed to slumber. Mom, Dad, please rest. Dawn is approaching. I can't sleep. I haven't been able to for years. It's turned me into a nervous wreck. I'll step out for a bit and buy some groceries, Qin Yueming's father said before leaving. Their mother turned to the kitchen to begin preparing a meal. They urged Qin Yueming to rest well in their room, and as he lay on their bed, he resolved to make a bold move. The next day at work, Qin Yueming faced his colleagues' ostracism as usual, a routine he had grown accustomed to. He had no intention of engaging with them. His focus was on finding Lin Ziqing. But would she grant him an audience? He waited for her in the underground parking lot, hiding in a corner to avoid being seen as she arrived. The moment she stepped off the stairs, Lin Ziqing's keen eyes spotted him, and she instructed Lin Tian to return. Lin Ziqing was curious to see what Qin Yueming intended to do. He was the one who approached danger without her seeking him out. Come out. Stop hiding. I can see you, she declared. Your gaze is truly remarkable, General Lin. I thought I was hidden quite well, yet you still managed to spot me, he replied. You must have intentionally revealed your presence to me. How can you claim it was concealed? Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? I wonder if General Lin would deem it worthwhile to find another venue for our conversation. Certainly, Lin Ziqing responded. Qin Yueming was taken aback by how effortlessly the matter was resolved. He proceeded to share the address of a tea house he had prepared in advance. Suggesting they secure a private room, to engage in a more meaningful dialogue regarding their affairs. Chapter 118. The provocation. Lin Ziqing and Qin Yueming sat in a private room at the tea house. Qin Yueming appeared quite timid, unable to meet Lin Ziqing's gaze. His head bowed in silence. As time ticked away, Lin Ziqing glanced at her watch, sighed, and said, "If there is something to discuss, please speak up. I cannot afford to waste my time here." "Wait," Qin Yueming hastily replied, "I will speak." Observing Qin Yueming's submissive demeanor, Lin Ziqing felt a surge of irritation. "Then please, do continue. It is regarding my sister. I wish to know if her previous psychologist truly went abroad for further studies, or if you suspect I orchestrated the psychologist's departure?" Lin Ziqing interjected. "I merely inquired, for my sins weigh heavily upon me." "Very well, the psychologist is indeed pursuing further studies abroad. One cannot jeopardize their future for a single patient. Besides, I was the one who initially contacted the doctor, but I am unaware of the specifics of her treatment thereafter." "I see. Ever since my sister changed psychologists, her episodes have escalated dramatically. Hence, I thought it pertinent to ask. I despise you, yet I am not devoid of decency. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Ziqing turned to depart. "Does my sister's past have any connection to you?" Qin Yueming asked, rising with a serious expression. Lin Ziqing abruptly turned back, recognizing the true reason behind Qin Yueming's visit today. She slowly sat down, took a sip of tea, and stated, "So this is your purpose for seeking me out. Has someone spoken to you?" "Nothing of the sort. It is merely my own conjecture. In the past, you resorted to using Liang Sihai to exact revenge on me, leading to my family's ruin. Once I was imprisoned, your outlets for venting would vanish. Thus you might have turned to my sister." Lin Ziqing scoffed, lamenting the absurdity of Qin Yueming's reasoning. "Do you truly believe Qin Yuewan is a virtuous individual? Would I need to intervene? Since elementary school, she has bullied her classmates. Initially, her methods were simplistic, but by middle school, her cruelty escalated. Physical assaults became routine, and she even stripped female classmates to take nude photographs. When complaints were made, your family simply resolved the issues with money. You indulge in women. While she torments her peers, your family has certainly spent a fortune on your affairs. Have you not realized this?" Qin Yueming showed no surprise at her revelations. Since childhood, Qin Yuewan had been spoiled. Her extravagance and arrogance were far from exaggerated. Their parents had treated her like a princess until the incident occurred. Your expression indicates you are well aware of Qin Yuewan's character. It seems only after one of her victims took her own life did you acknowledge the gravity of the situation. The girl's family reported the incident, and you bribed the head of the police to manipulate the evidence and scapegoat others, facilitating Qin Yuewan's transfer and even changing her name. Yet, none of this alters the fact that she has caused a death. How did you come to know these matters? In other words, are you aware of who harmed my sister? You seem solely concerned about your own sister, but what of that female classmate? Is she not someone else's sister? Her parents weep day and night, ultimately succumbing to despair, while her brother survived, quietly gathering evidence of Qin Yuewan's crimes. Yet, the Qin family is powerful, and he ultimately failed, left to watch Qin Yuewan roam free. It was him, wasn't it? Since you know all this, you must have been involved in my sister's case too, right? I was not. It is impossible. Without assistance, how could he have devised such a flawless trap, supported by such considerable funds? Lin Ziqing rose, bending forward, and fixed her gaze intensely upon Qin Yueming's eyes, enunciating each word, "I did not." After speaking, she turned to leave. Seeing his plan on the verge of collapse, Qin Yueming refused to believe that Lin Ziqing had not participated in Qin Yuewan's affairs. Otherwise, she would not possess such intricate details. Even if she did not partake, she would still recognize the identity of the murderer and their whereabouts. Qin Yueming resolved to take a risk, provoking Lin Ziqing, hoping for a fleeting moment of her rationality to shatter, revealing the truth. "So you're also a coward. Bold in action, yet timid in accountability." Lin Ziqing scoffed. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Do you believe your life is too comfortable now? Should I perhaps hint to them to show you a bit more color, allowing you to truly experience the feeling of having your dignity trampled upon?" Qin Yueming smirked, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Regardless, you have been thoroughly trampled by me, have you not? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqing glared at the taunting Qin Yueming, her anger surging to unprecedented heights. With a swift motion, she grasped Qin Yueming's neck forcefully, her fingers tightening gradually. His complexion shifted from red to purple, his lips paling as terror filled his eyes. In that moment, Lin Ziqing's intent to kill was palpable. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the buttons of Qin Yueming's shirt, gradually restoring her composure. She forcefully tossed Qin Yueming to the ground, his back colliding with a pillar with a resounding crash. Qin Yueming trembled as he clutched his neck, gasping for breath, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Lin Ziqing. She crouched down, reaching out to touch him. Instinctively, he recoiled, yet he could not prevent her actions. She seized a button from his shirt and yanked it off. Examining it under the light, a look of realization dawned upon her as she exclaimed, "I thought so. What gives you such confidence?" Qin Yueming, anxious, replied, "What are you saying? I do not understand." Lin Ziqing retorted, "I am not so foolish as to divulge everything merely because of a provocation, and you would not suddenly exhibit such bravado unless backed by someone. Would you, Ma Yuqing?" she concluded, pointing at the button on Qin Yueming's chest. Chapter 119. The game begins in the confines of the car outside. Ma Yuqing observed everything transpiring within the private room, her heart filled with dread at the terrifying intentions of Lin Ziqing. The button camera, which she had procured at a high price from abroad, was effortlessly detected by Lin Ziqing, leaving her with a bitter sense of injustice. Qin Yueming, having been exposed by Lin Ziqing, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Lin Ziqing took a seat, surveying the trembling Qin Yueming from her elevated position. "I initially believed your life had already reached a tragic point, thinking it would end here. It seems I underestimated your comfort. Otherwise, how could you still have the time to entertain such fanciful thoughts? What do you intend to do?" "Oh, nothing much, merely preparing a few more surprises for you." "Please, I am truly deceived. It was not intentional. I beg you, show me mercy." Qin Yueming cried out, prostrating himself before Lin Ziqing. She cast a disdainful glance his way, seemingly indifferent to his pleas. She picked up the button camera, a smirk gracing her lips as she remarked, "Years ago, it was Lin Tian who implored me for mercy. But it appears that is no longer necessary. Since the game has commenced, Ma Yuqing, do not even think about stopping." A chill ran down Ma Yuqing's spine at Lin Ziqing's words. She had never anticipated that Lin Tian would be drawn to such a ruthless woman. It became imperative for her to eliminate Lin Ziqing, even if Lin Tian did not harbor feelings for her. She could not allow such a woman to remain in his vicinity. Lin Ziqing rose, ignoring the groveling Qin Yueming as she exited the tea house. Qin Yueming remained slumped on the ground, realizing that his fate was sealed and the Qin family was doomed. He turned to the mirror in the corner, horrified by the red fingerprints marring his neck. In that moment, Qin Yueming felt he had glimpsed the bridge of no return. Summoning his resolve, he knew he had to devise a plausible excuse. He could no longer allow his parents to live in fear for him. He arranged for Qin Yueming's position to be shifted to the logistics department, primarily responsible for waste collection, while instructing the security personnel to continue their harassment, urging them to be even more ruthless. Lin Ziqing called Lin Tian to relay the instructions. "Understood, sister. What has happened to Qin Yueming now? He seeks his own demise, and I shall oblige him." Upon hearing Lin Ziqing's tone, cold and vicious, Lin Tian realized that Qin Yueming was truly beyond salvation this time. Lin Ziqing had made up her mind. Lin Ziqing's resolve extended beyond Qin Yueming. She was also preparing to deal with Ma Yuqing, a young woman who had underestimated her in the past. Little did she know, Ma Yuqing possessed a cunning mind and fierce methods. Such a person must be eliminated swiftly to minimize potential harm. The following day, Lin Ziqing returned to the company, instructing Lin Tian to compile all the projects held by Zhongjing Real Estate Group, including those they planned to invest in the future. Lin Ziqing aimed to uncover the vulnerabilities of Zhongjing Group. If she was to dismantle Ma Yuqing, she would strike at the very roots, thereby neutralizing her formidable support. On her end, Ma Yuqing began to fortify her defenses, well aware of Lin Ziqing's nature, a woman who harbored grudges and was merciless in her pursuits. Fortunately, Liang Wenbin's heart remained steadfastly focused on himself. As long as he had desires, he would undoubtedly fulfill them. Mayukin languished in liang Wenbin ese embrace, alluringly inquiring, Wenbin, do you love me? Is there any doubt? He replied, I love you deeply to the very core of my being. I will heed your every word. As he spoke, his hands wandered restlessly. Finance is the lifeblood of a company enshrouded in high confidentiality. Entrusting the finances of the C-High Group to an outsider is inherently unsettling. What do you mean by that? I have studied finance as well. And since we will inevitably become one family, wouldn't it be more reassuring to entrust these matters to me? But Lin Ziqing was personally chosen by my father. I cannot voice any objections. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuqing became quite agitated, pouting and turning away. Then whose company is it going to be? Of course it is mine. I am my father's only son. If the company is not given to me, then to whom? Well then, it's settled. Sooner or later, it will be yours. Is it really such a big deal to dismiss one person? All right, here is the plan. I will speak to my father about this matter tomorrow. As long as he agrees, Lin Ziqing will be dismissed immediately. Is that acceptable? Liang Wenbin embraced Ma Yuqing from behind, soothing her with a gentle tone. You promise? No deceiving me. I won't deceive you, I assure you. But what benefits can I expect in return? As he spoke, Liang Wenbin began to loosen Ma Yuqing's nightgown. She melted into his embrace, and the two engaged in a playful dance of seduction, an unspoken understanding enveloping them as they surrendered to passion, drenched in fervor. Chapter 1. The Bet the following day. Liang Wenbin entered Liang Sihai's office, recounting the demands made by Ma Yuqing the previous day, the dismissal of Lin Ziqing and the appointment of Ma Yuqing as the chief financial officer. You haven't even married yet, and you dare to undermine my people, Liang Sihai bellowed, slapping the table. Father, did you not urge me to forge an alliance with the Ma family? When Miss Ma has made her requests, must I not strive to accommodate them? Liang Sihai, visibly exasperated, retorted, bring Lin Ziqing to my office. Before long, Lin Ziqing arrived, observing the palpable tension between father and son as they sat in silence. She quickly grasped the situation and sank into the sofa, languidly inquiring, what is the matter? What trouble has arisen now? Noticing Lin Ziqing's entrance, Liang Wenbin rushed to ingratiate himself. Sister Ziqing, please arbitrate for me. This old man insisted that I align with the Ma family and win over their eldest daughter. Yet at the crucial moment, he reneges on his word. Then do enlighten me. What demands to the young lady present? Liang Wenbin fumbled, feeling quite embarrassed, and stammered. She wants to be the chief financial officer of C-High Group and insists you be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqing merely smiled faintly, unfazed, and replied, is that all? Grant her request. At her words, both Liang father and son exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Lin Ziqing's intentions. Liang Wenbin tentatively asked, Sister Ziqing, are you speaking in earnest? Of course I am serious. However, this matter cannot be handled in such a manner. Otherwise, Ma Yuqing will perceive you as easily manipulated. Here is the plan. Tell your father you agreed to her demand for my dismissal, but this is not a straightforward issue. We can establish a wager. If I lose, I shall leave, but if I prevail, I shall retain my position as chief financial officer. What wager do you propose? Liang Wenbin inquired. Lin Ziqing produced the project for the reconstruction of the small fishing village, a vital initiative for Zhongjing Group this year. With a meaningful glance at Liang Sihai, she suggested, rather than forming an alliance with the Ma family, why not pursue a direct acquisition? Taking the documents from Lin Ziqing, Liang Sihai scrutinized them closely, beginning to comprehend her forthcoming actions. Indeed, it is often preferable to wield control rather than be beholden to another. Liang Sihai and Lin Ziqing exchanged knowing looks. Their intentions aligned. Meanwhile, Liang Wenbin remained utterly perplexed. What are you two discussing? I cannot grasp a single word. When will you finally gain some insight? You insolent boy, when can I trust you with the company? Father, what have I done wrong? I am merely executing your plans as instructed. Why are you still not at ease? Enough. I shall not waste further words on you. Simply convey that Lin Ziqing has made a declaration. If she secures the small fishing village project, she will remain as chief financial officer. Otherwise, she shall depart. That is sufficient. Oh, I understand now. As Liang Wenbin exited Liang Sihai's office, he promptly contacted Ma Yuqing and relayed every detail of their conversation. Ma Yuqing recognized that the renovation of the small fishing village was the most effective means to undermine Lin Ziqing. She was determined to secure the project at any cost, aiming to oust Lin Ziqing from the Sihai group. Furthermore, she intended to warn all companies in the industry against engaging with Lin Ziqing, determined to cast her into obscurity and desolation. Without delay, Ma Yuqing instructed her subordinates to prepare all necessary materials for the small fishing village renovation project, ensuring that she was thoroughly equipped to leave Lin Ziqing without any capacity for retaliation. Fortunately, the company had previously shown considerable interest in this project and had made adequate preparations. Coupled with Ma Yuqing's innate talent, she was confident that victory was assured in this endeavor. Chapter 2. Do you deserve it? Ma Yuqing meticulously arranged everything, contemplating the need to warm Liang Wenbin's heart with some sweet gestures. After all, how could he be motivated to devote himself to her otherwise? She prepared herself with care, adorning her visage with the most exquisite makeup and donning the most splendid attire, stepping out with unwavering confidence. "Hello. This is what Assistant Lin asked me to leave here," Tai Ning announced, placing a tote bag at the reception of the Sihai group. "All right, no problem. You may leave it here," the receptionist replied with a smile. "Thank you. May I ask where the restroom is?" "Doi nin inquired. It's over there," came the response. "Thanks." After depositing her belongings, Tai Ning promptly turned towards the restroom, and as she distanced herself, the two receptionists began to whisper among themselves. "Here she is again. She frequently brings items for Assistant Lin, and he always seems delighted to receive them. The last time I saw them together, Assistant Lin was beaming with such brightness. He looks so handsome. I've never seen him like that before. Do you think she could be Assistant Lin's girlfriend? That is hard to say." This exchange was overheard by Ma Yuqing, who found it difficult to believe that Lin Tian would easily find a girlfriend. If that were the case, why had he rejected her back then? Was his affection for Lin Ziqing merely a facade, a deception aimed at her? With a glare fixed on the restroom door, Ma Yuqing radiated resentment. When she saw Tai Ning emerge, she immediately positioned herself in front of her. Tai Ning attempted to move left, but Ma Yuqing blocked her path. When she tried right, Ma Yuqing mirrored the action. Tai Ning, maintaining her politeness, said, "Excuse me, could you please let me pass?" "Thank you." Ma Yuqing retorted delicately. "I want to let you. What do you do about it?" Looking at the flustered Ma Yuqing, Tai Ning, filled with confusion, asked, "Do we know each other? Have I offended you in any way?" Ma Yuqing stood there in silence, and seeing she was ignored, Tai Ning sidestepped towards the exit. Ma Yuqing then asked, "Are you Lin Tian's girlfriend?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's name, Tai Ning halted and turned back. "What does it matter to you whether I am Lin Tian's girlfriend? Do you even deserve to ask?" Ma Yuqing snapped. "Miss, I believe we are not acquainted. Speaking to someone like this is quite impolite. Regardless, I don't wish to quarrel with you. Don't you want to know more about Lin Tian? It's not convenient to talk here. Let's converse in the CAF across the street." "Sorry, I'm not interested. I prefer not to learn about Lin Tian through others." Observing Tai Ning es resolute de mi honor, Ma Yuqing, feeling a certain camaraderie with Lin Tian, declared, "Do you know who I am? I am the future mistress of the Sihai group, the one who will preside over it. If you wish for Lin Tian to continue his career here or in this industry, it is merely a matter of my word. Do you have time to discuss this with me?" Considering this, Tai Ning thought it best not to hinder Lin Tian's prospects due to personal matters. After all, it was merely a conversation. All right. Ma Yuqing and Tai Ning entered the CAF, both instinctively ordering vanilla lattes. They exchanged glances, recognizing not only their similar ages but also a shared taste. Tai Ning was the first to speak, urging, "What do you wish to say? Speak swiftly. I have other matters to attend to." "You are not Lin Tian's girlfriend, are you?" "Once again, I ask, what relevance does my relationship with Lin Tian hold for you?" "Lin Tian would never harbor feelings for you, for his heart belongs to another. I'm aware of that." Upon hearing this response, Ma Yuqing was taken aback, astonished that Tai Ning was aware of Lin Tian's affections for someone else. "Do you know who it is?" "It's Sister Ziqing, isn't it? Since you're already informed, does it not bother you?" "Why should it? Lin Tian's admiration for Sister Ziqing is entirely natural. She is exceptional. My affection for Lin Tian is my own affair, and I do not wish to burden him with unnecessary complications. Ma Yuqing let out a cold laugh, slowly lifting her coffee cup to take a sip before continuing. It is truly rare to encounter someone as naive as you. Dear sister, you are far too innocent. Sister? We are likely of similar age. It is uncertain who the younger one is. Lin Tian is an outstanding man, and many admire him. I simply wish to love him in silence, regardless of whether he reciprocates my feelings. At least I will have no regrets. If I could assist you in winning Lin Tian's heart, would you accept my help? Tai Ning asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement and anxiety. Really? Chapter 3. Just eliminate her, of course, it is true. If that wretched woman were removed from the equation, your unwavering affection for Lin Tian would undoubtedly win his heart. However, I cannot do that. I refuse to pursue love at the expense of harming others. You have mistaken your target. A woman like Lin Ziqing does not deserve to be by Lin Tian's side. At such a tender age, she has already thrown herself into the arms of that old man, Liang Sihai, without a shred of shame, all the while attempting to seduce Lin Tian. Such a disgraceful creature would find her ultimate solace in disappearance. Upon hearing Ma Yuqing's disparaging remarks about Lin Ziqing, I felt an intense surge of anger. However, after a moment of reflection, I realized that losing my temper in public would be unbecoming. I took a deep breath and replied calmly, I am well aware of the kind of person Ziqing is. Otherwise, my brother would not be fond of her. I must warn you, do not speak ill of my future sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Indeed, Ziqing has a boyfriend, and he is my brother, a detective in the police force. You are spreading rumors. Be careful, or you might find yourself in trouble. Ma Yuqing let out a laugh, realizing that there were indeed many men who had succumbed to Lin Ziqing's charm. You and your brother are quite naive, aren't you? Don't you know about the commotion Lin Ziqing caused in Green City back in the day? I do not wish to know, Tai Ning insisted. You must be Ma Yuqing, I said. How did you know? She asked. Lin Tian informed me. I have been delivering things to him lately, and fearing we might encounter each other, he gave me a warning. He mentioned that you're not a bad person at heart, but your words can be quite biting. He advised me not to take your comments too seriously. But now I see he was mistaken. In what way was he wrong? She challenged. Not only are your words venomous, but your intentions are malicious. Very malicious indeed. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuqing was infuriated, unable to fathom being judged so harshly by a stranger. In a fit of rage, she picked up her coffee cup and flung its contents towards Tai Ning. Instinctively, Tai Ning raised her hands to shield her face, bracing for the scalding coffee. Yet, after a moment of anticipation, nothing happened. Are you all right? A familiar voice inquired. Lowering her hands, Tai Ning looked up to see Lin Tian standing before her, holding a white towel to shield her from the coffee. Lin Tian, what brings you here? I heard from the front desk that you two left together and then came to the CAF. I was concerned and hurried over. Seeing the affectionate exchange between the two, Ma Yuqing felt a surge of envy and resentment, abruptly rising to her feet. She coldly mocked Lin Tian. Oh, no longer trailing behind Lin Ziqing like a lapdog. Have you found a new target? Tai Ning felt compelled to confront Ma Yuqing, but Lin Tian gently restrained her, positioning himself protectively behind her. With disdainful eyes fixed on Ma Yuqing, he declared, What I choose to do is none of your concern. However, if you persist in your provocations, I will not stand idly by and be bullied. And what do you intend to do? Making a scene over another man. What would Liang Wenbin think if he knew of this? Ma Yuqing stood frozen, at a loss for words. Indeed, her current status was that of Liang Wenbin's fiancé, in the name of Lin Tian, engaging in a battle of wits with other women, should Liang Wenbin become aware. The union between the two families could very well be jeopardized, thereby rendering it even more impossible to eliminate Lin Ziqing. For the sake of the greater good, one must endure. Before Ma Yuqing, Lin Tian grasped Tai Ning's hand and departed without a glance back. Watching their retreating figures, a sense of frustration surged within. Clenching his fists, a flicker of coldness passed through his gaze as he coldly remarked, For now, I may not be able to deal with Lin Ziqing, but I shall not let you escape unscathed. Chapter 4. Personal Vendetta. Ma Yuqing retrieved her phone and dialed a number, instructing, Please investigate all the information regarding Lin Ziqing's boyfriend's sister immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, upon exiting the CF, glanced anxiously at Tai Ning, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She didn't harm you, did she? Tai Ning chuckled heartily. Not at all. I'm perfectly fine, truly. Did I not advise you to disregard her? She claims she will be the future matriarch of the C-High group, and if I don't comply with her, she will make my work life difficult. So, you chose to obey her? Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Such scalding coffee could have been quite alarming. I assure you, it won't happen again. Tai Ning smiled and lifted her gaze to meet Lin Tian's. The following day, Tai Ning arrived at the office and was enveloped in a bear hug by her colleagues. When did you secure such a significant deal? You didn't even mention it. With the commission, you owe us a celebration. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Tai Ning replied, bewildered. Zhongjing Real Estate's entire annual activities are contracted to our company. They are here to sign with us. They say you are their client. You should go and see. Confused and apprehensive, Tai Ning knocked on General Manager Chen's office door and entered. Upon raising her head, she was taken aback. Was that not Ma Yuqing? What was she doing here? Tiao Ning, impressive. You managed to secure such a formidable client as Zhongjing, keeping it so well under wraps and mysterious. General Manager Chen. What do you mean? This is Manager Ma from Zhongjing Real Estate. She claims to be your client and wants us to handle the planning and execution of all annual activities. ISNT that right, Manager Ma? Indeed, Ma Yuqing affirmed. Although I have only met Tai Ning once, I have a very favorable impression of her. I believe her work capabilities are exceptionally commendable. Wouldn't you agree, Tai Ning? At that moment, Tai Ning understood Ma Yuqing's intentions. This was a personal vendetta, cloaked in the guise of professional obligation, aimed at tormenting her. However, given the current circumstances, Tai Ning felt she could not refuse. If she wished to continue her tenure at the company, she had to acquiesce. General Manager, in that case, please prepare the contract and send it to our legal department for review as soon as possible. I can only feel at ease once the contract is signed. Furthermore, all activities must be managed by Tai Ning. I do not trust anyone else. With that, Ma Yuqing stood and exited the office. Pausing to mock the stunned Tai Ning one last time, General Manager Chen, with a sycophantic demeanor, escorted Ma Yuqing out of the company. Upon returning to his office, General Manager Chen earnestly addressed Tai Ning. Zhongjing Real Estate is an exceedingly significant client. They host numerous events annually. You must seize this opportunity and ensure the contract is prepared expeditiously. Understood, Tai Ning replied affirmatively. Tai Ning meticulously prepared the collaboration contract, creating 3 variations to preempt any nitpicking from Ma Yuqing, with slight differences in the methods of collaboration and payment. In terms of the event proposals, Tai Ning poured her heart and soul into crafting impeccable plans, even preparing 3 versions for each key holiday event for selection. Tai Ning submitted these documents for review to General Manager Chen, who expressed great satisfaction. Subsequently, Tai Ning handed over the contract and proposal to the liaison at Zhongjing Real Estate, awaiting their response. Days passed without any reply. Despite her persistent follow-ups with Zhongjing, Tai Ning began to suspect that the matter had reached a standstill, perhaps believing that Ma Yuqing had merely tasked her with futile efforts, and that this was the end of it. However, the situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. Chapter 5. The true-faced President Chen could no longer suppress his impatience. Fearing that this significant client, Zhongjing, might slip away, he decided to take a chance and dialed Ma Yuqing's number. President Ma, we have sent over the contract and proposal. Is there anything that you find unsatisfactory? We are open to modifications. Nothing seems amiss. It all looks quite good to me. However, the competition this year is exceedingly fierce, and the planning department is overwhelmed. I cannot unilaterally decide on your proposal. How about this? I will arrange for you to meet with the planning department tonight to discuss further. Very well, but there is no need for you to arrange this. I can handle it myself. We provide comprehensive service to ensure your satisfaction. All right, but do include Tai Ning. After all, this is her responsibility. Absolutely. That evening, President Chen, accompanied by Tai Ning and the public relations manager, Miao Miao, arrived at the reserved private room, anxiously awaiting Ma Yuqing and her team. More than half an hour past the agreed time, Ma Yuqing and her associates finally made their entrance. As the door swung open, Tai Ning was taken aback. Aside from Ma Yuqing, all she saw were middle-aged, greasy men whose leering gazes made her feel uncomfortable. President Chen quickly stepped forward to usher everyone to their seats. The table was laden with delectable dishes and fine wine, and the atmosphere was surprisingly jovial. Chen, eager to ingratiate himself, poured drinks generously. As the evening progressed, the true nature of Ma Yuqing began to reveal itself. The oily men from the planning department began to converge on Tai Ning. So, you are Tai Ning? This proposal you crafted is truly remarkable. Here, let me toast to you. Despite her years of experience in the workplace, Tai Ning had never quite developed a tolerance for alcohol. Faced with this situation, she responded, "Oh, you flatter me. I should be toasting to you." She raised her glass and downed it in one go. Soon, each of the greasy men insisted on drinking with Tai Ning. Luckily, Miao Miao was adept at managing such social situations and shielded Tai Ning from many of the drinks. However, even Miao Miao's prowess could not withstand their relentless advances. After an hour of valiant effort, she succumbed to intoxication and collapsed at the table. Witnessing Miao Miao in such a state, Tai Ning felt a pang of sympathy and reluctantly picked up her glass to drink. Seeing his capable ally defeated, President Chen quickly interjected, "Look, we have nearly finished our meal. Shall we move on to the next venue? The night is still young." The others turned to Ma Yuqing, who nodded in agreement, eager to see if Tai Ning could escape this den of wolves. With Miao Miao taken home by her boyfriend, only President Chen and Tai Ning remained. They had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol, but no matter how much they drank or how flattering their conversation became, they studiously avoided mentioning the collaboration, as if evading the topic altogether. Their next stop was the once familiar Xiaocheng Story nightclub, which had since been transformed into a bar named Zongshin following the lifting of its closure. President Chen hoped that the presence of beer girls would alleviate their burden. Yet this group showed no intention of letting them off the hook, especially Tai Ning. Upon entering the bar's private room, regardless of how the beer waitress accompanied them, this group of individuals seemed oblivious, raising their glasses directly towards Tai Ning. Thus, Tai Ning consumed drink after drink, swiftly succumbing to intoxication. The beer waitress, feeling deep sympathy for Tai Ning, supported her to the restroom. "Sister, perhaps you should sneak away. I can tell them you encountered a friend and left with them for safety." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I'll feel much better after I vomit." "I cannot leave. This business deal will fall through, and I would lose my job. They aren't here to negotiate business. They're merely intent on getting you drunk. Let us go." After splashing her face with water to regain some clarity, Tai Ning returned to the private room with the beer waitress. Upon their return, the group escalated their behavior, disregarding the objections of Mr. Chen and the beer waitress, surrounding Tai Ning completely. They even began pouring alcohol directly into her mouth. Ma Yuqing, with her leg crossed, held a glass, watching the scene with keen interest, contemplating, "You think you can compete with me? You should consider your own weight." As Tai Ning became increasingly dazed, the group grew more unruly, beginning to lay hands on her. Tai Ning struggled desperately, yet was firmly restrained by the group, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by shame. Chapter 6. You have gone too far. The door to the private room was violently kicked open, and a figure strode purposefully towards Tai Ning, forcefully ejecting the greasy man beside her. With a fierce grip, he seized the man leaning over Tai Ning and swung him against the wall, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Ma Yuqing was taken aback by the scene, and upon closer inspection, she was astonished. "Lin Tian, what are you doing here?" Lin Tian gazed at the disheveled Tai Ning with concern, removing his suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders. He then turned his furious gaze upon Ma Yuqing, enunciating each word with intensity. "You have gone too far." Ma Yuqing was momentarily speechless, gripping her wine glass tightly, as Lin Tian picked up Tai Ning, preparing to leave. Ma Yuqing hastily protested, "If you dare to take her away, I will withdraw this business deal from their company." Upon hearing this, General Chen quickly grasped Lin Tian's arm. "Mr. Lin, please do not make things difficult for a small businessman like me. Conducting business is not easy." Lin Tian paid no heed to their words. not pausing for a moment as he stepped over the groaning body of the greasy man and departed with Tai Ning, never looking back. Witnessing Lin Tian's resolute demeanor, Ma Yuqing's teeth ground in frustration. The business deal was lost. With that, she stormed out of the bar in anger. Lin Tian placed the unconscious Tai Ning in the car, his heart heavy as he noticed the tears streaming down her face. He thought he should have given those men a good thrashing. Dialing a number, he said, "Sister, what you just witnessed was Tai Ning. She was forced to drink by Ma Yuqing's people. Is she all right now? She seems fine, but where should we take Tai Ning? Contact Tai Jing. He has a place near the police station." "All right," and Ma Yuqing mentioned discussing a partnership with Tai Ning's company. "If I take her away, the deal will be off. I am worried." "Don't worry, I have your back." Lin Tian then called Tai Jing. "Lin Tian, what's the matter? Is your sister in trouble?" "No, it's Tai Ning. She drank too much. I think taking her home would disturb the elders' rest, and they would be worried. I was thinking of bringing her to you." "Drank too much? Who was she with?" "It's a long story. Let's discuss it in person." "Okay, I'll send you my address. I'm heading back from the police station now." Before long, Lin Tian arrived at Tai Jing's building. Noticing that Tai Ning had yet to regain consciousness, he stepped out of the car, ready to carry her. Just as he unfastened her seatbelt, Tai Ning tightly embraced him, whispering sweetly in his ear, "I really like you." Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt a flush of shyness at her words, breaking free from her embrace. Observing her half-awake state, he leaned down for a closer look. Suddenly, Tai Ning sat up and planted a kiss on Lin Tian's cheek, startling him as he bumped against the car's exterior. Rubbing his head, he asked, "Do you know what you're doing? Are you awake?" Tai Ning appeared blissfully unaware, replying, "I know, I'm not drunk. I'm wide awake." "You are Lin Tian, haha." Just as she finished speaking, she toppled over, her head landing against the dashboard. Lin Tian hastily supported Tai Ning. However, this gesture led to Lin Tian being completely ensnared by her. With her lips pursed, she fervently kissed him, leaving Lin Tian with no place to retreat. Perhaps the effects of alcohol were at play, for after approximately 10 minutes, Tai Ning slipped back into a slumber, confirming that she was indeed asleep. Lin Tian quickly scooped her up and carried her out of the car, anxious that this unpredictable ancestor might cause some trouble. As Tai Jing opened the door, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Her shock was not due to Tai Ning's unconscious state, but rather the sight of Lin Tian. His face was adorned with traces of lipstick, and his hair was in disarray. If one were unfamiliar with Lin Tian's character, this situation could certainly lead to misunderstandings. "Where should I place her?" "Dai Ying Inkurit. The bedroom inside is ready," Lin Tian replied, gently laying Tai Ning down on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Just as he prepared to depart, Tai Jing called out to him, "Hey, Lin Tian, the restroom is over there. Could you tidy up a bit?" "Huh? Oh, sure," Lin Tian said, feeling quite embarrassed as he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, realizing how thoroughly he had been taken advantage of by such a young girl. He quickly washed his face, tidied his hair, and blushingly emerged to address Tai Jing. Tai Ning was intoxicated by a client. "My sister and I happened to be there, so I brought her back. Also, this is my sister's dress, freshly purchased. I'll give it to Tai Ning tomorrow, as her clothes reek of smoke and alcohol." "All right, thank you," Tai Jing responded, her expression one of amused curiosity as she observed Lin Tian. "There's nothing to it. I'll be on my way now." Okay. Chapter 7. Do not cause me trouble. After the small-town story nightclub closed its doors, it was taken over by the Sihai Group and reopened. Lin Ziqing visited today, primarily to request some information from Yao Xintong in preparation for the renovation project of the small fishing village. "Ziqing, here is the information you requested about the person in charge." "Great. Are you adapting well here? If not, you can always go back." "No worries, I'm doing just fine. I'm happy to assist you." "Good. I was just concerned about the director worrying about you." "I'm perfectly fine." Yao Xintong and Lin Ziqing raised their glasses and toasted, indulging in their drinks. "Let me go. Help. Someone save me. Don't touch me." A girl's desperate cry shattered the tranquility of the private room. Hearing the cry, Lin Ziqing promptly stood up, searching for the source of the sound. She walked into the adjacent room and discovered a group of young people drinking, with 3 men forcefully restraining a girl, the source of the plea for help. With determination, Lin Ziqing pushed open the door, swiftly prying apart the men and grabbing the girl, pulling her protectively behind her, casting a disdainful glance at the others in the room. The leading man approached Lin Ziqing, looking down at her condescendingly, and said, "It's all just a bit of fun. No need to be so fierce." "Fun? Is this how you have fun? Did the girl consent to this?" Lin Ziqing retorted sharply, then turned to the girl. "You should leave quickly. I'm here now. Avoid such dangerous places in the future." "Hey, who told you to leave? If she goes, you could take her place." With that, he reached out to Lin Ziqing, gently lifting her chin. The man scrutinized Lin Ziqing, captivated by her beauty, as if enchanted, leaning in to kiss her. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, Lin Ziqing swiftly kicked him away, sending him sprawling a meter back, clutching his stomach in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The others in the room erupted in chaos, preparing to confront Lin Ziqing. She spoke slowly. "Liang Wenbin, the new establishment just opened. Do not cause me trouble." From the sofa, Liang Wenbin, who had remained silent, finally recognized Lin Ziqing and quickly stood up. "Ziqing, we will be cautious, don't worry." "Oh, so you're Lin Ziqing? I've heard of you. Aren't you the one who relies on men to rise in status? Essentially, you're just a dog of the Liang family," sneered the man on the floor, enduring the pain. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqing's eyes hardened, her fists clenched tightly, as if she were on the verge of tearing the man apart. Liang Wenbin, sensing her change in demeanor, rushed over and pleaded, "Ziqing, please do me a favor. This is my best buddy. I'll talk to him later. Don't be angry." Realizing that publicly reprimanding him might not be appropriate, Lin Ziqing relaxed her fists and disdainfully asked, "Who is this person? You don't even know who I am? How can you still be in this circle?" The man replied, his face filled with disdain. "He is Zheng Qinxiu, the eldest son of General Zheng from Xiulan Real Estate, and the future heir to Xiulan Real Estate." Liang Wenbin explained beside her that Zheng Qinxiu regarded Lin Ziqing with an air of arrogance. Lin Ziqing's mind rapidly searched for this name. Before long, a hint of a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. "Zheng Qinxiu, I recall that, mister. Zheng once mentioned that he had chosen this name for you in hopes that you would inherit Xiulan Real Estate and elevate it to new heights, enduring for generations. However, it seems that such a possibility is now quite unlikely." Chapter 8. The Muse in a fit of rage, Zheng Qinxiu, disregarding the pleas of his friends, stormed toward Lin Ziqing, cornering her against the wall. Breathing heavily, he pinned her with an intense glare, leaving his companions in a state of panic. They had always known Zheng Qinxiu to possess a gentle temperament, one that could tolerate jesting to any extent without anger. It was rare to witness him in such a furious state. Unfazed by Zheng Qinxiu's wrath, Lin Ziqing maintained her composure, gazing steadily at the uncontrollable man before her. She calmly remarked, "Have I spoken incorrectly? Your father has high hopes for you, yet you squander your days in debauchery, blissfully ignorant of the business world. How could he possibly entrust Xiulan Real Estate to you? Oh, and if I recall correctly, you have a half-brother, a model of excellence and ambition. Is this not the demeanor one expects from a true heir?" At these words, Zheng Qinxiu's previously simmering anger ignited into a blazing fury. The mere mention of that illegitimate child was a painful subject for him. Without their existence, his mother would not have succumbed to her untimely demise. The offspring of that wretched nanny did not deserve to compete with him. Had it not been for his mercy, he would have ended that child's life at birth. Yet, it was undeniable that his father had already integrated the boy into Xiulan Real Estate, granting him significant responsibilities, coupled with the influence of the boy's mother. Zheng Qinxiu's downfall was merely a matter of time. If he were wise, he would make a concerted effort to impress his father while he still had the chance, biding his time until he could reclaim his rightful place and deal with them both later. Realization dawned upon Zheng Qinxiu. His reckless behavior was bound to reach his father's ears, undoubtedly damaging his reputation. He had underestimated Lin Ziqing. She was far from the superficial persona portrayed by society, merely a pretty face with no substance. Noticing Zheng Qinxiu deep in thought, Lin Ziqing seized the opportunity to extricate herself from his grasp. She gently patted his shoulder and whispered softly, "Young Master Zheng, do take a moment to reflect. I must take my leave now." "Do not leave yet," Zheng Qinxiu implored. Grasping her shoulder, Lin Ziqing, already brimming with impatience, was pushed to the brink of fury. In a swift motion, she seized his arm, leaned forward, and executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending him tumbling. Zheng Qianxiu found himself suspended in midair for a brief moment, his eyes widening in disbelief at Lin Ziqing's remarkable prowess. He landed on the ground, dazed and disoriented, struggling to regain his senses and open one eye. Before him stood Lin Ziqing, perfectly poised, illuminated by the ambient light behind her, resembling a muse descended from the heavens. Zheng Qianxiu was momentarily entranced by the sight. Satisfied that he was unharmed, Lin Ziqing smiled and gracefully departed. As Lin Ziqing and Yao Xintong left, the onlookers hurriedly rushed to assist the bewildered Zheng Qianxiu, flustered by the unexpected turn of events. Liang Wenbin hurriedly seated himself beside Zheng Qianxiu, uttering words of flattery. This was her temperament. Few dared to provoke her. Do not stoop to her level. I shall have a proper discussion with my father about her. Are you all right? Zheng Qianxiu was initially taken aback, but soon donned a foolish grin reminiscent of an infatuated youth. His friends were taken aback by his peculiar demeanor. Had he perhaps sustained an injury to his head during the fall? Zheng Qianxiu seized Liang Wenbin's shoulder, his eyes wide with intensity, and inquired, Lin Ziqing, does she have a boyfriend? The entire private room was ignited by this question. Chapter 9. A mortifying incident the following day, Tai Ning awoke with a throbbing headache. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting. She hastily sat up to assess her physical condition and the state of her attire. She was still clad in the same outfit from the day before, albeit slightly torn. Tai Ning strained to recall the events of the previous day, attempting to piece together a coherent narrative, but her mind drew a blank. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside the room, a wave of anxiety washed over her. In a flurry, she scanned the room, which was so sparsely furnished that there was nowhere to conceal herself. Gripping the blanket tightly, she cocooned herself, thinking, you're finally awake? That voice sounded so familiar. Opening her eyes, she saw Tai Jing holding a bowl, enjoying a meal of noodles. Confused, Tai Ning asked, Brother, what are you doing here? What do you mean? This is my home, and you spent the night in my bedroom. Hurry up, get dressed, wash up, and eat. I need to rush to the office, he replied. Oh, and the clothing in the bag on the bedside table is new. Wear that. Your current outfit reeks of alcohol and is quite tattered. With that, Tai Jing turned and exited the room, returning to the dining area to continue his meal. Dazed, Tai Ning opened the exquisite paper bag on the bedside table to reveal a brand new white dress. Although the design was simple, it exuded an air of sophistication, crafted from high-quality materials. Upon glancing at the price tag, she gasped audibly, 15,000. Tai Jing quickly set down his utensils. What's wrong? Brother, this dress, who does it belong to? It costs 15,000. What did you say? Tai Jing was equally astonished by the price. Lin Tian had merely mentioned that it was a new purchase by Lin Ziqing without elaborating further, so he had not given it much thought. Well, you should wear it. You can't go to work in my clothes or in such a shabby state. We'll discuss the details later. Reluctantly, Tai Ning donned a new attire and tidied herself up. Seated at the dining table, she began to eat the now lukewarm noodles. Brother, what happened last night? I only remember being taken out by a client for dinner and then singing, after which everything is a blur. You were intoxicated by the client. You were completely out of it. Thankfully, Lin Tian was at that bar and brought you back. You really need to be more safety conscious, Tai Jing reprimanded. Had Lin Tian not arrived in time, who knows what might have happened? With her head bowed, Tai Ning consumed the unappetizing noodles, feeling regretful. She was certain that Lin Tian had witnessed her in a most unflattering state, and her image was undoubtedly tarnished, as she ate listlessly. Oh, by the way, Tai Jing chuckled, covering his mouth. What are you laughing at, brother? Nothing much, just recalling how flustered Lin Tian looked yesterday. It was quite amusing. What do you mean? Why was he flustered? What happened? Tai Ning presid eokerly. If I share this with you, don't come to regret it, Tai Jing warned mischievously. Tai Ning nod vigorously, affirming her resolve. Last night, when Lin Tian carried you home, his hair was in disarray. This, however, was not the focal point. Rather, it was the lipstick marks adorning his lips, face, and neck, which unmistakably indicated he had been kissed. As for who bestowed such affections upon him, dear brother, your implication is clear. It cannot possibly be me. I could never be so indiscreet. It is simply inconceivable. Upon witnessing the flustered Tai Ning, Tai Jing could not help but laugh even louder, exclaiming in surprise at the audacity of the little girl, suggesting that she had engaged in indiscretions while intoxicated. Embarrassed beyond measure, Tai Ning hastily consumed a few bites of her meal before fleeing the scene. Chapter 10. Whispers abound as Tai Ning reflected on the events of the previous night. An overwhelming sense of shame enveloped her. How could she possibly meet Lin Tian again in a normal manner? It would undoubtedly be extremely awkward. What should she do? Tai Ning inadvertently exclaimed aloud. The taxi driver, taken aback, nervously inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" "Apologies," she replied. Following last night's incident, her colleagues had begun to fervently gossip about the affair, with Yao Yao embellishing the tale, alleging that Tai Ning and Lin Tian were already entangled and that she had secured the Zhongjing real estate contract through her physical allure. Upon arriving at the office, Tai Ning was met with a barrage of pointed stares and whispers. Confused, she wondered what she had done wrong. Once seated at her workstation, her colleague Xiao Yu informed her of the rampant rumors, igniting Tai Ning's fury. It was she who had been wronged. How could the story have morphed into such a scandalous narrative? "What is up with your outfit?" "Xiao Yu gentlu inquired, examining doi ninesh attire." "What about my clothes?" Tai Ning responded, "Somevotevildiret." "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a limited edition Chanel. Quite pricey. Are you sure you can afford it? Or was it a gift?" Xiao Yu asked with a hint of curiosity. "Is this really the time for gossip? You need to help me think of a solution. What to be done?" Most of the rumors stem from President Chen's outburst. He was in the office this morning, throwing things and cursing, and your situation was among the things he shouted about, Xiao Yu patiently explained. Knowing that Tai Ning had arrived at the office, President Chen wasted no time in summoning her. What followed was a tempest of invective, and Tai Ning chose not to defend herself, allowing Chen to vent his frustrations. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get in touch with Zhongjing? Do you grasp the magnitude of their business? With Zhongjing on board, we could thrive without needing other clients. Is it too much to ask for a few drinks? And what is your relationship with that Lin fellow? He seems overly concerned about you, and despite his considerable influence, he shouldn't jeopardize our livelihood." Tai Ning stood silently at the center of the office, her eyelids betraying no sign of emotion. There was no point in explaining anything to President Chen now. The arrival of the Zhongjing client had been inexplicable, and their subsequent disappearance was equally justifiable. Ding, ding, ding. Ma Yuqing's phone rang. She glanced at the unfamiliar number, puzzled. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, can't you recognize my voice?" Ma Yuqing immediately recognized the voice, one she had long wished to be rid of, leaving her in shock. Yet, she was no ordinary person. She quickly surmised Lin Ziqing's purpose for calling and prepared to confront her. "Lin, what made you think to call me?" "Oh, nothing much. I just thought you did something commendable and wanted to express my gratitude." "Gratitude? What do you mean?" Ma Yuqing was left utterly bewildered. "It has come to my attention that you have caused trouble for Tai Ning at her company, intending to make her situation there quite difficult. Is that correct? Furthermore, you took the opportunity to intoxicate her, with the aim of ruining her, did you not?" "No, it was merely a discussion regarding company business. And such activities often accompany business negotiations, do they not? It was simply that she could not hold her liquor. As for the lack of a successful collaboration, that was merely a decision made by the company's leadership, and I bear no responsibility for it." Ma Yuqing explained with remarkable calmness, seemingly dismissing her actions as inconsequential. "Well, I must extend my gratitude to you. Initially, there was a mere veil between Lin Tian and Tai Ning, but now Tai Ning can no longer remain at the company. I have directly arranged for her to join the Sihai group, where she can cultivate her relationship with Lin Tian. They will inevitably cross paths frequently, and this matter will come to fruition in due time." Upon hearing this, Ma Yuqing became instantly flustered. She had not anticipated that her initial intention of revenge on Tai Ning would escalate to such a degree due to Lin Ziqing's interference. Ma Yuqing clenched her phone tightly, breathing heavily, and finally managed to utter the words, "You are truly ruthless," before she hung up the call with a fierce determination. Lin Ziqing, on the other end of the line, glanced at her phone screen, and chuckled derisively, thinking to herself, with your capabilities, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Chapter 11. A new suitor after a day of exhausting work. Lin Ziqing stretched her arms in a grand yawn, finally able to return home for a much-needed respite. Recently, Tai Jing had also been swamped with work, leaving neither of them time for dates. It seemed a wise choice to utilize this period for personal adjustment. As soon as Lin Ziqing stepped out of the elevator, she was greeted by a potent fragrance of fresh flowers. According to company standards, such an overwhelming scent should not be present. The front desk staff had become increasingly negligent. Upon entering the lobby, she discovered a throng of people gathered around a substantial bouquet, which appeared to contain approximately 999 flowers. The delightful aroma must have emanated from this very arrangement, likely the result of some young lady's infatuation with a certain gentleman. You finally finished work. Just as Lin Ziqing prepared to turn away, a familiar voice called out to her. It seemed this unexpected turn of events had befallen her. Are you waiting for me? Lin Ziqing inquired, puzzled. Of course. You don't remember me? I'm Zheng Qinxiu, a friend of Liang Wenbin from that night at the bar, he said, eagerly introducing himself. I do remember you, but I fail to comprehend why you're waiting for me. Do you wish for me to strike you again? Of course not. I merely wanted to inquire if you have a boyfriend. If not, from this day forth, I shall be your boyfriend, Zheng Qinxiu declared, his arms wide open. The surrounding dancers, following their cue, began an impromptu performance, and the awkwardness of the situation made Lin Ziqing wish she could find a crevice in the earth to hide. Enough, enough, enough. Mr. Zheng, I have a boyfriend, so please do not waste your time on me, Lin Ziqing retorted with disdain. I know it's that little police officer. Isn't it? How much does he earn in a month? How long will it take him to get promoted? Even if he does rise through the ranks, his salary will hardly be substantial. What do you see in him? Security? I can offer that too, Zheng Qinxiu whispered conspiratorially in her ear, adding with a smirk. And I am quite skilled in bed. At that moment, Lin Ziqing found the man before her utterly repugnant, his demeanor excessively oily. Given his father's status, she felt compelled to refrain from outright confrontation. With a slight grimace, she sighed and responded, Mr. Zheng, I am but a simple woman, lacking status and means to assist you. Therefore, I am unworthy of your affections. It would be best for you to seek someone else. If there is nothing further, I must take my leave. Lin Ziqing hastily exited the uncomfortable scene, pondering how a mere altercation could sow such infatuation. Had she known, she would have refrained from meddling. Observing Lin Ziqing's resolute departure, Zheng Qinxiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since he could not sway her, he decided to leverage his father's influence. Surely, he believed, if she would not yield to him, she would be compelled to acknowledge the weight of his father's name. Zheng Qinxiu swiftly retrieved his phone, eagerly dialing his father. Dad, do you have a moment? I have something to share with you. I have taken a liking to a young lady who is remarkably suited for me, and her capabilities are undeniably a perfect fit for our organization. Let us meet and discuss this in detail. You should not toy with your father any longer. There was an incident last time, and I hope it is not yet another deceitful woman. Fear not. I have conducted thorough investigations, and you must trust me. I am on my way to see you. Await my arrival. Tai Ning sat at her desk, aimlessly tapping on the keyboard, fully aware that yesterday's events must have caused significant repercussions for the company. Otherwise, Mr. Chun would not have expressed such outrage. Should she await Mr. Chen's decision to dismiss her, or should she resign herself? Tai Ning felt greatly troubled. Tai Ning, Gomain. Mr. Chen's voice boomed from the office. A tremor coursed through her as she cautiously approached the office door. Chapter 12. Hallucinations. Mr. Chun, you were looking for me? Tai Ning inkurid kotioslu. You are truly remarkable. Young lady, your luck is undoubtedly that of a golden koi, Mr. Chen exclaimed with a hearty laugh. This reaction left Tai Ning utterly bewildered. Could it be that Mr. Chen had lost his composure, imagining that yesterday's events had never transpired? Are you all right, sir? If you're feeling unwell, you may scold me again, Tai Ning nervously suggested. Why would I scold you? I must now elevate your status. Zhongjing Group just called. After careful consideration, they have chosen to collaborate with our company. Furthermore, all terms will adhere to the initial proposal we submitted, and the contract can be signed tomorrow. Is that truly the case? Tai Ning asked incredulously, fearing this was yet another trap laid by Ma Yuqing. Indeed, it is true. Additionally, I have more splendid news. A bar under the Seahai Group has entrusted us with its grand opening. If we execute it well, our company will handle all subsequent events for the bar. You are to meet with the Public Relations Department at Seahai Group tomorrow morning to discuss specific collaboration details and finalize the contract. Understood. That's all for now. Xiao Ning, you must perform diligently. I shall not neglect your contributions. Your performance bonus for this month will be doubled. In a daze, Tai Ning exited Mr. Chen's office, only to be approached by her colleague Yao Yao, who remarked sarcastically, "Well, this time it seems to be over for you. Where's that wealthy and handsome boyfriend of yours? Why doesn't he resolve your issues? I can't believe he could possibly help with something of this magnitude." Tai Ning was too preoccupied to engage with Yao Yao, her mind occupied by the perplexing question of why Ma Yuqing would still assign business to her. Suddenly, the office door slammed open, and Mr. Chen stood at the entrance, proclaiming loudly, "From today onwards, Tai Ning must receive unconditional cooperation for all her assignments. Should I discover any signs of negligence from anyone, consider your salaries at stake." A murmur of whispers erupted among the employees, bewildered by the transformation of Mr. Chen from a furious demeanor in the morning to a gentler disposition by the afternoon. His words clarified the uncertainties lingering in their minds. A contract with Zhongjing Group had been signed, and Seahai Group would also enter into an agreement with them tomorrow. These clients belonged to Tai Ning, and the staff should learn from her. Upon returning home that evening, Tai Ning contemplated the events, suspecting they were orchestrated by Lin Tian. However, recalling what Tai Jing had said about her actions the previous day, she felt embarrassed to approach Lin Tian with inquiries. Holding her phone, Tai Ning felt conflicted. Even if she refrained from calling tonight, there was a possibility she might encounter him at Seahai Group the following day. What was she to do? "Xiao Ning, are you all right?" Her mother, Tai Mama, asked with concern. "Oh, Mom, I'm fine. I'm just watching a TV show." "No worries. You should get some rest." The next day, at the appointed time, Tai Ning arrived punctually at the Public Relations Department of Seahai Group. Unlike the previous interactions, this time, the team there regarded her with disdain, leaving Tai Ning bewildered as to what had offended them, and she steeled herself to sit in the meeting room. After waiting for over half an hour, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting blue dress entered the room, her demeanor decidedly irritable. She remarked, "The last matchmaking event yielded dismal results. And to think I must collaborate with you again? Your connections are quite formidable." I was perplexed by her words. "We have not sought anyone out. I was merely assigned by my superior to discuss the details." "There is no need for personal affronts," I retorted, unwilling to back down. "Let's pretend I said nothing. Here is the proposal we have prepared. You may embellish the specifics as you see fit. Please return it to me promptly. If there are no issues, we can proceed to contract signing." The alluring woman tossed a document across the table. Upon examining the file, I realized it was far from needing enhancements. It required a complete overhaul. Their proposal was filled with empty rhetoric and a hodgepodge of irrelevant images, devoid of any substantive content. It was evident that this group was indeed a facade of glamour, concealing a shoddy foundation. "When can I expect this from you?" "I'm quite anxious," she pressed. "Based on your plan, the earliest I could deliver a concrete proposal would be tomorrow afternoon or the following morning. That one tea suffice. I need to see the proposal by tomorrow morning, or I will hand the event over to another company," the striking woman insisted relentlessly. "However, that would not allow for a meticulous approach. The time frame is far too limited." "I do not care. If time is short, then you must work overtime. If you cannot produce a proposal after a night of hard work, then your company is truly lacking, and your usefulness is in question." With a haughty scoff, she delivered a decisive blow to my confidence. "But the chairman mentioned that the proposal should be presented by next week," a familiar voice interjected, robust and reassuring, bolstering my resolve. Chapter 13. I don't remember when Tai Ning turned around, she was greeted by the familiar figure of Lin Tian. This event had been seized by Lin Ziqing in front of Liang Sihai, solely to bolster Tai Ning's standing within the company. The Public Relations Department, already predisposed to dislike Lin Ziqing, harbored even more resentment upon discovering that Tai Ning's connection with Lin Tian was likely more than platonic. Concerned that the PR team might exert undue pressure on Tai Ning, Lin Tian made a special trip over. Upon seeing Lin Tian's arrival, the alluring women of the department immediately altered their demeanor. Ah, Assistant Lin, the chairman mentioned that the proposal is due next week, but we must prepare in advance. How about you provide me with the proposal by tomorrow afternoon? Please ensure it is up to standard. Absolutely. I will have the proposal ready for you by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Tai Ning replied, following which Lin Tian took her by the hand, and they departed. As they stood in the elevator lobby waiting for the lift, an awkward silence enveloped them, leaving them at a loss for words. Tai Ning broke the stillness first. So, was it you who helped me secure the middle ground for this event? Not entirely. It was primarily my sister's efforts. I merely mentioned it. While she handled all the intricate details, Lin Tian responded, his gaze fixed on the elevator. Oh, Tai Ning replied, feeling a pang of disappointment as she lowered her head. Here, this is for you. Lin Tian produced a handbag, a brown shoulder bag, seemingly simple yet exquisitely crafted. For me? Why? Tai Ning asked, perplexed as she accepted the bag. Well, that day you were quite inebriated, and when I rummaged through your bag, it was a complete mess. So, I thought I would buy you this bag. Its design is very user-friendly and convenient for finding things. You can use it freely. Oh, I apologize for that night. I was quite intoxicated, Tai Ning said, her face flushing red. Not only had her unrefined side been exposed, but her disheveled self had also been revealed. The events of that night were also instigated by me, but I remember nothing of the aftermath. Ah, the elevator has arrived. Well then, goodbye. Lin Tian said coldly before turning to leave. As Tai Ning stepped into the elevator, she took deep breaths, determined to maintain her initial demeanor around Lin Tian so that their interactions would feel more natural. Resolute, she examined the bag closely. Its color, material, and craftsmanship were all to her liking. Upon returning to the office, Tai Ning began preparing the proposal. Observant colleagues noticed her new bag and commented, "You've changed your bag. I think I've seen this brand somewhere. Let me think. It's a gift from someone. I don't recognize the brand, so it probably isn't a luxury label." Tai Ning replied, focusing on her work. "I'll look it up." Nathan, I remember now. This is a niche brand. All their bags are designed and made by the designer themselves. Without a year-long wait list and a personal connection, they won't even consider you. Each of their bags is priced at no less than 300,000. Was it that handsome guy who gifted it to you? He must have taken a liking to you. One colleague gossiped. Upon hearing the price, Tai Ning was taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Tian would gift her such an extravagant bag, leaving her wondering how she could possibly accept it. Hastily, she stepped outside to call Lin Tian, contemplating returning the bag to him. However, Lin Tian reassured her, stating that the value of the bag is determined by its recipient. If it suits you and you are worthy, then there is no need for excessive contemplation. Tai Ning sighed and inwardly consoled herself, reminding herself that focusing on diligent work, earnest effort, and financial success is the true path forward. Chapter 1. Is this considered compensation? It is said that Tai Jing had been working overtime for a considerable period, yet he had uncovered little in the way of leads regarding organ trafficking, leaving him to await the movements of that elusive group online. This relentless grind had taken a toll on the entire team, prompting the higher-ups to mandate a 3-day leave for everyone, ensuring that duty personnel were arranged while the rest could rest and recuperate. In the past, Tai Jing would have undoubtedly spent those 3 days sleeping soundly at home, but now his heart brimmed with thoughts of Lin Ziqing, filled with plans for a myriad of romantic outings, eager to unwind and truly savor the experience of love. On this particular day, Tai Jing returned home to freshen up, mindful of the days he had gone without bathing, the scent on him unmistakable. He then appeared punctually before Lin Ziqing's office building, embodying the essence of a gentleman as he awaited her departure from work. Upon seeing Tai Jing from afar, Lin Ziqing was filled with delight. Yet she also sensed the stagnation in their case's progress. Otherwise, he would surely be embroiled in chaos. It seemed that they needed to ease the pressure on their shadows. "Why does our esteemed Officer Tai have the time to pick me up?" Lin Ziqing teased playfully. "If I don't, I fear you might run off with someone else. I must frequently assert my claim over you. Such a beautiful girlfriend deserves my vigilant watch." Tai Jing replied with affectionate indulgence. All right, what are the plans for today? Lin Ziqing asked shyly. Same as always, don't ask, just follow, Tai Jing said, opening the passenger door and ushering Lin Ziqing into the vehicle. In the distance, a Maserati lay parked, and the entire scene was captured in a fleeting moment as someone snapped a picture of Tai Jing's visage and the car's license plate before donning sunglasses. Rolling up the windows and driving away, the steering wheel was gripped tightly, betraying an underlying frustration. Lin Ziqing rolled down the window, and the evening breeze, unlike the oppressive heat of the day, was refreshingly cool, awakening one from the fatigue of work. The gentle wind tousled Lin Ziqing's hair, scattering it whimsically, yet she showed no desire to tame it, allowing her locks to dance freely in the air. Tai Jing, catching a glimpse of her in this state, found it utterly delightful, knowing she had finally begun to relax. Thus, Tai Jing continued to drive, following the winding mountain road, chasing the setting sun, embracing the tranquil passage of time. Upon reaching the familiar mountaintop, Tai Jing had taken the time to prepare a charming setting. After parking the car, Lin Ziqing stepped out to find the ground adorned with stars, a winding path illuminated by fairy lights, with flickering fireflies scattered among the grass. As they strolled leisurely, the atmosphere radiated warmth, prompting Lin Ziqing to reflect on how this seemingly stoic man had finally shown a touch of creativity, arranging such a beautiful scene. However, this was merely the beginning. The evening's enchantment unfolded further as Lin Ziqing followed the serpentine path, which was adorned with simple yet striking decorations resembling stars and moons hanging between the trees. Though modest, they stood out vividly against the forest backdrop, shimmering softly in the twilight. The pièce de resistance awaited them. An unassuming tent, simple yet pure, awaited their discovery. Lin Ziqing cast a disappointed glance at Tai Jing, realizing that a straight man remains a straight man. Even a slight improvement was merely a figment of her imagination. In contrast, Tai Jing regarded her with a puzzled expression, eagerly gesturing for her to enter the tent. With no other option, Lin Ziqing steeled herself and stepped inside, whereupon she was greeted by an extraordinary sight. Chapter 2. Naturally, Lin Ziqing entered the tent without the slightest expectation, but in that very moment, she realized her misconceptions about straight men were utterly misguided. The tent was adorned with a breathtaking display of stars, a remarkably realistic canopy that flickered, creating an illusion of authenticity. Yet, what captivated her most were the myriad of fresh flowers, all consisting of her favorite, baby's breath. Amongst the blooms were photographs of Lin Ziqing, capturing her at various moments in time. Surprised, Lin Ziqing gazed at the images and asked, "How did you manage to acquire these?" "Not much," replied Tai Jing proudly. "I sought Lin Tian's assistance, mentioning I wanted to surprise you. He was more than willing to help and provided me with these photos." With that, Tai Jing retrieved a large gift box from a corner and opened it. Lin Ziqing approached, her curiosity piqued, and slowly unwrapped the seemingly simple box. As the ribbon was untied, the lid sprang open, and a multitude of balloons ascended, mingling with the twinkling stars above. What followed was a delicate jewelry box that came to rest before Lin Ziqing. She gently picked it up and inquired, "What is this? I know your tastes are refined. No matter how extravagant my gift might be, it would merely be embellishment. This is something special. Open it and see." Upon opening the box, Lin Ziqing discovered a necklace adorned with a familiar design that evoked a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "This is your fountain pen." "Indeed, this is the fountain pen we exchanged earlier. I found a jeweler who crafted it to scale, using materials sourced from the pen itself. I remember you once mentioned it served as your talisman. While I cannot guarantee my presence will always be beside you, I hope this piece can embody part of my protection over you." Lin Ziqing examined the necklace closely, reminiscing about the times when that very pen had been her sole companion in moments of despair. If the pen could summon, Tai Jing would have undoubtedly been called upon countless times. Tai Jing carefully fastened the necklace around Lin Ziqing's neck. Though it lacked the opulence of luxury goods, it was thoughtfully designed and perfectly complemented Lin Ziqing's understated elegance. Tai Jing gazed at her adorned with the necklace, momentarily entranced, lost in the moment. "Lin Ziqing, Noticing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Is this necklace capable of controlling time and space? His laughter echoed in response. No, it merely suits you so well, it looks stunning. With that, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and gently pulled her into his embrace. Lin Ziqing smiled, encircling her arms around Tai Jing's neck. She lifted her foot as he leaned down, and everything unfolded seamlessly. In that moment, as their hearts intertwined, Tai Jing leaned in to capture Lin Ziqing's soft lips, and they shared a tender kiss, enveloped in each other's warmth. The tent bore the silhouettes of two individuals, and the outside world seemed to resonate with their love. Fireflies danced in unison, infusing the dark forest with a sense of vitality and romance, as the flickering glow elevated the beauty to infinite heights. Chapter 3, It's All Your Fault. On the following day at work, Lin Ziqing was in high spirits, elated by the necklace gifted to her by Tai Jing. Moreover, Tai Jing had promised to pick her up after work for a sumptuous dinner. Upon witnessing Lin Ziqing's joyful demeanor, Lin Tian could surmise the reason behind her happiness. He wished for her to remain in such blissful spirits, even harboring the hope that she could relinquish her grudges and embrace a life with Tai Jing, leading an ordinary existence together. Tentatively, Lin Tian inquired, "Sister, is that necklace a gift from Tai Jing? How did you know? Did you help him customize it?" "Not quite. I merely lent a small hand. I can tell from material that it must be crafted from the precious part of Tai Jing's pen, right?" "Indeed. He utilized the most valuable component of his pen to create this necklace, hoping to protect me always," Lin Ziqing replied, her face lighting up with a shy smile. "Sister, if only." Lin Tian's words were abruptly interrupted by commotion outside. "What on earth is happening out there? Go take a look," Lin Ziqing urged. As Lin Tian stepped outside, he was taken aback to see Qin Yueming, clad in cleaning attire, diligently tidying up. However, due to his long hours spent outside handling refuse, he emitted a rather unpleasant odor. The people inside the office expressed their dissatisfaction, escalating from hushed whispers to loud insults, bestowing Qin Yueming with no kindness whatsoever. Observing Qin Yueming's awkwardness, Lin Tian raised his voice. "What is going on? Is it acceptable to be this noisy during work hours? Get back to your tasks." Approaching Qin Yueming, he asked, "Aren't you responsible for the refuse outside? What brings you in here?" "Today, Sister Wu, who usually handles cleaning, fell ill. She didn't want to take a sick leave out of fear of losing her attendance bonus, so she asked me to help clean. I'll finish up promptly," Qin Yueming murmured, scarcely daring to breathe. "Wrap it up quickly and leave. I don't want my sister to see you," Lin Tian replied brusquely. Meanwhile, within the confines of the office, Lin Ziqing gazed dreamily at the gift from Tai Jing, suddenly recalling her true intentions for approaching him. Had she chosen a simpler life back then, perhaps she could have flown alongside Tai Jing in harmony. Yet, circumstances had drastically changed. Her hands were stained with blood, a mark that could never be washed clean. It was only a matter of time before the police apprehended her. A criminal suspect and a police officer could never coexist. All of this misfortune was orchestrated by Liang Sihai and Qin Yueming. Rising to her feet, Lin Ziqing inadvertently glimpsed Qin Yueming's silhouette through the blinds, igniting her anger further. She called Lin Tian back in the office. "How did he get in here? Didn't we establish that he is not permitted in this building?" "Sister, he is filling in for someone today. I've already spoken to him. He should leave promptly," Lin Tian reassured her. "It appears he's managing quite well if someone thought to have him fill in. Perhaps the refuse collection job is no longer suitable for him. Maybe he should be tasked with collecting food waste in the cafeteria instead, as that would be more fitting." Lin Ziqing coldly remarked, "Sister, if you truly wish to avoid him, you could simply dismiss him and let him leave Sihai Group. That would be better for you." Lin Tian interjected, "Are you speaking in his defense? You were not always this way. You once harbored a desire to see him harmed. If it weren't for him, I would not have fallen to this state. He is the cause of my plight. I intend to keep him close and torment him bit by bit. Make arrangements, and should I ever see him in the building again, the security guard on duty that day will be dismissed." "Understood," Lin Tian sighed in acquiescence. Just then, the phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, it was Lin Tian calling. Tai Jing hastily answered. "Lin Tian, is there something you need?" Do you have a moment? I wish to discuss matters regarding my sister. I am available. Let us meet at a CAF near your home. I prefer that my sister remains unaware of our conversation. All right. Chapter 4. Only you can help her. Tai Jing arrived at the CAF at the appointed time and noticed Lin Tian was already waiting for him. As he took a seat, he said, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all. I just arrived a moment ago. I don't have much time to spare, so I'll get straight to the point. Go ahead. I hope you can assist my sister. This matter can only be resolved with your help, Lin Tian said earnestly. What seems to be the issue? Tai Jing asked, puzzled. You must be aware of Qin Yueming? Indeed, Tai Jing was intimately familiar with the name, having heard it during Lin Ziqing's recounting of her experiences, a name that lingered painfully in his mind. I know who he is, Tai Jing replied, tinged with a hint of resentment. After that incident years ago, Liang Sihai exploited my sister, leading to the Qin family's downfall. Subsequently, Qin Yueming's sister, Qin Yuan, also suffered a tragic fate, succumbing to a mental breakdown. I believe my sister had buried the past, but unexpectedly, she has asked me to facilitate Qin Yueming's release from prison and arrange for him to work at Sihai Group, gradually demoting him to the lowest possible position, seemingly intent on trampling him into the dust. In an effort to survive, Qin Yueming has endured humiliation without a word of protest. Yet this has only fueled my sister's anger. She cannot tolerate his submissive demeanor, and she pressures him relentlessly, visibly distressed. Tai Jing spoke slowly. Do you wish for me to persuade Ziqing to let go? Tai Jing discerned Lin Tian's concern and sorrow, but he understood Lin Ziqing well. She was no ordinary woman, and simple coaxing or reasoning would not suffice. Lin Ziqing was a woman of strong convictions, unwavering in her beliefs. Although Tai Jing and Lin Ziqing shared a romantic relationship, he felt uncertain about his ability to shoulder such a significant responsibility. I believe you can do it, Lin Tian replied. It is clear that my sister feels something special for you. Rather than urging Qin Yueming to be forgiven, it is more about allowing my sister to find peace. Every time she sees Qin Yueming, she is reminded of that painful past. As the date of his release approaches, she has been plagued by nightmares every night. Though she does not voice it, I know she is terrified. She wishes to provoke Qin Yueming into rebellion, so she can find a reason to imprison him again. Only then can she feel secure enough to sleep. But this is merely a vicious cycle. Tai Jing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Lin Tian's words. Now that Qin Yueming was out, and with the turmoil his family had faced, he surely possessed a formidable resilience, unlikely to retaliate easily. If Lin Ziqing ultimately lost control and acted against him, wouldn't she be harming herself in the process? I understand everything you've said. I will return and contemplate how best to approach Ziqing. She is truly fortunate to have a brother like you, Tai Jing said with a smile. Not at all. I consider myself fortunate to have such a sister, Lin Tian replied, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Tai Jing observed the expression on Lin Tian's face and comprehended that Lin Tian's feelings for Lin Ziqing transcended mere sibling affection. Having relied on each other for many years, their bond may have undergone a transformation. Nevertheless, Lin Ziqing had always regarded Lin Tian as her younger brother, and Lin Tian had consistently assisted Tai Jing in his pursuit of Lin Ziqing. Perhaps it was merely Tai Jing's overthinking. Chapter 5. In the kitchen, Lin Ziqing, clad in a delicate nightgown, sat before her vanity, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. Her pure, unadorned face exuded an exquisite coldness, with her raven-black hair cascading down, revealing a hint of ethereal chill. Lost in thought, she gazed at the necklace gifted to her by Tai Jing. That pen had been her support during her most desolate and helpless moments. Yet now, her hands were stained with blood, and even her initial acquaintance with Tai Jing had been driven by ulterior motives. Although Lin Ziqing was reluctant to acknowledge it, her reason urged her not to delve too deeply into this entanglement. As these thoughts swirled within her, crystalline tears began to well in her eyes, cascading down uncontrollably. The following morning, Lin Ziqing presented herself with unwavering confidence, her demeanor a stark contrast to the despair and helplessness of the previous night. At the office, she tackled her work with unyielding efficiency, her capabilities beyond reproach. Lin Tian admired Lin Ziqing's composure, having witnessed Qin Yueming's fury the day before. Yet today, she seemed untouched by turmoil. After completing her tasks, Lin Ziqing took a moment to rest in the office when her phone buzzed with a message from Tai Jing, inviting her to his home for dinner. To her astonishment, he mentioned that he would be cooking. The thought of this remarkably straightforward man attempting to prepare a meal left Lin Ziqing both amused and skeptical. She imagined he would likely serve little more than boiled noodles, hardly an enticing prospect. Determined to ensure her culinary experience would not be lacking, Lin Ziqing hastily finished her work, leaving Lin Tian in the lurch. She gathered a plethora of ingredients from the supermarket, convinced that even if Tai Jing's culinary endeavors resulted in disaster, she could conjure a delightful feast from the ashes. As she surveyed the bags piled in her car, she wondered if Tai Jing would be intimidated by the abundance. Not particularly gluttonous, Lin Ziqing had merely been seeking solace in food amidst her recent exhaustion. With great effort, she knocked on Tai Jing's apartment door. Contrary to her expectations of a typical bachelor pad, though lacking opulence, the compact decor radiated a warm, homely atmosphere. The checkered sofa and simple gray-black coffee table provided a comforting ambience. However, the true highlight was the dining table, laden with an array of home-cooked dishes that, though simple, emanated an irresistible aroma. Tai Jing took the bags from Lin Ziqing and remarked, "Why did you buy so much? Are you not confident in my culinary skills? And why carry all this effort yourself? You could have just called me. I wouldn't dare trouble you. What if I disrupted your creative flow?" Lin Ziqing replied, a hint of admiration in her voice. "It seems you are quite the hidden talent, the formidable captain of the major crimes unit, yet possessing such remarkable culinary prowess. Impressive indeed." As she spoke, she greedily inhaled the delightful scents wafting from the food. "When I was young, my parents were always busy with work, so I cooked simple meals for Xiaoning. They were nothing grand, but they guaranteed the taste of home. Now, please take a seat," Tai Jing said, graciously preparing a chair for Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing smiled contentedly as she settled herself comfortably. Eagerly, she picked up her chopsticks and said, "I shall not be polite. I must savor this delicacy. Hurry, do taste it. I await your thoughts eagerly." Chapter 6. Relaxation. Lin Ziqing delicately picked up the tomato and scrambled eggs before her. The tomatoes were tender and soft, while the eggs had absorbed the rich sauce perfectly. Upon tasting, the exquisite flavor of the eggs and the sweetness of the tomatoes erupted in her mouth, prompting Lin Ziqing to give a satisfied thumbs up. "Your culinary skills are truly commendable. You now stand alongside Lin Tian in my heart." Such high praise indeed. Tai Jing transferred a portion of spicy shredded pork with green peppers onto Lin Ziqing's plate. "Try this. It's also one of my specialties." Indeed, the spiciness of the peppers paired splendidly with the richness of the pork belly. With a generous bite, Lin Ziqing felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. Lost in the meal, Lin Ziqing indulged wholeheartedly, not only due to Tai Jing's delicious cooking, but also because she had been overwhelmed by recent events. Unbeknownst to herself, she consumed 2 bowls of rice, only realizing the extent of her indulgence when her stomach felt uncomfortably full, leading her to question whether she should feel embarrassed. However, Tai Jing saw no fault in this. He gazed at Lin Ziqing with affectionate tenderness, pleased to witness her genuine relaxation. Lin Ziqing initially intended to assist in the kitchen cleanup, but Tai Jing gently deterred her, filling her hands with fruits and snacks. Clumsily, she carried a hefty load into the living room, only daring to breathe a sigh of relief once everything was securely placed on a coffee table. Tai Jing's intention was not merely to occupy Lin Ziqing in the living room. He had sensitive matters to discuss with her that he did not know how to approach. His motions with the dishes faltered as he contemplated his words, interrupted only by Lin Ziqing's voice from the other room. "Are you not done yet?" "Almost," he replied hastily. Quickly finishing his chores, he prepared 2 cups of honey grapefruit tea and cheerfully made his way to the living room. At that moment, Lin Ziqing was engrossed in a Korean crime drama, a genre she particularly enjoyed, quite unlike the typical romantic comedies favored by most girls. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice Tai Jing's arrival. He handed her the tea, saying, "You've worked hard, my Captain Tai. What case are you watching so intently?" "Tai Ying Inkudith." It's a case of child rape and murder, she explained. The perpetrator evaded punishment by feigning insanity, while the victim's mother embarks on a journey of revenge for her daughter. They truly underestimated a mother's strength. In the end, justice is served, and it is quite satisfying. Do you also believe this is right? Tai Jing asked cautiously. Lin Ziqing seemed to sense the underlying implications in Tai Jing's tone, but chose not to address them directly. Instead, she countered, "Otherwise, what do you think? Should these individuals escape the consequences of their actions? Laws exist for a reason. Without them, society would descend into chaos. Everything can be resolved through the law." Tai Jing responded with utmost seriousness. "You may undoubtedly perceive the law as an absolute triumph. However, in the realm of reality, numerous individuals exploit legal loopholes, where the law penalizes certain offenders, who, upon their release, seamlessly return to normalcy. Meanwhile, the true victims continue to dwell in the shadows of their anguish. Who can truly comprehend their suffering?" Lin Ziqing expressed her frustration vehemently. "So, are you also choosing vengeance?" Tai Jing inquired calmly, gazing intently into Lin Ziqing's eyes. At that moment, Lin Ziqing grasped Tai Jing's implication. He was preparing to exonerate Qin Yueming, to show leniency towards the perpetrator. So Captain Tai's invitation today was not merely for the sake of hospitality. It appears that his intentions were far from altruistic. What she initially perceived as a simple act of compensation was, in fact, something much more complex. Chapter 7. Temptation. Since you comprehend the situation, I shall speak plainly. Ziqing, could you possibly spare Qin Yueming and his family? No. Lin Ziqing answered without a moment's hesitation. Your actions not only torment him, but also subject yourself to suffering. Intertwines urgently. Torment? I do not perceive this as suffering. Ever since Qin Yueming entered the Sihai group and I pressed him into the dust, I have been able to sleep soundly every night. My days are filled with joy, Lin Ziqing declared, her demeanor bordering on madness. If you do not release him, you shall forever dwell in the shadows of that incident, unable to escape for a lifetime. Why persist in this manner? Tai Jing grasped Lin Ziqing's hand tightly, hoping to stabilize her emotions with his presence. Yet Tai Jing miscalculated. He underestimated Lin Ziqing's state. She swiftly withdrew her hand, rising abruptly, her eyes filled with disappointment as she exclaimed, "If I were to let him go, would I truly forget the events of the past? He has already faced legal repercussions, and his family has undergone significant upheaval. Is that not sufficient? Ziqing, it is you who clings to the past. Would it not be better to embark on a new life?" Tai Jing also rose, attempting to touch Lin Ziqing's shoulder. The 10 years he spent in prison do not imply that my decade has been devoid of hardship. Each night, I awaken from nightmares, haunted by his eyes, a visage I shall never forget. That day marked the darkest moment of my existence. Why should he, after serving 10 years, be allowed to regain his life while I remain ensnared in this hell? It is unjust. If I must endure this purgatory, then Qin Yueming shall not find respite. I shall ensure he exists in a perpetual cycle of torment, never to rise again. Lin Ziqing grew increasingly agitated, her eyes ablaze with fury, tears streaming down her cheeks, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Tai Jing observed her state with deep concern. Yet Lin Ziqing vehemently resisted his attempts at physical comfort, continually retreating. Her words left Tai Jing at a loss. Indeed, for a girl of merely a decade in age, the trauma was monumental, the scars too deep, leading her to seek refuge with Liang Sihai. Lin Ziqing endeavored to regain her composure, when suddenly a thought struck her. She turned to Tai Jing and asked, "Did Lin Tian speak to you about something? Recently, he urged me to spare Qin Yueming, and now you echo his sentiments. Have you both received some benefit from him? You, who are the closest to me, why align yourselves with outsiders? We do not side with outsiders. We are concerned for you, wishing for you to release yourself from this burden, to treat these events as if they had never transpired, and to start anew." Tai Jing replied gently, placing his hands firmly on Lin Ziqing's shoulders. Lin Ziqing looked up at Tai Jing with disappointment, slowly articulating, "How can we pretend it never happened? Do you find me repugnant? Am I not worthy of being whole? I have not, nor have I ever contemplated such notions. regardless of your demeanor. I would accept you wholeheartedly. I truly never entertained such thoughts. This inquiry left Tai Jing flustered, stumbling over his words in a clumsy attempt to explain himself. Lin Ziqing brushed aside Tai Jing's hand, seized her bag, and without a backward glance, strode toward the door, declaring, "You men are all the same. Let's leave it at that." With a resounding slam, the door was forcefully shut, leaving Tai Jing alone in the disarray of the living room. This time, it was undoubtedly shattered, and he knew that such an opportunity would not present itself so easily again. Chapter 8: Seeking help. As Lin Ziqing drove home, she entered the house like a mere shell of herself. Lin Tian hurried to greet her. "Sister, you're back. Did you eat?" Before he could finish, Lin Ziqing shot him a piercing glance that rendered him motionless with fear. It was only when he heard a loud crash that he dared to breathe again. From Lin Ziqing's demeanor, Lin Tian understood that Tai Jing had failed. However, this failure implied that Lin Ziqing would resort to even more extreme measures, potentially endangering herself. Lin Ziqing returned to her room, heading directly to her bed and lying down flat. She never imagined that Tai Jing would discuss such matters with her. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Rather than facing a legal rift in the future, it was wiser to part ways now. The following evening, Tai Jing returned home, meticulously reflecting on Lin Ziqing's behavior from the previous day. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. He quickly picked up the phone. "Do you have some time? I have a few matters I'd like to consult you about. I'll come to your house." Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, and Tai Jing entered with 2 bottles of beer, chatting and drinking as he went. Ningxiu looked at the seemingly irresponsible Tai Jing with a hint of surprise. The authoritative captain at the police station had such a side to him. "Come in, I just happen to have some snacks in the fridge." As Tai Jing stepped into Ningxiu's home, he surveyed the overall decor and layout. He was astonished to discover that a psychologist's residence could look like this. The pure white walls, deep gray curtains, and light gray furniture created an atmosphere that was impeccably clean, yet somewhat devoid of warmth. "Don't you usually stay at home? It feels more like a hotel. I prefer cleanliness." Unlike you, surrounded by clutter and dirty laundry, Ningxiu retorted while preparing some appetizers. "How do you know my place is filled with mess and laundry?" "Hurry up, I'm starving," Tai Jing urged. With the esteemed Captain Tai gracing us with his presence, I must ensure you're well taken care of. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" Ningxiu inquired, bringing the dishes to the living room. "It's nothing significant, just that this case has been a bit challenging and bothersome lately. I needed someone to vent to. By the way, your culinary skills are quite impressive," Tai Jing remarked as he sampled the food. "Come now, if you were really looking to vent over drinks, you'd seek out Ding Ling and Yuping. You always say I lack ambience. Why would you come to me? Just speak plainly, Captain Tai, or I might hesitate to indulge in your drinks," Ningxiu warned, raising his glass and fixing his gaze on Tai Jing. Tai Jing lifted his glass and clinked it against Ningxiu's before drinking heartily. He indeed had matters to discuss, some professional concerns that only Ningxiu could address. Ningxiu drained his glass as well. "Go ahead." Tai Jing set down his glass and sighed deeply. He was uncertain whether discussing these issues with Ningxiu was advisable, given their personal nature. Yet, without the guidance of a professional, the repercussions could be dire for everyone involved. Resolute, he decided to share everything with Ningxiu, with only minor alterations to the identities involved. After listening to Tai Jing's account, Ningxiu fell into deep contemplation. Despite Tai Jing's attempts to obscure the truth, Ningxiu was well aware of the identity of the individual involved. He simply did not expect Tai Jing to seek his counsel so proactively. It was evident that Lin Ziqing held significant importance in Tai Jing's heart, and Ningxiu felt compelled to reflect on the matter thoroughly. "The situation you described is indeed quite rare. It is known as rape trauma syndrome, which is divided into acute and restructuring phases. Based on your description, the individual has surpassed the acute phase and is presently in the restructuring phase, which can last for several months, years, or even decades. Although the victim may appear emotionally stable on the surface, numerous psychological issues often linger beneath." Ningxiu articulated this with solemnity. "Are you suggesting that this state of mind persists indefinitely for the victim? Is there truly no way to ameliorate it?" Tai Ying inquired anxiously. "Allow me to elaborate." Ningxiu continued. The restructuring phase typically manifests as a lack of security, distrust in others, and a diminished sense of self-worth. The state you mentioned is a form of self-protection. The victim is profoundly afraid of further harm and resorts to utilizing available resources to suppress the perpetrator, thus safeguarding themselves. While this may appear aggressive, it is merely a defensive mechanism. To put it simply, envision the victim as a hedgehog, with its hard spines shielding a vulnerable core. These actions are merely a means to satisfy psychological needs. Ning Ziyu spoke slowly, allowing the gravity of his words to settle. Tai Jing was filled with concern. Indeed, as Ning Ziyu had described, Lin Ziqing resembled a hedgehog, seemingly unapproachable, yet yearning for care and affection. According to what you have just said, the current state of the victim is, in fact, troubling. The more they suppress the perpetrator, the less they can accept their own feelings, creating a taut string that is liable to snap, potentially resulting in self-harm or harm to others. At this juncture, the only recourse is to provide companionship, aiding the victim in emerging from their psychological shadows. It is crucial not to press too hard, as this could lead to adverse reactions. The goal is to help the victim feel the love surrounding them, thus granting them the greatest courage. Ning Ziyu spoke with earnestness. Listening to Ning Ziyu, Tai Jing realized that Lin Tian's observations were not without merit. There was indeed a discernible pattern to follow. However, adhering to Ning Ziyu's advice would require time, and time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Ning Tiu visenet doi yingish operation. Yet he understood that such matters could only be resolved by the individual involved. Even as a psychologist, he recognized that psychological ailments are among the most challenging to treat. Without the patient's willingness to cooperate and share their innermost thoughts, solutions remained elusive. Tai Jing, you must exercise patience. You are the only one capable of doing so. Tai Jing raised his glass and drained it in one swift motion, gripping it tightly, his eyes filled with worry and compassion. Chapter 9. A predicament. Lin Ziqing had not spoken to Lin Tian in a pleasant manner for several consecutive days, and she adamantly refused to appear in the same space as him. Each day, Lin Tian returned home early, preparing meals for Lin Ziqing in an effort to win her favor. Meanwhile, Tai Jing was also quite attentive, offering timely greetings of good morning and good night, along with delightful surprises from takeout that revealed his concern. However, Lin Ziqing remained indifferent to these gestures, her disappointment in Tai Jing reaching an unbearable peak. Today was no exception. Lin Ziqing concluded her workday and proceeded to the underground parking garage to retrieve her car. The lighting in the garage flickered erratically, seemingly unstable due to electrical issues. Lin Ziqing paid little heed to it, but after taking a few steps, she sensed something amiss. There were individuals behind her, and quite a number of them. She halted, slowly turning around, and with a smile, inquired, "Do you need something from me? Please speak plainly. I am in a hurry." Behind her stood a group of men clad in black suits, numbering around a dozen. They remained still as one stepped forward from the center of the group, clearly the leader. He removed his sunglasses, a smirk playing on his lips, and said with ill intent, "Long time no see, Miss Lin." The dim lighting of the parking garage made it difficult for Lin Ziqing to see clearly, prompting her to squint at the man before her. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "And you are?" Initially poised to strike a dramatic pose, the man was taken aback by her question, nearly rendered speechless. "Oh, how forgetful of you. It's me, Zheng Qinxiu." With that reminder, Lin Ziqing recognized him. "Zheng, the young master. My apologies. I've been overwhelmed with matters lately. I was unaware you sought me out today and brought such a grand entourage. Please do not be alarmed, Miss Lin. These are merely my bodyguards, ensuring my safety. I have no ulterior motive today. I simply wish to invite you to a meal. Would you do me the honor?" Zheng Qinxiu said, stepping closer to Lin Ziqing, scrutinizing her appearance. Dressed in a striking red dress that accentuated her curves, her cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, and her delicate makeup enhanced her exquisite features, exuding a subtle allure that Zheng Qinxiu could hardly ignore. Lin Ziqing smiled politely. "I'm truly sorry, but I have an overwhelming amount of work today, and my brother has prepared dinner at home, waiting for me. I must return to enjoy a meal and perhaps a relaxing bath before resting early. So I must decline your generous offer. Seeing Lin Ziqing's humble demeanor only emboldened Zhang Qianxiu further. He leaned closer, whispering seductively, I possess the most luxurious bathing facilities in Green City, and I can also provide you with the finest massage services. Would you not consider it? Lin Ziqing's patience began to wane. Given the multitude of troubles she was already facing, she found it utterly distasteful to attract such a nuisance. In a moment of frustration, she turned to slap Zhang Qianxiu, but a vigilant bodyguard, quick to react, seized her raised hand. Lin Ziqing massaged her arm, which had been grasped by her bodyguard, and with a cold smirk remarked, It seems that if I do not go today, young Master Zhang will not relent. I would never be so rude to a lady. Zhang Qianxiu retorted with a sarcastic tone. When I came to find you the other day, I accidentally caught a glimpse of your boyfriend. Quite the handsome fellow. I hear he is a police officer. Truly a match made in heaven with Miss Lin. Lin Ziqing, puzzled by Zhang Qianxiu's insinuations, directly inquired, What exactly are you trying to convey, young Master Zhang? I find myself rather perplexed. Zhang Qianxiu, with a mischievous grin, approached her, circling around. Oh, it is nothing much. I happen to know some folks at the Public Security Bureau and took the liberty to investigate. Your boyfriend is indeed remarkable, the captain of the Major Crimes Unit, Captain Tai Jing. However, I am quite familiar with their director, and a little interference on my part could be arranged. At last, Lin Ziqing comprehended Zhang Qianxiu's intentions. He sought to leverage Tai Jing to coerce her into submission. With a slight smile, she replied, Well, that is rather unfortunate. I recently ended my relationship with Captain Tai, and his affairs are of no concern to me. With that, she prepared to enter her vehicle and depart, unwilling to further engage with Zhang Qianxiu. This revelation caught Zhang Qianxiu off guard, yet he quickly devised a contingency plan. With a snap of his fingers, the bodyguards surrounding Lin Ziqing closed in, ensuring that she would indeed go, whether she wished to or not. Chapter 10. The beggar Lin Ziqing surveyed the bodyguards encircling her, a sneer of disdain curling her lips. Young Master Zhang, are you really prepared to forcibly take me away? I find myself at a loss. Since we have parted ways, perhaps you might consider me again. Let us converse this evening. You may discover that I am quite an intriguing individual. Upon finishing her words, the bodyguards surged toward Lin Ziqing. Step aside. A man, donning a mask and hat, charged forward wielding a stick emanating a foul odor. The moment Lin Ziqing caught a whiff, she recognized it was Qin Yueming. Whether it was the unsettling aura he exuded or the stench that enveloped him, the bodyguards recoiled slightly. What a beggar. Mind your own business and get lost. You reek. Zhang Qianxiu pinched his nose, expressing his disgust. Qin Yueming uttered nothing further and made no attempt to leave. Lin Ziqing observed the scene unfold with a cold gaze. Puzzled by Qin Yueming's intentions, logically, he should be eager for her to suffer harm. Stinking beggar, seeking death. Attack him, Zhang Qianxiu commanded loudly. All the bodyguards surged toward Qin Yueming like a swarm. He swung his stick fiercely, initially gaining the upper hand, but soon found himself overwhelmed by sheer numbers and brute strength. In the midst of his flailing, Qin Yueming found himself immobilized as two bodyguards seized his stick with a firm grip, wrenching it from his hands and securing it in the grasp of a burly bodyguard. Before Qin Yueming could react, a brutal blow struck him on the head. Dazed and disoriented, Qin Yueming collapsed to his knees, his body rendered powerless as several bodyguards mercilessly rained blows upon him. He could only shield his head with his hands, desperately attempting to protect his last vestige of safety. The bodyguard wielding the stick raised it high, preparing to deliver the final blow, while Qin Yueming shut his eyes tight, bracing for impact. Yet the expected strike never came. He opened his eyes, and through the haze of pain, he could see one eye battered and swollen, while the other slowly focused. In that instant of clarity, his pupils dilated as he beheld a flowing red skirt descending before him, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earth. It was Lin Ziqing. Just as the stick was about to descend, she dashed forward, raising her leg to deliver a powerful kick that sent the bodyguard sprawling 3 meters away. Regaining her composure, Lin Ziqing turned to Zhang Qianxiu and said, Young Master Zhang, for my sake, might you spare him? Not a problem at all, provided you come with me. Zhang Qinxiu replied with a charming, sinister smile. Then it depends on your capability, Lin Ziqing retorted, her expression shifting from indifference to one of fierce resolve. The bodyguards redirected their assault, now charging at her. Lin Ziqing felt no room for complacency. These were not ordinary thugs. They had received professional training. Though they may not be martial arts masters, they undoubtedly possess considerable skill. Lin Ziqing, contemplating the need to take the initiative, delivered a powerful elbow strike to the nearest bodyguard, likely fracturing his jaw. Witnessing this, all the others surged forward in a frenzy. Unperturbed, Lin Ziqing deftly evaded their attacks. What appeared to be a brutal brawl was, in reality, a graceful dance. She twirled, rose on her toes, and leaped, her movements seemingly flamboyant, yet each strike was lethal. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was littered with bodies, the bodyguards writhing in agony. Zhang Qinxiu, observing the unfolding chaos, gritted his teeth and muttered about the incompetence of his men. Raising his gaze, he saw Lin Ziqing slowly approaching him, and the initial arrogance he had displayed vanished in an instant, replaced with an awkward smile. Lin Ziqing's eyes were icy, her tone even colder as she addressed him. Mr. Zhang, I initially declined your invitation to avoid trouble, but this does not signify that I am afraid of it. Should such an incident occur again today, I would not hesitate to help you rectify your brother's position and subsequently expel you from your home, rendering you a wretched outcast. Now begone. Zhang Qinxiu, taken aback by Lin Ziqing's demeanor, hurriedly crawled away with his bodyguards, eager to escape this tumultuous scene. Chapter 11. Why are you doing this? Lin Ziqing gazed at the feeble figure of Qin Yueming lying on the ground and disdainfully remarked, Are you still alive? If you are, be quick to leave. I do not wish to sully my eyes with your presence. With great difficulty, Qin Yueming managed to rise, bowing his head in submission as he turned to depart. Limping away. From behind, his appearance could only be described as wretched. His body was a gruesome amalgamation of blood and dirt, and coupled with the scent emanating from him, he resembled a ghoul, exuding a foul stench of blood. Watching Qin Yueming's retreating silhouette, Lin Ziqing felt a pang of discomfort and called out to him, Wait a moment. This is all the cash I have on me. Hurry and seek medical attention. With that, she produced her wallet and extracted all the cash, approximately 5,000 yuan. No, I have money. I do not wish to burden you. Qin Yueming weakly declined her assistance. Am I unaware of your financial situation? Are you truly considering using the money your parents have worked tirelessly to earn for your sister's medical expenses? Lin Ziqing asserted sternly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yueming pondered deeply. Indeed, as Lin Ziqing had pointed out, their family was already in a precarious situation, burdened by the exorbitant medical costs for Qin Yuan's monthly treatment. If he were to incur further substantial medical expenses, it would truly be untenable. Reluctantly, Qin Yueming accepted the money from Lin Ziqing, murmuring a soft, Thank you. Why did you feel compelled to act against those who are clearly no match for you? Lin Ziqing inquired, perplexed. I am not certain why. It is merely instinct. I cannot bear to see you harmed. I can only blame my own inadequacy. Qin Yueming confessed, his head bowed in shame. Hearing these words, Lin Ziqing's heart was a tumult of emotions. The one who had once inflicted the most pain upon her was now expressing a desire to protect others from harm. A paradoxical stance indeed. Yet, it was Lin Ziqing who had orchestrated the circumstances of Qin Yueming's current plight, and logically, he should have had no reason to come to her aid. However, before she could fully grasp her thoughts, Qin Yueming had already turned to leave, limping away until he vanished at the end of the underground parking lot. Lin Tian glanced at the clock on the wall. Logically, Lin Ziqing should have returned home by now. Why was she still absent? Dialing her number yielded only the disheartening sound of unanswered calls. Concerned, he prepared to head to her workplace in search of her when he unexpectedly collided with Lin Ziqing upon her arrival. Sister, why are you just getting back? I've been trying to reach you, but your phone has been unreachable, Lin Tian queried anxiously. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I lingered too long in the underground parking lot. The signal is poor there, Lin Ziqing replied, wearily collapsing onto the sofa. Why were you in the underground parking lot for so long? Did your car break down? No. Zhang Qinxiu and his subordinates stopped me, wanted me to join them for a meal. Dealing with him took some time. Sister, are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you? Lin Tian pressed, his concern evident. What do you think? Why does everyone assume I would get hurt? Lin Ziqing scoffed. You all? Who else is there? No one. I shall say no more. I am famished and must hasten to dine. With that, Lin Ziqing rose and made her way to the dining room. Upon beholding the delectable dishes prepared by Lin Tian, her stomach audibly protested, disregarding any notions of ladylike decorum. Lin Ziqing began to indulge heartily in her meal. Yet Lin Tian remained perplexed, pondering the identity of those individuals. Chapter 12. Unforgettable in an effort to alleviate his parents' concerns. Qin Yueming made a phone call to inform them that he would be working late and that they need not wait for his return. He arrived at the hospital, his disheveled appearance and the foul stench that clung to him causing others to steer clear. At this moment, Qin Yueming was indifferent to the judgment of onlookers. His sole focus was on attending to his injuries and then returning home to rest. The doctor performed a cursory dressing of his wounds, but due to the severity of his head injury, he recommended a hospital stay for observation, which Qin Yueming resolutely declined. He felt that he could manage to return home later, as he did not want to cause his parents undue worry by staying out all night. Unable to persuade him otherwise, the doctor prescribed medication, with strict instructions to return should he experience nausea, dizziness, or any other concerning symptoms. With a bag full of medication in hand, Qin Yueming continued his unsteady journey home. It was late at night, and, in his current condition, no taxi would be willing to pick him up. Thus, he was left to walk. Although the distance was not great, it felt like a daunting trek to him. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yueming finally arrived home. After a brief wash of his body and clothes, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Yet, despite his fatigue, sleep eluded him as he lay staring at the ceiling fan, lost in thought. His life had taken a dramatic turn due to Lin Ziqing. Once a carefree scion of wealth, he now found himself at the mercy of others, struggling at the bottom of the social ladder. His aging parents toiled incessantly to make ends meet, and his sister had succumbed to a state of madness. One might presume that Qin Yueming harbored deep resentment towards Lin Ziqing. However, today, when he witnessed someone troubling her, he acted on instinct, rushing to her aid with a nearby weapon without a moment's hesitation. He dare not dwell on these thoughts any longer. Resolutely shutting his eyes and attempting to hypnotize himself into slumber, determined to rise before his parents awoke for work, thus avoiding any signs of his turmoil. Yet, sleep was elusive. Every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the vision of Lin Ziqing in a flowing red dress, ethereal and enchanting, transporting him back a decade. In that distant time, upon first encountering Lin Ziqing, he had been utterly captivated by her. Clad in a simple blue and white school uniform with a tidy ponytail, she bore no makeup, radiating youthful exuberance. In his dream, Lin Ziqing surprisingly engaged him in conversation, and they joyfully strolled down the street, even hand in hand. In the dream, her smile was a thing of beauty, outshining everything around her, warm and radiant, rendering all else insignificant. Yueming, what has happened to you? How could you be so severely injured? Qin's mother asked, her voice laced with concern. This question jolted Qin Yueming from his reverie, for he had been lost in a dream, completely oversleeping. He quickly sat up, noticing his mother with tear-filled eyes, and he hurriedly sought to comfort her. At that moment, his phone rang. Is this Qin Yueming? Yes, who is this? I am with the Human Resources Department of Seahai Group. President Lin has given instructions regarding your actions last night. The company has graciously approved a week of paid leave for you, along with a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Please rest assured and take care of yourself at home. On the other end of the line, Qin Yueming was left bewildered, as his mother shook him gently from his stupor. What is it? Who was on the phone? Is the company's phone, mother? Allow me to explain. The injuries I sustained were a result of my courageous actions last night. The company is aware of this and has awarded me a bonus, in addition to granting me a week of rest. Rest assured, I was not involved in any altercation, nor was I assaulted. Please, hurry and prepare a meal. I am utterly famished. Chapter 13. The meeting today marks the monthly financial summary meeting. Lin Ziqing occupies the director's seat, resembling a marionette as she listens to Manager Wu's report, which lasts approximately 15 minutes. Once manager Wu takes her seat, Lin Ziqing shows no reaction. Lin Tian glances over and gently nudges her, prompting her to regain her composure. She remarks that manager Wu's presentation was commendable and suggests they proceed as advised, then swiftly departs the conference room. The attendees are taken aback. Today, Lin Ziqing appears markedly different, lacking her usual commanding presence and resolute demeanor. What could have prompted such a change? In recent days, Lin Ziqing has been distracted in both her work and personal life, her mind preoccupied with the events that transpired in the underground parking lot, leaving her in a state of confusion. She has always firmly believed in the principle of retribution, unable to fathom the existence of repaying kindness for enmity. Yet, Qin Yu indeed exemplified such behavior. Lin Tian catches up with Lin Ziqing in her office, expressing concern. "Sister, what's the matter with you lately? You seem out of sorts." "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Ziqing replies nonchalantly. Ding dong. Qin Yueming receives a text message. "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Wu Yuan Tea House, room V01. He scrutinizes the signature, confirming it is from Lin Ziqing. The following day, driven by an inexplicable urge, Qin Yueming meticulously prepares for the meeting. Feeling that this encounter will be different, Lin Ziqing arrives at the tea house alone, clad in a simple athletic outfit with her hair tied in a high ponytail, her makeup subtly enhancing her features. Passers-by, savoring tea outside, are captivated by her beauty, momentarily halting their activities, as if the allure of her presence surpasses even the fragrant tea, causing some to accidentally spill their drinks. Oblivious to the attention, Lin Ziqing strides directly into the reserved private room, preparing a pot of exquisite snowfall tea while awaiting Qin Yueming. Before long, he enters the room and is greeted by the sight of Lin Ziqing enjoying her tea, a tranquil and picturesque moment. He stands in the corner, hesitant to break the silence. Lin Ziqing does not lift her gaze, but casually instructs him, "Please, take a seat." Qin Yueming cautiously sits down as Lin Ziqing slowly fills the teacup in front of him, gently saying, "Do take a sip. This is premium snowfall." Apprehensive, Qin Yueming stares at the teacup, unable to lift it. Lin Ziqing, sensing his unease, reassures him in broad daylight. "I wouldn't be so reckless as to poison your tea." With caution, Qin Yueming finally raises the cup, inhaling the delicate